Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Prologue. Where is this? A black space with the viscosity of the water currently engulfs me. I'm pretty sure this isn't Garganta since I don't feel any reishi. Garganta is a featureless black void connecting Hueco Mundo to other worlds that are mainly used by Arrancar and hollows to move between Hueco Mundo, the human world, and Soul Society. Now that I have taken a good look at myself, I'm naked and tattered. Beniheim's stitches are still there, but I can't feel or contact Beniheim herself, nor I can feel my Ryuryoku. This is the Hogyoku. At the center of my body, a crystal is embedded and giving off weak pulses of bluish-purple lights. The Hogyoku is Mai and Aizen's invention in an attempt to blur or dissolve the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow, allowing one race to attain the powers of the other. However, even us as its creator didn't know its true power lies in its ability to sense the hearts of those around it and materialize their deepest desire until a later time. I had a bad feeling when I've come across some clues and evidence of Quincy's movements inside the Soul Society which shouldn't be possible, so I decided to formulate some plans in case of worse scenarios, and one of those is with the use of Hogyoku. However, extracting it from Aizen is almost impossible, hence I sought to create another one from Mai and Aizen's data, completing an identical one with Aizen's. It sounds ironic since I attempted to destroy or seal it, but I can't be choosy with my methods now. I don't remember, however, ever embedding Hogyoku within me. I wonder how that happened. The last thing I remembered is losing consciousness while inside Askin's gift ball. Did I die? Looks like my insurance failed. I wonder if they managed to defeat Yoruichi. And if they failed, I wonder how the world looks like now. While various thoughts come across my mind, some changes happened within the black space. Minute cracks are appearing all over the place with some white light is shining through. What will happen to me now? Will I die for good once the space collapsed? Or will there be an afterlife? An afterlife after an afterlife, how funny. The cracks are now everywhere, and some cracks also appeared on my body while the Hogyoku kept shining and shining brighter. A sudden pain assaulted his mind while space collapses and he loses his consciousness. Kasuk, wake up now, it's late. A voice of a woman resounded all over the small house. Groans, GGGHH, my head hurts. Various memories appeared inside our young Urahara Kisuke, and his first thought was, I'm a handsome and sexy candy store owner. Thus the beginning of his new adventure in this new strange world. Chapter 2, A Strange New World. Hello there, Urahara Kisuke here, 7 years old. I'm not the handsome and sexy store owner anymore, just your everyday handsome kid. It's been exactly a year since I regained my memories of my old life and started studying my current life. And oh boy, it's been fun grabbing asses here and cough I mean having a family and living a carefree life, though it's me and my mother. We are currently living in the outskirts of the town called Kuo Town, a relatively normal town if not for the things or beings that occasionally fly in and out. I'm not really sure what are those things, but so far I've seen two types. First are those people with bat-like wings. They look like a human if not for those wings and some unknown, for me anyway, the energy they are emitting. Second are those people with black feathered wings, probably some kind of angel. They also look like humans and with strange energy different from those I presume devils. So far I haven't seen anyone or anything manipulating or using Ryuryoku, spiritual power, or any power derived from soul. Are they rare or just doesn't exist at all? Ryuryoku still exists in the atmosphere along with strange energies like those non-humans are using. Does it mean that other than those two beings I witness, there are others to match the remaining energies in the air? I need more information. But not right now. I haven't resolved the issue in my body. Things are a bit different now since I have a real flesh bag now, and like any human inhabitants of this world, they possess a strand of energy which doesn't exist in my previous world. I will temporarily dub this energy as mana. Now I have a few problems. First, my soul is a mess. It looks like my current body but has cracks all over it. Maybe because of my last fight and how I reincarnated. The Hogyoku which is embedded in my chest also has minute cracks in it. This is only temporary since Hogyoku is repairing itself and healing my soul over the course of the year. In my estimation, it'll take decades to fully restore my soul. Due to this, I can't use any of my abilities except for my detection abilities. I can heal myself faster if I separate my physical body and soul body, but that is where my second problem enters. Second, the reincarnation system of this world is different from my previous one. It is fully automatic, without the need of any Shinigami. How convenient. The problem is, souls that are separated from their bodies will be pulled by something after a few minutes and disappear somewhere, probably not in this plane. Hence I can't pull my tattered soul out of my body since I don't know how this reincarnation system will treat my soul. I might just cease existing and I have no plans of doing that just yet with my new life. Third, The mana in my body is somewhat rejecting my Ryoryoku and doing damage to my physical body. I can suppress this by controlling my Ryoryoku for it not to touch my mana, but this is also just temporary since while my soul heals the amount of Ryoryoku it produces also increases, and I can't forever contain it within my body or I'll just be damaging my soul instead. Those are my problems, but this past year, I already too have plans to ultimately solve all of this, and that is strengthening and fine controlling my mana and meld it together with my Ryoryoku. It is hard but feasible. Another one is by fusing my physical body's matter and my soul's reishi, spirit particle/spiritual matter, and that without dying, haha. It is very very hard and probably painful, but I think the results will be worth it. Others may say that I'm insane and reckless, but I'll just tell them that my genius self will do something about it. By controlling and strengthening my mana, I can match it with my Ryoryoku level and attempt to meld it together. After melding it together I will be able to stop my mana wreaking havoc in my body and facilitate the fusing of my body and soul. Although I will have to relearn my Kidus, demon arts, since my Ryoryoku will be laced with mana. Fusing the physical body and soul might have been impossible in my old world, but here, with the existence of mana, it might be a tiny bit possible based on my initial tests on mana. Mana is derived from my physical body while Ryoryoku is derived from my soul, that is why leveling and controlling both mana and Ryoryoku is essential in combining body and soul. If I were to be successful with my attempt, I will be able to use my Shinigami powers to their full potential without separating my soul from my body. Balancing my normal life and research is hard, but I'm enjoying myself to the fullest, especially those plump ass and tits of the aunties in the shopping district. Strangely though, sometimes I hear some rumor about the perverted kid of Urahara household, and they will point at me. How rude. All I did was tap a few asses here and there and give them pointers on how to keep them in shape and retain its tension. I have some loyal fans, you know. Chapter 3, Progress. 6 more months passed by. I was able to control and strengthen my mana to that I can manipulate at as well as my Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, without anyone's assistance. Although that was just manipulating mana and not how to use it as it is. My body also became stronger as I circulate my mana through my entire body and in return, I get to house more mana to circulate. This repeated several times in the past 6 months, but recently it stopped changing my body. It seems that I have to age more to continue this body strengthening. To know my strength, I did several tests on my muscles and bones and the result was, to quantify, I can contend with 10 big-bodied adults in a tug of war, not that I tried it, just my educated guess. As for fusing my physical and spiritual body, I'm stuck. First of all, because of the wounded soul, I can't do anything reckless until it is fully healed unless I want hidden dangers that can flare up in the worst possible situation. My soul is healing at a faster rate each and every day though. How did that happen? Because of this cheaty Hugyoku, not that I hate it since it's mine. The Hugyoku follows and grants the desire of the hearts around it and it just hurt my wish of faster recovery rate. The Hugyoku is damaged and can't grant wishes as easily as it did with Aizen. Despite this, it is still the most overpowered item that I know. Just by giving it enough time, it can realize anything, probably. My Kidu, demon arts, training is also not going well as I want. If I want to use it without separating my body and soul, I have to use mana to channel my Ryoryoku through my body. As a result, my Ryoryoku will be laced with mana and the Kidu will not activate properly. Melding both mana and Ryoryoku together is proving harder than I expected. With this problem, I can only use spells of number 30 and below in both Hadu, Way of Destruction, and Bakudu, Way of Binding. I don't know if that is enough for my safety as I never fought with anything abnormal yet. My body techniques, on the other hand, are progressing as expected. I can already use Shumenpa, Flash Step, in multiple succession, but due to my body's limit, I can only travel 5 to 10 meters per jump and a maximum of 5 succession in every 10 minutes before my legs give up. My Zanjutsu, Art of the Sword, like my Shumenpa, is limited by my body and I can only display less than half of its usual effectiveness. I need more training, but I can only do that every evening and in a place without any eyes and ears. It's not like I'm in a hurry anyway or in any immediate danger. I want to enjoy my second life to the fullest unless my curiosity kicks in, and that will probably happen in the future knowing me. Of course, it will not be me without my trusty gadgets. I already recreated my portable Jigai, faux body. I can't really do without them, it just doesn't feel right. I also added some new nifty features, the Aura Copier, and a simple AI. From my observations, supernatural beings of this world can detect aura to pinpoint someone's location, race, and to some extent, power. The Aura Copier, like its name, can copy the target's aura for a few seconds to a few minutes. Those few seconds are enough to confuse and deceive someone in battle and change the tide for one's favor. The second one is a simple AI for simple actions like walking, running, jumping, or even facial expressions. I can't have my Jigai just stand in place while copying someone's aura, that is just too fake. I also already recreated my Ryatsu concealing cloak, though I should call it now aura concealing cloak due to it being capable of hiding someone's aura and imitating the surrounding energy flows to conceal a blank space created by concealing an aura. It can't still hide sound and sight though. Now moving on to Benihime. These few months, I kept diving inside my soul to knock on the doors of an old large Japanese mansion. Inside of this mansion is Benihime, my Zanpakuto. I kept knocking on these doors in hopes to awaken her, but not a single time I succeeded. I know that she is inside since I can feel it, but it looked like she too has taken damage from reincarnation, and not a small amount of damage since my connection to her is almost non-existent. I hope I can see her soon. Despite her bad and sadistic personality, I still missed her, cause she's always there for me all the time for my whole life, an irreplaceable partner. She's also probably the one who embedded the Hogyoku in me in an attempt to save my life. Chapter 4, Childhood Friends. Kasuk. Wake up. It's late. A voice of a woman resounded throughout the old two-story house. Groan, fifth, no, half an hour more please. Replied Kasuk back to the voice while clutching his blanket over his head. He didn't leave the comfort of his bed yet since he was very tired from yesterday's experiments. Did you stay up late again last night? What were you doing anyway? The voice of his mother from the first floor resounded again, but this time, Kasuk didn't bother to answer back. Soft footsteps were heard from the stairs and Kasuk's mother came up to his room on the second floor. She didn't knock on the door and immediately opened it. Kasuk's mother, Urahara Sakura, noted the messy room of his son with various tools and items laying around. She has gotten used to this kind of sight by seeing it almost every day. At first, she reprimands him every time his room is messy. Although he will clean up, after a few days, it'll end up in this kind of mess again. After this repeated a dozen times or so, she stops scolding him and just reminds him to clean his room every now and then. In any case, he cleans his room himself whenever necessary, and because she doesn't think that every 8-year-old kid can clean up their own mess, she is contented with her son even though leaving a messy room is not a very good trait in the first place. She asked him one time if he wants to become an engineer or an inventor when he grows up because he loves tinkering with things, but she was surprised when he answered back that he wanted to become a candy store owner. She thought it was just a child's whim and didn't ask any more. Sakura came to his bedside and nudged him a bit before saying, "Get up. It's already 10 a.m. I already told you not to stay up doing weird things. Both Issei-kun and Irina-chan are downstairs. Aren't you hanging out with them today?" Kasuk moved a bit before denying the things his mother said. "I'm not doing anything weird, I'm just tinkering with some things, and I don't remember promising them anything. If they are there, let them wait for an hour more, they enjoy your sweets anyway, no big deal." Then a snoring sound was heard. This ticked her mother off. "If you don't get up in another 5 seconds, I promise that I will drag you to the shopping district later and leave you in the hands of those aunties that you love so much." Kasuk heard a cheerful voice that didn't match its contents from his mother. He immediately sprang up and tossed his blanket aside while saying, I'm up, all right. I just remembered that I'll be playing with Issei and Irina at the riverbank today." And he rushed for the door, leaving his mother behind. "Go wash up first and brush your teeth. Your breakfast is on the table. I have to go first since I still have a meeting to attend. Lock the doors and the windows before you leave and don't stay out too late, all right?" Sakura's reminders reached Kasuk as he goes into the washroom. "Got it. Stay safe," Kasuk said before closing the door. While he was washing up, he heard his mother talk to someone before leaving. "You two, take your time. You can take those cookies when leave, treat it as a snack while having fun." Then he heard the door at the front close. After a while, a sound of engine revs up and his mother left for work. After washing up, Kasuk made a beeline to the living room. There he saw two kids of his age. The first one is Hayato Issei, a kid with short spiky brown hair, with 2 short locks of hair behind his head, and light brown eyes. He first met him at the primary school. The second one is Shido Irina, a kid with short chestnut-colored hair tied in ponytail and violet eyes. Although she acts and looks like a boy, she is, in fact, a girl, and Issei probably still thinks she is a guy. He didn't bother correcting his view because he thought it would be more amusing that way. Like Issei, Kasuk first met her at the primary school, and this two are his childhood friends in this life. It might be weird for an old man like him to make friends with kids, but it would even be weirder for a kid if he didn't make any friends of his age, and it would just make his mother worry unnecessarily. There are reasons, however, why he chose to make friends with this out of tens and hundreds of kids out there. Irina, while faint, emits an aura that is warm and calming which doesn't exist in any other people except for her father. When Kasuk her father, he also emits the warm and calming aura but on a stronger scale. Issei, on the contrary, has normal parents, but Issei himself also emits an aura different from Irina. It feels overbearing and prideful. It is so faint, however, that Kasuk wasn't able to notice it until he is only a meter away from Issei. Although the reason why he approached this two is impure, he learned to enjoy their company and antics and treats them as his little brother and sister. "You two are early as always," Kasuk said while scratching his head and yawning. "You just wake up way too late," both Issei and Irina responded while holding the cookies in their hands. Kasuk took a sit on the chair of the dining table while reaching out for his breakfast, a toast. After he took a bite at it he asks the two, so, what's the plan for today? Irina found an abandoned factory the other day and wants to play there today. Answered Issei after taking a sip from his juice. Let's go there and find some ghosts, then kick their asses. Irina is excited at the thought of exorcising ghosts because of his family's influence as a devout believer of Christianity. Is that so? Kasuk is lacking any enthusiasm when he suddenly thought, maybe I can use it as my training field as delinquents started gathering at my previous spot. Okay, finish up and let's go. I want to see this abandoned factory. Eating the last bit of his breakfast, he stood up and urged the two to finish up. Oh. Looks like Kasuk is also excited to see a ghost. Irina also sprang up while cleaning up the table. I don't want to see any ghost. Only Issei is against their trip. Chapter 5, Vince, the Devil. So this is the abandoned factory that you found. Kasuk inspected the factory and its surrounding area. The building itself is in a pretty good state. Why would somebody abandon this? Or maybe it's for sale with no prospective buyer. He commented. Let's stop standing around and enter. Irina excitedly ran for the door at the side. It's probably the staff's entrance, Kasuk thought. Say, we shouldn't be doing this. What if something jumped at us? Look, it's too dark inside. Issei said while already regretting his decision of him coming with the two. You're such a wimp, Issei, man up will ya? Irina shot a look at Issei and saw him trembling like a new chick. The trio entered the premise and reached the what seemed to be factory proper from the side door. It's dark but the lights of the sun entering from the windows and holes in the roof are enough to navigate around. There are no equipment or tools around that are used in its factory days, just some wooden boxes and metal drums. While they were wandering around and peeping at the empty wooden boxes and rusty metal drums, Kasuk suddenly got hold of a stench that doesn't bring any good news, especially in a place like this, the smell of blood. Alright you two, there is nothing here, let's leave. Kasuk immediately decided to leave. Even though he has the ability to protect this two from common dangers, he didn't want to pointlessly risk their safety and there is always a possibility that the situation is currently out of his league. In that case, he isn't completely sure if he can protect them from harm. But we haven't seen any ghosts yet. Let's look around longer. Irina protested at Kasuk's proposal. While Issei immediately seconded Kasuk's decision, Irina, Kasuk is right. We should leave. There is nothing here. While they were bickering around, Kasuk felt an evil aura entered the factory from where they came from. Too late, he thought. A blonde Caucasian man around the age of 30 wearing a white suit and white hat is at the door when they turned around and finally decided to leave. Oh ho. What's this? Some free food came running for me at a place like this. Lucky dot. The blonde man muttered while looking at the trio and giving off a cold and chilling sensation that even the two kids felt. He also has this sinister smile on his face showing off his sharp teeth that isn't very human-like. Issei, Irina, come look this way for a bit, Kasuk called out to the two that were frozen in place. The two awoke and clamored to Kasuk, Kasuk. What is he? What did he mean by food? What's with sharp teeth? Irina immediately panicked while Issei kept shaking and muttering, is it a ghost? Kasuk put both of his hands over their faces, and whispered, in a Muri, forced slumber. They fell unconscious and collapsed to the floor kicking up dust. He drags them away for a bit, settling them at the corner. Kasuk returned and looked at the man in the western suit still smiling but with a clear look of confusion in his face, although he still let Kasuk drag the two and see what happened. What did you kid? The man wasn't able to his curiosity anymore and asked. Oh, that. Just a technique to force someone to sleep, not anything impressive. Replied Kasuk in a jovial tone that doesn't match the atmosphere. The man's smile finally disappeared and furrowed his brows. Something is not right in the situation, he thought. Why are you happy? Is that magic? But I didn't see any magic circle nor you used any tools. Martial arts. But you didn't touch them. You are obviously a human child and not some devil or angel hybrid nor some old human mage that has access to chantless and circleless magic even at a low level. Who are you? Whoa, take it, easy mister. I can't answer all of that if bombard me with questions. Kasuk raised up his hands in mock surrender. Let me introduce myself first. Urahara Kisuke, just a humble primary schooler. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kasuk reached out for his head and then suddenly stopped. Damn, I don't have my hat. I should make my favorite hat if I got some free time. Are you mocking me? Veins became visible on Mister's head. I'm not lying though. You can check for my profile at Koa Academy. I'm first in my grade, you know. Kasuk responded at the angry man. For a few seconds, the two stared at each other trying to find out more about the other. Well, it doesn't matter. The Mr. sighed and straightened himself up. The smile returned to his face and said, I guess it's my turn to introduce myself. The name is Vince Pierce. His blue eyes suddenly flashed red and a malevolent aura came from his form, crashing down onto Kasuk. And I'm a devil. Vince looked at Kasuk shaking. Although he couldn't see the look on his face since his eyes were covered by his light blonde hair, the devil is pretty that he is shaking from too much fear and this gives him a lot of delight. Pooh. A sound escapes from Kasuk's mouth then, pooh ha 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 ha, seriously. What the hell? Does someone actually do that in real life? How cliché, and this is obviously not your first time doing this. Kasuk is trying to rein in himself, but he clearly needed more time to stop shaking. Vince is dumbfounded at the turn of events. When he heard him laughing out loud, he thought that the kid finally lost it from fear, though he is confused since he is obviously too young to go crazy, he should just be bawling himself out. But when he heard the reason why he is laughing, his mind finally blanked out and unable to respond. Ahem. Sorry to rain on your parade, but I few comments in your actions just now. First, is you clearly watched too many horror movies, please don't copy those even though you thought it was cool, they are not. Second is what do you hope to achieve by scaring a child? Showing that you are the bigger bully. Just so you know, there is nothing more annoying than a bawling kid, you and your shit taste. Kasuk continued while trying to put on a serious face but failed miserably. Vince listened to those words and finally responded. A crazed look took on his face as shouted to the kid in front of him, you bastard. I'm going to torture before killing and eating you. He finally lost his cool. From Vince's hands, claws of 3 inches with metallic sheen shoot out of his fingertips. He dashed towards Kasuk's location and tried to swipe his claws to his left shoulder. But when he is about to hit, Kasuk suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, Kasuk's voice suddenly resounded behind him, sigh, restrain. His arm suddenly moved towards his back and he can't control it. Scared of this unknown spell that controlled his body, he jumps forward in an attempt to shake off the devil behind him. But this is futile since Kasuk appeared to his front and planted a foot at Vince's face. Vince somersaulted in the air a few times. While trying to regain his posture in the air, he was able to shake off the control over his arms. Before he could rejoice, the devil's voice resounded again, by a kurai, white lightning. And he saw a bolt of white lightning pierced his right shoulder. What? Vince shouted in disbelief. Now then Devil-san, please don't suddenly die on me before I test a few things on you. Vince listened to Kasuk in distress and he finally realized if he doesn't give it his all, he might just really die today. Chapter 6, Vince, the Devil Part 2. 30 years ago, Vince Pierce is human and a mage, a criminal mage that is. He has a talent that is just below those who are deemed as a genius. But when experienced and acquired the power of magic, he got drunk on it real fast. He robbed, murdered, raped, and many more with the help of his magic. He got discovered when someone finally felt suspicious about him and reported to the Mage Association with some incomplete evidence of his atrocities. Vince's name is already high up in Mage Association's list of suspected criminal but no evidence found when he was reported. So when they got a little bit of evidence, the enforcement department of the association immediately took off and searched his whole mansion and few of his known safe house. With everything searched, they found a large number of stolen items. In addition to this, they found many corpses, skeleton, rotten, and fresh, most are young women. The fresh corpses were easily identified as missing women, and all of them are, to some degree, pretty. The association immediately issued a manhunt and a large bounty on Vince's head. They almost had him, when he suddenly disappeared, but in fact, he was helped by a devil with considerable high rank. This devil is one of the believers of evil, those devils must strive hard to bring chaos to the world. He and Vince got along well due to their views in life. The devil Vince reincarnated as one of his own and took on the position of bishop in his peerage. Vince's actions got obviously worse, but that didn't take long when the other devils in the underworld got fed of his master's action and took action against him. He, without any hesitation, betrayed him and escaped. The underworld dubbed him as a B-rank stray devil and another bounty was placed on his head. He returned to the human world and went into a killing spree, eating human flesh and soul to strengthen himself. He then joined an organization named Cow's Brigade and was sent to Kuo Town to investigate its ruler, a high-class devil, Cleria Belial, and her lover, an exorcist, Masaomi Yagaki. It made him laugh when he heard that a high-ranking devil is in love with a human and an exorcist at that. He used the abandoned factory as his temporary base of operation while he is in Kuo Town. There are already few people who trespass this place for all different reasons and he did all the same thing to all of them, killed and eaten. One day, when he is done investigating for the day, he notices 3 kids trespass this time around and he thought everything would be the same as the last time. But a child, who introduced himself as Urahara Kisuke, destroyed this notion. This child looks like an 8-year-old kid with a kind of messy light blonde hair, almost pale, which is quite rare. Vince, despite his atrocities, is an experienced mage and fighter. He already fought with angels, fallen angels, yokai, and other devils. He knows for sure that to use magic, you have to construct a magic circle as the source of the spell's logic and pour your mana, demonic power, or holy powers to activate it. Of course, there are exceptions to this, bloodline abilities which belong to a high class or top noble beings of this world, sacred gears that go with human reincarnation, treasured tools that some factions keep, and senjutsu, sage arts, that make use of natural energy in the atmosphere. This Urahara Kisuke just completed a spell of a lightning system that is known for its destructive nature with a single word and easily pierced through his strengthened body. The fuel for this spell seems to be mana, but there is something different to it as just in the presence of this mana put pressure to soul directly, and this scared Vince since this is the first time he comes across this kind of magic, not even from the records of magic in his master's gigantic library. Maybe he only missed it and hasn't read it yet, but it is impossible for this kind of magic which affected the soul just in its presence to remain unknown or completely unheard of. Even in his new organization that composes of different races, no one is capable of doing this. What are you? Vince asked in a panic. How did you that? He added. What are you talking about, Devil-san? Kasuk replied while slowly walking towards Vince, I'm obviously a human child. As for how I did that, it is called Kidu, demon arts, and you don't need to know the specifics about that, just think of it as the magic that is fueled by my soul. A magic fueled by your own soul. That's just one way of suicide. This bastard is really looking down on me. Vince thought at Kasuk's answer. Your face tells me that you don't believe what I just said. Kasuk continued with a light smile on his face. Whatever, you won't live past today, just letting you know. Kasuk suddenly released his Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, which weighs down everything in the vicinity. From Vince's point of perspective, some unknown force suddenly tried pushing him to the ground and the feeling of imminent death became more pronounced. His instincts as a devil are already telling him to run away as fast possible and he had never been this close to death. Oh! Vince shouted with bloodshot eyes, circles of green-colored lines and strange symbols appeared in front of Vince, with it, balls of green-colored flames of various sizes materialized a second later and launched towards Kasuk. Bakudu number 44, Sakisho, barrier, Kasuk silently muttered onto incoming fireballs, and a wall of fuzzy light instantly appeared in front of him. The fireballs hit the wall and a large explosion ensues which destroyed a part of the factory. Vince didn't look at the destruction and bolted towards Issei and Irina's location. Vince knew if he escaped outside, Kasuk will be able to catch him easily with the speed that he previously displayed, so he hoped to take the other two kids as his hostage. That is the only way he thinks he could survive this calamity that fell on him. He easily reached the place where Kasuk hid the two, but they were nowhere to be found. He tried looking anywhere near that area, but he didn't even catch the glimpse of their shadow. You won't find them anywhere since I hid them well. Kasuk's voice finally resounded behind him. Vince looked back and saw Kasuk walk towards him amidst of smoke and debris while giving him a mocking smile. Vince was shocked since even though he didn't expect him to die he expected him to be seriously wounded cause he used almost all of his demonic power for that attack, but he came out with just his clothes dusty and wrinkled. Wahahahaha. Just die with me then. Vince's last strand of reasons was snapped and just choose to die with his hateful enemy. His body suddenly inflated twice of its size and it started catching green flames all over. Seriously? You gave up way too fast. Kasuk commented while looking at Vince's state. Oh well, you could just go on your own, I don't really have a hobby of dying with some strange old man. Hako Okuri, farewell box. A transparent blue box appeared around the devil. Vince, along with the blue box disappeared and a large explosion was heard at a distance a few seconds later. Chapter 7, A Kitten. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a large explosion was heard at the distance several seconds after Vince's overly grown body was forcibly teleported. Phew, good thing I learned that Kidu from Hachi, it proved to be useful at times like this. Kasuk wiped his non-existent sweat. Kasuk then started walking towards the place where Vince first looked for Issei and Irina. This part of the factory is relatively unscathed, which is almost a miracle after those bombardments by the devil. After Kasuk reached the place, he swiped his right hand in the air and a line of light was drawn in its trajectory. The line then split the air revealing both the unconscious Issei and Irina inside a pyramid-shaped barrier. Kudos to me setting up barriers for these two, Kasuk said to himself while lightly smiling. Aside from the barrier for these two, he also set up an auditory, visual, repelling, and aura-concealing barriers around the abandoned factory before he came out to face Vince, or else, waves of onlookers will be outside with the noises they made. This is wonder though, more and more activities from these supernatural beings are occurring all over the town. Maybe I should take a look, I need more information about them anyway, this is a good chance. Kasuk muttered while clearing the rubbles around the two children. I should move this two first. He thought to himself and started by carrying Issei to his back. He could carry the two with ease, but it is still broad daylight outside and carrying two people with his size will only attract unwanted attention. Kasuk chose Issei first because he is nearer than Irina's and it'll only take 30 minutes or so to go back and forth. While going back to the factory to get Irina, he saw people gathering towards the outskirts of the town, specifically, towards the wide plain with only grass on it. That is where Kasuk sent Vince when he tried to self-destruct. Increasing his pace, he got back 5 minutes earlier than estimated, but he saw Irina already woke up with tears threatening to fall from her eyes and looking around in distress. Oh crap, I don't have my memory changer Kuin yet, how should trick her? Kasuk saw her not being able to walk straight and presumed that she tripped herself while looking for him and Issei in panic. I should remove the barriers first before she notices anything weird. Kasuk went out for a few seconds before coming back and showing himself to Irina. Kasuk-kun. Irina shouted in delight and ran to Kasuk's direction despite hurting her foot. Irina jumped in Kasuk's embrace and he has no choice but to catch her or she might hurt herself again. Kasuk-kun. Thank God, you're safe. You didn't know how worried I was when I woke alone in a ruined building. Right. Issei-kun. Where is Issei-kun? Irina said all of this in one breather while bawling. Kasuk felt guilty leaving her all alone like this, though he really didn't expect her to wake up so fast. Issei is alright. I already sent him home while you're sleeping, so you don't have to cry. Here, let me wipe your face, your snot is everywhere. While reassuring Irina, Kasuk took out his handkerchief to wipe off the dust and tears on her face. MMH, that's good. Wait, what? You left me alone here. Why? Irina manages to notice the hidden meaning of Kasuk's words. So you get it, huh? Kasuk thought. Now, calm down, will ya? I'll explain everything to you. So for now, let's get out of this place first before people started gathering. You don't want to talk to the police, do you? Kasuk used the stern image police to scare Irina. Like most children, Irina immediately became nervous at the thought of talking to the police. Let's leave. Irina tried to run outside but, ow. I forgot I sprained my foot. Come here and climb to my back, I'll carry you out. Kasuk thought that he should heal the sprain while carrying her. 2 p.m. at the park. The sun is the past midpoint, but it is still very hot. Irina and Kasuk are sitting on the chair with the tree's shade. The wind is softly blowing and caressing their faces, which is quite comfortable. Irina is munching on the strawberry crepe that Kasuk both earlier, while still in a bad mood. The food made it a lot better. How should go with this? Alright, let's just go with a ridiculous tale and be done with it. Kasuk decides to concoct an unbelievable story that a child can bite. Hey, when are you going to tell me what happened? Even though Irina asked casually, the fear in her eyes didn't escape Kasuk's observation. Trauma is not a good thing, especially for a child, one reason why Kasuk opts for a ridiculous story. Irina, what I'm about to tell you is a big secret. Can you keep a secret? Kasuk put on a serious look while look at Irina. Secret? What will happen if I tell others? Irina asked in wonder. I will die. Kasuk gave stress to his words, and he continued, since you already know that I will die, you are already part of the secret, so if you tell others, I will die. Die. I promise. I promise I won't tell anyone, so please don't die. Irina was obviously shocked at the revelation. I won't as long as you don't tell anyone what happened. Irina looks like she is in danger of breaking her neck from nodding at Kasuk's words. Part 1, Success. Kasuk did a gut pose inside his head. Now just keep quiet as I tell you everything that happened in there. Kasuk looks at Irina, who is ready to listen. Kasuk inhaled deeply and started narrating. The man in white snapped his fingers after entering, and the two of you suddenly lose consciousness. I was panicking when the man suddenly introduced himself as alien from planet Novarask and he is there to confiscate my hair. I was really scared at that time since I love my hair, and I don't want to lose it. He suddenly did something and the factory was destroyed before I knew it. He probably did that to show his powers. Since I can't leave you two even though I love my hair so much, I gathered my courage and fought back. I threw everything that I was able to hold at him but that do anything to him until I managed to pick up a bottle of water with a little bit of water left. I threw it at him and the water hit him, he suddenly very hurt. I discovered that water is his weakness but there is no more water left. An idea suddenly hit me and I started spitting at him. After I hit him a few times, he got scared and immediately escaped riding his UFO while shouting that he will never return to this planet again. End of story. What? Irina is understandably confused, but Kasuk didn't let her continue. You see, before he left, he cursed me. I can only tell this to one other person or I will die, so please don't tell this to anyone. I don't want to die. Kasuk looked at Irina's eyes while closing their distance. I won't. Irina immediately answered, putting a smile on Kasuk's face. It's an alien. Not a ghost. Irina asked uncertainly. Not a ghost, nor a devil and a yokai. It's an alien, Kasuk replied back. He will never come back. Irina asked the most important question for her. Never. We have a lot of water after all. Assured by Kasuk, Irina sighed in relief, thank you, God. Looking at Irina, Kasuk thought that he was able to move his attention from the destroyed building to the never-coming-back alien, which also made Kasuk sigh in relief. Then why did you leave me and rescued Issei first? This sudden question of Irina caught Kasuk off guard. Well, because you know how scared and timid he is when he entered the factory and his house is nearer, I figured I should carry him back first. After all, you are tougher and more masculine than him. Kasuk just blurted out what is in his mind. What? Who is more masculine? I'm a girl. Irina shouted at Kasuk's comment. Issei probably thinks you're a boy, even I'm not sure if you're a girl until you told me just now. Replied back by Kasuk, which makes Irina more infuriated. What did say? Damn it, I'm going home now. I'll show you that I'm a girl too later. Irina runs off while tears are about to fall again from her eyes. Ha ha ha, what a cute reaction, Kasuk said to himself. I'm tired, I should go home too. I need to prepare a lot of things if I want to join in the fun. He continued muttering while stretching his arms and yawning. But at that time, he felt something unbelievable. With his eyes wide opened in shock, he used Shuinpa, flash step, in quick successions to enter the forest behind the park. 100 meters deep, he suddenly stops and looks in front of him. There he saw a kitten. A black kitten with golden eyes that is releasing a very familiar Rias signature. A signature that shouldn't exist in this world. Yoruichi. Chapter 8, Yoruichi. Yoruichi. Kasuk muttered in surprise. He couldn't immediately believe the pleasant surprise. After all, this is another world and he got the help of Hogyoku and Beniheim to reincarnate in one piece. Kasuk. The kitten spoke, but contrary to its cute and small appearance, it has a distinctly male voice. Yoruichi. Kasuk finally believed what he is seeing and ran towards the small feline. Kasuk. Yoruichi has the same reaction and also ran to Kasuk's direction. Kasuk was about to hug Yoruichi when she took out her claws. Before he could react, Yoruichi swiped Kasuk's face leaving 3 lines of blood. Ow 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 ow. What was that for? Touching his face, Kasuk asks the kitten while grimacing in pain. Oh, it's just that I promised myself that if I ever run into you again, I'll either plant a foot or claw your face for letting me go into that form while we are fighting that Quincy, Yoruichi replied in a happy voice. Kasuk's eyes kept twitching listening to her words, but he didn't feel guilty even a little bit. Ha. Way to ruin our reunion. Kasuk just sighed and let Yoruichi gloat for a moment, but then he suddenly noticed something. Hey, since this is such a pleasant reunion, why didn't you at least transform back into human form? That is my question. How can you use Shuinpa, flash step, so casually? And from the way it looks, your body isn't burdened by using that. Instead of answering, Yoruichi asked Kasuk about the use of Shinigami arts. Why are you asking about that? Wait, could it be? Kasuk was hit by an idea. And Yoruichi just confirmed that idea. Yes, I've been stuck in this form for the last 2 years. How did you survive? Kasuk asked, wanting to ascertain something. Of course the cute me can't be resisted by those humans. Yoruichi put on a smug face while declaring. Puffed. Ah. The prestigious lady of Shihuin family and former captain of stealth forces is stuck in acting cute in front of humans for food. How will Sui Fan and Bayakura if they knew this, I wonder? Crap, I really want to see their faces now. Kasuk laughed out loud at the kitty's face in the middle of the forest without remorse. Of course, this earned him another 3 swipes in the face from the furious kitten before he stopped. Can you answer me now? How can you use that technique? Yoruichi asked again, but this time, with a glare. Cough ahem, I'll teach you how, but not here, let's go to my place first. Kasuk cleared his throat and suggested going home first. By the way, don't speak or you might scare others. He added. I know what to do, let's go now. The kitten replied while she nestled at Kasuk's arms. Before leaving the forest, Kasuk first healed his wounds from the battle earlier. After 30 minutes of walking, they reached the Urahara household. Kasuk noticed that his mother already returned home and cooking dinner. I'm home. Kasuk shouted when he reached the door. Take a bath. Dinner will be ready when you get out. Kasuk's mom's voice came from the kitchen. Mom, I want to talk about something. Kasuk walked into the kitchen and saw his mom preparing to fry some beef patties. What is it, sweetie? Want me to wash you up? Then let me finish this first and I'll be with you. Sakura replied while she busied herself at the counter. Yoruichi, in her cat form, is trying her best not to laugh and just kept banging her head on Kasuk's chest. Yoruichi didn't think that on the years that she didn't see her perverted shop owner, he would become such mama's boy. Kasuk just sighed because he already knew this would happen. Not that, please look over here. Sakura turned around and saw the black kitten nestled in Kasuk's arms. This is. I want to take care of her, Kasuk said to his mother. Sakura was silent for a few seconds then asked her son, can you take care of it without my help? Yes. Kasuk immediately replied. Sakura smiled at her son's answer seemingly satisfied. Now go take a bath. Take that dusty kitten with you. What's her name by the way? It's Yoruichi. Kasuk turned around intending to go to the bathroom. Be careful while washing her, all right? Sakura reminded her son who was already at the bathroom's door. Got it. Kasuk closed the door, set aside Yoruichi and started undressing. It's amazing that you have the same body while we are younger in the Soul Society. The black feline commented while looking at his body. Her gaze even stopped at Kasuk's junior for a few seconds. Even the same size. She added. Don't tell you're interested in Shota's body. Covering his most important part, he looked at Yoruichi in disbelief. That's not it. Idiot. I'm just remembering the old times. The cat angrily defended herself. If that's the case, it's fine then. Kasuk picked up Yoruichi and proceeded to the shower. Kasuk gently washed Yoruichi before moving to himself and both of them moved towards the bathtub. Yoruichi is inside the basin filled with hot water and enjoying the feeling since it's been a while she took a proper bath. Kasuk also enjoyed dipping after a tiring day. The two were silent for a while. After a few moments, Kasuk spoke, what is your story? Yoruichi meowed for a bit and said, I'm an orphan. Kasuk looked and urged her to continue. I don't know who my parents are. I regained my memories at the orphanage next town over when I was 4 years old. The treatment isn't bad, but it isn't very good either. I won't go into detail about my life there. When I turned 6, I tried my transformation on a whim but I was not able to turn back and you know why. I'm probably considered as a missing person but I don't think they will search for me for more than a month or two. I've been moving here and there until you found me in the forest. Yoruichi stopped there and continued to enjoy the bath. Heh, looks like I got lucky with my mother. Kasuk lightly commented. Though it doesn't really matter since you'll be with me from here on out. He continued. Chapter 9, Yoruichi Part 2, edited. In Kasuk's room, after dinner, the two are sprawled on the bed. Should we start? Kasuk stood up and walked towards the center of the room to set up some barriers to avoid some accidents. How are you going to teach me? Yoruichi followed him and sat in the middle. You aren't going to lecture on this, are you? That's going to take ages. She added. I'm not. I'm going to pass you my mana Riryoku mixture and you just have to imitate that for your whole mana and Riryoku. You can feel mana, right? You should be able to control that like Riryoku. Kasuk extended his arm towards the cat and prepared to transfer some of his hybrid energy. You mean that annoying energy that comes from the physical body? Controlling it is pretty easy, but it hurts when it touches the Riryoku. How did you even think of mixing these two? The kitten closed her eyes to feel the energy coming from Kasuk. After a few minutes, she started mixing the energies bit by bit. Oh, so you can really mix these two? You're doing great, just keep it up until you manage to do that to all of your reserves. It should stay that way when you're done. Kasuk thinks that it would take a few weeks for Yoruichi to meld everything. He is about to withdraw his hands when he felt the Hogyoku releasing a huge amount of power and it flowed from his arms towards Yoruichi's small form. Kasuk immediately activated the barriers that he put up before this. A sound barrier, impact dampening barrier, and aura concealing barrier. Both Kasuk and Yoruichi can't move but both of their bodies are being attacked by intense pain. Even if both of them are being ravaged, the two of them are very experienced, and this a little bit of pain that can make any grown man cry isn't affecting them much. They just endured it silently. After the whole ordeal, they were released and the Hogyoku returned to its natural state. Kasuk inspected his body and saw his energy reserves became more stable which would take him a few more months to do. With this, he can start fusing his physical and spiritual body to regain his Shinigami abilities in full. Kasuk looked at Yoruichi's direction and saw the kitten explode into smokes. The smoke cleared up and there he saw a child with dark skin, golden irises, and neck-length black hair with a cheeky smile on her face which is very familiar to him as she has the same appearance when they were young in Soul Society. Now on to our second reunion. Before Kasuk could react, Yoruichi jumped on him and planted her lips to his. Kasuk was obviously dumbfounded at Yoruichi's action but only for a few moments. He reacted and responded in kind. They were kissing like crazy, seeking warmth from each other's embrace. His tongue gently slips inside her mouth, exploring each and every inch of her tongue. Yoruichi felt like she is melting at his touch but she doesn't want to lose to him and used her tongue to entangle his. Both of their hearts are beating faster and faster but Kasuk got a hold of himself first. With the last smooch, he separated from Yoruichi, leaving a trail of saliva between them. Both of them are breathing hard from the lack of air. He saw her glazed eyes and his body felt hot, but he knew continuing would be bad. Let's stop now, both of us have a child's body. Let's do this again when you've bloomed in all sorts of places. Shaking his head, he calmed himself down while gently embracing Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't say anything and just rested her head on his chest, slowly regulating her breathing. You're the proactive type, but not the one who does this. What changed? Having restored his state, Kasuk whispered beside Yoruichi's ears. I just don't want to regret again. Yoruichi just said one thing and Kasuk understands her point. The two rested for a bit, not separating. They just broke through their relationship status quo and didn't want to leave each other's embrace for a while. Seeing you in this world, I have a guess on why we're able to reincarnate here. Kasuk suddenly said while stroking Yoruichi's head. Your Zanpakuto is more overpowered than I presumed. Kasuk continued. Well, I can't really control it, especially its Bankai's ability. Closing her eyes, Yoruichi commented on his words. Space manipulation, right? If not controlled, it can cut through dimensions. No wonder you were banned to use that since it'll disrupt the stability of soul society and human world. Kasuk sighed and continued stroking Yoruichi's head. Since you were able to change back, your mana and Ryoryoku were able to merge? Kasuk inquired after taking a closer look at her state. Thanks to that unknown power that came from you. What was that anyway? Yoruichi curiously asked. The Hogyoku. Kasuk casually replied. The Hogyoku. Why do you have that? Did you get it from Aizen? Yoruichi raised her head in shock and looked at Kasuk's eyes demanding an answer. I made another one. This is also one of the reasons why my soul didn't collapse from reincarnating. It is currently inside me. Kasuk answered. Won't you have any problem? She was worried since she knows what the Hogyoku can do. I won't. I saw how Aizen used it in the past, so I'm ready for its tricks. Kasuk reassured her partner. Is that so? Just be careful. Yoruichi didn't ask any more. I will. Kasuk stood up and carried Yoruichi towards the bed, laying and covering her with a blanket, giving her a final kiss to the forehead. Where are you going? Yoruichi saw him put on a black cloak and a white blank mask. I'll be going out for a bit to investigate. The town is restless, I want to know what's up and expand my knowledge about them even for a bit. Kasuk collected a few more things before heading to the window. Want me to help? Yoruichi asked before Kasuk could jump out. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, can practice some of your Kidu, Shuinpa, or Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat. The floor, walls, and ceiling can take some beating because of the barrier I put up. Just be careful not to destroy my things. Kasuk said his piece and disappeared in the night sky. Chapter 10, Clearia Belial and Masaomi Yagaki. It has been 4 hours since Kasuk started gathering information. He looked at his wristwatch and saw that it's already midnight. Besides some activity at the town center, most of the households have turned off their lights. The night sky is clear and you can see the stars clearly because today is a new moon, making it pretty dark and moving around unnoticed very suitable. Kasuk has already taken note of some activities happening tonight as he looked around. There are a total of 3 groups and 1 individual. The first is a group of devils, the second is a group of human exorcists and the last is a pair of devil and human. The lone one is also a devil, he is only watching for now. This one is giving off a surprising amount of power coming from him and it would be dangerous for Kasuk to take him head on. Now then, how do I mess with them? That one guy is giving me a dangerous feeling and doesn't strike me as a good person. Especially on how he sneers and give a mocking smile at the pair protecting each other. Kasuk quietly muttered to himself. Yosh, sounds fun messing with that guy. Having a grin on his face, he decided his course of action. Jumping from roof to roof while avoiding everyone's gaze and blending his aura to the surrounding, he reached a 3-story building. Behind it was an open lot with some construction materials scattered. Clashes of metal rang out and furious voices were heard. Kasuk took a peek below and saw 7 figures. The 5 humans who are holding a sword were surrounding the injured devil and man pair. The human man is protecting the critically injured devil woman from the 5 while being injured himself. It seems that these 2 were the rumored devil and human lovers that Kasuk was hearing about while investigating. The devil is Clearia Belial, a high-class devil from a prestigious family and the current ruler of Kuo Town. She is currently in a romantic relationship with Masaomi Yagaki, an exorcist from the Protestant church. Masaomi Yagaki is a man with long black hair and the subordinate of the guy who leads the 5-man team against the duo. The leader of the exorcists that were chasing them is Toji Shido. It was not the first time Kasuk saw this man because he is the father of his childhood friend Irina Shido. Toji Shido has light brown hair and wearing a priest robe. He is supposed to be the current leader of the Protestant church of the town. Now he is currently chasing his subordinate that fell in love with the devil to stop their relationship. Masaomi. Leave the devil woman alone. Do you want to destroy the status quo between heaven and underworld? Toji shouted at his subordinate who is stubbornly protecting his woman. Hearing this, Cleria, who is already half unconscious and bloodied all over because of the battle with the other devils before they encounter the exorcists, opened her mouth. "Dear, just leave me alone. At least that way, one of us can survive." "Cleria, you know that isn't gonna happen. Even if I died with you today, I'm never going to regret my choices because you're the woman I love." Masaomi looked at her with his face full of cuts and blood. Despite that, the gentle and loving gaze he has for Cleria wasn't masked. "Masaomi." Cleria can only cry after hearing his words. The warmth that she felt superseded the pain of her wounds and was able to gain the power to stand up straight, albeit temporarily. She wanted to at least face death with his lover standing strong. "You leave us no choice. Men. Kill them." Tuji grimaced at his own words. It is very hard for him to give the order for his subordinate's death. He will regret this moment for his whole life, that he was sure of. Actually, the church already gave an ultimatum, and that is to kill both of them tonight, no matter what happens. The church is already vaguely aware of the two's relationship and lets it go since it was also beneficial for them since this town is a devil's territory. But an order from the higher-up suddenly came this afternoon, and that is to hunt down the criminals which threaten the balance between heaven and underworld. 5 exorcists, who are subordinates of one of the criminals, were dispatched to accomplish the mission. Ordinarily, just 5 of them aren't enough to fight a high-class devil head-on, they were just following the order. But to Tuji's surprise, when they found the devil, Cleria Belial was already critically injured and won't be able to fight, while Masaomi Yagaki has multiple cuts, but not very serious, is already beyond exhausted. Tuji never actually intend to kill Masaomi. He just wants him to separate from the Cleria and capture him to bring him to trial. That way, he would at least live and have a chance to redeem himself even if Masaomi were to hate him due to killing his lover. The church is obviously hiding something, especially after the devil's great timing. He presumed that this isn't just about the status quo of heaven and underworld. But Tuji underestimated both of their feelings and was compelled to give the final order. While they were preparing for the final clash, a shadow fell from the sky and faced Tuji. The intruder is very short, like a child, wears a black cloak with a hood that covers his whole body while wearing a nondescript mask. The masked childlike man then started speaking. "Hello everyone, I'm totally not a suspicious person, nice to meet you all." Everyone was silent and wasn't able to react due to many reasons. One being, only big idiots would believe someone who introduces himself as not a suspicious person while wearing a suspicious outfit. And 2, that those were really the voice of a child. They were wondering why would a child fall from the sky and greet everyone. The child in the cloak, not minding their reactions, continued, "I came here because I was moved by these two's love for each other and I wish to save them if you don't mind." The exorcists finally have a reaction. They readied their swords, increasing their vigilance to the maximum. They wouldn't underestimate someone just because he is a child, it could be just a spell to look and sound like a child. Kasuk then declared, "The play starts here. Sekianton, Red Smoke Escape." Chapter 11, Just Being Silly. The play starts here. Sekianton, Red Smoke Escape. A small explosion occurred in front of Kasuk and a large amount of red smoke engulfed the surrounding. The exorcists and the duo were caught off guard, but Tuji Shido immediately reacted and started giving orders. "Don't panic. Stay in your positions and don't let them leave through the gaps. Use wind magic to protect yourself and blow away the smoke upwards." Despite being exorcists, they know some basic spells that can be useful in many situations, and one such situation is here. They easily blow away the smoke and the area was cleared. In the middle, they saw the 3 are still there, but this time around, they were arguing. No, instead of arguing, the child is one-sidedly chiding the devil and human duo. "What the heck are you 2 doing? Do you really want to die that much? I created such an opportunity yet you didn't take it." The child figure is fuming with anger. "We were shocked too. You didn't even tell us what to do. You just abruptly released that colored smoke." Masaomi got hold of himself and retorted to the unreasonable kid. "Fine. I don't care anymore. I'll just leave. Damn, I just wasted my time here." The child finally had enough and jumped over the exorcists that are surrounding them. He started running away after landing 10 meters behind Tuji. "Sir, should we chase him?" one of the exorcists inquired. "No, our objectives are here and we don't know if the kid is just trying to lure some of us away from him to give Masaomi an opening," Tuji answered and renewed his stance, slowly inching towards the duo. "Masaomi. This will be the last chance. Leave the devil and come with us. You can move on after this." Tuji urges Masaomi for one last time, but he knew that it wouldn't change his answer. "Give it up, Tuji. I will either escape and live with Cleria or die with her today." Masaomi is already determined to fight until the end. "I see. That's too bad then." Tuji jumped towards Masaomi and slashed at him. Masaomi was able to block the attack but he was thrown back for a few meters. "Kill the devil first while I hold back Masaomi." Tuji gave his order to every one of his group. Toji, you bastard. Masaomi was unsurprisingly furious and became more desperate. After a few minutes, Cleria fell into her own pool of blood, not breathing. No. Cleria. Seeing this, Masaomi lost his mind and disregarded his own wounds and attacks landing to him in an attempt to go her side. Masaomi kneeled beside Cleria and cried with tears of blood. Toji approached him from behind and plunged his sword through his heart. Toji watched Masaomi slowly lose his strength and fell beside Cleria unmoving with deep regret. All of the exorcists just sighed at the demise of their former comrade. This is the first time they finished a mission, leaving them with regret at the result. Let's leave. I will call the cleaners to take care of this. Toji said while they are still mourning. After a minute. Everyone has left. In an unremarkable corner of the lot, a line of light appeared and split the air. 3 figures were revealed. If Toji Shido and his group were to see this, they would be shocked to the core because 2 of these figures were the ones they just killed, Cleria Belial and Masaomi Agaki. Of course, the last figure is Kasuk with his white mask and black cloak. The trio approached the dead bodies and inspected it. As expected of me. Pretty well done if I must say so myself. Kasuk didn't forget to praise himself. Cleria and Masaomi inspected the bodies more closely. Cleria, who already healed most of her injuries while hiding with the help of Kasuk's unorthodox spell and strange candy medicine, couldn't contain her curiosity anymore and asked, "What are these?" "It's called Jigai, faux body." Kasuk nonchalantly answered her question. Jigai. Cleria looks like in her mid-20s. She has a longish white hair that complements her beauty. Despite that, she is a devil whose age. Somewhere around 50 to 70. She is quite confident in her knowledge and even knew some of the most obscure scared gear, but this is her first time hearing an item called Jigai. She turned to her lover and asked, "Do you know this thing called Jigai?" "No idea. It is also my first time hearing about it." "I'm surprised that even you don't know." Masaomi replied. "I'm also surprised. An item like this has a wide array of use. It's impossible for something like this to be unknown, unless..." Cleria looked at the cloaked kid. "If you're thinking that this is some relic or lost technology, then I would have to disappoint you. They are not. I created this and this is only my second time using them." "You created this?" "I'm not saying I know everything, but how about that strange medicine you fed me that restored my stamina? If that were to in the market, all big factions will scramble to monopolize it. And I'm sure that didn't happen yet or any news about it existing. Where did you get that?" Cleria looked at Kasuk in shock, forgetting her manners. "I also created it. I call it stamina candies and it'll be available in my shop in the future." Kasuk still replied nonchalantly while looking around, seemingly trying to discover something. What? Both Cleria and Masaomi were dumbfounded with what they heard. "We can talk about this later. I told you, right? The play isn't over yet." Kasuk finally looked at the two and laughed a little. "Is there really something else?" Masaomi was not convinced, not until he heard a voice behind them. "If I didn't surround this area with alarm magic, I would have been fooled too." "How did you do it, kid?" From the shadow of the building appeared a middle-aged man in his 40s with long dark silver hair and hazel eyes, wearing an extravagant robe with silver linings. This newcomer slowly walked to the trio's direction with an arrogant smirk on his face, not hiding his creepy aura and ill intent. This man stopped 7 meters away from the three, and it seems that Cleria finally recognized him. "You are Prince Rizavim Levon Lucifer," Cleria shouted. "What? Lucifer?" Masaomi also reacted to the name. "Right, he is the son of the original Lucifer and one of the 3 known super devil," Cleria explained while having a heavy expression. "Why is someone like him here?" "Well, probably because he is the one initiating all of these." Kasuk didn't change his attitude even after knowing he is in front of a super devil. The couple doesn't know is he is just brave and strong or just plain ignorant. "Oh, so you know that I'm watching from a distance. But you obviously don't know anything about super devils, or else you wouldn't stand there all calm and collected." It doesn't really matter, I guess, since you already destroyed my plans. I can just test that thing somewhere else. For now, just die." After speaking his monologue, he disappeared from his spot. In both Cleria and Masaomi's chest are spears made of pure demonic power. All of them were shocked at his sheer speed, both bodily and magic. When Kasuk saw this, he tried jumping back but was shocked again when the devil appeared in front of him and impaled him with the same spear of demonic power. Rizavim acted like he just did something insignificant, which it is, dusted himself. "Now then, your face is making me curious, let's see what is behind that mask." Rizavim approached the downed man in a cloak and moved his hands towards his face to take off the mask. After taking off the mask, he stood there frozen. His smirk finally disappeared. What he saw after pulling the mask is his own face doing a silly expression. After a few seconds, 5 bodies, 2 Clerias, 2 Masaomis, and one the doing a silly face using Rysavim's appearance popped like a balloon, leaving only a small note on the spot where he last killed a body. Sorry, you didn't hit the jackpot. Better luck next time. 3. Signed, the kitty lover. P.S. How does it feel to kill yourself doing a silly face? Rysavim finally reacted after reading the note. You bastard. His demonic power went out of control, producing an explosion and destroying everything around him. A few kilometers from the explosion, 3 cloaked figures were running at inhuman speeds. Naturally, the 3 of them are Kasuk, Cleria, and Masaomi, who already escaped some time ago. Yua, that guy can't take a joke, huh? Kasuk commented when he heard an explosion. What did you do? Masaomi asked. I just tried being silly. Chapter 12, Rewards. A few minutes after the explosion, the whole town was alarmed. Multiple sirens of police, ambulance, and fire trucks are moving towards the source of the accident. A berserk aura of a devil that was roaming around the town can be felt. However, after 10 minutes, various factions were alerted and started investigating and found out that the explosion was caused by demonic power and not just some accident. News of Cleria and her lover's death also started spreading, leading to more personnel dispatched by many factions. The furious devil was forced to retreat due to many eyes landing on him, and it'll only be disadvantageous for him to remain. Before leaving though, he promised that he will one day return the favor. As for the trio that the humiliated super devil was diligently looking for, they were having a midnight snack at a 24/7 convenience store in the center of the town. Kasuk is enjoying a cup of instant noodles while both Cleria and Masaomi have a sayapeo and hot dog respectively. He really wasn't able to find us, amazing, Masaomi said while munching on his hot dog. That guy is smart but too prideful and narrow-minded. He wouldn't even take a glance at places like this and only look for obscure places where we might be hiding. Kasuk is slurping his noodles with great relish. You yourself are incredible, to be able to determine how he thinks and what are his next actions. Cleria took a glance at Kasuk, who at this time already removed his mask, revealing his appearance. You give me too much credit. I just met a similar person in the past, that's all. You're too humble. Are you really a kid? Both Cleria and Masaomi shouted in their heads. After finishing their snacks, Kasuk asked the two, what's your plan next? The couple looked at each other for a few seconds, then looked back to Kasuk. First of all, thank you. If not for your help, we would have fallen there and that Rysavim probably would have gotten what he wanted. Thank you very much. Cleria bowed her head towards Kasuk. Masaomi also followed suit while saying, if not for you, I would have doubted my comrades. When I saw their pained expressions when they killed me, I realized that they really didn't want that to happen. Thank you. You don't have to thank me for that much, you do know that I didn't save you too because I have some selfless justice, right? Kasuk revealed his true intentions. I know, I have this inkling that you are not the type that helps others for no reason. Cleria answered him. You're wrong regarding that about me. Sometimes, I help others just because I'm interested, curious, or just plain whim. Kasuk replied while giving a teasing grin on his face. I see, looks like I'm really mistaken about that. Let's move on, what do you want us to do for you? Cleria just smiled for a moment before returning her serious expression. Masaomi also became nervous after hearing her say that. They both can't think of anything this unfathomable guy needs. You two don't have to be that nervous. I won't let you do something unreasonable. I just need you to teach me some things, like common sense in your world. Kasuk reassured the couple. Only that. Cleria and Masaomi are both dumbfounded yet again. He gets through all that trouble so just we can teach him some common sense. Kasuk saw through their reaction and said, you would need to teach me everything that I need to know about the supernatural world, of course, including some not-so-common knowledge. Easy, right? Of course it's easy. Just passing you my knowledge is not enough, I have many books on my mansion that you may be interested in. You can take all of that. I will even give you my hidden wealth in there since I have some anonymous accounts with tons of money, I won't be needing it. Cleria enthusiastically agreed and even giving some suggestions of her own. Alright, it's settled then. I'll take my leave here, let's meet at the park tomorrow at 10 a.m. Before leaving, Kasuk bought a vanilla ice cream for Yoruichi who is waiting for him. The couple waited until Kasuk disappeared from their sight. Masaomi started talking first after seeing him gone, have you not considered escaping? No, and I'm sure you would stop me if we really tried to escape. I'm very thankful to him, and besides, even if we escaped, he probably has some insurance. I don't want to know or test what he prepared. Cleria answered. In reality, Kasuk really has something prepared if they were to escape the town, but not as gruesome as they imagine, just a tracker and a poison that can incapacitate them which can be activated remotely. Let's rest. A hotel is no good, so let's just go with an internet cafe room. Masaomi suggested after a few seconds of thinking. Back at Urahara household, inside Kasuk's room, a figure of a buck-naked child with short black hair can be seen flashing here and there, leaving multiple afterimages giving an illusion of she was teleporting. This moment is the rebirth of the Flash Goddess, and this moniker will once again shock the world, though a different world. Kasuk entered through the window carrying a plastic bag with ice cream inside. He saw what Yoruichi is doing and a smile crept to his face. "Looking good, aren't ya?" Kasuk greeted her while placing her snack on the table. "I'm getting the hang of it." "Is that for me?" Yoruichi stopped flashing around and saw the plastic bag on the table. "Eat it before it me dash." Before he could finish his words, he saw Yoruichi already jumped and snatched the ice cream and eating it with great relish. "You would probably eat it even if it's not yours." Kasuk just sighed at this sight. "Yeah, damn right. I really miss this flavor. How did it go for you?" "Better than I expected. Come with me tomorrow. I'll probably need your views." Chapter 13, The Three Factions. The day after the busy night, Kasuk, with a kitten on his arms, were walking to the direction of the park. The weather is cloudy, dim and gloomy, so there is northwest one in the park today. This is a stroke of good luck for the couple since they stand out too much with black cloaks covering their body and aura. Kasuk arrived at exactly 10 a.m. while nursing the scratches on his face. Yoruichi tried waking Kasuk up at around 9:30 a.m., but he wouldn't budge with just some paw taps. Thus, without much choice, she scratched his face. "Couldn't you woke me up in a less painful way?" Kasuk asked the smug kitten. "I could, but too much effort. Try waking up earlier if you have an appointment, you won't experience that again," Yoruichi said in her distinct male voice. Kasuk could only smile wryly at her answer. When they arrive at the park with no one but two cloaked figures at the corner of the park. If there are other people in the park, they would have been reported to the police for their suspicious attire. Kasuk approached the obviously who figures and Cleria asked first, "Why did you bring a kitten?" Kasuk smiled brightly and said, "She gets too lonely when I leave her alone." This earned him a cat uppercut to the chin, but it didn't really hurt him and it only made her cute for her antics. "Cute," Cleria muttered under her breath. She got hold of herself and feigned coughing before continuing to speak. "Well then, since you're here, let's move somewhere first. Follow me." Cleria started running to the forest intending to cross it. Masaomi, who is silent all this time, quietly followed Cleria. Kasuk, before following, put on his aura concealing cloak and placed Yoruichi on his shoulder. After half an hour of running while avoiding many eyes, they arrived at a forest with lots of shrubberies. 100 meters away from their position, Kasuk can see a large mansion that only very rich families could have. "That is my residence, but it was probably already raided yesterday after my death." Cleria spoke with the look of melancholy in her eyes. Her lover lightly patted her shoulder to comfort her and it successfully lifted her mood, albeit just a little. "What do you propose we do?" Kasuk inquired. "I have a hidden chamber underneath the mansion which contains a library and small museum," Cleria said while looking around at the surrounding. "Museum?" Kasuk couldn't help but ask. "I say it's a museum, but it's just a small collection of paintings, sculptures, and artifacts from several centuries ago. I just collected them in a spur of interest, but they are just gathering dust for a few years now. You can sell them one by one anonymously to get some cash," Cleria answered while still looking around her. After a few more seconds of looking around, Cleria found something. There it is. Cleria moved to a spot several feet away from them. "You can't enter the underground chamber from the mansion as there is no physical pathway. This spot here is the teleportation array that will take us directly in it, but the resulting light and fluctuation from its activation may gather some attention." She then looks at Kasuk. "Bakudu number 26 Kyako, curving light." Kasuk didn't say anything else and started casting his modified Kyako that can hide more. A dome made of thin blue film engulfed the group and hid them from the surrounding. This is the second time Cleria and Masaomi witnessed this spell and they are still in awe at how effective it was and how fast it was cast. Cleria didn't wait for another second and activated the teleportation array. A magic circle 5 meters across and bearing the Belial clan insignia shone in grey light. The group disappeared in granules of light and reappeared inside a small library with 10 bookshelves full of books. Cleria started walking and the rest followed. She led them to an open area between the library and the museum. There is a round table with 10 chairs at the side. Near the table was a counter for drinks. The group sat down one by one starting from Cleria. She snapped her fingers and the utensils, a jar of tea leaves, started moving to the table. When they reached the middle of the table, a small magic circle manifested and the utensils began making tea themselves. After a few minutes, 3 cups of tea were served. "How convenient. I should also study how to set up these arrays," Kasuk commented while his eyes were shining. After drinking a sip from her tea, Cleria started talking. "All right, let's start. First, I'll be giving you the information on 3 races of the 3 faction." Cleria began talking and Kasuk didn't interrupt and just listened while taking sips of tea. Originating from heaven, the angels are powerful beings who serve the biblical God, and have the powers to inflict pain upon devils/demons and by extension the fallen angels, due to their light-based powers. After the death of the God from the Bible in the Great War of the Three Factions, the angels were incapable of increasing their numbers. There are rumors that they made a system similar to the Devil's Evil Pieces system that can reincarnate other races in angels. Fallen angels are angels that have fallen from the grace of God, due to having impure thoughts that divert them from the teachings of the God in the Bible. The leaders of Grigori were tempted by human women and had fallen after having sex with them. Despite being cast out of heaven, fallen angels and their subordinates have been known to occupy churches and use them as bases. However, they go out of their way to destroy all of the religious icons in these churches in the process out of spite for their former leader. Currently, the fallen angels have the smallest population among the three factions, but can increase their numbers by tempting existing angels. Devils are beings that originated from the underworld consisting of the 72 pillars of high-class devil noble families, the extra demons and the countless armies under them. The total lifespan of a devil is approximately 10,000 years. The devils were originally led by the four great Satans prior to their death in the Great War. Following the end of the Great War, the descendants of the original Satans apart from Rias wanted to continue the Great War, but were faced with opposition by other devils, most prominently the Baal clan, who assumed authority after the death of their leaders. This started a civil war between the devils with the descendants of the original Satans losing the war and a new government was formed among the devils. The new government then appoints 4 new Satans through strength and accomplishment in the civil war. After the formation of the new devil government, Ajuka Beelzebub developed the Evil Pieces system to help replenish the decreased armies of the devils, eventually creating the raiding games. And that are the races that consist of the 3 factions. There are other races and mythological factions but you can read about them in my records. Cleria drank some of her tea to rest for a bit. Chapter 14, Plans for the Future. As for the not-so-common knowledge, except for one, they are all recorded and written by me. You can find it buried 50 meters deep under this table. Cleria continued. Except for one. Why would you make an exception? Could it be that you didn't have a chance to record it yet? Kasuk played with his empty cup while asking. Really sharp. You're right. I didn't have a chance to write it down and keep it yet. It's also probably the biggest reason that we were hunted down. Cleria just smiled wryly at Kasuk's deduction. What? Masaomi, on the other hand, was understandably shocked at the revelation. I'm sorry dear, because of my knowledge, we put our lives into danger. Cleria faced Masaomi and bowed to him with tears about to fall from her eyes. Masaomi didn't let Cleria to do that for long and immediately hugged her while whispering to her ears, "It's okay, I already promised you that I will forever be with you." Cleria couldn't stop her tears anymore as she has been hiding this piece of important secret, even if it is just a speculation, from him since yesterday. A heavy weight in her heart was finally relieved along with her tears when she heard Masaomi's words. Kasuk read the mood and didn't interrupt them. He just played with Yoruichi's paws while waiting for them to calm down. Wiping her tears, Cleria apologized to Kasuk for the interruption. The secret that I managed to uncover is about the existence of the king piece. She continued explaining. Isn't Evil Pieces system adopted the idea of chess? So the leader should have this king piece. What is wrong with that? Kasuk was quite confused as the game of chess can't happen without the king. The problem is every young high-class devil receive only 15 pieces, without the king piece. The master of the peerage can use his or her demonic power to brand the evil pieces they received. It is common sense that there is no king pieces. Making another cup of tea for everyone, Cleria continued to narrate. Heh. So this non-existent pieces are. Kasuk urges her to continue. They exist, and only those in highest position are aware of them. I only accidentally discovered it. Then what can these king pieces do to warrant such excessive actions of hunting you down just because you know about? They can provide a power-up to the master of the peerage. At least 10 times to 100 times of their base power. Cleria took a deep breath before saying this. The room was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 to 100 times. Masaomi shouted. I see. Raiding game and evil pieces are the foundations of the modern devil society and the usage of this basically cheating or just plain corruption. If came to light, various people will lose their shit. Kasuk muttered after being silent for a moment. You're right. That is why they can't let me off, especially since I know that the top 3 rankers of raiding game are king pieces users. They made their way to the top through cheating. Just being one of the rankers give you various privileges. Cleria lamentably agreed. Another silence descended among them. What do you plan to do now? Kasuk asked after finishing his second cup of tea. Hide. Let things cool down. Live a quiet life somewhere and establish a family with Masaomi. Cleria finally smiled and held Masaomi's hand. I see, then take that cloak with you. It'll make you look like a normal human. Kasuk smiled back and gave his blessing to the two. Thank you for everything, the couple once again expressed their gratitude. Clearia passed a few more things and the method of activating the teleportation array to Kasuk before getting ready to leave. Oh, one more thing. Just a piece of friendly advice. Don't let the quiet and peaceful life dull your skills, on the contrary, improve it for unexpected rainy days. Kasuk said before they teleported away. The couple looked shocked for a moment before saying, Are you really a kid? Why do you seem more experienced than us? Ha. Whatever, we'll do just that. Thanks. Then they disappeared. Kasuk and Yoruichi were left alone in this wide chamber. What do we do next? Yoruichi's voice resounded from Kasuk's side. We take a quick look at the books until 4 p.m., then go home for dinner. I'm still tired from yesterday's ordeal. Kasuk replied while walking through the bookshelves. Don't forget to buy my yogurt before going home. The cat didn't forget her snack and reminded her partner. Yes, yes. The next day. After eating his breakfast, Kasuk was lazing on the sofa while watching the Magical Girl show being aired on television when their doorbell rang. Kasuk, take the door for a moment. He heard her mother from the kitchen who was washing the dishes. Got it. Kasuk got up and walked to the door. When he peeped through the pinhole, he saw two familiar figures. He opened the door and greeted the two, Uncle Tuji. And some girl I don't know. Please come in, my mother is inside. Who is some girl you don't know? I'm Irina. The young girl in frilly white dress and hair tied up in ponytail immediately reacted at Kasuk's remark. What? Why are you dressing like a girl? Kasuk feigned a shocked expression. I'm a girl. Irina finally lost it and was ready to pounce on Kasuk. Kasuk, stop teasing her so much. Kasuk's mother, Sakura, appeared behind him and gave him a knock on the head. Tuji-san, Irina-chan, please come in. I'll prepare tea and snacks. Sakura continued and invited the guests in. Tuji just smiled at the kids' antics but Kasuk can still see traces of exhaustion on his face. We'll take your offer, thanks for having us. The three sat in the living room while Sakura prepares the tea and snacks. Kasuk and Irina are still bickering and Tuji just watched with a light smile. Sakura came out and joined them. What brings you here today? She asked Tuji after she gave the cup of tea. Tuji took a sip before saying, Irina and me here to say our farewells. Irina became gloomy and stopped eating her snacks after hearing this. Farewell. Are you moving out? Sakura inquired. Yes. Due to my work, we will be moving to Europe. Kasuk-kun has been a good friend of my Irina here. I also wanted to thank him before leaving. Tuji patted his daughter's head to comfort her. Tuji looked at Kasuk and said, Thank you Kasuk-kun for taking care of Irina. You're welcome, uncle. We'll probably see again each other in the future, and by then, I hope she isn't a pain in the butt as she is now. Kasuk replied to Tuji while grinning at Irina. Who is the pain in the butt? Irina was once again furious, but she didn't have the gloomy aura anymore. The four talked about random things for about half an hour before Tuji and Irina bid their goodbyes and saying that they still have to go to the Hayato residence. After seeing them off, the mother and son duo entered back to their house. Will you miss her? Sakura suddenly asked her son. Of course, she's like my little sister after all. Kasuk replied but didn't stop walking towards his room. Sakura just smiled at him. Kasuk returned to his room and saw Yoruichi enjoying her milk while in cat form. Yoruichi looked at him and asked, What's the plan from now on? Many. Kasuk jumped to his bed before he continued. First, we study everything in the library. I saw some books about magicians and mana manipulation yesterday. That will help us fuse our physical and spiritual body. After we accomplish that, we'll be able to regain our former abilities and with some improvement. We'll also be able to materialize our Zenpakutus. In my case, I think I'll also be able to take out a hollow mask with the help of Hogyoku. And lastly is the reopening of the Urahara store. All of this will take some years to complete. Kasuk finished speaking and looked at his cat for some input. You still haven't given up of that desolated store of yours? It is my calling. Chapter 15, Back to Business, Updated. Afternoon, a pleasant wind is blowing and the weather is sunny but it isn't too hot. A young man is walking through the quiet streets of the town's outskirts. He is a tall, lean man with light skin and gray eyes. His hair is messy and light blonde, with strands framing the sides of the face and hanging between his eyes. He is wearing the Ko Academy uniform which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. This man is, of course, Kasuk Urahara. He turned 17 this year and is now a second-year high school of Ko Academy. He is currently walking back home after school. When he reached his place, he didn't enter his house, instead, he crossed the road and went inside a two-story building. This building is a cheap candy store with a signboard that says, Urahara Shop. Kasuk's mother, Urahara Sakura, is currently on a 1-month business trip and left a week ago. Over the counter, you can see an old lady manning it. This old lady is actually not a human but a jigai, faux body, with a basic mod soul to tend to shop while Kasuk is not in. It automatically enters inside and disappears once Kasuk takes over and appear whenever Kasuk goes to school. Kasuk entered the shop from the side and said, I'm home. Welcome home. A reply came from a black cat with golden pupils that walked out from the corner. How was today? The cat continued speaking with a distinctly male voice. Tiring. President Shitori is still hounding me for taking a photo of her when I accidentally saw her cosplaying as a magical girl. Kasuk removed his shoes at the door and proceeded to his room to change. Oh, that glasses girl. She is a devil, right? Yoruichi followed him inside and continued asking, seemingly curious. Yeah. She is the leader of one of the 2 devil groups that entered the town 2 years ago and the current student council president. She even used the help of her hyperactive knight, Tomo Meguri, to try to chase me when there is no one around. Kasuk changes into his signature attire, which consists of a dark green shihakusho, garment of dead souls, without an undershirt. Over this, he wears a black haori, which sports a white diamond pattern along its bottom half, reminiscent of an inverted captain's haori. He also wore wooden sandals and a striped dark green and white bucket hat that shadows his eyes. Thus the re-emergence of Mr. Hat enclogs at the world where mythological beings walk the earth. How did you escape then? Since I can't show the strength of above-ordinary humans yet, I choose to materialize Benihime in her cane form and stripe the skirt of that knight to stop chasing me. The 2 then proceeded to the counter to sit. The fake old lady is already nowhere to be found. As expected of one of the perverted quartet, your methods live up to its name, hee. Yoruichi tried teasing Kasuk but suddenly remembered his words. Wait, you used Benihime. Isn't that worse than showing strength? In our old world, maybe, but not here. A human with extraordinary strength is not normal, but a normal human materializing a weapon is not unheard of. They will just think of me as a guy who is a bit skilled in swordsmanship and has a sword-type sacred gear, nothing out of common sense. Kasuk explained to Yoruichi. But still, is that fine? It is. When those 2 groups of devils arrive, the activities of supernaturals increased. There are even a few fallen angels coming in and out these days. It won't be long before a conflict occurs. We might not be able to hide anymore, especially since Issei's left arm's aura kept increasing day by day and will soon attract some attention. I want to see what will happen. Kasuk took out a fan and started fanning himself while having a grin, thinking of the future. What a bad smile. Well, he really does remind me Ichigo, albeit a lot more perverted. If he is similar to Ichigo in our old world, then he will probably become a center of the maelstrom, in other words, a protagonist. Yoruichi commented when she thought of the perverted kid who became best friends with Kasuk. How did it go for you today? Kasuk suddenly changed the subject and asked Yoruichi. I'm done practicing everything and even improved some. I'm officially back to my heyday and stronger. Yoruichi replied happily. Then we really don't have any reason to remain hidden any longer. You probably already very bored, considering you're a bit of a battle maniac. Kasuk was happy for her partner but remembered something else. You practiced everything. I'm pretty sure you didn't even try your last move. Shall we? No way in hell. Yoruichi has acted like someone stepped on her tail. Oh come on, it is not that BAOW. Kasuk has tried to persuade the cat, but with an annoying grin on his face, so Yoruichi scratched his face and ran away. Kasuk just smiled at his lover's action while nursing his wounds. Kasuk and Yoruichi regained their full abilities plus more. They don't know how strong are they in this world, but they are sure that they are safe from random devils, angels, or fallen angels. This is not them being arrogant but confident. And Kasuk's comparison of random devil is Rizavim, who he encountered years ago, the self-proclaimed super devil. To summarize Kasuk's current abilities: full mastery of Kidu, demon arts, common, modified and original, Shuinpa, flash step, Hakuta, hand-to-hand combat, and Zenjutsu, art of the sword, for his Shinigami abilities. He also became a wizard thanks to the Hogyoku giving him hollow abilities, though he was more close to an Arrancar due to his movesets, which are Zero, Hollow Flash, Gran Ray Zero, Royal Hollow Flash, Zero Oscuras, Black Hollow Flash, Bara, Hollow Bullet, He Arrow, Iron Skin, which boost his defenses to a large degree, and Descorer, Loosening Void, which allows him to use Garganta, but he modified it so that he can open a passage anywhere he has been. But due to this hollowification, his Zanpakuto, Benihime, became even more unreasonable and unmanageable. If the former Benihime is a prim and proper princess in Yukata, albeit sadistic, the Benihime now is delinquent who now wants to see everyone's blood. Yoruichi has the same skill set as her former self but stronger due to mana. Kasuk can't hollowify her because of her very special Zanpakuto. Up to this day, she still can't control her Zanpakuto, Byako. Chapter 16, Koneko Toju. When the sky darkened, Kasuk decided to call it a day and close the shop. Even though there isn't much customer, he quite likes the atmosphere and peacefulness as he ponders on several things, both important or just some random thoughts. He walks towards the kitchen after he locked the doors to make himself and Yoruichi some dinner. Kasuk remembered that he will be having a guest later, so he added another serving of traditional Japanese food which consists of soup, fish, and rice. The smell of the food attracted the angry cat and she entered through the window at the side of the dining table. She jumped to the counter and saw Kasuk preparing 3 servings. 3 servings? Ah. You're calling her again tonight? Are you sure your taste didn't change over this past few years and became a lolicon? Yoruichi teasingly said. Nope. I really want to summon the black-haired devil with ridiculous tits. But she seems so busy I just can't get lucky. Kasuk replied while frying some fish. Really, those are ridiculous, reminds you of Inoue and Ranjaku. But why not choose the redhead or the soul guy? Grimmory-san is a high-class pure-blooded devil, and we already met someone like her long ago. Remember Clearia Belial? Kasuk decided to add stir-fried vegetables in today's menu and started preparing it. I can somewhat recall. Right, she is a high-class devil. Then why not the guy? I'm also interested in Kibakuin's sacred gear, but he's still just a human when he reincarnated as a devil. Koneko-chan, before she became a devil, is not a human. If I were to guess, probably a Nikomata. Even she tried to hide her characteristics, she can't hide everything, and those things she can't hide matches some of the records in Clearia's library. Kasuk finished making the food and immediately prepared the plates and utensils. Ho-hoo. A Nikomata, huh? Any other reasons? Your clan's record states that your ancestors are from another world that decided to reside at Soul Society. I thought that maybe your lineage is somewhat related to Nikomata due to your strange ability to transform into a cat and your Zanpakuto that only appears in your clan every few thousand years. After Kasuk finished setting the table up, a red magic circle appeared in the living room. A red light bloomed from it and there she appeared. A petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. She wears the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, without the shoulder cape. Her height is 138 centimeters, 4 feet 6 inches, which makes her quite short. This young girl with a dull expression that appeared inside the teleportation is Koneko Toju, a first-year high school student at Kuo Academy and a devil who is here for Kasuk's summons. Good evening Kasuk, pervert senpai, Yoruichi-san. Koneko greeted the two who are already seated at the dining table. You didn't have to correct yourself there. Kasuk immediately retorted. It is your fault for being such a pervert. Don't complain. Yoruichi bitched slapped Kasuk with her cat paws. Koneko was just quiet at their exchange. What is it, Koneko-chan? Can't get used to a talking cat. Kasuk noticed Kaneko's behavior and asked in a frivolous tone. What is there to be surprised about? Aren't you a cat too? Yoruichi also commented on the petite girl's behavior. How did you? Koneko is understandably shocked because only a few people knew of her history and lineage. Ah. You see, this guy here can use his head quite well and he just sort of guessed it from his stalking you for the past 2 times you were summoned. Yoruichi explained. Koneko looked at Kasuk like he is dirty garbage which is on the way of her path and covered her modest chest with a pout. Wrong. It is observation Yoruichi, observa tie-in. Kasuk immediately defended himself but didn't manage to change Kaneko's expression. Try peeking again senpai. Koneko didn't continue speaking but gave Kasuk a threatening look. Kasuk didn't say anything and stood up. He goes in front of Koneko and stares down at her due to their difference in height. Koneko thought that he was angry for what she said, but his next actions left her dumbfounded for a moment. Kasuk suddenly crouches down and lifted her skirt with a wide smile. Today is white and light blue stripe, huh? Very nice. After a few seconds of silence, Kasuk earned a knee to the face from Koneko and he flew back for a few feet until he hit the wall with a loud thud. The worst. Koneko still wants to pummel for a few more times but Yoruichi spoke up. Stop messing around now, the food will get cold. Right, let's eat. Koneko-chan, stop standing there and sit down. Kasuk stood up like nothing happened and happily invited Koneko to dine with them. Koneko just sighed at her shameless and perverted senpai and sat down. Good thing Yoruichi-san didn't get Kasuk-senpai's pervertedness. Oyoi Koneko-chan, take a look at Yoruichi. How the hell can you tell that she isn't a pervert? She's an exhibitionist. Kasuk replied to Kaneko's remarks. A cat doesn't need any clothes. Yoruichi protested at Kasuk's word. Koneko just quietly ate her food and regret that she spoke too soon. She didn't notice the discrepancy in Kasuk's word. Yoruichi's voice just gives too much male impression. They ate their dinner in relish while talking about random things and their daily lives. After half an hour, they finished dinner and moved towards the living room and turned on the television. Kasuk prepared 2 cups of tea for him and Koneko and a cup of milk for Yoruichi. He also prepared some snacks to go with their drinks. Kasuk-senpai, tell me why you called me over again. By the way, I won't be doing any cosplay for you anymore. Koneko munched on her snacks in great relish even after eating dinner. That is regrettable, but I want to ask a different thing today. What is it? Please tell me about you, devils. Anything you know will do. Kasuk took out her portable note and pen ready to listen. Even though Kasuk already read about devils in Cleria's library, it doesn't hurt to know them through the eyes of the devil herself, especially from a reincarnated devil point of view. Chapter 17, Evil Pieces. You want to know about us? Koneko tilted her head in question, about what exactly? Let's see. Didn't you say you're from the grimmory household when I first summoned you? Tell me about that. Kasuk asked as he chewed his snacks. Will this be tonight's contract? Koneko wanted to confirm. Yep. If it is some secret of the sort, then I can ask for a different thing. Kasuk affirmed. No. It's not really a secret. Then I'll start with. Koneko's master is a high-class devil called Rias Grimmory. Rias Grimmory is the daughter and second child of the Grimmory family. She became the heir after her brother, Sirzex, became the Satan Lucifer, losing his right as heir to the house. Koneko is Rias' second devil servant with the position of the Rook. Currently, they use the Occult Research Club as a front to gather do their activities. Rias' other servants, aside from Koneko, are Akino Haimjima, the Queen, Yudo Kiba, the Knight, and a bishop which was sealed at Sirzek's command. What are these positions like, Rook? Yoruichi asked after she's done with her milk. Before I tell you about the positions, you should know about the evil pieces first. The evil pieces, also known as the devil's pieces, are a set of 15 chess pieces given to top-class devils to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into devils. The evil pieces were created by Ajuka Beelzebub to help replenish the number of devils after the Great War which had caused the death of countless devils. The creation of the evil pieces eventually lead to the creation of the rating game. Evil pieces are commonly given to pure-blooded high-class devils, so that they can gather servants of their own. Reincarnated devils are also given the chance to receive evil pieces should they rise in rank and become a high-class or ultimate-class devil. When a devil receives the right to obtain the evil pieces, they are required to go to the Satan's territory and touch a monument which functions as a replacement king piece to register themselves as king. The evil pieces are identical to normal chess pieces in terms of appearance but will glow in accordance to the magic color of its users when in use. Based on the game of chess, there are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns chess pawn that are given to top-class devils, king, with a peerage. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into devils and become servants of the top-class devil. The evil pieces can reincarnate those who died recently or anyone still living who chooses to be reincarnated. The strengths, talents, and skills of the being to be reincarnated plays a large role in determining how many pieces will be used for reincarnation. Different evil pieces cannot be used together. Evil pieces can also be exchanged between top-class devils with a peerage. Queens possess all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. Within individual peerages, queens typically act as their master's second-in-command, overseeing the rest of the peerage. Rooks gain superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. However, they are not very quick and can get beaten easily by a high-speed opponent. The king can perform castling with a rook piece. Bishops gain enhanced magical abilities which they can use to conjure up a multitude of spells, offensive, healing, etc. However, more powerful spells consume most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. Knights gain increased speed and mobility, enabling them to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers. However, their main weakness is their low defense, making them vulnerable to powerful attacks if they are not careful. Another weakness among knights are their legs. If their legs are injured, their mobility is greatly reduced. The traits of pawns is the ability to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. There are also special pieces known as the mutation pieces. If reviving a person requires more than one piece, then using one mutation piece would be sufficient in reincarnating that person instead of having to use several pieces. Mutation pieces can be a queen, rook, knight, bishop, or pawn. They are said to be very rare, and only 1 out of 10 devils possess the piece. Normal evil pieces can also change into mutation pieces. Another feature installed in the evil pieces are the unused evil pieces, which will undergo changes according to the master's growth, allowing the king to use fewer pieces when reincarnating other beings into devils. That's one hell of a system, no pun intended, Yoruichi commented. Indeed, that Ajuka Beelzebub is one devilish genius, also no pun intended. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. Koneko-chan, you said that you are a rook, right? Then your fighting style should be hand-to-hand combat. Yoruichi curiously asked Koneko. Koneko just nodded her head in confirmation. Then how about a spar with this guy here? Yoruichi suddenly suggested. Kasuk and Koneko are both dumbfounded. What? Did I say something so shocking? Yoruichi asked the two. Why would you even suggest that? I want to see her fight. Don't you also want to see a devil in action? Yoruichi explained her motives. But Kasuk-senpai might get hurt. He's just a human after all. Koneko can't still agree with her. It's all right. Even if he receives another 1,000 of those knees earlier, he would just laugh it off. But. And didn't he introduce himself as a mage when he first summoned you? He can cast some body-strengthening spells to bridge the gap between you two, albeit slightly. Yoruichi continued her persuasion. Still. Oh, I just remembered. I saw photos of you when you cosplayed for the shop. Some of them are even a bit risque. Yoruichi hammered the final nail in the coffin. Yosh, let's do this, senpai. Kaneko's aura suddenly flared up and she started cracking her knuckles. Yoruichi, you traitor. Kasuk, who is just listening all this while, was shocked at his cat's betrayal. Chapter 18, Poking Galore. At the back of the store, two figures were standing in the middle of 150 square meters vacant lot surrounded by a wooden fence 2 meters in height. The night sky is clear of any clouds. The moonlight and stars provide enough illumination for those who are wandering around. The first figure is a petite girl with white hair cracking her knuckles preparing for the incoming fight. The second figure, however, just stands there looking up while scratching his head seemingly in deep thought. Can we start? The first figure, which is Koneko, asked while still having a dull expression. You can beat him up now. Yoruichi, who is sitting on top of the fence just a few meters away from them, answered. Koneko didn't say anything else and just charged at him, aiming to punch his gut. When Kaneko's fist is about to land, Kasuk suddenly moved to the side and held her stretched out arm, them flinging her to the air, dropping a few meters away from Kasuk's back. Koneko just lay there on her back facing the night sky, still can't believe what just happened. Kasuk's actions were just too fast for her to react. It's not that I'm too fast, it's just that you're too focused on pummeling me and the whole point of the sparring was thrown out. Kasuk's voice suddenly resounded. Kasuk is looking down on her with a large grin on her face. Shall we start sparring for real now? Koneko flipped towards Kasuk in an attempt to kick his face, but he just dodges by jumping back. Now standing face to face again, Koneko glared at Kasuk. You tricked me, senpai. Ha ha ha. Fighting isn't just about battle prowess, it includes everything on the battlefield, especially your feelings and state of mind. Kasuk just pretended to be in deep thought when in reality, he is watching Kaneko's every move. You also got too focused on the idea of beating me up when Yoruichi told you so. Kasuk continued explaining. And look, if you're in a life or death battle now, you'd be struggling for your life now. Kasuk opened his hands and showed it to Koneko. My hair clips, when did you? Koneko subconsciously touched the part of her hair where the hair clips are formerly. About time to get serious, isn't it? Kasuk put her hair clips inside his pocket. He noticed something strange on one of them and wanted to check it later before returning it to Koneko. Koneko kept quiet and charged at Kasuk again, but this time, with more prudence and seriousness. Koneko threw a storm punches and kicks while maneuvering around Kasuk, but he just kept dodging while also occasionally poking various parts of her body, like her forehead, cheeks, thighs, legs, stomach, and others. This infuriated Koneko to no ends and she stopped holding back, which left many potholes on the ground in her wake. Kasuk just did the same as before, poking at various places, seemingly having fun. About 10 minutes into their sparring, Yoruichi had enough. Stop. At her words, Kasuk jumped back from Koneko for a few meters, but Koneko didn't stop and still lunged at Kasuk. Wait, Koneko-chan. We're done sparring. Kasuk raised his hands in surrender. No. I haven't punched your face. Koneko replied and kept throwing punches at him, focusing especially on his face. But I didn't poke any very private part, did I? Kasuk just dodges everything that Koneko throws at him without the retaliating poke anymore. Regardless, I still want to your face. Koneko was already blinded by rage, but it isn't that obvious because she only has pout and tears that are about to fall on her face. Fine, here is my face. Kasuk suddenly stopped moving and offered his head. Koneko didn't think much of it and go at it with her full force. She thought that Kasuk is messing around with her again. But to Kaneko's surprise, her fist connected to his face and sent him flying, punching a hole through the wooden fence, only stopping after hitting a concrete wall of the building near the candy shop, creating some cracks on it. Kasuk slumped down to the ground, unmoving. Koneko finally processed what just happened and dashed towards Kasuk. Senpai. She is very worried and nervous since the force that she used just now is enough to kill just any normal human. Koneko reached Kasuk and checked on him. His pulse is too slow and didn't have consciousness. Evidently, he will die in a few minutes. Koneko panicked big time as she didn't know any healing technique and the hospital is very far from where they are in very few cars. She won't make it even. She started carrying him now and run with all her might. Tears started flowing for real this time. Even though her senpai is a pervert, different from any man she met thus far, he doesn't give any lustful feeling despite his actions. It was something different. Koneko, after spending a few days playing with him, finally found what it was. It was just pure admiration for beauty. In her curiosity, Koneko would sometimes spend some of her free time to go and purchase some snacks from Urahara shop and watch the antics of the men and cat duo. Before long, Kasuk treated Koneko like his little sister, the same on how he treated both Yururu and Jinta in the past. And Koneko also considered him as one of her few friends, even if he always messes with her. Koneko is intending to summon her master, Rias grimmory, to beg her to reincarnate Kasuk as a devil servant. She would just apologize and ask for punishment later to Kasuk. What is important to her now is to keep her senpai safe and alive. When she was about to call Rias, Kasuk suddenly popped like a balloon. Koneko just kneeled not knowing what to do when she suddenly heard Yoruichi's voice from behind. You've done it now, Kasuk. Koneko didn't understand Yoruichi's words and didn't intend to do so since she has a bigger problem of looking where her senpai's body go before it is too late. Even if you didn't tell me that, I'd feel guilty. Koneko heard this voice and she snapped her head to look at the direction it came from. There she saw Kasuk beside the cat scratching his face with embarrassed look safe and sound. Her eyes widened in shock not knowing what to make of this situation. Kasuk also didn't know how to respond as he didn't expect to get that much reaction from the stoic little girl. All he can do now is to make it as a joke. He took out his fan and put it over his face and laughed. Ha ha ha, you've been pranked. Chapter 19, Don't Scare the Cat. Ha ha ha, you've been pranked. Silence descended on the three of them. Kasuk has cold sweat running through his back while he maintains his nonchalant expression. Yoruichi is snickering at Kasuk's actions and Koneko is slowly walking towards the two with her head hanging down. Her hair bangs were shadowing her eyes. Kasuk can't see the face she is making right now and is just waiting for her to reach him and get pummeled for real. When Koneko reached Kasuk, she was just more than a foot away. Due to the height difference, Kasuk can only see her head still hanging down. Her next action, however, shocked not only Kasuk but also Yoruichi. Koneko hugged Kasuk and started apologizing with her sniffling voice. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yoruichi gave Kasuk a blaming look. Kasuk, on the other hand, panicked for the first time since he reincarnated here. He hurriedly patted Kaneko's head and said, No, Koneko-chan. Don't apologize. It's my jokes that have gone too far. I'm sorry. Did I just open some sort of trauma for her? Is what he thought, otherwise, she wouldn't have such a reaction. But before he could contemplate more on this idea, Koneko moved to his back while still hugging him. He felt his body became lighter and the next thing he knew was he is knocking his head to the ground. Koneko just did a German suplex on him and wiped her face of her tears. Yoruichi-san, please let me borrow your bathroom and washing machine. I'm sticky from sweat and dust. Koneko faced the cat and started walking towards the shop. Sure. I'll show where is it. Yoruichi responded and followed Koneko inside. Kasuk was left all alone having an affair with the ground but he isn't even mad as he thought that his punishment is pretty light. Koneko took an hour-and-a-half long bath to clean and also calm herself down. Her uniform was also done with dry cleaning. Koneko dried her for another 5 minutes. She noticed that her hair clips are still not with her. Remembering her senpai still has those, she dressed up and went to the living room. In there, Kasuk is nowhere to be found. Koneko only saw Yoruichi on top of the sofa watching a late-night TV show, and a mountain of snacks situated on the center table. Koneko smiles a little at this sight but immediately returned to her stoic expression. She sat down on the sofa and started working on those snacks. Kasuk-senpai. Koneko asked Yoruichi while munching on cookies. He said he wanted to check on something and returned to his room on the second floor. He's been at it for more than an hour now. Yoruichi looked at Koneko. Cute, she thought. Koneko stopped eating and looked at the cat. Is he avoiding me? She inquired in a low voice. No way that's the case. That idiot's face is thicker than the wall of China. The cat retorted at her words. Pfft. This is one of the rare times that Yoruichi saw Koneko laugh. Really cute is what on her mind. Hey, Koneko-chan, you should at least deny that. You know I'm a wholesome senpai that gets embarrassed on many occasions. Kasuk came walking from the stair, a cheeky grin on his face. Shut up, Ero-senpai. Koneko didn't look at him and just continued eating. Harsh. Kasuk also sat down on the sofa and helped Koneko with the snacks. How did you do it? Koneko suddenly asked. How can you keep dodging and countering my attacks? I know for sure that I'm faster and stronger than you. Can you see the future? Ha. No way. I'm not a fortune teller. Kasuk just laughed at Kaneko's guess. Then how? Koneko-chan, you're strong, physically, but as a fighter, you're very inexperienced. Koneko looked at him, urging him to continue. I can tell your next action based on how you move your muscles and how you flare up your aura. You're too straightforward with how you fight and rarely use any feints. After fighting you for a few minutes, I managed to figure your whole style. You didn't notice that I was leading you to do some actions that I can easily counter. Remember those pokes? Those are your openings in which you wouldn't be able to react in time and can be fatal if attacked with enough force. Koneko glared at Kasuk when she heard the word pokes, but Kasuk ignored it and just continued explaining. How were you able to do all of that? Koneko pouted as she remembered their match. She received too many pokes and the thought of all of that can actually kill her scared her a little. How? Let's just say that I've been in some life or death battles and I had to learn that to survive. Kasuk stood up and walked to the kitchen to get the barley tea in the refrigerator. He returned with 2 glasses and filled it to the brim. Koneko is silently contemplating everything that Kasuk had just said. You could have hit him if you stop holding back. Yoruichi, who is silently watching the two all this time, suddenly spoke. I didn't hold anything back at the last few minutes of our sparring. Koneko is confused at Yoruichi's words. The cat sounds like he is very certain that she was holding back. You're holding back, and you know it, Yoruichi repeated her words. Koneko, as if she remembered something, shuddered. How did you? Koneko just trailed her words in response. I see. So you are afraid. Kasuk immediately saw through her concerns. Kaneko's eyes widened. She was shocked yet again at Kasuk's words. The only people who knew of her origins and real abilities are those of the grimmory household. Due to a certain incident when she was young, she came to fear her powers and never used it again. She is worried that this power will take hold of her and hurt those around and important to her. Hence her reaction earlier when she thought that she almost killed Kasuk. She hangs her head down and tears are about to flow again when she felt a hand landing down on her head. Koneko looked up and saw Kasuk, eyes still shadowed by his hat, but he has a gentle smile on his face. Koneko, if you don't want to use it, then don't, if that is going to make you more at ease. But remember this, you have a power within you because you own it, not the other way around. What does that mean? Koneko wiped her tears and asked. It means that power is something for you to control, and you don't have to be afraid of something you control. It was Yoruichi who answered Kaneko's question. Well. You can think about that later, it doesn't have to be now. Kasuk suddenly clapped his hands to change the mood. Koneko-chan, it's pretty late. You should go. He reminded her. Thanks for having me, Kasuk-senpai, Yoruichi-san. Koneko stood up and bowed to the two. A red magic circle appeared below her. Take this with you. Kasuk took out a paper bag and stuffed a bunch of snacks to it and gave it to Koneko. If you want to train your hand-to-hand combat and some fighting experience, you can come here. This guy will accompany you. Yoruichi said to Koneko while she waves her paw. Thanks, I will. Koneko disappeared in a burst of light, teleporting her away. Aren't you too soft on her? Yoruichi directed a question to Kasuk. Well, aren't you the same? It feels like I have a little sister that I can spoil. Kasuk covered his face with the fan and laughed. Right, I have this strange urge to spoil her. Yoruichi agreed with him. Chapter 20, The 4 Heavenly Perverts. A week has passed. Koneko accepted Yoruichi's invitation to practice her hand-to-hand combat. She came 4 times this week and Kasuk accompanied her every time. Each session lasts for about 4 hours and Koneko didn't need any body and stamina training due to her rook piece, so Kasuk focused on her technique training. Kasuk taught her different stances and the usage of light and heavy forces. He also taught her how to refine her demonic power to use it for attacks and active defense, as her rook piece automatically uses it to strengthen her body. Kasuk can see real improvements in her skills every session as she is very talented in this regard and takes her training very seriously. It is to the point that Kasuk can't play around much anymore on their sparring matches if he wants to keep the force he is using. Koneko, however, is very frustrated as she can still see her senpai very nonchalant at everything. She's doing everything she could so just she could kick Kasuk's face just once. She thought that she is not improving at all. But she's still trying her best to learn everything her senpai taught her despite not seeing improvement from her perspective. And this is what both Kasuk and Yoruichi were happy to see, to persevere even not seeing much progress. That is also why Kasuk and Yoruichi are very enthusiastic at their teaching. Kasuk asked Koneko to keep their training a secret and use her former battle style when there is a fight, which is like a brutal cat that smashes everything. It's a pretty easy thing to do for Koneko what her senpai asked, as she didn't have to think much when fighting and just mow everything down, one of the reasons why Koneko can't see her progress. Kasuk gave her a reason that he can't use everything he taught her in a real fight yet, as she hasn't learned everything and might just hurt herself. In reality, Kasuk told her this as he didn't want to grab the attention on the grimmory peerage yet. In their eyes, Kasuk is just a big fan of Koneko. Kasuk is currently walking along the hallway while yawning. He hadn't had any proper sleep due to researching and decoding the data hidden on Koneko's hair clip. The fruits of his labor bore and he finished decoding everything. The data inside is a bunch of experimental logs about creating an artificial super devil, which of course surprised Kasuk quite a bit as experiments like this are often inhuman. The main theory about creating a super devil isn't recorded but he can glean some aspects of it. The experimental logs mainly record the development of the Black Neko show and its reaction to various catalysts projected by the main theory. The Black Nekosho's magic improved by leaps and bounds but it had the price of deteriorating the body. The researchers then concluded that the Black Neko show won't last until the experiments were done and planned the future track of experiments on the backup White Neko show. But the logs abruptly stopped there. He didn't know how Koneko got hold of this data but he is sure that it is not a coincidence as Koneko gives so much importance to her hair clips. Kasuk, however, can't be sure what is its connection to her as the term Neko show didn't come up in any books inside Cleria's library. He isn't even sure if Nekomata and Neko show are related at all aside from the Neko in both of its names. Kasuk encrypted the data again and erased the traces of his access to it. He planned to return it to Koneko by the end of the day. When he entered his classroom, he heard some students arguing. Kiryu Aika. You don't know the charm of Momo Momozono. A guy with a shaved head and wearing his school uniform with an unbuttoned blazer shouted, making all girls in the classroom except for one reel in disgust. Why should I understand the charm of an adult video actress? Are you asking me to understand the fetishes of you three? Asked back the spectacled beauty which has gold-colored eyes and lightly messy brunette hair tied into braids on each side. Regrettably, this beauty is also a pervert. Damn you Kiryu Aika. The three guys opposite of her raised their voices. These three guys were Matsuda, Motohama, and his childhood friend Issei. They are one of the few male students of the Ko Academy since this school just became co-ed just more than a year ago. They are also known as the three of the four heavenly perverts. As for the last one of the four, it is Kasuk himself due to some of his conduct and numerous girls witnessing the trio sharing their porn to Kasuk for him to give it a review. You four sure are energetic early this morning. Yawn. Kasuk reached his seat and greeted the arguing students. Kasuk. The trio acted as if they found their savior. Kasuk, help us enlighten her with Momo-sama's greatness. The one who spoke is Motohama. Motohama has the ability to calculate a female's body measurements just by looking, which earned him nicknames such as perverted glasses and 3 sizes scouter. It's stated that he has a special body where his power level plummets down when he takes his glasses off. Motohama is known to have better results than both Issei and Matsuda and appears to be the most level-headed of the trio as he tries to keep his cool even when committing perverted acts. Why should I? Kasuk thought about this outrageous idea of educating a high school girl about a porn actress. Urahara Kasuk, the strongest of the four heavenly perverts. The girl, Kiryu Aika suddenly commented. Haha, you overestimate me. Kasuk scratched his cheek and replied to her. Overestimate? You have better photography skills than Matsuda, a more accurate scouter than Motohama, and more profound knowledge than Issei. You're too humble. Aika smiled at Kasuk's words while fixing her pink-framed glasses. Haha. I'll get embarrassed if you praise me that much. She isn't praising you. It means you're of a pervert than the three of us combined. The trio retorted at Kasuk's remark. Anyway, just to defeat her for us. We can't deal with her. Matsuda is still frustrated by their earlier argument. I don't know what happened, but you just want me to make her feel shame again, right? Kasuk inquired at the trio and they all nodded their heads in response. Ugh. Just so you know, even if show me again a photo of me being chased around by a group of dogs or even a picture of me just in my underwear I won't get embarrassed. Aika flinched a bit but immediately regained her confidence. Kasuk didn't say anything and stood up. He walked towards Aika with a serious expression. Aika wanted to back up a bit but she can't as there is a wall behind her. Kasuk reached in front of Aika with just a distance of a foot between them, then he suddenly slammed his right hand to the side of her head hitting the wall behind her. He then lifted her chin with his left hand to match their gazes and flashed a predatorial smile before saying, then how about you and me have some fun later? Aika is dumbfounded, the three stooges are dumbfounded, everyone in the classroom is dumbfounded. Silence prevailed for a few seconds until Aika erupted. Her face heats up and blushes, she then proceeded to give Kasuk a headbutt to his nose. Kasuk winced in pain and Aika escaped from his grasp. Damn you Urahara Kasuk. I'll get back at you for this. She runs out of the classroom while leaving her threats to Kasuk. WHWH what? The three perverts exploded. Well you see, Kiryu-chan might be a pervert and have a lot of knowledge regarding adult relationships, but she doesn't have any personal experiences on this. I assumed that she'll get embarrassed if someone actually confronts her as I did earlier. It's way more effective than I thought though. Ow ow, that hurts. Kasuk explained while he nurses his nose. It makes us madder if you can easily do an Eichmann move like that. The trio wanted to punch Kasuk's face, but they refrained as he is quite ruthless when fighting back. They already saw it a few times. But seeing Kiryu Aika getting embarrassed like that makes her very cute, considering you can only see her with a sneer and very eccentric behavior, Issei said while the two are still seething in anger. Everyone in the classroom agreed with him though nobody voiced it out. Chapter 21, President Shitori. The classes for the day ended. Throughout it, Aika can't look at Kasuk's eyes but she grits her teeth out of frustration and glares behind his head. Kasuk just pretended that she didn't notice her. Kasuk intends to go to Occult Research Club's room to return Kaneko's hair clip to her. But before he reaches the old school building where the club room is, he came across two people that he didn't want to see now. The two, which is Sona Shitori, the current student council president, and Tsubaki Shinra, her vice president, also noticed Kasuk. Sona Shitori is a young, bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes, wearing the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform. Her real name is Sona Sitri and the leader of one of the two devil group that uses the school as their headquarters. Tsubaki is a young, bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromatic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She also wears the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform and she is Sona Sitri's queen in her peerage. The two approached Kasuk but he greeted them first. Yo, President Shitori, and Vice President Shinra, fancy meeting you two here. Indeed, fancy meeting you here. I've been trying to reach you for a whole week now but you seem to disappear each time. Meeting you today is a nice coincidence. Sona fixed her glasses with her left hand and smiled at Kasuk, which isn't really a smile from his perspective. Ahahaha. It really is a nice coincidence. Kasuk just feigned ignorance. To what do I owe the pleasure, Miss President? I want to talk about certain photos that you possess, specifically, photos that may destroy my image as the student council president. Sona glared at Kasuk while saying this. I would also like to extend an invitation to you. If you're free now, let's talk inside the stucco room. She continued. Actually, I'm no, cough. Very well, it's high time that we talk over a cup of tea. Kasuk was about to decline but changed his mind when he felt Sona's aura flared up. Excellent. Follow me. She proceeded to walk in a certain direction without looking back. Tsubaki and Kasuk soon followed her. When they reached the stucco room, Tsubaki opened the double door to let the group in. The room is furnished in an old Western style that gives stern feeling to the visitors. Inside the room is a desk at the head with a nameplate of the current student council president. In the middle is a large rectangular table with several seats at the side. Sona sat down at the head of the rectangular table and invited Kasuk to sit down beside her. Tsubaki meanwhile prepared 2 cups of tea and stood behind Sona after she is done. President Shitori, you said you would like to extend your invitation. Invitation to what? Kasuk took a sip of the tea prepared and asked. He already guessed what it is but wants to hear what the Sitri lady want to say. Going straight to the point, huh? Fine, we can talk about the photo later. Before I answer your question, let me confirm something. You've already summoned Koneko Tuju of the Grimmory household multiple times in this past few months, right? Sona also took a sip and responded at Kasuk's inquiry with a smile. Kasuk didn't answer her and just continued sipping tea. I'll take that as a yes then. She looked at him for a few seconds and said. Like Rias Grimmory and her peerage over the Occult Research Club, we the student council are also devils. Sona and Tsubaki suddenly grew a pair of bat wings. Heh. That's cool. Kasuk just lightly commented on their actions. It seems that you already know about us, from Tuja-san perhaps. Well then, let me introduce myself. I am Sona Sitri, a high-class devil from the Sitri clan, the king of the current student council. A pleasure to meet you. Sona stood up and introduced herself while extending her right hand. Tsubaki Shinra, Sona Sitri's queen. Tsubaki followed. Since you already introduced yourself, it'd be rude if I don't do the same. Kasuk Urahara, just a humble store owner. The pleasure is mine. Kasuk also stood and shook Sona's extended hand. With that out of the way, what do the Sitri clan's heiress wants from a lowly human me? Kasuk directed the conversation. You know a lot. Sona's widened a bit but returned to normal soon after. I just did my homework. Kasuk just shrugged his shoulders. Homework, foo-foo, I see. Sona chuckled a little at Kasuk's words. Well then, I would like to invite you to my peerage to become my knight. It seems that you already know about the evil pieces so I'll spare you the explanations on how. Sona Sitri finally revealed her motives. Heh, why me? Kasuk sat down again and continued sipping his tea. From our last encounter, You were able to fend off my knight Tomo Meguri, who is a reincarnated devil with enhanced speed from my knight piece with your sacred gear and skills. Sona cited her reasons. My sacred gear isn't that impressive though. Look, just a blade hidden inside a cane. Kasuk materialized Benihime in cane form and took out its blade for the two devils to see. Still, what I treasure are your skills. Besides, your blade is still a sacred gear even with its common looks and mediocre aura. It can improve or evolve in the future. Please become my knight. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline your offer. Kasuk shook his head. What do you want? Wealth? Power? Or is it women? You will also have an almost unlimited lifespan. Provided that you have aspirations and work hard, all of these are achievable when you become a devil. Mind you though, we devils aren't necessarily evil, so you don't have to worry if you think you have to do atrocities when you work for me. Sona still hasn't given up and continued to persuade him. Truly a devil's temptation. Sorry. I would still have to refuse your kind offer. I don't want to surrender my humanity just yet. Kasuk still refused. Even if I were to accept it, I doubt those evil pieces can transform me. It might just get shredded by the Hogyoku when it enters my body. Is what is in his mind. Sona and Tsubaki are mildly shocked since it's very rare for a human to be able to refuse temptation so easily. It may be underhanded, but Sona even used a bit of hypnotic magic to her voice for him to agree. Truly a devil's temptation. Fine, but I won't give up just yet. Sona's smile deepened and she wants him even more in her peerage. Then let's talk about the photos that you have, can you please destroy all of it? Sona's smile became chilly all of a sudden when she mentioned the photos. No way. I already fell in love with it. I won't delete it ever. Kasuk suddenly lashed out. Sona and Tsubaki were both taken aback at his reaction. Sona's eyebrow twitches at his remarks and she can feel the veins on her head pulsing. But she immediately calmed down as she expected him to refuse, though not this hard. Then how about a game and a bet? Sona already planned to invoke his final resort. Game? Kasuk confusedly asked. Yes. We will make a bet and play the game of chess. Of course, this bet will be a magic contract so both of us have no way of rescinding the bet. Sona explained. Tsubaki at the side smiled a little but this didn't escape Kasuk's perception. What are we going to bet on? So this is the plan from the start, huh? Pretty confident aren't ya? Kasuk thought about her suggestion. If I win, you will delete all photos of me and you'll join my peerage. What do you propose? Fine. I'll play along with you. How about a cosplay photoshoot with you as a model one time? I don't really want anything from her, so let's just get another add some photos to my collection. Sona's eyebrow twitches even more now and she feels it is getting harder to calm down. Is that what you want? I'm asking for a very big thing for you. You should change your demand and ask for something bigger. Sona warned Kasuk. Nah, I'm fine with it. Let's just get this over with. It's getting late. Kasuk drank all of the remaining tea on his cup. As you wish. Tsubaki, please prepare it. Sona just sighed at his demand. You aren't going to win anyway. Is what she thought. Chapter 22, The Top 2 Beauties of Kuo Academy. More than an hour after they started playing chess. Checkmate. I won President Shitori. You have to fulfill your end of the deal later. It is unknown when Kasuk took out a white fan and started fanning himself. What? Sona is still blankly staring at the board and processing how she lost. For the first half an hour of the game, Sona thought that she was playing with an amateur, but all of a sudden she found that his playstyle changed and all of the moves she made prior became opening for him to take advantage of. Sona tried to salvage the situation, but alas, it was too late. You baited me, Sona said after reminiscing the match. Yep. You're confident at this game and became even more so after you see me play like an amateur. You responded with common moves to my amateur moves and I was able to set up the board in my advantage for the last half of the game. Kasuk chuckled at her. How did you learn to do that? Sona was askance. I found some tips and tricks on the internet some time ago. Kasuk looked up and remembered some words from the tutorial in a certain streaming site. What? She couldn't believe that someone beat her using a trick from the internet. She felt that someone has just shot a magic beam through her. I lost. Sona's shoulders slumped down in distress. Well then, President, it is getting late and I would have to go home to prepare dinner for my family cat before she becomes grumpy. Let's do the photo shoot on a later date. Kasuk stood up and walked out of the stucco room without looking back. Sona's shoulder jumped when she heard about the photo shoot, now regretting betting and looking down on him. President. Tsubaki, who is silent all this while, looked worryingly to her. King. Don't say it, Tsubaki. I let my guard down and I won't happen again next time. Sona stopped Tsubaki from saying anything else. But. Not him, Tsubaki. Anyone but that annoying pervert. I'll beat him next time for sure. Sona gritted her teeth. This is the first time Tsubaki has this kind of reaction to someone outside of her family. Understood. But Tsubaki thought that if this were to get out, the underworld will have a big reaction due to the sudden appearance of this fiancé. Kasuk, who is unaware of the consequences of what he has just done, was happily walking towards the old building to go to the Occult Research Club room to do what he planned to do before Sona and Tsubaki blocked his way. Kasuk reached Kaneko's club room's door and knocked. Come in, it's open. A melodic voice of a girl sounded behind the door. Kasuk opened the door without any hesitation and entered. The club room interior is a wood-paneled room with Victorian-style couches and chairs along the walls. This occult research club is very unique as it is the only literature club that gets to use a whole building as its base. The clubhouse is a 3-story building, with the 3rd story serving as a clock tower. It has been painted white with a black roof with vines creeping up to the 2nd story. No one questions it, however, due to magic or the president and vice president are just too popular in the Kuo Academy. Inside the room are 2 people, one sitting behind the desk doing some kind of paperwork and the other one is standing behind her silently. The one sitting behind the desk is Rias Grimmory, the king of Grimmory Peerage and the president of the Occult Research Club. Rias is a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue eyes, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long, beautiful crimson hair which she also inherited from her father, that reaches down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. The one standing behind her with a light smile on her face is Akino Haimjima, Rias Queen and the vice president of the Occult Research Club. Akino is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Like most of the girls at Kuo Academy, she wears the customary Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, along with black calf-length socks. The 2 are known as the top beauties of the Kuo Academy for obvious reasons. Kasuk Urahara, if I'm not wrong. Is there something you need from the Occult Research Club? Rias stopped what she is doing and looked up to Kasuk who just entered the room. Akino also looked at his direction without a change in her expression. I'm here for Tuja-san, but it looks like she isn't here at the moment, Kasuk answered her preparing to take his leave. She is indeed not here. Koneko needs to attend an appointment somewhere. Rias replied to him. I see, I'm sorry for disturbing you then. Kasuk already turned back but was suddenly called out from behind. Please wait a moment. Rias stood up. Kasuk looked back at her. I heard that you're a mage from Koneko and she always comes to your place whenever she's free. She sometimes returns home very tired, and there is even one time that she returned from your place a bit out of it. She isn't the type to think too deeply if it's not something about her or those close to her. Rias kept looking straight to Kasuk's eyes. And I hope you're not doing anything to hurt or endanger her. If you are, you would be forcing my hand to be a little violent. Rias' aura rose up as she threatened Kasuk. Ha. You're really an overprotective one, just like Koneko-chan said. You don't have to worry about her. I'm not doing anything that will put you or your group at a disadvantage. For one, I treat Koneko-chan like my cute little sister. Kasuk just brushed off Rias' threat. I'll believe you for now, but I'll watch your actions around my family from now on. That's fine, but don't set your eyes on my shop. That is my sole territory that I won't allow you to step in. Kasuk warned Rias before leaving through the door. As for whether she heed his warning or not, Kasuk doesn't really care as there are several barriers to keep information from going out. If she wanted to take a peek when Koneko is around, she'll only see an illusion. When Kasuk left the clubhouse, Akino spoke up, Rias, do you really have to give him so much attention? If not for the fact that he is the only anomaly in this town, then maybe not. Rias sat down and relaxed. Anomaly. Akino is confused. When we arrived here, I followed my brother's advice and set up a large-scale detection spell to scan the whole town. And the results are there are no other supernatural beings left besides us who just entered the town after the assassination of the previous ruler of Kuo Town. They all left after her fall. What is the problem then? Akino continued to inquire. He's a mage, remember? The spell should have detected him, but no. I won't question the spell's accuracy if he is some strong being that can hide his existence from high-level magic. But we only found out his existence after he summoned Koneko and introduced himself as a mage. Akino prepared some tea for Rias to quench her thirst and waited for her to continue speaking. After that, I reactivated the spell and it detected him this time, which made me a bit concerned after he kept summoning Koneko, and Koneko even goes to his place in her free time. I did a follow-up investigation on him and found out that he was born in this town and there is no reason for the spell to not detect him unless he only learned magic after I activated the spell for the first time or something is blocking the spell's detection ability. Maybe he really only learned it after the spell activated. I really hope that is the case. Are you worried about something? This is my first time seeing him today up close and my instincts rang out for the first time in many years in front of him, and you know I give importance to what my subconscious tells me. Then let me keep an eye out on him. Thanks, Akino. Fufu. You're welcome, President. Chapter 23, Roaming Last Boss. It already 5:30 p.m. and about to get dark. Kasuk is walking along the usual road he takes to go home. When he is near the footbridge that he always uses, he saw his childhood friend Issei talking in a flustered way to a girl in a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white stripe around the lower end of it. Looking closely, Kasuk knew that the girl is actually a fallen angel in disguise. He finally caught their attention, huh? Kasuk also felt another familiar aura who was watching the two interact. He used flash step and appeared behind a white-haired petite girl licking a lollipop. Kasuk crouched down to match her head and proceeded to grab her left shoulder while his forefinger sticking out. The white-haired loli was shocked that someone manages to sneak behind her and grabbed her shoulder. She immediately turned around her head but a finger suddenly poked her cheek. She then saw Kasuk behind her with a large grin on his face. Without thinking, Koneko whipped out her fist and tried to punch his face but he jumped back. She is about to follow up. She suddenly saw Kasuk put his forefinger in front of his mouth and made an shhhh sound. Koneko pouted and turned around to continue observing Issei and the disguised fallen angel. Kasuk arrived beside her and did the same. It seems that the fallen angel confessed her feelings to Issei and he happily accepted it. Even though there is an obvious sense of disgust coming from the fallen angel, Issei didn't notice anything. The two talked for a while then separated their way. When the two were gone, Kasuk and Koneko came out of the corner of the nearby building. So your master started keeping an eye out for Issei? Kasuk asked first. Koneko nodded at his question and said, President Rias wants him as her pawn. Pawn, huh? I guess it is better for him to become your teammate rather than being hunted down by those crows left and right. He is your good friend, senpai. Can't you just take him in and protect him? Koneko asked Kasuk as she knew that he has the power to do so. Nope, won't do that. And I'm sure he'll be more happy to be with Grimmory-senpai and Himejima-senpai with outrageous bodies than a fellowman like me. Kasuk disagreed with Koneko's suggestion. Oomph. I forgot that he is a big pervert like you. Koneko scoffed at Kasuk. Ha ha ha. I won't treat you to more sweets even if you praise me like that. I'm not praising you. Koneko did a flying kick at Kasuk's direction but missed. Your fuse is getting shorter and shorter each passing day. Kasuk chuckled at her actions. It is because of you. Koneko is fuming in anger contrary to her almost always expressionless face. If everyone who knew how Koneko acts were to see this, they will be shocked. Ah, before I forget, here is your hair clip. Kasuk took out her hair clip and passed it to Koneko. Koneko took it and wore it on the left side of her hair. What did you do to it? I discovered some pretty interesting things. Are you coming to my place later? I plan to. What interesting things? Koneko can't contain her curiosity, especially it came from her hair clip that her big sister left behind long ago. She didn't know at first if she should keep it as she felt betrayed when her big sister killed their master and left her all alone, but she can't truly throw away the last memento she had with her family. If you're going then let's talk about it later as it is some pretty serious stuff. Kasuk turned around and started walking home. Then I'll come after making my report to the president, Koneko said to Kasuk who is already walking away. Kasuk waved his hand in reply and he disappeared from Koneko's sight. When Kasuk is just about 10 meters from his shop, he suddenly shuddered as he suddenly felt a terrifying aura and it disappeared a second later. Yoruichi, in her cat form, comes out of the shop and looked at Kasuk. Both of them has a serious expression. They nodded at each other. Yoruichi re-entered the shop and Kasuk hid his aura to utmost and disappeared after he used flash step. Kasuk jumped building to building intending to go around the whole town in an attempt to find that massive aura that gave both Yoruichi and Kasuk goosebumps. He spent 2 whole hours searching but he couldn't find. Kasuk assumed that it only passed by the Kuo town. This massive aura gave Kasuk a wake-up alarm to not underestimate this world. He returned to his shop and saw a familiar pair of shoes that always come to his place. He entered the living room and found Koneko already munching on some snacks on the table while Yoruichi is gazing at the night sky. How did it go? Yoruichi turned to Kasuk. Kasuk shook his head. I just saw some devils and fallen angels scurrying around. What was that anyway? Yoruichi continued to ask as she still feels some goosebumps remembering that massive aura. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that thing can give Yawach a run for his money or even wipe the floor with him. Kasuk wiped the sweat he accumulated after running around the whole town. That bad? Yoruichi shuddered. There is no point of thinking about it now as we haven't encountered it yet. And I don't think that it is hostile as we only felt its aura. It probably just passed through. Kasuk shrugged his shoulder. If there is something like that running around in this dimensional plane, then I don't know what to think of this great red and Ouroboros dragon that we read about. Yoruichi continues to overthink things. What are you two talking about? Koneko is puzzled at their conversation as they are talking about those mythical being like something of that caliber is roaming around. Nah, we're just playing around. I'm sweaty all over, so I'm going to take a bath first before preparing dinner. Koneko, stop eating those or you won't be able to eat your dinner. Kasuk returned to his room to prepare his clothes. Koneko didn't ask for more detail longer and stopped eating the snacks following Kasuk's instructions. You two don't look like brother and sister, more like father and daughter, Yoruichi commented. Chapter 24, Koneko's Past. 8 o'clock in the evening. The three finished eating dinner and are lazing on the couch in the living room. Koneko, seemingly had not enough, kept eating sweets. Kasuk and Yoruichi are reminded by a certain orange-haired girl from their old world. But it still makes sense as all the food that the girl eats becomes nutrients for her bosom, while Koneko doesn't seem to use any nutrients she gets. Koneko-chan, this may seem a bit sudden, but can you tell me your story? Kasuk spoke, getting the attention of both Koneko and Yoruichi. Story? What story? Koneko is puzzled. Life story. Who you are before you became a devil and how you lived your life. You can also refuse if you don't want to. It's just my curiosity got the best of me. Kasuk looked at Koneko with a serious expression. Koneko's body shook and started shaking. Does it have something to do with what you discovered in my hair clip that you mentioned earlier? Obvious sadness fills Koneko's eyes while she looked back at Kasuk. I don't know, but the chances are yes. Kasuk gave Koneko his guess. Then can you show it to me first? Koneko wanted to confirm it before talking. No. What I discovered is pretty serious, I want to know the connection of it to you before I pass it to you. He refused her suggestion as she might change her story if she saw the log. Kasuk wants the story from how she perceives it. Will you give it to me regardless of how my story goes? She didn't want to give up. I'll have to think about that. Kasuk hesitated and didn't want to give any definite answer as he doesn't know if it'll be advantageous or disadvantageous for her to know the content. This hair clip is the last memento of my family, it is probably related to me. Senpai, please promise me that you will give it to me regardless. Koneko can't give up because she can remember some discrepancies in her past and wants to confirm something. Kasuk closed his eyes for a minute and looked at Koneko again. He can see a longing inside those eyes. Fine, I promised. But before that. Kasuk snapped his fingers and a preset barrier activated around the house. I activated a barrier against contingencies and eavesdropping. Koneko didn't notice how out of place Kasuk's magic is as she's still preparing to go through her life again. Well then. Koneko started narrating. Born as Chiron, Koneko is a young Nikomata who is part of a rare species among her kind, called the Nikosho. The Nikosho are a special variant of Nikomata and are the strongest among their types. Nikosho are high-level yokai species that are capable of mastering both Jujutsu and Senjutsu. She was born between a human father and a Nikosho mother, Fujimai. Her parents eventually died in an experiment accident. After losing her parents, she and her sister named Kuroka were later taken in by an unnamed devil from the branch family of the house of Rias, who reincarnated her sister as one of the members of his peerage. Kuroka was reincarnated as the devil's bishop using up 2 evil pieces. While serving her master, she became extremely talented in Senjutsu and Jujutsu, and her magical power as a bishop became so great that she surpassed her own master in terms of magical power alone. However, Kuroka's power as a Nikomata supposedly soon grew out of control, eventually causing her to kill her master and become a stray devil on the run from her pursuers. Following the incident and the failed manhunt that came after, Koneko was sentenced to death by the devils in hopes of preventing another incident like Kuroka's from happening. However, Surzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans, protected her and left her under his sister Rias' care. Due to the trauma she experienced with her sister's betrayal and murder of her master, she fell into a deep depression, eventually robbing her of nearly all of her emotions until Rias helped her out of it. It was around that time Rias gave Koneko her name and made Koneko her servant. Tears are already flowing on Koneko's face when she finished narrating her story. It is still a big trauma for her to this day. And the reason why she didn't want to use her innate power, which is Senjutsu and Jujutsu, is because she is afraid that she might lose control of her power and hurt her master and those around her. She didn't want to be alone anymore. Yoruichi suddenly approached Koneko and began giving off white light. This light covered her whole cat's body. Koneko was taken aback. Before she could speak properly, an arm covered in light suddenly shoot out of Yoruichi's position and wrapped around Koneko. The light dispersed and a beautiful naked woman is hugging Koneko. She is a slender and well-endowed woman of average height. She has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair. She has waist-length hair with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face. Yoruichi-san. Koneko was shocked silly. You can cry more, you know. There, it's been hard on you. Let it all out. Yoruichi buried Kaneko's head on her bosom and started patting her head. Koneko wasn't able to hold back anymore and started crying loudly. Yoruichi sent an aura with the combination of her soothing words relaxes Koneko, causing her to let go of her guard and pour out everything she's been holding in. Kasuk just smiled at the events that transpired. Instead of big and little sisters, you two look like mother and daughter pair. This comment earned Kasuk a jab to his face from Yoruichi. This is truly unfair, he thought while rubbing his nose. Koneko calmed down after a few minutes of bawling loudly. Yoruichi-san. Koneko looked up to her. Yes. Yoruichi beamed a smile at her. You're a human girl. Of course I am. There is no such thing as real cat speaking, and I didn't have any balls attached to me, even my cat form. But your voice. Just a side effect of me transforming. Yoruichi-san. So you really are an exhibitionist, just like Senpai said. Kasuk, who's been eyeing Yoruichi's bottom from behind with a serious expression for quite a while now, suddenly saw a foot, and it connected to his face, sending him spinning in the air for a few times before dropping a few feet away. Why? Kasuk protested. It's because of your unnecessary words. Yoruichi glared at him. Prepare my clothes and another set for Koneko. We're taking a bath together. She continued and walked towards the bathroom with Koneko in tow. Chapter 25, Kitty's Bath Time. After washing their bodies, Yoruichi and Koneko entered the bathtub. Yoruichi entered first, then Koneko sat in front of her. They relaxed for a few minutes without anyone saying anything. Koneko-chan, I apologize in Kasuk's place. But knowing him, he must have some idea on what you went through if he thought that the one he discovered is somewhat related to you. Yoruichi hugged Koneko from behind and whispered to her ear. Kaneko's white hair and light skin created a sharp contrast against Yoruichi's black hair and dark skin. Too bad that nobody can appreciate this beautiful scenery. MMMH. Koneko nodded at Yoruichi's words. I know that Senpai is a bit selfish and a big pervert, but he is strangely kind to those close to him. She continued. Indeed, that idiot is selfish and will do whatever he wants, but he takes care of those he took a liking to, and you're one of those people, I can guarantee you that. He thinks of you as a little sister, by the way, just letting you know. Yoruichi agreed with her and supplemented her thoughts. Moo. Somehow, that pisses me off. I don't want a big brother like him. Koneko pouted and protested. Ahahaha, is that so? Then do your best to beat him up to assert your superiority. Make him call you big sis. Yoruichi laughed out loud at Kaneko's reaction. Wonderful idea. I'll do my best to beat Senpai black and blue. Flames of determination suddenly lighted up in Kaneko's eyes as she pumped her fist. Want me to help you out? In terms of hand-to-hand combat, I'm a lot better than him. Yoruichi suddenly suggested. Really? Koneko was shocked as she thought that only her senpai is an abnormal human who can play with a strengthened devil with ease. Of course, I'm the one who helped him improve after all. Yoruichi ruffled her hair. Please teach me, Yoruichi-san. She looked at Yoruichi with ever-growing resoluteness. With this, beating up senpai isn't so impossible anymore. Is what she is thinking. Kasuk is in the living room, arranging the experimental log that he is going to Koneko and piecing the whole story from it, suddenly felt goosebumps. He looked around to search where the feeling was coming from but failed, damn it. Who's threatening the handsome and sexy me? Yoruichi-san, you mentioned that I'm like a little sister to senpai, but what are you to him? I'm his lover, that means you're also my little sister. But continue calling me the way you're calling me until now. Yoruichi is beaming with a smile. Koneko felt happy but also a little sad at her words, but didn't know why. She didn't think anything of it and just threw it at the back of her head. The two continued soaking in the hot water while talking about some small things. They paused for a bit and Yoruichi suddenly asked. Say Koneko-chan. Do you hate your sister? Koneko was not shocked at this question as she already expected it at some point. I don't know. That is the only answer she can give even after contemplating for a while. Then let me tell you this, as long as you didn't answer yes to that question then you don't hate your sister. Yoruichi grinned at her. Koneko looked at her in confusion. Listen here, if you really hate a person, then you definitely answer yes if you're being honest to yourself. If you hesitated and can't find a definite answer, then there is something within you that is stopping you from truly hating him. After all, hate is a very powerful feeling, you can't deny it. She smiled at her gently and then patted her head. That smile gave Koneko some comfort and she thought through the words she just said. When she was done, a light smile appeared on her face and said, I guess it's true. Aside from feeling betrayed, I also missed Kurokanisama. You can't hate people you missed, right? Indeed. Yoruichi stood up and walked out of the bathtub. Let's go, Kasuk is probably done preparing what he will show you. Koneko nodded at her and followed her out. They saw 2 white shirts and 2 black pairs of pants with different sizes. They knew that it was the clothes that Kasuk prepared for them after they bathed. Koneko wore her underwear first, then moved to the clothes that matched her size. Meanwhile, Yoruichi directly wore the clothes that were prepared for her. She is going commando. Koneko looked at her and asked, your underwear? I don't have any of those. I'm always practically naked all the time anyway. Nothing wrong with it. Yoruichi said like it was a matter of fact. Yoruichi-san, let's go shopping on our next day off. Koneko looked at her seriously. Ah. Sure. After dressing up, they went to the living room where Kasuk is supposed to be waiting, and there he was. They also noticed the plastic bag of the nearby convenience store on the table. Inside it was 2 milk in a Tetra Pak. Yoruichi didn't say anything, approached the table and took out the 2 milk, passing one to Koneko. Did you prepare it? Yoruichi asked him while sipping at the milk. It's all in here. Kasuk raised his hand holding a bundle of papers. All I can tell now is Koneko doesn't know the whole story. What? You can understand after carefully reading everything in here. Yoruichi, I'm leaving it to you if Koneko does something reckless. Kasuk passed the bundle to Koneko after letting her sit down on the couch. He also warned Yoruichi of what is about to happen. Got it. Yoruichi saw Kasuk's serious expression and also looked at the paper, reading it together with Koneko. After half an hour slowly reading and understanding the experimental log, Kaneko's body is shaking non-stop, her eyes widened to the limit and aura flaring up. She suddenly stood up and ran towards the door, only to be blocked by Yoruichi, who suddenly appeared in front of her and hugged her. Chapter 26, Patting a Kitty to Sleep. Where are you going, Koneko? Yoruichi said to Koneko, who is trying to wrest away her hands. I have to go. I have to look for Ne-sama. Please let go of me. Koneko continues to struggle. And how are you going to do that? Yoruichi tightens her hold on Koneko. Huh. Koneko suddenly stops. No plans, huh? How reckless. Kasuk commented behind her. Right. Club President Rias. She has to have a way. Koneko, who crying again for the nth time today, shouted loudly. Calm down, Koneko-chan, and don't bother. She probably is as clueless as you. Kasuk patted her head, trying to rein her in. But. What should I do? Sniffle. Koneko is rubbing her eyes out, unsure of what her steps from here on should be. Kasuk returned to the couch, took a seat, and patted his laps. Come here, Koneko-chan. Lay down on my lap while I tell you a story I made just now. Yoruichi raised her brows at him but saw a grin on Kasuk's face. She decided to leave her to him. Koneko-chan, just do as he says. Koneko looked confusedly at Kasuk, but she heard Yoruichi's voice from behind, reassuring her. Koneko didn't think much and followed Yoruichi's word, as the revelation about her sister is still clouding her mind. She sat down, lied her head on Kasuk's lap and just stared blankly in front until she felt a hand ruffling her head. That hand gave her warmth and peace of mind that she needed the most now. Kasuk is now using an original Kidu that forcefully calms the target. It would be hard-pressed to find anyone to block his skill, as it directly targets the soul and not anything physical. Such original skill was named in an unoriginal way, Soul Calmer. Kasuk didn't exactly have naming talent. After calming Koneko sufficiently, Kasuk started speaking. One day, a family of cats is living their lives in happiness. But that didn't last long, as the parent cat got involved in an unfortunate accident, leaving just the 2 kittens behind. The black and older kitten promised to herself that she would take care of her little sister, the white kitten. But they can't survive on their own. Luckily, a kind person wants to take care of them. The black kitten happily and naively followed him with her little sister. It turns out that kind person is actually an evil person that likes to abuse those he had taken in. She wanted to run away with her sister, but that person already put a very strong leash on her and threatened to hurt her little sister. Having no choice, she kept it secret from her sister and silently endured the abuses. Until one day she heard that evil person and his friend talking and planning to do what they were doing to her precious little sister. She snapped, and the hate that is slowly accumulating inside her all these years all burst out. Using the claws that she managed to grow due to the abuses, she killed the evil person and his friend in the heat of the moment. Inevitably, she panicked the moment what she had just done sinks in. Her first thoughts were of her little sister's safety. She weighed her options and chose to run away alone. She thought that running away with her little sister would put unnecessary risk on her. She didn't want her sister to be hunted down together with her. She naively thought that nothing very bad would happen to her, as the white didn't do anything wrong nor knows anything about the abuses. Thus, she left the white kitten after entrusting a hair clip that contains the black kitten's experiences, hoping that one day, she would be forgiven for leaving her behind. But the black kitten underestimated the evil person's friends. They were too angry at her that they want to kill her little sister for the sin she committed. She tried everything she could possibly think of to save her sister, but the group was too strong for her sharp claws to reach them. As a last resort, he asked the help of a very strong person to help her sister. Fortune finally dawned on the sisters, as that very strong person agreed to help after knowing their story. Though naive, she was successful at the gamble she didn't know she was taking. As the strong person saves her sister, she was watching from afar, ready to make a move if needed. But when she saw her sister taken out of captivity, something broke inside her when she looked at the white kitten's expression. Despair, pure despair. Not a hint of hope. The black kitten wants to go and take her sister back, but seeing her like that, she lost all motivation. She blames herself at her sister's misfortune. She, who killed her own master, didn't dare to approach her sister. After looking blankly at the silhouette of her sister that disappeared long ago with the strong person, she left carrying the regret that will scar her for her whole life. Kasuk stopped speaking and looked at Koneko, who was lying down on his lap listening intently. How was my story? Kasuk didn't stay quiet for too long and asked for Kaneko's impression. Bad. It didn't have a good ending. Koneko slowly voiced out her opinion. Right. But the isn't finished yet. The black kitten, who is a black cat now, won't be able to endure not seeing her sister. Sooner or later she will appear in front of the white kitten again. Kasuk chuckled at Koneko. Then what should the white kitten do while waiting for her sister? Koneko looked up to Kasuk's face. Let's see. Maybe the white kitten can exercise a bit so she can punish her clumsy sister when they meet in the future. Kasuk stroked Kaneko's head while flashing her a grin. Good point. Koneko smiled at his words and slowly closed her eyes. A few minutes later, rhythmic breathing was heard from her. She's already fast asleep. That night, for the first time ever, Koneko dreamt of her sister, Kuroka, without it turning into a nightmare. She had a good dream. Chapter 27, The Kitty Didn't Go Home. Next morning. Kasuk is preparing for breakfast. He heard footsteps from the stairs and turned around. There he saw two girls stepped out with very disheveled clothes. Yoruichi scratching her tummy while yawning, making Kasuk take a peek on the semi-revealed dark skin of her. What surprised him was Koneko. A pair of cat ears and a tail that matched her hair color are sticking out of her while she rubs her eyes out. Kasuk suddenly took out a DSLR camera out of nowhere, put it up on his face, and started smashing the shutter button like there's no tomorrow. Nice. Very nice. He jumped around them taking pictures from different angles. Incidentally, this is how he is able to capture Sona's magical girl cosplay and other risque photos. Though he never takes any peeping or nude pictures. You're very energetic early in the morning, Kasuk-senpai. Nya. Koneko looked at his behavior with scorn. Nya. You just said nya. Woohoo. What a treat. I can only hear that from Yoruichi when she enters that form. Kasuk became even more energetic at Kaneko's words. That form. Koneko looked at Yoruichi in confusion. Don't listen to him, he's just talking nonsense. Kasuk, your food is about to get burned. Yoruichi can't look at Koneko as she does really remind her of that form, Shunko, Reiju Senki, Shunryu Kakubyo Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Flash God Black Cat Warrior Princess. And it infuriates Yoruichi that Kasuk can activate it against her will if she enters Shunko, Reijin Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder God War Form. The only difference is that she loses all reasons, but she can still remember everything she had done, which she regrets every time, especially when Kasuk can play with her in that form. Crap. Kasuk returned to the kitchen and finished what he is doing. After setting the foods on the table, they started eating. So what's the plan for today? Kasuk asked the two. Don't you have school today? Yoruichi looked at Kasuk while she gobbles on her rice and fish. Considering what happened yesterday, Koneko probably isn't in the mood to attend any classes today. Look at her, she's rearing to go. Kasuk then looked at Koneko, who took small bites on her fish. Koneko nodded in response. I already made a call to Bucho, club president. Did you? She going to pissed at me? Ha ha ha. Kasuk chuckled. Aha. Especially when I said I want to keep our activities secret due to contract. Nya, Koneko affirmed his words. Pissed? Why? Yoruichi looked at the two with confusion. She's very protective of her servants. Maybe she feels like I'm taking Koneko-chan away from her. Kasuk took the last bite of his food and continued speaking. Yash, let's use the training grounds today. Training grounds? Koneko tilted her head in wonder. You'll see. We'll go after eating. Yoruichi smiled at her. Walking through the quiet hallway of the old school building early in the morning, Rias put down her phone. Was that Koneko-chan? Akino, who is walking beside her, asked. Right. She didn't go home yesterday and stayed the night in Urahara shop. Rias answered in furrowed brows. What? That is Koneko-chan, who is very vigilant of other people, all right. Did they become so close that Koneko-chan was able to willingly stay at his place? Akino stopped walking and asked in surprise. I don't know. He even specifically signed a secrecy contract with Koneko. Rias also stopped walking and looked back. She couldn't help but bite the nail on her finger in frustration. Is that even possible? To the master of the house. Akino looked at her in wonder. Yes, as long as Koneko judge it to be safe and will not put our house in harm, it is possible. I trust Koneko, but I can't trust this Kasuk Urahara. It is very possible that he is tricking Koneko somehow. After all, even if she is very vigilant, she is also very young. Rias turned around again and walked at a faster pace. Akino didn't say anything and followed Rias, but she has a very serious expression devoid of any nonchalance she shows earlier. Akino, investigate him more closely. Rias suddenly said after a minute of silence. What about his warning? Akino wanted to confirm. Disregard that. If you got some evidence that she is manipulating Koneko and you think that he might be putting her on the harm's way, report it to me immediately. But if it is decisive evidence, your top priority is to secure Koneko's safety, after that is capturing him. If capturing him proved to be dangerous, kill him. Rias gave her orders to Akino. Yes, Bucho. Akino stopped and turned around, walking to the opposite direction of Rias. I won't let anybody to harm my precious servants, Rias said to herself after Akino left. A knocking sound resounded at the door of the student council. Enter. Sona Sitri looked up and answered, setting aside the paperwork she is doing. The door opened and Tsubaki Shinra entered through it carrying some papers for the student council to work with. Kaishu, Stuco President, I have some reports. Tsubaki approached Sona's desk and put down the paper she is holding. Go on. Rias Grimmory-sama set her eyes on a student named Hayato Issei. Tsubaki stated the first point of her report. Oh. She finally found another member candidate for her peerage after coming here. I wonder what caught her attention. Sona smiled and happy for her friend. Saji Genchuru accepted to be reincarnated as a devil and join your household. Tsubaki didn't comment on anything and continued her report. Good. Invite him to the student council room after the classes and ask everyone to welcome our newest member. Sona looked at Tsubaki and gave her instructions. Understood. Lastly, a report came in that Grimmory-sama's rook spent a night at Urahara shop. Tsubaki thought that she should report that information too while convenient, but she didn't expect that it'll warrant more attention from her master than the other two reports. What? Is this accurate? Sona widened her eyes after hearing her second-in-command's words. Why yes. This information directly came from the Grimmory peerage. Koneko told the school's faculty that she won't be able to attend today's classes. Tsubaki answered her, stuttering her first word. What is happening? I know that little Miss Personality, she wouldn't do it on a whim. Rias is probably thinking that Kasuk Urahara is manipulating her rook. Tsubaki, look closely into it. I'm interested in him for my remaining night piece, but if he doing something isn't good, report it to me. Rias will probably send Akino to investigate, assist her. Sona fixed her glasses and continues to think of any other possibilities. Understood, Kaishu. Tsubaki left the room and started doing her master's instructions. What will you do next, Kasuk Urahara? Sona muttered to herself. Kasuk, who is unaware of the motions he set off just because he patted a cat to sleep, is happily eating breakfast with the two beauties. Chapter 28, Kasuk and Yoruichi. Kasuk led the two towards a dead-end wall at the back of the shop. Kasuk didn't stop walking and passed through the wall, leaving only ripples on the surface, which surprised Koneko as she didn't feel any signs of magic being used, especially so after releasing her Nikomata form. Koneko's senses when she reverted to a Nikomata multiplied, including her ability to sense magic power and aura, since she isn't stopping the use of her senjutsu anymore. Yoruichi didn't stop and followed Kasuk. After being left alone, Koneko braced herself and hurriedly followed. What she saw on the other side is a small room with an elevator door at the opposite side of where they came from. Kasuk already stepped inside the elevator with Yoruichi. Koneko followed suit and saw just buttons. One with an arrow symbol going up and another one with going down. Kasuk pressed the going down button and the door closed. Contrary to Koneko's expectations, the didn't move, but the label on the top already changed from G to B. The door opened and Koneko still saw the same small room where they came from. She thought that something went wrong, but Kasuk and Yoruichi exited the elevator and walked towards the opposite wall and passed through it again. Koneko didn't think much at this point as she thought that they were returning. To her surprise, however, she didn't go back to the shop's interior and found herself in a chamber. This is the Urahara shop training ground which Kasuk recreated from his old world. It is a large room with a ceiling and walls painted to resemble a cloudy sky over a floor of desolate, brown, craggy land dotted with dead trees. Koneko stood there blankly for a minute before looking towards the amused expression of both Kasuk and Yoruichi. Where is this? Welcome to the Urahara Secret Training Ground. Kasuk introduced this place to Koneko. Secret Training Ground. Koneko was dumbfounded. She thought that they will only be training in a relatively large room or an open space when they mentioned going to the training ground. This is a 27 cubic kilometers underground training facility complete with fortification. Even if you nuke it from the outside, this place will survive, probably. The north side has a small lodging that trainers can occupy if they want to stay for a few days. The east and west side are the real training grounds. And the south side is for me and Yoruichi. Kasuk continued explaining in great vigor. Enough with that, let's motivate Koneko-chan for now. Yoruichi cuts off Kasuk's rumblings and suggested. Motivate me. Koneko tilted her head at Yoruichi. Ho ho. Itching for a fight, aren't you? Kasuk started stretching his limbs. It's been a while since I returned to my human form after all. I want to let loose for a bit. Yoruichi did the same thing. I know that you two are good at fighting, but how will that motivate me? Koneko interrupted. Koneko-chan, we aren't just going to teach you how to fight, we'll also teach you how to improve your overall strength. When your opponent is very strong, then your fighting techniques can eat shit. Yoruichi slowly released her spiritual pressure. What's this? Koneko felt like all the hair on her body stood up when the aura Yoruichi released brushed past her. Within the training ground, whatever you do, nobody will notice it from outside. We can play to our heart's content if it's here. If we do this outside, we'll just end up disturbing our neighbors. Kasuk also slowly released his spiritual pressure that matched Yoruichi in intensity. Kasuk-senpai too. Koneko was already speechless. Does that mean that he is holding back quite a lot at our sparring sessions? She thought to herself, tightening her small fists. Kasuk and Yoruichi didn't say anything else and stared at each other. Yoruichi made the first move by charging in. Yoruichi sent out a punch towards Kasuk's face. He dodges it by shifting his head to the right and lashed out his leg at the same time. Yoruichi jumped a bit and grabbed his leg, using it to pivot her body, sending out a kick of her own. Kasuk dodges it by bending his body backward. He flips his own body, aiming to kick Yoruichi's chin. Yoruichi blocked it with her hands but was sent flying for a few meters. Kasuk regained his footing and jumped back. They stopped and looked at each other again, now with a smile. Koneko didn't know what face she should show. Their exchange only lasted for a few seconds. Even though she can see the moves they made, there's no way for her to react to any of them. They did mention that they were a bit good at fighting, but not this good. Done warming up? Kasuk asked Yoruichi, which finally drew out a reaction from Koneko. That's a warm-up. The two ignored the distressed cat and continued their staring contest until they both disappeared. Koneko thought that they teleported away, but she heard a sound of rock crushing. She looked to her left and saw a tall rock crumbling down, sending loads of dust everywhere. Yoruichi reappeared near the crushed earth and waved her hand, releasing a wind-like pressure, sending away the dust. When it cleared up, Koneko saw Kasuk laying down in the pothole. Senpai. What happened? Koneko dashed towards his direction, intending to help him. Kasuk suddenly stood up and spat out some soil. Damn it, I let my guard down. You've improved, Yoruichi. Koneko stopped on her tracks, not knowing what to do. Of course. I can't get left behind. Yoruichi is happy that seeing the results of her training were effective, up for the round 3. Bring it, Kasuk replied, disappearing again. Yoruichi also used the flash step to chase after Kasuk. Koneko can only see after images and feel the shockwaves of their clashes. It finally hit her after watching them for a few minutes. They were not using teleportation but only pure speed. This realization only put more cracks on Koneko's crumbling common sense. She decided to stop thinking and just enjoy the show. Chapter 29, Because We're Bored. While Kasuk and Yoruichi are destroying the already bleak scenery in the training ground, with Koneko watching all of this with a blank expression, 3 small figures entered through different points of the Urahara shop. These 3 figures are small onis that are all different in color. The 3 oni slowly combed the place, and after 30 minutes of searching every nook and cranny, they left where they came from. Strange, did they go out? And there is nothing wrong with the shop. There's also nothing with that old granny manning it, just a normal human. Akino, who is overlooking Kasuk's shop from a distance, mattered to herself. Akino suddenly felt a fluctuation of demonic energy behind her and turned around. She saw a magic circle for teleportation with the insignia of the Sitris clan. Tsubaki Shinra appeared inside the magic circle and greeted the Queen of Grimmory Peerage. Good morning, Akino-san. Good morning to you too, Tsubaki-san. What brings you here? Akino smiled at Tsubaki. Sona Kaishu asked me to assist in your investigation. Tsubaki fixed her glasses and answered her question. Era. Sona Kaishu did. What for? Akino trusted the Sitris peerage but still confused of why would they also put attention on Kasuk Urahara. Well, you see, Kaishu is interested in giving her night piece to Kasuk Urahara. Tsubaki wanted to say something else but was able to stop herself. Night peace. To that guy. Why? From what we know, he is just a magician and even weaker than your two bishops. Akino didn't notice Tsubaki's hesitation due to the content of her words. We haven't revealed it yet, but Kasuk Urahara has a sword-type sacred gear and also skills to outrun our knight. Tsubaki got hold of herself and explained it to Akino. It's this. Akino furrowed her brows and thinks that they would have to re-evaluate Kasuk once more. How was your initial scouting? Tsubaki asked Akino this time around. They are not in at the moment. Also nothing wrong with the shop and the old lady. Very normal if I have to say something. Akino replied. How about his house across the street? Same. His mother is also not around as she is on a business trip in Indonesia. Both of them stayed quiet for some time after arriving at the dead end of clues. Have you investigated the black cat that is always with him? Kaisha thinks that it is too smart to be a normal cat. Tsubaki suddenly asked after thinking for a few more minutes. The cat? No, we haven't. Is the cat really that strange? Akino shook her head as they really haven't took a closer look at his pet. You're right. It also feels strange for me every time I meet its eyes. Tsubaki nodded after recollecting her memories about the cat. We'll just have to include it in our investigation. Akino smiled at Tsubaki. So what's the plan? I'll set up a number of surveillance magic inside and around of both his shop and house. While you look around the perimeter and send me a warning if they are about to come. Akino said it like it was no big deal. Isn't that too much? You're invading his private life. And what if he notice it? It's Tsubaki's turn to furrow her brows. If it is for my cute Kohai's safety, I don't really care about my methods. A sadistic glint flashed through her eyes. I'll set up my magic circles prioritizing stealth that even high-class devils like Rias won't notice it easily. If he were to notice it despite that, then we have more problems to worry about. Akino continued speaking. You're very protective like Rias-sama. Tsubaki smiled in defeat. You're also the same. We are devils after all. Fufufu. Akino put her hand in front of her mouth and laughed. Stop. Time out. I give up. Not the hat. Not the hat, Yoruichi. Boom. Koneko heard a large explosion from a distance after she heard Kasuk's cries. Kasuk's current situation gives Koneko some happiness as this the first time she see her senpai in so much distress. Koneko is steadily developing a bad hobby due to Kasuk and Yoruichi. How was it? Yoruichi landed near Koneko and asked. Great. I want to learn soon. Koneko gave her a thumbs up in her honest opinion. Ha ha ha, then we should start planning your training schedule. Yoruichi laughed out loud at her answer. The dust settled down a bit and a shadow came out of it. Kasuk walked towards the two. A little laugh came from Koneko when she saw his disheveled state. She wanted to laugh more but stopped herself with all her might. Damn it, so this what you meant when you say you want to motivate her. It's pretty effective. Kasuk looked at Koneko and grumbled at Yoruichi. Don't sweat the small stuff. Yoruichi patted Kasuk back. I didn't know that you've improved that much. Kasuk looked at Yoruichi's face. Well, I have to do it if I don't want to be left behind by you. Yoruichi smiled at him gently. Kasuk was stunned for a few seconds and returned a smile. You know I won't ever do that. I'll even drag you with me wherever I go. Koneko looked at their interaction and felt a little jealous. She didn't know to which side she's feeling jealous though. Yoruichi-san, even if you teach me techniques in hand-to-hand combat, I won't be able to do what you two just did. Koneko interrupted their sweet time and looked around her surroundings. Kasuk was thrown around multiple times by Yoruichi and created numerous potholes of different sizes, the small one being a few meters across while the biggest one is 100 meters across. The fight is ongoing. Escaping went through her head countless times as she thought that this underground chamber would cave in. And if that were to happen, she wouldn't be sure if she can survive. You don't have to worry, only half of your training will be on techniques while the other half is improving your overall specs. Yoruichi assured her. Improving my strength? How? If Kasuk was an expert in anything, it would be energy manipulation. You two just have to study this senjutsu of yours and Kasuk will improve it. Sooner or later you can beat him up like I do. Yoruichi gave Koneko a thumbs up. Somehow, I don't like how that sounded. Why do I have to teach her how to beat me up? Kasuk protested at her side. You won't be teaching her how to beat yourself up, I'm going to do that. You'll only help her become strong. Why play with words? Well, whatever, sounds fun. Why would the two help me? Koneko finally asked what is bugging her mind all this while. Kasuk and Yoruichi looked at each other and then looked back at Koneko and said the same thing, because we're bored. Chapter 30, Kaneko's Training. Be bored. Koneko was dumbfounded, but she thought again, are they just taking care of me because they were bored? And made a sour expression. Whoa there. I know what you're thinking, but I assure you that you're wrong. Kasuk was amused at Koneko's reaction. We won't do this just on a whim. After Kasuk repeatedly summoned you, we took a liking to you. Remember, you're like our little sister. Yoruichi followed up. Koneko believed them and sighed in relief. Enough with that, let's start planning Koneko-chan's schedule. Kasuk dusted his clothes and hat, which was almost destroyed by Yoruichi. We will divide your training into 2 parts. The first part is your training with me, and the second part is yours and Kasuk's study time. Yoruichi explained to Koneko. Study time with senpai. Why do I feel malicious intent from that? Koneko covered her modest body and looked at Kasuk with scorn. Ah. Don't worry, I'm not interested. Kasuk flashed a smile at her. Ma. It's more annoying if you put it that way. Koneko pouted, approached Kasuk and kicked his shin. It only ends up hurting Koneko's foot though. While Kasuk didn't feel anything. Why is your body so hard? I can block gun bullets with my bare skin, but it hurts kicking you. Oh, he arrow is still activated. He arrow. Koneko poked Kasuk's forearm and noticed that the harder you poke, the stiffer his skin is. Just a technique which hardens my skin proportional to my energy levels, Kasuk explained. We're getting off topic here. Koneko-chan can only have 2 to 3 hours of free time every day if we consider her school and devil activities. Yoruichi interrupted. Then let's go with the 1-hour study session plus some time to practice, and every other free time is yours. Of course, it's still up to Koneko-chan how to spend her free time. We don't want you to dedicate everything to training. You can still go and hang out with your friends. Kasuk suggested while looking at Yoruichi. That's a given, of course. Also, I want to help Koneko-chan with her morning exercise if possible, but going to shop every day early in the morning will just tire her out. Yoruichi turned her sights to Koneko. Koneko took a deep breath and looked at Kasuk like she found her resolve. Kasuk-senpai, please allow me to live here. I'll help out with housekeeping and I'll also pay my rent, so dash. Kasuk didn't let her finish what she is about to say by putting his hands up. Stop right there, Koneko-chan. That really isn't a good idea. Why not? I'll do everything to help around the shop, and I also live alone in a dormitory Rias arranged for me. It doesn't really matter if I move. Koneko pulls on Kasuk's clothes while explaining herself with a puffy look on her face. Yoruichi looked at Kasuk with a strange smile. Ah. Fine. But you have to convince Rias Grimmory if that's what you want. Kasuk was defeated. Okay, I will. Koneko beamed a smile. Good for you, Koneko-chan. But I won't accept any slacking off if you want to do my training. You'll get hurt for sure. Are you fine with that? Yoruichi patted her head and gave her a final warning. Yes. Please be strict with me. Koneko didn't hesitate and gave her a serious look. Yoruichi nodded in satisfaction. We're done talking. Let's go out for now. Koneko-chan probably wants to go and arrange a few things now. Koneko-chan, we'll start your training tomorrow. Kasuk clapped his hands and called it a day with the training. The trio started to walk towards where they came from and entered the room where the elevator door is located. Senpai, why is this elevator so fast? I can't even feel it. Koneko curiously asked. It looks like an elevator, but it's technically a teleporting box. Kasuk continued walking and entered the elevator. They reached the hidden room of the shop and Kasuk suddenly stopped. Really now? Kasuk said in an exasperated voice. Ha ha ha, looks like they took Koneko-chan staying the night here quite seriously, Yoruichi commented. What's happening? Koneko looked confusedly at the two. Well, your friends are worried about you. Now let's discuss how much you can explain them. Kasuk scratched his head as he didn't expect that they were this protective of her. Though it makes him a bit happy that they can do something if it is for their comrade. I'll just tell them that you're teaching me how to fight as you're a lot better than me in techniques, Koneko decided. That's fine, but are you sure? Yes. It's in our contract to keep your abilities and Yoruichi-san a secret, and you don't want to attract their attention, right? Yep, and I feel like it's going to be stormy these days, so be careful. I'll try to look around and see what's going on, but if it's something your group can deal with then I won't interfere. You can show some the things you've learned, but don't use your senjutsu if possible, as it might attract your awkward sister. I understand. I miss Ne-sama and I want to see her as soon as possible, but I have to get as strong as possible to spank Ne-sama's butt for causing so much trouble. Koneko nodded happily. Kasuk and Yoruichi looked at each other and laughed. Then I'll teleport ourselves outside. Where do you want to go? Kasuk asked the two. Let's go to a family restaurant. I'm hungry. Yoruichi suggested. Then it's decided. Kasuk clapped his hands and cast a small kidder that cleans himself and around him of grime and dust. A very convenient skill. They teleported in an unassuming alley and go to the direction of the town's commercial district and eat their lunch and also both some items that Koneko might need when she moves in. Akino and Tsubaki's lookouts found them and tailed them for a while. Koneko already transformed herself back to being a human when they found them. Chapter 31, The Grimmory Peerage. Akino-san, we found them. Tsubaki stood at the top of the building overlooking the wild shopping district. What are they doing? Akino asked while she sets up the magic circles inside Kasuk's shop. She also inspected the whole place one more time with her own eyes and found nothing except for how unmoving the elderly lady is while manning the shop. If not for her breathing, Akino will think that the lady is dead. They seem to be shopping for daily necessities and having fun for once in a while. Tsubaki fixed her glasses and reported them. A date. They skipped school to go on a date. Akino couldn't believe what she is hearing, especially the other person is the stoic Koneko. No, there is another person with them. A dark-skinned black-haired beauty that is the same age as Kasuk Urahara. If I were to give my honest opinion, it looks like a family outing as Koneko-san is also very close to this woman. Tsubaki can't help but fix her glasses again as she said that, after all, she also knows Koneko's personality, and seeing her laugh and smile with people outside the Sitris and Grimmory peerage is pretty unbelievable for her. A family outing. Send me a video feed. Akino's mouth twitches. Tsubaki didn't say anything else and manipulated her magic circle to send a video feed to Akino. How? Akino saw three figures who are talking happily. Koneko, who is one of the three figures, is laughing and smiling like a normal kid of her age. She knows for sure that Koneko can't express herself properly or even act due to her past trauma. She took a closer look at Koneko and saw that she is genuinely happy. Akino felt happy for her and also a little jealous as someone they didn't know managed to open her heart. The relieved expression Koneko puts up sometimes also puzzled her greatly. She would have to show this to Rias first before making any further decisions. Akino finished up after hiding numerous magic circles all over the shop and went back to school to report what happened today. After school, Rias Grimmory heard a knock on the door of the clubroom while she is doing some reports that will be sent to the underworld. Come in. The door opened and Akino came in. Rias. Rias looked up and saw Akino's serious expression. What happened? Rias furrowed her brows and stopped what she is doing. Before I make my report, please take a look at this. Akino snapped her fingers and the television in the room turned on by itself. The flat-screen TV showed a video of Kasuk, Yoruichi, and Koneko happily talking and playing around. Rias blankly looked at the screen until it turned black and the video stopped playing. Rias turned to Akino with an incredulous look and asked, How? Right. I have the same question as you. Akino shook her head with a wry smile. Tell me everything that you saw. Rias stood up and looked outside the window. Akino narrated everything from the moment she summoned her familiars. She showed up in front of them and released a magic wave to disrupt any complicated spells that affected the mind. I see. If all this is true, then I am happy for Koneko and I should be thankful to him and this unknown lady. Rias let out a long sigh and turned to Akino. What should we do now? Akino was at lost. Continue monitoring him. We didn't get any evidence that he is manipulating Koneko, but we still can't rule out the possibility. I don't want to take any chances if it is about the safety of my precious servants. Rias walked back to her desk and sat back down. And if we're wrong? Akino couldn't help but worry. I'll apologize personally and I'll be in his debt for taking care of Koneko. Rias smiled lightly. I really hope we're wrong. Akino also finally smiled and started preparing some tea for Rias and other club members that are about to come. After a few minutes, a knock on the door was heard. Getting permission to enter, a young man came in. He is a handsome young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye. He wears the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. Good evening, Bucho, Akino-san. He greeted the two. How did it go, Yuto? Rias turned her head towards the newcomer and asked. The young man sat down on the couch and Akino placed a cup of tea in his front. This man Yuto Kiba, Rias Grimmory's knight. Thank you, Akino-san. The fallen angel didn't make a move, but they are going to have a date tomorrow. Yuto made his report and drank the tea. Fufu. She'll probably do it tomorrow. Rias leaned on her chair and smiled. Is he going to be our new comrade? Yuto asked his master. It still depends on him, Rias replied. By the way, Bucho, it seems that this Issei Hayadu is a good friend of Kasuk Urahara since childhood, Akino spoke from the side. Kasuk Urahara? You mean that guy? You know him, Yuto. Rias also drank her tea. Yeah, I mean only a few people don't know about him. He's pretty famous in school, though not in a good way. And Akino-san probably knows the basics about him. Tell me what you know. Rias urged him to speak more. Let's see, he's the known leader of the 4 heavenly perverts who is known to do all kinds of perverted things. Most are petty things, however. There is something like that in our school. Rias looked at him with her mouth twitching. Sona Kaishu probably knows more about him. Sona. Right, I forgot to tell you something, Rias Bucho, due to Kaneko's issue. I heard from Tsubaki-san that Sona Kaishu wants to take him as her knight. Both Rias and Yuto are shocked after hearing this. Why? I thought that he is a mage and her bishop pieces are already in use. I'll understand if it is room though. Rias is confused. It seems that he has a sword-type sacred gear, although a weak one, he is very skilled at using it, that he is able to outrun Sona Kaishu's knight. Akino continued. Now that you mention Sona Kaishu, there are also rumors floating around that Kaishu also fell victim to his perverted antics, Yuto muttered from the side. What? Both Akino and Rias were speechless. What the hell is this guy? He's giving me too many headaches. Rias pressed her temple and sighed. Chapter 32, Koneko vs. Yuto. Another knock was heard on the door. The 3 looked over and Rias spoke, "Come in." The door opened and Koneko, with a refreshed look and clearly in a good mood, entered the room. Yuto, who didn't know what's happening, is confused at Kaneko's changes. Good evening, Rias Bucho, Akino-san, Yuto-senpai. Koneko greeted the 3. Good evening, Koneko. Looks like you had fun today. Rias smiled at her. MMMH. Koneko nodded with a smile. Akino prepared another cup of tea and some snacks and placed it on the part of the table in front of Kaneko's usual seat. Koneko sat down and started eating her snacks. The trio looked at her silently and Koneko noticed it but kept on eating silently and waited for them to ask. Koneko, why didn't you go home yesterday? Rias first opened her mouth. I stayed at Kasuk-senpai's place. I got tired and accidentally slept there. Koneko replied without much hesitation. Yuto, who is listening to the side, was shocked. That Koneko. You've become quite close to him. Can you tell me what you think of him? Rias continued, ignoring the shocked Yuto. MMMH. He's a pervert. Koneko nodded and only said one thing. The trio's mouth were twitching, we know. But he also kind, although a bit selfish. He kept on doing idiotic things even though he is very smart. He also has this natural capability to annoy everyone around him. He doesn't care what others think of him and just do whatever he wants. Did I mention that he's also a big pervert? Koneko spoke with a gentle smile on her face, which gave another shock to the 3. What did you do, Kasuk Urahara? I know that you can overpower him easily, but aren't you worried that he might just assault you when you let your guard down? You did mention that he is a big pervert. Rias calmed herself and continued to ask. Koneko thought for a bit and said, in a fight with, I can easily overpower him but won't be able to defeat him. This is technically isn't a lie since he always only used strength lower than me when we spar. You fought him before and lost. Did he use magic? Rias' expression became serious. Yes, Bucho. He did use magic to strengthen his body, but I'm still stronger. Koneko said, but thought, that's what he said to me when we first fought. I still don't know how he strengthens himself to insane levels. How many times have you fought him? Rias' expression became even more serious. I started sparring with him a week ago and we always spar when I come over. Koneko continued eating her snacks as she spoke. How did you lose? Did he use some tricks? I can't really describe how I lose, but I lose to his skills. Skills. MMMH, even though I'm stronger, he can play with me until I'm dead tired. I also never landed a hit on him. Kasuk-senpai also teaches me how to fight along the way. Never. Not at least once. It's Yuto's turn to be shocked now, as he is also a close combat specialist and he can never do that to Koneko in a proper fight. Bucho. Akino looked at Rias, who's still deep in her thoughts. If he is teaching you, why didn't we see a change in your battle style? Rias asked and Yuto nodded in agreement, right. Because senpai stated that I should never use what he teaches me in a real fight until I reach a certain level of mastery. I can only use what I learned if I'm sparring with senpai, however, he already lifted that restriction earlier. How much did you improved? I don't know. I still can't touch senpai even after using everything I learned. Koneko shook her head in disappointment, but she'll never give up to get stronger for her sister's sake. How about a spar with me? Yuto suddenly suggested. Koneko didn't agree immediately and looked to Rias for confirmation. Good. Koneko, did you use your knuckle gloves when sparring against him? Rias agreed and asked another question. Koneko nodded at her. Then Yuto, use your sword birth. Rias looked at Yuto and instructed. Bucho. All right. Yuto saw her serious expression and agreed. Let's move. Rias stood up and exited while the rest followed. They arrived at an opening in the forest beside the clubhouse. Aquino, put up a barrier. Just in case. Yes, Bucho. Koneko and Yuto are facing each other with 15 meters between them in the middle of the clearing. You can start now, Rias shouted at the two. Yuto materialized a one-handed sword on his right hand while Koneko put up a stance. Yuto made the first move by charging towards Koneko and making a swipe with his sword from left to right. His speed so fast that normal humans will only be able to see a blurred silhouette. Koneko dodges by flipping backward and sending a kick to his chin in the process. Yuto blocked her foot with his left hand, but he was lifted backward for a few feet due to the kick's force. It's Kaneko's turn to dash towards him, and Yuto readied his stance but shocked when she suddenly throws a handful of dirt and grasses to his face. At this unexpected situation, he panicked a bit and used his left arm to block the dirt coming to his eyes. When he looked in front of him, Koneko already disappeared and saw a white silhouette to his right side. Yuto readied his sword to block the incoming fist, but another unexpected thing happened that shocked everyone, even Koneko herself. When her left fist made contact with Yuto's sword, instead of brushing it away as she intended, it suddenly burst into pieces. Yuto stopped moving as well as the two onlookers. Koneko remembered what her senpai said, that never stop moving and thinking your next move even if something very unexpected happens. She stepped in and launched a punch towards Yuto's face, only stopping when her fist is only about half an inch closer. Chapter 33, Miss Q&A. Rias, Aquino, and especially Yuto were dumbfounded at the turn of events. When Koneko jumped back, they finally have a response. How did you do that, Koneko? Yuto reacted first. Koneko also puzzlingly looking at her hand and didn't answer. Did you learn that from him? Rias approached them with Aquino. Yes, Bucho, Koneko affirmed. Did you manage to get stronger? Aquino asked. No, I didn't get stronger. Senpai said that it's just a trick to use more potential of the body. Trick? How does it work? Yuto almost tripped himself at Koneko's answer. You do this by consciously controlling and circulating your demonic power throughout your body and suddenly concentrating it when you attack or defend. Theirs is an even more advanced technique that requires more control, and I can't do it. Koneko explained. See, control it while moving in high speeds. I can only do it if I'm stationary and all of my focus on it. Yuto imagined doing it himself, but the end result is just self-destruction. What else did you learn from him? Rias looked at Koneko as she didn't expect that her servant will grow stronger without her knowledge. That is, never stop moving in an actual fight even if something unexpected happens, and just think of a way out. Yuto's body shook as he did just that earlier, leading to his easy lose. Another one is, to not only use your body to fight, as the terrain around you can change the tides of battle. Koneko continued. Yuto was enlightened at her words and remember how she used her backflip to grab some dirt without his notice. And the rest is Kasuk-senpai pointing out my openings in my stance and how to effectively move my body from different positions. You learned all of that from him? Rias couldn't believe that a master like him lives in her territory, but she knows nothing about it. Yes, but starting tomorrow I'm going to learn under someone else who is better than him in hand-to-hand combat. There is someone else stronger than him. Who is he? Is he also living in Kuo Town? Rias is holding her head in frustration, as information like this may attract other high-class devils to invite them to their respective households. She isn't necessarily stronger than Senpai. After all, Senpai might be good at hand-to-hand combat, but swordsmanship is actually his expertise. Rias held her forehead and let out a long sigh. It actually slipped my mind that he has a sword-type sacred gear, so it's only natural that he is a swordsman, but to think that he can teach you to this degree and his swordsmanship is still better, we underestimated him too much. Koneko-chan, could you be referring to the lady with you two earlier at the shopping district? Aquino from the side asked. Yes, Aquino-san. Unfortunately, that's all I can tell you about her due to the contract. That's fine. We know what she looks like. As long as she lives in this town and actively search for her, we'll have information on her sooner or later. Rias, who is done sorting her mind, spoke. Sorry Bucho, but I doubt you'll extend your investigation towards a cat with a male voice. Koneko pities them that they'll only tire themselves out. Koneko-chan, he taught you how to fight, but did he teach you any technique or skill? Yuto continued to ask about Koneko's apprenticeship. Yes, a short movement technique called flash step. However, I can only do half of it. Can you show us? Even if it is incomplete. Yuto urges her as he got interested in the technique due to its name. Koneko looked at Rias and she nodded. Koneko turned her back towards them and said, please watch carefully. They watched her not carefully, but curiously. They thought it was just a high-speed dash given its name. Before they knew it, Koneko already disappeared from their sights and heard a loud sound at the distance. They turned their heads towards where the sound came from and saw Koneko crashed, felling multiple trees in the process. All of them, without exception, had their mouth and eyes wide open. What the hell? Yuto muttered. When Rias heard this, she dashed to Koneko to check her state. Koneko. The two followed and they saw Koneko stood up, with her clothes partially destroyed, dusting herself. Are you all right? Rias worriedly asked. I'm fine, Bucho. Koneko looked at her and smiled. Akino proceeded to repair her clothes and Rias had a sigh of relief. Yuto, how fast was that? Rias then faced her knight. I'm sorry, Bucho, I didn't see it clearly so I don't know. But I at least know that I'm incapable of moving in such speed. Yuto scratched his head in embarrassment. Even you couldn't see. Rias felt another headache coming. He is teaching you this insane technique that makes you a human bullet. Rias then looked at this unbelievable little girl. You've got it wrong, Bucho. As I said, I only learned half of it. Senpai can disappear and reappear silently, although I don't know how many times he can do that, as this particular technique put a large burden to the body. Koneko explained. Rias held her already throbbing forehead and looked at Koneko. I still have a lot questions about him but I'll set it aside for now, just answer this final thing I'm curious about. Rias fixed her posture and gave Koneko a serious look. Why is he doing all of this? Why? Koneko paused for a moment and then smiled, because he's bored. Bored. Rias thought he caused us so much headache because he's bored. She let out another huge sigh. She looked at Akino. Akino, check what is he doing right now. Yes, Bucho. Akino closed her eyes to connect herself to the magic circles she had set up earlier at Kasuk's shop. After a few moments, she suddenly blushed and gritted her teeth. What's wrong? Rias thought that something has gone wrong and hurriedly asked. That bastard blocked the view of all audio-visual surveillance magic circle with tons of porn magazines, and a sound of a moaning man is playing in the background. He even left a note in the middle saying, "This is my treasured collection. Please enjoy it," winking and laughing. P.S. That gay porn isn't mine, I'm just curious. Akino shut off her connection to the magic circle. Rias' body was shaking before laughing out loud. Pfft, ahahaha. Akino, please erase all those circles. He isn't an enemy. That damned pervert. Koneko couldn't help but curse. Akino did just that as those circles are already useless. Are you sure of him not being our enemy? Yes, my instinct is telling that he's not. No, that's not it, more like my instinct is screaming at me not to make him my enemy. Rias turned around intending to go back to the clubhouse. The rest followed. Bucho, I'd like to ask a permission for something. Koneko is fidgeting. What is it? They continued walking. I want to move into Kasuk-senpai's place. Koneko dropped the final bomb. All of them looked at Koneko in shock with their mouths twitching. Koneko, I didn't know you were that close to him. Be sure to let him take responsibility. Rias couldn't think of anything else to say. Akino and Yuto just nodded along, they also didn't know what to say. Koneko tilted her head in confusion at their reaction and it then finally hit her, you're wrong. We don't have that kind of relationship. She frantically defended herself. Then why do you want to move in with him? For my training. Yoruichi-san said that it would be convenient. Koneko let out a long breath and said. Yoruichi. Is that the person who is going to teach you? Koneko didn't say anything and just looked at her master. Fine. Just be careful of him. Don't let him attack you in your sleep. Rias gave her a stern warning. Bucho. Akino and Yuto exclaimed at their master's decision. It's fine, Bucho. Even if I'm the one who attacks him, he'll probably say something like, stop little girl. I'm a man and also interested in those stuff. But you have to wait 10 more years. No, wait. Looking at the pace you're developing, probably 20 more years. Or anything along those lines, he. They all felt a chill on their spine when Koneko said that with a smile which isn't a smile. This is Koneko. Just what did that guy really do? They all thought. Ahem, let's go back for now. Rias immediately changed the topic and resumed walking with notably increased pace. The two followed with their backs drenched in cold sweat. We should prepare to take an Issei Hayadu. I want him even more now that I know he has a connection with Kasuk Urahara. Rias continued. Yes. Bucho. Everybody agreed. Chapter 34, Life Force. 2 weeks has passed. Issei Hayadu became a reincarnated devil under Rias' grimmory after he was killed by the fallen angel in disguise. They just let him do the odd job that their familiars do to let him gain experience. Issei also had some encounters with other fallen angels and almost got killed again if not for the grimmory peerage. But Kasuk thinks that it wouldn't happen in the first place if they do regular checkup on the town's state of affairs. Koneko moved in a few days after welcoming their new member and carried on her training. Kaneko's hand-to-hand combat techniques improved continuously due to Yoruichi's close and proper guidance. Just with half of her total strength and speed, she could defeat Yudokiba in a spar. Meanwhile, Kasuk discovered something impressive while researching about senjutsu with Koneko. The life force, which is the main driving force of senjutsu, is somewhat similar to Ryoryoku, spiritual power. Kasuk discovered that life force was derived from the physical body and everything alive from the surrounding, while Ryoryoku is derived from the soul body and everything with a soul from the surrounding. Kasuk and Yoruichi's bodies have a life force, of course, but they couldn't really control it, and it is relatively unknown to them of how they can use or take advantage of the life force. However, a new door opened for them when Koneko showed them how her body can naturally manipulate life force. Kasuk hypothesized that maybe it's due to her race being a Nikomata and have a natural attunement to life force, like how soul reapers like him and Yoruichi were attuned to Ryoryoku naturally. But then again, further research is needed. That didn't stop Yoruichi from developing Shinigami arts based on life force though, and she manages to make a flash step based on it. Only Koneko can use it currently, as Kasuk and Yoruichi's power source is still the Mana-Soul hybrid. They plan to change it to Life-Soul hybrid as it looks like more compatible with their skill sets due to the similar properties of both life force and Ryoryoku. Although they wouldn't entirely discard mana, as magic is a very versatile skill to use. Kaneko's flash step is more or less has the same effectiveness as the magic counterpart. But do take note that this magic-based flash step was developed and perfected over the years by both Yoruichi and Kasuk. Senjutsu-based flash step, however, only had less than 2 weeks of development time and only in its initial state. Even after taking into consideration the experience of both the former Soul Reapers in converting the skill, it's still incredibly fast due to its compatibility with the energy source. Koneko also learned it easier than the magic counterpart. Kasuk is also developing a training regimen for both him and Yoruichi to use senjutsu in preparation to switch life-soul power. He also started redeveloping Kidu to accommodate the change. If someone were to know what they are planning to do, they might say that they just wasted a few years of their life by discarding their current power and developing a new one. What's important for both Yoruichi and Kasuk isn't the time, as they are destined to live a long life and just a few years are incredibly cheap to them, but potential. The potential height that they could reach increased significantly by only sacrificing a few years of hard work. Kasuk's mother, Sakura, also returned a few days ago. She was obviously shocked when she heard and saw that Koneko, a cute high school girl, is living with her son. Sakura looked at her son weirdly and said, "I just left for a few weeks and your strike zone broadens. You even brought her home to live with you. You didn't kidnap her, did you? Let's return her, okay? I'll apologize together with you and maybe they won't put you to jail." Kasuk, of course, had to frantically explain it to her before she can calm down. While this is all happening, Koneko, who is sitting beside him all this time, is trying to stop her laugh, causing her body to tremble, which in turn worsened the misunderstanding. After an hour of war with her mother, she finally accepted his explanation. "So you're Misha-san's granddaughter. You're also very quiet like her, did you inherit that?" "That's rude, Mom. Misha is the granny jigai with a basic mod soul that tends the store when Kasuk is not around. Misha supposedly didn't feel well in just sitting around and was asked to manage the store. And like that, the issue was resolved, except for Sakura suggesting to Koneko to become her daughter-in-law every now and then." Kasuk looked at his mom carefully and sighed. There are also mysteries regarding her mother. Sakura has a faint trace of demonic power. It's not a result of a spell, as he already checked it. It's coming from her body, more specifically, her heritage. He also checked his body multiple times for a trace of demonic power but didn't find any. He is sure that they are biological mother and son, so Kasuk thinks that the blood of a devil entirely disappeared in his generation. He also doesn't know who is his father, but he didn't confront her about it as he didn't really care about it. Kasuk also wanted to cast some protective spells for his mother but decided against it as it might just draw more attention to her. Late at night. Sakura is already asleep and she together with Koneko. Sakura decided that she should sleep with her in her room so the two of them could have a girls' night. Yoruichi entered Kasuk's room through the window in her cat form. "How is it?" Kasuk asked while he's laying on his bed. Yoruichi jumped down to his chest and yawned before giving her report, "Several crows and few bats." Yoruichi stretched her paws before continuing, "It's still the same group of crows that killed Issei. As for the bats, they're newcomers. When one of them used magic, I saw the insignia of the Astaroth family." "Astaroth? What are they doing here?" Kasuk looked at Yoruichi. "They seem to be watching the movements of the group of stray exorcists under the crows. The grimmories can probably deal with them. How about those fuzzy presences?" Yoruichi furrowed her face in contemplation. "I'm not sure. If not for our ability to sense the soul directly, I might not be able to notice them. If I were to base it on physical features and aura, they seem to be Grim Reapers." "Grim Reapers? And you almost missed them. Now that's interesting. Let's go on a night date tomorrow." Kasuk patted Yoruichi's head. Chapter 35, The Church. Next day evening. A black figure is flashing in and out of existence, jumping from one place to another. This figure is Kasuk wearing a black-colored aura-concealing cloak. Under his hood was Yoruichi in her cat form scanning the area. The two felt a fluctuation of auras at the distance and Kasuk decided to take a look. They landed on a tree branch near the abandoned church of the Kuo town and took a look inside. There they saw Koneko, Issei, and Rias Knight, Yudo Kiba simultaneously attacking an exorcist with a gun and blade made out of light. The shitty priest. Issei shouted at the appearance of the exorcist. Up until now, I never had the pleasure of meeting the same devil twice. I'm super strong, so I usually just chop their heads off as soon as I see them. The exorcist mouthed unceasingly. But you lot have broken my pretty record and that ain't good. You'll pay for it by letting chop your bodies into pieces. That way I'll have peace of mind. The crazy exorcist continued. This guy is crazy, Issei commented. That much is obvious from the start. Yudo readied his sword. You shitty lot came to save Asia-tan. I should have played with that bitch before. Too bad it's too late now. The exorcist sported a crazy smile. You bastard. Where is she? On Issei's arm, a red gauntlet with a green gem in the middle suddenly appeared. There is a staircase under that altar that leads to the ritual site. He answered honestly. Why you actually answered? Issei's mouth is twitching. Huan. That cause you lot are going to die air dot. He started firing his gun in rapid succession. Issei frantically dodges the bullets while Yudo clashed swords with him and Koneko just throwing stuff from the distance clearly holding back. Bastards. He kicked Yudo away when he got a chance and aimed his gun at him. Dance. 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 Ha 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 ha. Koneko stopped throwing things at him and run in front of Yudo to block the bullets. The bullets destroyed parts of her clothes and the final bullet in his magazine hit her forehead leaving a red scratch. Koneko-chan. Are you okay? Issei shouted from the side still charging his sacred gear. That hurt a little, Koneko said still in her usual deadpan expression. Hiya haha, you might be tiny, but you're tough. The exorcist was not scared of her intense defense. Tiny. Koneko touched her modest chest. Koneko suddenly disappeared from her spot and appeared in front of the exorcist sending a punch to his gut. Jiho. His eyes widened in shock of the unexpected speed. What? Oikiba, I thought Koneko-chan's a rook. Why is she as fast as you? Issei was also shocked. That's. She already mastered it. And. He kneeled in pain and started salivating. He looked up and saw Koneko looking down on him with cold eyes. He knew that he was ed. Koneko started pummeling him like she's letting out all her frustrations. Both Issei and Yudo were speechless. They looked at each other in cold sweat and had a mutual understanding to never call Koneko tiny or anything synonymous to it. It seems that Koneko won't be finishing anytime soon. Let's go and save Asia-san, Yudo suggested. He didn't want to look at the brutal beating. Right, let's hurry. Issei has the same opinion. They headed to the altar and moved it to the side. They saw a staircase going down just like the stray exorcist said. They gave Koneko a final look who is still pummeling the poor exorcist and went through the staircase. After a few minutes, Koneko finally stopped and wiped her non-existent sweat and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Kasuk, who is watching all this while, is also drenched in cold sweat after looking at the poor exorcist who is bruised all over and his manhood completely. Say, Yoruichi, Kasuk spoke to the cat on his shoulder. The cat is also watching in satisfaction at her student's actions but didn't give her full points because she didn't kill the exorcist. She wouldn't do that to me if she got stronger than me, right? Who knows? Yash, I'll never let her become stronger than me. Kasuk made a weird promise to himself. Of course, he never thought of impeding her progress. They'll be fine here. Let's take a look at those two who seems about to get killed. Kasuk changed the topic and looked at a certain direction. Kasuk used magic similar to clairvoyance to view what's happening at the Grimmory King and Queen. He saw them on the ground with tattered clothes trying to stand up. In the air in front of them is a fallen angel with black hair and 4 pairs of wings signifying his strength as a vice cabre level. The fallen angel is looking at the two beauties full of lust and is about to pounce on them. The two beauties were not scared and intended to end themselves with him if it really came to it, making the naughty fallen angel stop on his tracks and hesitate. What are you going to do? Yoruichi asked Kasuk. Help them, of course. They are still Koneko-chan and Issei-kun's comrades and their camaraderie are still one of the best I have seen. Kasuk replied. How are you going to do that? Are you going to reveal yourself? Yoruichi asked again. I'll just snipe him from here. I don't care about the devils lurking around, but I still can't pinpoint the exact location of those Grim Reapers. Kasuk gave Yoruichi a grin. Right, I'm sure that they are watching all of this, but I also can't pinpoint their exact location. Maybe they'll reveal themselves if something unexpected happens. Go and do it. Make it flashy, it's going to be fun. Yoruichi is patting Kasuk's face to urge him. You look like a cat who found a rat to chase. Ha, whatever. I'm going around. Kasuk used Flash Step to go to another direction to avoid the town getting destroyed in his attack. He stopped at a certain spot 300 meters away from Rias, Akino, and the Fallen Angel. The Fallen Angel looks like he can't wait any longer and was about to dive. Rias and Akino amassed all of their demonic power for an all-out attack. Kasuk pointed his right palm at their direction and muttered, "Head a number 88 Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reihu, Flying Dragon Striking Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon." A beam of blue light with streaks of lightning more than 5 meters in diameter appeared in front of his palm like a gigantic laser beam sweeps across the sky and hit the Fallen Angel, vaporizing him along with the beam's path 2 kilometers long from Kasuk's position. Chapter 36, Fallen Angels vs. Grimoires. More than a quarter of an hour ago. Rias and Akino teleported near the church and started walking towards it. Look who's here. A fallen angel blocked their way by jumping down from a nearby tree branch. The one who spoke up was a girl with blonde hair styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded in the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. Rias and Akino stopped and looked at her. She stood up and said, "People call me the Fallen Angel Middled. And I'm the most awesome angel in existence." "Oh my, how courteous of you. But aren't you a bit into it?" Akino smiled and said, "My servant sensed your presence. You must be scared of us being on the move." Rias followed up. "Nope, not at all." She laughed, "It's just that we don't want devils interrupting our important ritual." "Well, we're sorry about that. Our cheerful kids just went there." Akino snickered at her. "Wait, what? Are you freaking serious?" "Fufufu. Yes. Boldly through the front gate." "Damn it. I figured you'd be sneaking in from the back." Middle repeatedly stomps her foot on the ground in frustration. After a few seconds, she stopped and calmed down by letting out a sigh. "Well, how many lackeys you bring doesn't really matter anyway. It won't be a problem. After all, you two are the only ones who actually stand a chance of interrupting us. Thanks for coming all the way out here." "It doesn't matter. I'm not going to join them," Rias replied. "Oh wait, you're abandoning them." Middle looked at them stupefied. Before Rias and Akino could answer her, 2 other fallen angel landed near Middle. "Oh, what do we have here?" Donasik, who Rias, Akino, and Koneko met before when he tried to kill Issei as he thought he was a stray devil, muttered. Donasik was a middle-aged looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. "You want to interrupt Reincarnation's ritual? I'll have to kill you both here." Kalawarner, the last of the fallen angels, spoke up. Kalawarner was a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving a view to her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top, but it can only be seen from the bottom. After Kalawarner spoke up, they all took the air. "Akino." Rias calmly called out to her queen. "Yes, Bucho." Akino separated from Rias and raised her arm. Akino's demonic power surges up and her school uniform suddenly transforms into a traditional Miko attire, consisting of a white hair with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zore with white tabi. "Damn it. Why is a devil like you have a transformation scene?" Middle couldn't help but say. Akino didn't reply but spread her arms out and multiple magic circles appeared in the surrounding, essentially sealing off the space around them. "Hey, aren't we screwed?" Middle looked around in slight panic. "So this is what you planned from the start?" Kalawarner materialized a spear of light and aimed it to Akino. "Ah. Don't disappoint me, you lot. I hope you can take a lot of pain," Akino smiled seductively. "Oomph, the stupid devil. This will only work if you can take all of us at the same time. And besides, the ritual is almost over and even you Lady Grimmory wouldn't stand a chance against us." Donasik sneered at the 2 devils. And started throwing spear of lights to both of them. "Haha, damn right." Middle managed to regain her calm. "I see, so your aim is that nun's sacred gear," Rias commented. They threw a volley of spears at them and Akino raised a magic circle as a shield to protect Rias. "Not bad. That shield is pretty strong to block spears of light." Pretty good for a devil. Middle nonchalantly said. But I wonder how long it is going to last. Kalawarner threw another spear and two followed suit. Sealing this space and putting up a shield, not a very good plan. Donasek gives them another sneer. The two just stayed silent, not hearing any of their provocations. Hey, how about you leave and we'll let you go? Just kidding. You're accompanying us here until everything is over. We'll also turn you two into powder afterward. Ha ha ha. Your servants should be black and blue now. Especially the perverted kid that fell in love with reincarnation. I'm sure he's long been. Don't underestimate Issei. He's my strongest pawn, after all. Rias finally interrupted her annoying monologue. Pawn. Oh right, you depict your servants as chess pieces. Pawns are the ones lining up on the front, aren't they? Middle continued on grumbling and throwing spears. So, they're basically sacrificial lambs, Kalawarner commented from the side. Oh my, our club president would never sacrifice any pieces. Akino has some bead of sweats running through her neck as she blocks their attacks. But their last attack finally broke through her shield and she was thrown a few feet away from Rias. You seem to be thinking the kid's so capable, but he doesn't stand a chance against Reincarnation, no matter how good he is. Donasek threw another line. She's his ex-girlfriend, after all. Middle is already snickering as if she remembered something funny. Reincarnation told us about what she did to him. It was hilarious. Rias' aura suddenly changed, but the three fallen angels didn't notice it. Don't go there, Middle. Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud. Donasek also started snickering. And Kalawarner is also the same. Well, I have to admit it was really funny. They, at the same time, threw their strengthened spear of lights to kill Rias, who is already defenseless. Bucho. Watch out. Akino warned her master. But before the spears landed on her, a surge of powerful demonic energy came out of her and destroyed all the spears. It bounced off her. Kalawarner was angst, especially from the terrifying energy coming off her. The two fallen angels also finally felt dread. You made fun of my servant. Rias' demonic powers, now laced with destruction element, surges up one more time. Oh my, you shouldn't have made her upset. You did a good job taunting her, you silly angels. Akino commented. Rias sent a wave of her destruction power to all of them and they instantly disappeared from the face of the earth, not even uttering a cry of grief. Let's go, Akino. We shouldn't let them wait. Rias dusted herself and started walking towards the church. Yes, Buck. Now. Look at what you have done to my precious little pets. Akino was interrupted by a sudden intruder and a sinister aura engulfed them. Chapter 37, Half-Fallen Angle Half-Devil. Who are you? Rias turned around and looked at him with a serious expression. The sinister aura he is emitting is giving them some dread. This man is about 6 feet tall. He has blonde hair with streaks of purple and sharp red blood eyes. This man is quite handsome if not for his smile full of malice, disdain, and lust. Upon closer inspection, they can feel both the aura of a devil and a fallen angel, which gives Akino quite a shock as it reminded her of her own heritage. The men saw her reaction and laughed. Ha ha ha, don't put me on the level as you, B*TCH. I'm not a lowly reincarnated devil, spawn of Barakiel. He then spread 4 pairs of wings, half devil and a half fallen angel. I'm a child from a high-class devil and a cadre level fallen angel. Though I can't really introduce them to you as I already have eaten both of them. Hi ha ha ha. Hearing his story and seeing his crazed look gave Rias and Akino another wave of dread. Ha! Rias charged her demonic power and immediately attacked the crazy angel. She didn't want to hear more words coming from him. Lightning. Akino also did the same. She's very pissed when he mentioned the name Barakiel. How rude. He scowled at them and deflected their attacks with his bare hands, leaving only a shallow cut to his skin. Ha! He saw a small trace of blood from his hands and looked at the two of them with greater maliciousness. He snapped his fingers and a ball of light suddenly materialized in the middle of Rias and Akino. Aw. They called in grief as the ball of light suddenly exploded, sending both of them away, leaving them with multiple wounds and tattered clothes. Oops, not good, not good. I can't kill you both just yet. He took back his hands and said. Can't kill. Why? Rias is trying to stand up. Huh? Isn't that obvious? I'll take both of you as my meat slave. He took the air and declared like it was the most obvious thing to do. A meat slave. Both Rias and Akino were stunned. You see, that bastard Rizavim told me to look for an unusual individual. He suddenly started explaining himself, which made Rias and Akino unable to respond. And you know what description he gave me of this guy he's looking for? Annoying. Just annoying. How am I supposed to find this annoying guy? They can feel his frustration as he said those things. For a moment, a certain figure flashed inside Akino's mind but brushed it off since that would be impossible. Why would someone send an almost cadre-level angel to chase after some annoying human? But he's a lot stronger than me, so I had to follow his order. I looked everywhere and didn't find this guy, which frustrates me to no end. Finally, Fortune smiled at me and saw the two of you. The sister of the current Satan and the daughter of my former boss. When he reached this part, he licked his lips in delight. These actions of him gave the two beauties another chill in their spine, and they had a horrible premonition. How nice it would be to f***ck both of you silly in front of a Satan and my former boss. Ha 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 ha. His crazed demeanor disgusts the two, but his threat is very real. Rias. I'll take him down with me. Run away if found an opening. Akino's aura surges. She is ready to self-destruct for her master and best friend to have a chance to escape. That won't do, Akino. We're together in this. I won't leave you behind. Rias also resolved herself. Rias. Akino saw Rias' determined expression and stopped herself from speaking. I'd rather die than become that guy's plaything. Rias continued, and her aura also surges up. Both she and Akino are pooling everything they have to destroy the enemy. More notably is Rias. She pooling an insane amount of power of destruction which scared even the half-fallen angel half-devil. Wait, we can talk this out. Just have a one-night stand with me and I'll let the two of you go. Let's have a deal, alright. His words only infuriate the two of them and gathered power faster. Fine. Before I die, I'll first obliterate that annoying church. His words stunned the two and the energy they gathered faltered. The bastard used this opening to charge at them and disable them. But before he could dive, a horizontal pillar of light that came from the town's direction suddenly engulfed and vaporize him along with the path the light took. Rias and Akino were stunned yet again, but this time, only with pure astonishment devoid of any dread they felt. What? What was that? Akino spoke up first and slowly stood up. Akino. Find where that attack came from. Rias also stood up and suddenly ordered. Why yes, Bucho. Akino hurriedly took the air and flew towards the origin of that beam, but after a few minutes of looking, she found nothing significant. She looked at the distance and measured the line the beam drew, about 2 kilometers. Really, what the hell was that? She then returned to Rias reporting her findings. What the hell is up with this town? We've been only here for 2 years yet strange events kept happening. Rias rubbed her forehead while Akino fixes their clothes and healing their wounds. Fufufu, we should be thankful that someone or something saved us from earlier. Akino laughed as she continues her work. That's obvious, but I'll have to report this to Nisama. That beam instantly vaporized that bastard where we can only scratch him with our attacks. We don't know how strong is that exactly, but Nisama should be able to estimate it based on our accounts. We'll have to collaborate with Sona to launch another investigation in the whole town. So many things are happening without our knowledge, and that is fatal. Let's go, Akino. We can't keep them waiting and we'll have to welcome a new member. Rias resumed walking towards the church after Akino finished fixing her clothes. Akino silently followed him, still thinking of the events earlier and how they managed to get away from the worst crisis of their life yet. Chapter 38, The Grim Reapers. How was that? Flashy, right? Kasuk wore a grin. I'll give it an August 10th. Yoruichi slapped his face with her paw. August 10th. I didn't a perfect score. Not even a 9 out of 10. Why? Kasuk is quite confused at her score. You should have grazed them and burned some of their hair. Yoruichi looked at him seriously. Ha 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 ha, you're still pissed that they bugged every nook and cranny of our place. I know that what they did is for Koneko-chan, but I'm still pissed. What are you going to do about it? I'll pat you until you're satisfied. Kasuk pats Yoruichi's head with occasional brushing to the side. Not enough. Then let me buy all your favorite food. Within the budget, mind you. Fine, but let's start chasing those rats. Your display earlier startled them and they started moving. Roger that. I'll leave it to you to disable them. Be careful though, we know almost nothing about them, and don't touch those helmets. It doesn't give me a good feeling. Got it. Kasuk and Yoruichi tailed them silently for a while, curious of where they are going. There are 2 Grim Reapers and they have contrasting build, making differentiating the two easy. It took them half an hour to go to a large prairie outside of the town. The cloaked Grim Reapers finally stopped and the large guy looked around, making sure that no one followed them. You're too nervous, newbie. The small guy removed his hood and revealed his young appearance and a strange tattoo on his face, but Kasuk and Yoruichi knew that appearance means nothing for the long-lived races. He is also wearing a black form-fitting helmet. Design-wise, it doesn't really do its job to protect the head, but Kasuk and Yoruichi noticed that this thin helmet somehow blocks and stops the surrounding from recognizing its wearer. The large guy also removed his hood and his appearance is like that of a war veteran, but his body is trembling like a newborn. He also wears a similar helmet as the small guy, but senpai, we were openly spying them. I can't really relax, even more so after that ridiculous beam came out of nowhere. You don't have to worry so much, with Hades-sama's newest invention, the imitation of Hades' helmet, even though it can't hide the wearer's existence like the original, it is enough to hide even from those devil kings in plain sight. Although that beam really came out of nowhere. We couldn't even find its source. We have to report this to Hades-sama and see if it's related to our second mission. The small Grim Reaper patted the back of the larger one in an attempt to comfort him. But there should be something or someone who these helmets can hide from, right? The large man calmed down and asked. Well, of course. God or goddesses with special eyes or clairvoyance abilities, mythical beings like the Ouroboros dragon and Great Red, and maybe that Ajuka Beelzebub, from what I heard, if you stayed long enough in his presence. The smaller guy thought for a moment and replied. That's scary. If we encounter any of those, we'll die instantly. The large baby is about to fall on his butt. Damn you. Stop shouting to my ears. And stop being scared. We won't encounter any of those guys in our mission. The small guy used his pinky to scrape the inside of his left ear. I'm sorry, senpai. But I've been scared ever since you recruited me. I was shocked, you know. I thought you really died a few years ago. The big guy scratched his head in embarrassment. I already told you, us, the special operatives, answers directly to Hades-sama. But for us to join, we have to disappear from the world, so we have to die and never remove this helmet our entire lives. For Hades-sama's ambitions. When the small guy uttered his final sentence, there is a crazed glint in his eyes. For Hades-sama's ambitions. The other one nodded and said also with a crazed expression. Now then, I'll send my report to Hades-sama. Give me a moment. The small guy returned to his usual demeanor and formed a magic circle in his hand. But before that magic circle able to send information, they heard a voice behind them. Black silence. A black cube instantly encapsulates them. The Grim Reapers found themselves in a lightless world and they panicked. But before they could do anything significant, both of them felt a fingertip landed on their foreheads. After that, a flash of lightning traveled from those fingertips through their heads, robbing them of their consciousness. They fell down at the same time and the black world vanished. That Kidu is an original of Kasuk based on Hata number 90 Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Instead of impaling the enemy after trapping them, this Kidu enhances its trapping abilities to the point of no information can come in or out, hence, the black silence. It's very useful to momentarily block those insides from using any form of communication to outside. Why are you trying to fry their brains? Wouldn't their usefulness decrease if they're brain dead? Kasuk commented behind Yoruichi, who is looking at the two twitching unconscious individuals. It's fine. I learned how to precisely control my power. They're only unconscious and maybe in a bit of a pain after they woke up. Yoruichi gave him a bright smile. As violent as ever, I see. Kasuk returned a grin. So, what are going to do with them? Yoruichi stretched her body since it's been a while she was in her human form. We'll take them to the training ground. They don't look like they have any good intentions. I'll leave their interrogation to you as you're more adept at it. Kasuk approached the Grim Reapers and stared, sealing all of their senses by inserting his own energy to block neural activities. Anything goes. Yoruichi wants to confirm. Anything is fine as long as they're alive. Kasuk stood up and carried the larger guy over his shoulder. All right. Yoruichi approached the smaller guy and also carried him on her shoulder. The two of them, along with the Grim Reapers, disappeared from their spot, leaving nothing behind except for the disturbed winds of the prairie. Chapter 39, Sakura Urahara. Back at the training ground on the same day. The two unconscious Grim Reapers are sitting side by side on a wooden chair and their limbs were tied to armrest and leg with some kind of metal bindings that Kasuk made. A few moments later both of them woke up at the same time and found themselves tied and looked around. They saw the surrounding rocky terrain and a large wall at the distance. Looking around some more, they knew that they were in a very big room due to the walls and ceiling. S-senpai, are you awake? The large man started fidgeting, trying to untie himself. He thought that the one who tied them up this way is pretty stupid. A simple chair can easily break just from surging their aura. But he was shocked that he can't channel any of his strength. He looked at his bindings and noticed that the moment they move, the little things instantly disperse any accumulated strength and energy. Yes, I am, Boris. The small guy also tried the same and dispirited when they realized their situation. Mir senpai, who could have captured us? The big guy named Boris asked his senpai again. He hadn't stopped trying to escape, but all he could do is to rattle the chair a little bit. I don't know. One thing is for sure though, he can detect us. Mir also tried channeling his magic to make a contact to anyone but still failed. God level. Aren't we screwed? Boris stopped moving and shouted to his partner. Damn right. He'll probably interrogate us later, so swear on Hades-sama's name that you won't reveal anything. Also, we failed sending our report on time, so a rescue team is surely already on their way to us. Hold on until then. Mir warned his companion on the upcoming situation. Yes. Senpai. For Hades-sama. Boris gives Mir a large grin and renewed his resolve. Good, Mir replied lightly. A few more minutes had passed, they didn't speak any longer and they already tried everything they could think of to escape, but none worked due to the detestable bindings. When they gave up escaping and just silently waiting for the capturers, the voice of a man resounded behind them, accompanied by the sound of wooden sandals stepping. Not gonna talk any longer. That's a shame. I thought that the two of you would like to brag everything about yourselves. I guess I was wrong. He slowly walks to their front and saw him. A tall, lean man with light skin and gray eyes. His hair is messy and light blonde, with strands framing the sides of the face and hanging between his eyes. He wears a dark green shihakusho without an undershirt. Over this, he wears a black haori, which sports a white diamond pattern along its bottom half. On his head is a striped dark green and white bucket hat that shadows his eyes. He is also holding a white fan over his face, but they could tell that he was smiling. Mir was silently inspecting this man and was shocked to the core. How? A human? How are you able to detect us? This guy is a human. Not a hybrid. But pure human. Boris also reacted the same. He couldn't believe what is he seeing, as humans are the most basic and weakest species. Although there are exceptions, most of them are historical figures and Longinus users. Don't doubt my race now. I'm a bona fide human. Kasuk playfully pouted at them, which made them think that he's mocking them and being sarcastic. Mir wanted to say something but stopped, and contemplated for a bit and looked at Kasuk seriously. Is he the one we're looking for? This reaction didn't escape Kasuk's perception and started guessing what that reaction means. This may be a bit sudden, but could you please answer a few of my questions? I'll let you go afterwards. Kasuk continued observing their reactions to glean more clues about them. You won't get anything from us even if you torture us. Boris growled at Kasuk, threatening to bite him to death if he ever comes close to them. My, how scary. Although I already got some pieces of information from you two before we even capture you. Like how this Hades guy needs dead minions and sending them out to stalk some young devils. Kasuk is trying to provoke them into speaking more, but they stayed silent. Continuing like this is unproductive. Yoruichi, your cue. Kasuk gave up and called his partner. You gave up too fast. A beauty with dark skin, black ponytailed hair and golden eyes, wearing only clothing akin to a swimsuit, suddenly appeared beside Kasuk, which startled the two Grim Reapers, though they already resolved themselves to stay silent until their reinforcements arrive and didn't say anything to react. There is no point of wasting my effort asking them nicely, so I'm leaving it to you, Kasuk answered her and folded his fan. All right. Leave it to me. Are you going to watch? Yoruichi cracked her knuckles and reviewed what she had learned in her past life on how to interrogate someone effectively, also adding her accumulated knowledge in this world. Nope, I'm going up and leave everything to you here. I still need to check on some things, and Koneko might get worried if both of us disappear for the night. Kasuk turned around and started walking away. Prepare a good breakfast for me, I'll probably take the whole night to crack their brain open. On Yoruichi's hand were small lightning flashing around, giving off static sounds. Got it. Be sure to leave them alive and don't ever touch their helmets. Kasuk only waved his hand back and didn't stop walking, leaving only a warning and the sounds of his wooden sandals echoing. I won't. My instincts are also telling me to be careful of those. Yoruichi only muttered, looking at his departing back. Yash, I won't let you sleep tonight. She returned her attention to the silent duo, but fear is prevalent in the eyes, but underneath those are their crazy resolution. Let's see how much you can take before opening up to me. Yoruichi gave them a large grin. Kasuk returned to his house and saw Koneko already returned from the church. She is eating her late-night snacks while watching the television. His mother, Sakura, is also beside her, sitting on the couch doing the same thing as Koneko. They are quite focused on the show, which features a panda. They saw Kasuk enter the living room and greeted him. You're late, sweetie. Where did you go? Good evening, senpai. I just walked around to get some fresh air and relax, Kasuk answered his mother with a smile and directly went to the fridge in the kitchen to get some drink. He also nodded back to Koneko. You aren't peeking on our neighbors bathing, right? Sakura looked at him with squinted eyes. Kasuk's smile froze and his movement stopped. Of course not. What I did when I was a kid, I won't do it again. He remembered when he is only starting to practice flash step but failed on his first attempts, and one of those attempts sent him to the bathroom of a neighbor where a lady is having a good soak. He couldn't explain himself back then and only accepted the blame. What else he could say in that situation? What did he do, auntie? Koneko stopped eating and asked Sakura. When he was 7 years old, late at night, he barges into the neighbor's bathroom while Mira-san is taking a bath. Sakura answered Kaneko's question while still looking at his son. Why did he grow up to be such a pervert? Koneko gave him a disgusted look and said, "So you started, young senpai. As expected of you." Ahem, that was just an accident and didn't want that to happen, but nobody believed me. Kasuk tried to defend himself. "The way you act, no one would believe you." His mother didn't help him. Kasuk couldn't say anything else and just got a juice from the fridge and walked back to the living room to sit beside them and also watch the television. The two didn't tease him any further and also watched the show, which is now featuring a polar bear. Kasuk didn't stay silent for long and asked Koneko, Koneko-chan, did you finish your business? MMH, although there are some mishaps, it is overall good. Koneko nodded and replied. Mishaps? Are you all right? Sakura is the one who asked Koneko. It's nothing big, auntie. No one was hurt and I have a new friend. Koneko replied while she continues to eat her snack. Is that so? Good for you then. Sakura patted Kaneko's head and smiled at her. Koneko liked it a lot, but if she were to be asked whose pat is the best, she wouldn't answer, but her choice would be Kasuk because he is oddly used to it and is very skilled at it. Sakura saw that the show was over and urged the two, alright you two, time for the bed. You still have classes tomorrow. Brush your teeth before you go up. Sakura stood up and turned off the television and gathered the plates and glasses and carried them to the kitchen sink. Kasuk and Koneko followed her instructions and brushed their teeth before going up. Good night, Mom, Kasuk said before he went up. Good night, Auntie. Koneko did the same. Good night you two, Sakura smiled at them and replied. She watched them go up and wash the dishes on the sink. After doing so, she sat on the porch with a glass of water in her hand and looked up at the stars. Something big happened tonight, the atmosphere was greatly disturbed. Probably something related to Koneko since she is a devil and went out tonight. She drank her glass of water and continued contemplating. I only know that the grimmory heiress, Sitris, and their respective peerages entered the town a few years after Big Sis Cleria died. Koneko is probably one of its members. Although I don't know how my son got close and know a devil. But she seems a good kid, so that's fine. I'm sure that my son is a pure human since I used my power of worthlessness to remove every bit of demonic blood on him when I was pregnant. But somehow, he attained power and I also don't know how much. His perception is also very great. If not for my power to hide my demonic energy, he'll probably notice that I'm a half-devil. Will he continue interacting with other supernaturals? I even left my family for my husband and gave birth to Kasuk as a human, but I guess that isn't enough to live a normal life. Fate is really such a mysterious thing. My husband is already gone, I don't want to lose even my son. I'll everything to help him if he ever finds himself in danger, even if it means returning to my clan. I need to get in touch more onto what's happening in this town without revealing myself. The one who killed Big Sis Cleria is still at large, I have to be careful. If only I told Big Sis Cleria that I was hiding in her town all along, maybe I could have helped her. Regretting now won't do me any good. I have to focus on my son's safety, also Koneko-chan's while I'm at it. The next thing that is bothering me is... Right. That black cat that Kasuk adopted years ago. It's giving me a weird feeling. Is it related to Kasuk gaining power? I guess I have to add that to the list of what I have to investigate. And also that Misha-san, the aura she is emitting is of human, but I can't think of her being one. Where did Kasuk found her? Sakura entered the house and closed the door on the porch. She washed for a bit and went up to her room. When she opened the door, she saw Koneko, who was in her pajamas, already asleep on the side of the bed. She went up and lay down and reached Koneko to fix the blanket on her and then proceeded to hug her. I hope that peace lasts a little longer. A bright sunny day. Kasuk felt someone is tapping his face. He opened his eyes and saw a black cat with golden eyes overlooking him, yawn good morning Yoruichi. He sat up and stretched his body. Good morning, yawn, Yoruichi greeted him back, but it's her turn to yawn and feel sleepy. Both of them don't really need to sleep every day, but they kept the habit to keep the mental stress in check. You really didn't stop the whole night. Kasuk stood up and scratched his head while looking and asking Yoruichi. I feel sorry for them. I already told you. Yoruichi stretched her body getting ready to sleep. How did it go then? Kasuk walked to his closet and started preparing the school uniform that he would use today. They're a tough nut to crack. No, more like they are a crazy believer from a cult. Even if I cut off their limbs and overload their pain receptors, they don't speak. I gave up when they're almost dead. I sealed all of their cognitive functions and left them there. If I don't do that much, they find every opportunity to kill themselves. Yoruichi talked about some of the methods she employed to make them talk. Is that so? Then I'll have to use the last resort. Can you prepare the ritual site? Kasuk is already done preparing and walked back to the bed where Yoruichi is. He already used magic to clean himself, but he still wants to take small dips in the water in the early morning. I've learned from you, so it should be fine. I'll contact you if there is a problem. Yoruichi suddenly transformed back to her human form. She is naked, kneeling on the bed with her arm covering her crotch area and emphasizing her breast. She looked up and saw Kasuk already on the side of the bed with his one knee. Got it. Good night, Yoruichi. Kasuk approached her without minding her state. On the contrary, he thought that she is very cute right now. He reached out his arm and held her chin, lifting her head. They looked at each other and Yoruichi muttered while closing her eyes, "MMMH, good night." Kasuk kissed her lips. They had a short but a hot kiss. They separated from each other and smiled. Yoruichi raised the blanket and covered herself, laying herself on the bed and closed her eyes with a satisfied smile. They always do this whenever Yoruichi pulls an all-nighter and had to sleep when Kasuk wakes up. Kasuk looked at her with a gentle smile and patted her head. He then walked out of the room to get himself ready, carrying his change of clothes downstairs. When he reached the bathroom he saw the tub already filled with warm water. His mother knew that Kasuk likes taking a dip every morning and always prepares it for him whenever she is around. After taking a bath, he dressed in the school uniform and went to the dining table. Koneko is already sitting on a chair while his mother is preparing their lunch boxes. Good morning. Kasuk sat down and started eating his breakfast, which composed of steamed rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and various side dishes. Morning, Koneko returned his greeting and continued eating her breakfast in great relish. Kasuk, I'll be coming home late tonight, so take care of your dinner later. Sakura packed 3 lunchboxes and set it on the table. Koneko-chan, give this to your grandma. She pointed to one of the 3 lunchboxes. Thank you, auntie. Koneko smiled at her caring actions, which are still new to her since even if she was adopted by the Grimmory clan, it is very rare for her to have this kind of family atmosphere. You're always welcome. Koneko-chan, Sakura smiled back at her. She removed her apron and went back to her room to prepare to go to work, leaving only Koneko and Kasuk on the dining table. Ah. Koneko-chan, we don't have classes for the afternoon. What are your plans? Kasuk suddenly asked her as he remembers today's schedule. I'd like to continue my training with Yoruichi-san. I'm getting better at controlling my life force and those in my surroundings. I'd also like to practice those life force-based kiddas you are talking about. Koneko answers as she finishes up her food. About that, we'll have to cancel it. Yoruichi and I will be busy with something. Also, don't come to the training ground as it might get dangerous. Understand? We'll just do your training in the evening. Kasuk looked at Koneko seriously and warned her. Dangerous? Will you be all right? Koneko looked at him worriedly as Kasuk rarely mentions the word danger. We'll be fine, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just warning you in case something troublesome happens and you wouldn't be dragged along. Kasuk returned to his nonchalant face and patted Kaneko's head. All right, but please be careful, senpai. Koneko enjoyed her morning pat and stood up carrying the dishes with her to the kitchen. I will. And just a reminder, never practice Kidu alone, as those spells are in the experimental stage and could prove dangerous without supervision. Kasuk also finishes up his food and stood up to follow Koneko to the kitchen with his dishes. Koneko nodded at him seriously as she remembered her senpai experimenting with this Kidu only to blow up and those around him. Good thing the training ground is big and sturdy. After setting the dishes, both of them went to the living room to get their school bags and went to the front door. Mom. We're leaving. Kasuk shouted at the interior of the house. Be careful out there. Sakura's voice answered from within. They both went out of the door and locked it and started walking to the direction of the school. As Koneko is inherently silent, Kasuk also didn't say anything else and just enjoyed the morning breeze and some occasional stare of envy and jealousy because of him walking the cute mascot of the academy. Halfway through their usual way, Kasuk felt a stare different from others. It is also accompanied by a strange aura. He closed his eyes while walking and actively scanned his surroundings. On the right side behind them, 75 meters away, there is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils wearing a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts which rival those of Rias and Aquino in terms of size. There is also a pair of black cat ears sticking out of her head and a pair of black tails sticking out from her behind. Her sight alternates between Kasuk and Koneko, but she is looking at them very differently. While she is looking at Koneko lovingly and a trace of longing, she is looking at Kasuk with hostility and a trace of jealousy. Kasuk was confused for a moment when he remembered Kaneko's history. A smile bordering snickering appeared on Kasuk's face. Koneko noticed his expression and asked, "What happened, senpai?" "Nothing, I just remembered something," Kasuk replied. Koneko didn't ask any longer as she is used to her senpai acting strange sometimes. So the awkward and clumsy sister finally appeared. Kasuk thought. Koneko, good fortune is coming to you real soon. Kasuk suddenly said. Ha. Senpai, are you also doing fortune-telling now? Please stop it if it's only for picking up girls. Koneko looked at him confusedly. She warned him nevertheless. Kasuk couldn't say anything back. Chapter 40, Hades and. Before Kasuk and Koneko reached the school, they encountered Sona Sitri and Tsubaki Shinra on the way. Yo. Good morning Shitori Kaishu and Shinra Fukukeichu. Nice day today isn't it? Kasuk waved his arm when he saw them and greeted them happily and pointlessly energetic. Good morning. Koneko did the same but in a lot less intensity than Kasuk. Good morning to the both of you too. And you're awfully energetic again Urahara-kun. Sona greeted them back while also giving her comments on usual Kasuk's behavior. Tsubaki just nodded at the two of them and didn't speak. Well, it's because I saw our beautiful Stuko president early in the morning and brightens my day, Kasuk replied teasingly. He really likes how this girl always keeps up her serious appearance and makes him want to tease her more. Ahem. Please stop teasing your seniors Urahara-kun. Sona stuttered for a moment but immediately returned to her serious expression and fixed the position of her glasses. Looking closely, there is still a faint blush on her face which she can't cover. Kasuk and Koneko noticed this and both shocked, although in different meanings. Kasuk only talked to Sona for a few times this past week, but every time they meet, he would try to tease her to break that serious face of hers. And this time, it only took a single sentence to get that reaction from her which pleasantly surprised him, so she's weak with compliments, note taken. Koneko, however, thought that this is inconceivable as she is looking at Sona Sitri, heiress of Sitri clan and best friend of her master who she knows a lot stricter than her. Sona from her childhood had many pursuers and even had a fiancé one time because of her heritage and she kept receiving praises and flatteries from them so she should be immune to such things. But looking at how she reacts when Kasuk teased her, she started to question herself if this is really Sona Sitri in front of her. Sona saw Kasuk's grin and Kaneko's shocked face. She doesn't know what Kasuk is thinking but she can somehow guess what is Koneko thinking which made her panic a bit. Well then, we have to go or else we'll be late. She chooses to escape. She turned around and walked briskly to the school building. Tsubaki followed her silently, she probably knows what her master is thinking. As if she remembered something, before she could enter the building, she turned around again and looked at Kasuk who is still grinning at her and this face ticked her off. She approached him again with a renewed serious face and said, I want a rematch later. Are you free this afternoon? Rematch. Kasuk tilted his head in confusion and it suddenly hit him, You're talking about another chess match. Sure, I don't mind. But you still haven't fulfilled your end of the deal. Damn it, why did I have to bet on that? I should have just bet something I could buy. Sona faltered and muttered to herself in frustration. Koneko who is listening was confused, a bet. She directed this question to Kasuk. You see, Shitori Kaishu here invited me to a chess match and whoever wins will get their proposed bet. Kasuk happily explained. Koneko was enlightened and continued to ask, so, who won and what did you bet? If she wins, she gets me as her knight. But if I win, I'll have her accompany me in a cosplay photo shoot. And just coincidentally, I won. Kasuk explained to Koneko. Koneko shuddered when she heard his first sentence, a knight. Sona Kaishu will have an overpowered knight and we can't hope to defeat him. But when she heard the rest of what he had to say, she sighed in relief. And after a few more moments of thinking, she looked at Sona with eyes filled with pity. You just had to mess with him. The onlookers who are just coincidentally passing by also reacted, what? So the rumors of the Stuko president is one of the victims of the final boss of the four heavenly perverts is true. Such words started spreading to the surrounding students until almost all who passed by already heard of it. Kasuk's mouth kept twitching as he wants to shout, what victim? It's a legitimate deal between us. But spared himself the effort as it'll just have an opposite effect. Anyway, such rumors won't last long as I just leave it be. Sona also heard everything that is going around and she gritted her teeth and looked at Kasuk with hostility. Wait, don't look at me like that. I didn't it'll end up like this if I said that. Kasuk raised his arms in mock surrender. Anyway, are you free? You haven't answered my question. As for my end of the deal, I'll also do it later. Sona calmed herself down and said to herself that she shouldn't blame him as she is the one who proposed the bet and there is no lie in his words. I have some business to attend this afternoon, so no. But if you're fine with the evening, then you can talk to Koneko here to lead you to our place. Kasuk answered and suggested to her. Fine, the evening then. Sona thought for a while and accepted his suggestion. She's more active in the evening because she is a devil and will raise her chance of winning against him. Then let's talk the specifics later at our place or else we'll all really be late, Kasuk said and started walking to the school building, bidding farewell to Koneko, Sona, and Tsubaki. I'll see you later Sona Kaishu. Koneko bowed to her and also walked to her class. Sona looked at their departing backs and thought for a while back. It has been a week since Sona lost her chess match against Kasuk, and what it entails slowly sinks into her. At first, she thinks nothing of it as she's still thinking back on how she lost the game, but as time goes on, the realization of the fact she lost is a very big deal, and every time she would encounter Kasuk, she became more and more aware of him. If everyone knows that I lost to him, do I really have to marry him? No, one thing for sure is my Nae-sama will object and tell him that he has to be stronger than her. But I'm the one who made the promise to marry someone who beat me in the game of chess. GGGH, what to do? Tsubaki is looking at her master making a complex expression and thought, Sona is finally being aware of him. That really took her long enough. She's really very slow at things like this. I have to assist her and make sure she won't do any mistakes in this regard whatever her decisions are. Kaishu, we have to go, Tsubaki called out to Sona, who was immersed with her thought and startled her a bit. I'm sorry, let's go. Sona resumed walking with Tsubaki on tow. They still have a long day ahead. Somewhere in the dimensional gap, a black sphere with the size of a football stadium in diameter is floating around aimlessly. Inside it is a dark spacious room with only floating balls of lights illuminating the place. The only thing in it is a rectangular table 100 meters long and 2 meters wide and 2 luxurious chairs at each end of the table. Sitting on both chairs are 2 figures. The first figure's appearance of a skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests adorned in gold and red jewels, which gives him a regal look. Despite his attire, however, he gives off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. The second one, however, is covered with a white cloak that blocks most of his features. The only thing that can see from him is his thin lips and some of his black hair spilling out of his hood. The two of them are strangely silent and only looked at each other. The skeleton lifted his right hand and a purple magic circle materialized, and with it is a golden pitcher and 2 golden glasses of wine. He poured the wine from the pitcher to the wine glasses, and an aromatic smell came from the alcohol that can intoxicate even those with high tolerance to it. After pouring the wine in both glasses, the skeleton raises one of them and released it in the air. The glass floated and moved towards the white-cloaked figure and landed in front of him. The white-cloaked figure glanced at the glass and shifted his vision to the skeleton. Why bother? You know I won't be touching that, he said in an indistinguishable voice. His voice sounds like multiple voices of man, woman, old, and young overlapping each other. Whoever listens to his voice will be creeped out. Fafafa, I don't want you to tell me that I'm lacking as a host. The skeleton laughed and drank his wine, releasing a satisfying sign even though he just all bones. His voice is also one that will send chills to those who don't have enough backbone. So, why did you call me here? The white-cloaked figure rested his elbow on the chair's armrest and rested his chin on his knuckles, ignoring the skeleton's antics. The collection of the bat's blood is going as scheduled. Mr. Skeleton set down his glass and nonchalantly announced. Enough with that crap. You won't be calling me here with only that. Mr. White-Cloak furrowed his eyebrows under this hood and seriously looked at the extravagant skeleton. The skeleton stared at him for some moments, thinking of something. After a while, he spoke. I've lost contact with 2 of my special operatives. That's not good for both of you and me. He raised his brows and urged the skeleton to continue. It's not as dire as you think. Mr. Skeleton took another sip of his wine. Tell me everything I need to know. We're accomplice now. I want to know how these special operatives of yours operates. The cloaked man leaned towards the table and waited for the skeleton to speak. You already know about the imitation of my helmet. Every member of my special operatives is presumed dead to evade the eyes of other gods and mythologies. Their number is limited due to his, but thanks to that, I was able to equip everyone one of these fake helmets, raising their effectiveness in intelligence gathering. The skeleton slowly narrated while swirling the wine in his glass. Mind telling how many is that limited number is? No can do. Even if we're in an alliance, I can't release information like that. You're the same, aren't you? I also don't know how much your so-called children you've amassed. Fafafa. Then tell me at least how effective this helmet of yours. The cloakman sighed and gave up. They can hide from ultimate devils, minor gods, and seraph levels as long as they don't stay too close for their presence to be revealed. How about those super devils and major gods? If they are moving, they can realize their presence but won't be able to tell where they are. They won't even be able to tell the race of the wearer. That is a very powerful force you're hiding. Wouldn't you able to assassinate ultimate class devils in your leisure? That's not possible, as even the original helmet leaves traces when you attack someone. Are you fine telling me this weakness? Fafafa, it's fine. I'm not using them to attack others. We have a separate plan for that, don't we? The cloaked man didn't answer his question and leaned his back to the chair. Aren't you using them to collect the bat's blood? Yes, only for intelligence, that is. My underlings will find someone else to the dirty job and dispose of them afterward to leave no evidence behind. You're not worried that they trace it to you. After all, no matter how careful you are, you can't keep hiding in the dark forever without someone noticing you. Even if they suspect me, as long as they don't have any concrete evidence against me, I don't really care. Besides, most of the bats I target are of those anti-Satan faction descendants. I can just blame it to the Cows Brigade who are getting more and more active these days. Then what happened to the two of your operatives? Were they captured or killed? I don't know. I sent the two of them to watch the town where the heiresses of Grimmory and Sitris was assigned and snatch them if there is a chance. So, the Grimmory and Sitris girls managed to capture or kill your unseen operatives. No, I'm sure that it is not them. I know their abilities and they're just kids playing around, much less they notice the existence of my Grim Reapers. Their last report is the Grimmory adopted another bat and on their way to deal with some crow. The Sitris girl is silently sitting at her headquarters lecturing her newest pawn. There are also other devils from Astaroth clan, but they're just watching the proceedings. There is also an 8-winged half-crow and half-bat that entered the town some time ago, but even then, that guy won't be a threat to the two. Then how? Mind telling me the prophecy of yours again before I continue? A human will crush our ambition. Ha, really, how ridiculous. Can you continue your story? Before all of this, I received a report from them previously that an unusual human is living in that town. The white-cloaked man instantly turned serious and asked, unusual? How? He is just a normal human according to the earlier reports, but my underlings took more notice of him when he made contact with a bat from Grimmory. Nothing unusual there. Listen to me until the end. This human actually turned out to be a sacred gear user, albeit a weak one. But the real kicker here is when the bat from the Grimmory kept on visiting him. They gave more attention to him after that. The skeleton drank another mouthful of his wine before continuing. Not long after, the said bat started living with the human and strange things happened from then on. Strange things. The bat, each and every day, the moment she started living there had a tremendous increase in strength that even my underling feel threatened and almost caught his presence. The skeleton stopped speaking and looked at the opposite man. What? How strong is this bat exactly is before she started living with him? The cloaked man raised his creepy voice a little. An average young low-class devil. Mr. Skeleton paused for a moment and said. What? How? Aren't your special operatives at least can deal with an average high-class devil? And they felt threatened of her and almost caught their presence. Mr. Whitecloak felt very agitated as his divinity is warning him that something is very wrong. He already invested a lot on their plan, and if he were to fail here, that will be the end of him. He calmed down and looked at the skeleton again. How long did that bat live with the human before that report? 1 week. Oh, 1 week. The man was stupefied again at the almost impossible power jump at that given time. How about this human? Did they report how strong this guy was? I tried sending multiple people to gauge him, but they all had the same judgment on him. He is weaker than a lower-class devil even with his sacred gear. Ha, Hades, if you got a chance, use that on him. The man leaned back and let out a sigh while looking up. That. To a mere human. Even gods can be killed with just a drop of that. And we only have 4 drops at that. It is the skeleton's turn to be stupefied. Making just a single drop of that takes enormous amounts of raw materials, and some of it is very rare that they needed the help of some sealed beings. I'm serious. Use 2 drops. The men looked at him with a crazed look that even the skeleton got a bit panicked. 2. Have you lose your mind? You know how much resources we needed just to procure that. And now you want to use 2 of them at once. And to a human, we aren't even sure if he really is a threat to us. The skeleton can't believe what is hearing. He wants to know the opposite party's reasoning. My divinity has been giving me alarms the moment you mentioned that he might have been able to strengthen a lower-class devil to a high-class devil in just a week. And you know what that means as you are a god too. The cloakman said this while gritting his teeth. But even so. Using 2 drops is too much. The skeleton is still hesitant even though he understands what the other god meant. I'll pay for the cost of the 2 drops. Still. I'll also lend my research result about the homunculus to you. It'll help your research on artificially making a super devil underling. How did you? Ha, fine. But only if I saw a chance. The skeleton conceded to the god's unreasonable request. Although he may seem disappointed, inside he is celebrating. For one, the one whole shoulder the cost will be the god in front of him, even though it is very hard to create that, it isn't possible as long as there are funds and time. He is also happy that this god is willing to share his research on artificial being creation that will help his own research on the subject. Hades drank the rest of his wine and poured himself another glass before saying, on to our next agenda. How did it go to your side? The men calmed down when Hades agreed to his demands, but also felt bitter that he'll lose a lot of things over this. But he isn't regretting it at all as this is related to his divinity which was never wrong. He heard Hades' words and fixed his position in the chair before continuing. Thanks to your concoction and the blood ritual, I was able to open another hole to the seal. We can only wait before we can remove the seal on MT Etna. We'll need more blood to speed up the process. The husband and wife duo is already making a ruckus. Tell them not to behave badly if they don't want Zeus to notice the seal weakening. Fafafa, Hades is happy that his experiment was a success. Now they only needed time before they proceed to their next big step. Anyway, it is amazing that you managed to convince that Etna, Hades commented. It's pretty easy actually. She had enough of Hera. The man also commented lightly before asking Hades, how did it go to your side? You didn't fail, right? The seal over there is a lot stronger than the seal on the volcano. Fafafa, I managed to punch a hole through the seal and the Titans are in the celebratory mood now. Hades' creepy laugh echoed to the surrounding. With this, the advent of the new age is near. Chapter 41, Satan Lucifer. In a certain castle in the underworld where domestic affairs is being managed, Surzex Lucifer, the current Lucifer of the underworld and the chief of domestic affairs is currently doing some paperwork in his office. Surzex is a handsome man who seems to be in his early 20s. He has shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes inherited from his father, Zeoticus, similar to Rias. The room consists of a large wooden desk with a comfortable but formal-looking chair, few shelves filled with books and arranged in a particular manner at the back part of the room, few framed paintings and photos hang on the left side of the room along with a sofa and small center table to entertain some guest with drinks and snacks, and a window overlooking a nice scenery of a town suggesting this office is in a very high place. Knock knock. Surzex raised his head when he heard the knock on the door of his office. Come in. The door opens and the one who entered is a 174 centimeters tall, 5 feet 8 inches, beautiful young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down which ends in twin braids, and red eyes, who is wearing a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headband over her head with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. This woman is Graphia Lucifuge, the wife and queen of Surzex Lucifer, sister-in-law of Rias Grimmory, and the mother of their single son. I heard that you called for me. Graphia asked her husband in confusion. She came all the way from the Grimmory mansion because Surzex suddenly summoned her without any prior notice. Yes. I would like you to go to the human world, Kuo Town specifically. Surzex set aside the papers he's been working on and looked at his wife seriously. Rias Town. Did something happen? Graphia felt a bit worried since Surzex won't ever send her on a mundane task and this is her sister-in-law's town they were talking about. You don't have to be too worried. I already sent my familiar to Rias and her servant's place to guard her from the shadows. It'll also immediately inform me if there is a danger and I could teleport to her side instantaneously. Surzex reassured her wife with a smile. He had already taken some actions against contingencies. That's great. What exactly happened? Graphia sighed in relief and asked, returning to her serious face. An 8-winged half-fallen angel and half-devil attacked Rias and Aquino, Surzex said with a glint in his eyes. What? You mentioned that they are fine. How were they able to fend the enemy off? From my knowledge, it's still impossible for them. Are you sending me to chase and interrogate him? Graphia was shocked yet again as her sister-in-law and her servant got so close to danger. No. The assailant has already been killed. Rias told me honestly that when they were about to self-destruct to bring him down with them, a large beam of light came from somewhere and instantly vaporized the bastard along with its path. Surzex clenched his knuckles every time he remembers the report given to him. He forced Rias to tell him everything that happened, which resulted in him knowing what they actually planned if someone didn't save them. Self-destruct, huh? Their dignity is probably also in danger, that is why they chose such action. They are very attractive women after all. You didn't reprimand her too much, right? Graphia manages to guess Rias and Aquino's plight. Surzex didn't answer Graphia and avoided her gaze. Graphia sighed at her husband's actions and said, All right, I'll help you apologize to her. Thank you. Surzex gave his wife a grateful smile as he truly thinks that he scolded her too much after calming down. He really just loves her sister too much. By the way, is this related to the missing devil's case? I don't know. That's why I want you to personally go and confirm this. Most of the houses were getting restless and our only suspect is the old Satan faction, but this doesn't seem that simple. I have the same opinion. Whether it was abduction or assassination, it was too clean. We have to get to the bottom of this before those old folks do something reckless. Even though I'm the Devil King and have the support of other Devil Kings, we can't pressure them too much or it might start another civil war which will be fatal to the current Devil Society. We might not be able to recover from that, and the old Satan faction will take advantage of that to return. The maid nodded at her, going back to the topic. The savior instantly vaporized an 8-winged being. That should be at least ultimate class. You want me to investigate the identity of this individual? Grafia resumed inquiring. Yes, but on the grounds that you won't offend him, and if possible, create an amicable relationship between him and the House of Grimmory. Also, reward him on my stead. Understood. I will do it to the best of my abilities. Is there something else? Grafia agreed and getting ready to leave. Rias will be notified of her engagement to the son of the Phoenix House soon. I want you to also watch her from the shadows while investigating the town. I'm sure she'll do something drastic if it is to escape that marriage. Surzex played with his fingers while contemplating. I will. But are you really fine with this marriage? Grafia asked Surzex, but she already knows his answer considering how big of a siskin he is. Of course not. The Phoenix boy will probably visit Rias before their engagement and surely there is going to be a conflict. Lead the talk to the rating game. We'll give Rias a chance to get out of this on her own. Surzex leaned to his chair and revealed his plan to Grafia. That will be easy. But we both know that Rias, as she is now, could never defeat Riser Phoenix in a rating game. The maid is confused about why would her husband allow such useless acts. I'm betting on her new servant, the Red Dragon Emperor. Surzex lightly smiled. Red Dragon Emperor. She found and made its host her servant. Grafia was slightly shocked and asked. Ha ha ha, yes, coincidentally. Surzex is very happy about his sister's good fortune. Even then, if it is newly awakened, it won't be that much stronger than a twice critical. Grafia furrowed her brows. I heard he is a funny kid, and you know how these sacred gears works, it is also one of the Longinus. We don't know what kind of miracle he can show. Surzex smiled as he looks at the reports regarding the new Red Dragon Emperor. But you're not the type to put all his eggs in one basket. What would you do if it doesn't work? As the last resort, I'll let Rias escape and help her hide until she is strong enough to shut the mouth of the geezer sitting on their rotten chair. Surzex smirks as he thought of those higher-ups that do nothing but scheme. They're in for a surprise because of two unconventional beings felt bored and started spoiling a young cat and the cat is learning some crazy techniques. Watch your language. Grafia threatened to pinch his cheek with her vice grip-like fingers. Give me a break, we're the only one here. Surzex lifted his arm in surrender with cold sweats running down on his back. You intend ICAs to inherit the house? Grafia changed the topic. That is what I intended in the first place. Even though Rias is very intelligent, she is too emotional and not suitable for managing a house of a noble. I see. Grafia nodded at her husband's decision as it is also her opinion of her sister-in-law. Rias is too affectionate and hot-blooded even with those from the House of Grimmory, which can be used against her. But escape the marriage, huh? Reminds me of the young miss of the Belial house from years back. Grafia was suddenly reminded of something and started reminiscing. You mean the stepsister of the late Cleria Belial? Sarah Belial. Surzex was also reminded when Grafia mentioned it. Yes. She runs away with her human lover to the human world and never to be seen again. Is there any news on her? None whatsoever. But we have received information about her supposed human lover. He was found dead 17 years ago in Romanian lands. His name, if I'm not mistaken, is Ryuta Urahara. We don't know if that is his real name, and we found some people with Urahara surname but aren't related in any way and all of them were humans. If the two had a child it'll surely have at least some demonic blood in him, so we are stuck. I feel bad for the Belial house for losing both of their daughters in unexpected ways. The Belial house is also regretting what they had done to Sarah Belial and haven't stopped searching. But the sudden death of Cleria Belial devastated them and poured almost all their manpower to investigate her death, and some pieces of information are already coming to light. It seems that the church has something to do with this. The church? Looks like even Michael is having a hard time after the loss of their god. That's a given. Nobody from them can actually control the system he left to its full potential. What they didn't know is Sarah Belial aka Sakura Urahara is happily doing her work as one of the managerial team leaders under one of the Grimmory subsidiary companies. And Cleria Belial is having a good time with her lover after being coincidentally saved by her nephew. Well then, if there is nothing left, I'll take my leave to prepare to go to the human world. Grafia bowed and turned around and exited the room. Be careful out there, Surzex said to the leaving figure. Since today is not her day off, he can't act like a husband to his wife. Grafia is a strange woman, but Surzex loves her regardless. After the morning classes, Kasuk is eating his lunchbox on the lawn beside the track field with the perverted trio. Kasuk's face is buried in his lunchbox when Motohama stops eating his bread for lunch and asked him while fixing his glasses, Kasuk, I will ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly. Kasuk lifted his head while still chewing on a piece of fried chicken. What's up, perverted glasses? Shut it. I don't want to hear that from you, perverted hats. Motohama angrily shouted back. Don't be angry, Motohama. Everyone in the school is already calling you with that name and half of those don't even know your real name. Issei also stopped eating his lunchbox and looked at the perverted glasses. What? How did that happen? I'm a very good student. Motohama held his head and shouted to the sky, garnering some attention from the female students passing by coincidentally. Is the perverted glasses up to something again? One of them spoke up. Motohama heard this and glared at her. The female student felt threatened by his gaze and immediately ran away with her friends. Let's get going. Shut up and calm down. Matsuda reprimanded him. But Motohama wanted to say something, but Issei cut him off. If it weren't for you calculating and muttering in a loud voice the 3 sizes of the female students who pass by, they wouldn't call you like that. Issei patted his back to console him. Motohama sat back down dejected. But Kasuk didn't let him off with a face like that. Issei and Matsuda stopped and looked at Motohama, then looked at each other, and finally they both patted his back. Our bad, even without doing that, they will still call you perverted glasses. Damn you. Motohama exploded again. Calm down, will ya? We don't blame you for having a perverted face. Matsuda poured more oil to the fire. You bast. Motohama wanted to punch his face but stopped when Matsuda suddenly took out an adult magazine. This is the latest limited edition of Booby Paradise. How did got hold of it? Motohama was shocked to the core at the unexpected treasure. I got my connections, Matsuda said with a smug look. Take a look at it. It'll help you calm down. He continued saying. Issei joined in their fun while Kasuk was speechless and thought, and how is that going to help him calm down? But he also joined the viewing and appreciated the scenery while rubbing his chin and whistling now and then. Having your perverted meeting again. Perverted quartet. A voice of a girl suddenly resounded behind them while they were enjoying the magazine. They all turned their heads around and the trio simultaneously shouted, Aika Kiryu. Kasuk, however, just greeted her nonchalantly, Yo Aika-chan. We're having a porn magazine viewing party while eating our lunch. Wanna join? All of them looked at him speechless and their mouths twitching. Aika was the first one who reacted, as shameless as ever. Urahara-kun, she fixed her glasses and wore a signature smirk. Come on Aika-chan, don't be so distant. We were close enough to share at Kabadan. Just call me Kasuk. Kasuk smiled at her. He also likes teasing her as she is the same as Sona Sitris, very fond of putting up a strong front. You're the one who forced that into me. Aika lost her cool again. She can't just win against him. Aika tried to regain her bearing by saying, well, if you insist, Kasuk-kun. But a subtle blush is still on her face, which was noticed by the perverted trio. Stop flirting in front of us. They shouted in unison. We aren't. She almost loses her bearing again at the words of the trio. While at the side, Kasuk is having a good time watching their expressions. What are you doing here anyway? Are you bored again and want to mess with us? Issei squinted his eyes and questioned her. Aika turned around first, took a deep breath and sighed. She turned around again and her demeanor is back to normal. I'm just wandering around after eating my lunch and coincidentally saw all of you here. I remembered something that happened this morning and wanted to ask Kasuk-kun about it. Aika stated her reasoning to the fore. Right, I almost forgot. I also wanted to ask something about some rumors floating around. The perverted hats threw me off. Damn. Is this your plan? Motohama suddenly remembered why he spoke up earlier. You do? Then ask him first. It might just be the same question. Aika followed him up. Well then, there is a rumor going on that the perverted hats, Kasuk Urahara, and the mascot of the first year, Koneko Tujo, has been coming to school together almost every day. Motohama assumed a serious pose and asked. What? Issei was shocked at the revelation as he is with Koneko almost every day during the club meeting and he knew how cold that loli is. Issei started to have a suspicion of Kasuk's identity as even his bucho kept asking if there is something weird about him. Aika's expression didn't change. She knows about it already but didn't ask about it. It is like something is stopping her to inquire about it. But since she is here already, she might as well know what really is going on. Matsuda, on the other hand, has the face of a devil. The atmosphere around him immediately turns cold, which was noticed by all of them. He looked at Kasuk with bloodshot eyes and waited for his answer before he passes down his judgment. They were scared at Matsuda's reaction and suddenly remembered that he is a self-proclaimed lolicon. Stop it, you lolicon. It's not what you think. Kasuk raised his arms in surrender. Oh. Then what is it? Matsuda turned into a vengeful spirit. I'm just living together with her. Hence, we come to school together every day. Kasuk blurted out, intentionally. You bastard. That is way worse than what I was thinking. I thought that you two were very close and at most, dating. But living together. A cohabitation. Die. Matsuda evolved and become a malevolent god while crying tears of blood. He used his newfound powers to punch Kasuk in the gut with all his might. When the punch of extreme vengeance landed on Kasuk's stomach, a thud resounded. After a few seconds, Matsuda knelt and cried for real. He held his right hand up and said, "Damn it. I forgot his freak skill." Aika, who is still dumbfounded at the turn of events, asked, "Freak skill?" "One of the freak skills of Mr. Hat and Clogs, Iron Body. The description of that skill also serves as a warning to others, never use your bare body to attack him or you'll get yourself hurt. Issei answered absent-mindedly. "Freak skills you say, there are others?" Aika continued to ask. "Yes, the instant camera shot and clairvoyance. You can guess the effect from their names." Issei continued to answer absent-mindedly. "And that Mr. Hat and Clogs? That's due to his usual attire. He always wears a hat and wooden sandals. That's the name he got out of respect for him." "Heh. Not a very respectful name, I say." "You're right. How is the two of you still talking calmly?" Motohama finally interrupted them. F***CK. Kasuk. I never thought that your strike zone was so wide." Issei got hold of himself and confronted Kasuk. Aika finally remembered what he just said and felt a little sour inside, but she didn't say anything. No. Don't be ridiculous. She's too far down my strike zone." Kasuk immediately denied his accusation. But after he said this, an object came flying at high speeds towards his head. He leaned his head a little bit backward and the unknown object flew past, almost grazing his nose. A loud thud was heard and they all looked at it. It was a shot-put ball for men, embedded on the ground. They looked at where the ball came from and saw a petite student with white hair and hazel-colored eyes. Koneko-chan. What was that for?" Kasuk asked at the approaching student with a deadpan expression. Chapter 42, The Rowdy School Lunch. Koneko-chan. What was that for?" Kasuk asked at the approaching student with a deadpan expression. "I just heard you dissing me," Koneko explained herself to him. "No, you got it wrong, Koneko-chan. I'm not dissing you." Kasuk put on a serious look. Koneko didn't speak and just urged him to continue. "Your stature is surely in demand and a plus point for your cuteness. As a businessman, I guarantee it." Kasuk gave her a light smile. Koneko smiled, feeling a bit happy at his words, but Kasuk's next words froze the smile on her face. "But I'm sure as hell won't purchase one though." Kasuk gave a brighter smile. Koneko's expression turned cold and those around her has cold sweat on their backs. She didn't say anything else and walked past him. She grabbed the embedded ball and turned around to throw it again at Kasuk. Die. She only used a substantial amount of force, but it's still enough to create rough winds. Kasuk leaned to the side and jumped back to create more distance from the hulking cat. Koneko grabbed more stones from the ground and started throwing non-stop at Kasuk, while Kasuk seems to be having fun playing the deadly dodgeball. "Hey, aren't you going to comment on this ridiculous sight?" Aika asked the trio while looking at the unbelievable scene where a petite girl is throwing rocks like they were bullets cutting the air while the target does all the annoying poses to dodge the deadly bullets. "So you're not aware of the saying in this neighborhood?" Motohama fixed his glasses and looked Aika. "Saying?" Aika was confused. How is that related to this craziness? She thought. Never question the freak's existence. The trio simultaneously said. Kasuk is a freak of nature since he was young and most of the hoodlums in the town probably got a taste of his cane. And it looks like this Koneko Tujo is also a freak. Matsuda followed up. What the hell? Aika is, even more, confused now, but Aika knew she wouldn't get anything from the three idiots and just choose to stop using her brain and watch the event unfold. Issei is thinking differently, however. I can understand Koneko-chan having an ability to do all of that, but what the hell is Kasuk? Bucho told me that he is a human, but can a human really move like that? Koneko, who saw Kasuk just playing around while dodging her rocks, got pissed and started to think that she should just uproot a tree and hurl it at him. Kasuk, who saw the changes in Koneko, immediately shouted, "Wait, Koneko-chan, let me explain." Koneko stopped what she is doing and waited for Kasuk to explain. You want to eat fruit and there are two available at the store, an orange and an apple. You like oranges but you don't eat apples. It's obvious which one you would buy, right? See my point here. Kasuk spoke fast. The four at side were once again speechless, but thinking again, he is absolutely right. Even Koneko can't say anything against that, but she still approached the tree intending to uproot it and hurl it at Kasuk for real. Kasuk runs towards Koneko and shouted, "Stop. The tree has done nothing wrong." He reached her side and grabbed her arm. Koneko suddenly turned around and jabbed Kasuk to the stomach. She is using Tuki, fighting spirit, of Senjutsu to full power. Kasuk knelt as he felt the small fist got buried in his stomach. He didn't use any defensive stance as he wants to appease Koneko even a little bit because he knew teased her too much. Is teasing me really that fun? Koneko looked at Kasuk with cold eyes while he writhed in pain and asked. Why yes, very much so, Kasuk answered honestly. Oomph. Koneko just snorted at him, I want some Japanese sweets later. Got it. Kasuk sat up and smiled at her. She managed to broke through Kasuk's iron body, really another freak, Motohama commented. That is all you want to say. Aika thought and looked at the two freaks again and felt a little jealous at their interaction. When she reached that point in her thought process, she slapped herself awake, wake up Aika. That's just Kasuk and a big pervert. You don't have to be jealous because of him. Stop being aware because of that little cabotin. Koneko sat down beside Kasuk and pulled out a transparent plastic container with colorful macarons in it. She opened the container and picked up one of the macarons and started eating without minding others. Kasuk reached out to his unfinished lunchbox and continued eating it. The four who are watching felt incredulous at how fast these two changed their pace. They approached the two and the trio also started eating their leftover lunch. Aika also sat down after Koneko offered her some of her macarons, thank you. They all kept quiet while they finished their food, while the two freaks are having a good time, the rest were feeling a bit awkward. Aika couldn't take the silence and suddenly asked, are the two of you really living together? Yeah. You didn't believe me. Kasuk finished his food and drank his tea from his tumbler bottle before he replied. I believe you. You're also known as the most honest person in school, it's just that you choose what you say and tend to cause misunderstanding in your words. Aika also finished her macaron and answered Kasuk. Kasuk-senpai told me that he would take care of me forever. Koneko suddenly blurted out. Issei, Motohama, and Matsuda all coughed out their food and said, isn't that a proposal? Aika was speechless and her train of thought went into a sudden halt. Kasuk also spat out the tea he was drinking and looked at Koneko, did I word it that way? Kasuk saw a weird glint in her eyes and followed up, well, whatever. Koneko raised a satisfied smug when she saw Kasuk back down. Kasuk, you animal. How does it feel? Issei shouted at Kasuk. He and the two perverts can't take the injustice. Although Issei already has a good relationship with Asia Argento who he just saves, he is a greedy guy. Feel what? Kasuk looked at them in confusion. Don't play innocent. We mean the union of the men and woman. Motohama is very agitated. Kasuk remembered his experience with Yoruichi and absent-mindedly said, feels great. You bastard. The perverted trio hauled to heaven. Koneko just pouted slightly and didn't say anything. Aika didn't miss this small action though, she isn't the partner. Then who? Tojo-san obviously has some feelings for Kasuk, but she is still somehow getting close to him even knowing Kasuk might have a girlfriend. We thought that your strike zone is on the mature section. They continue to cry out. Don't question my taste. I at least have a minimum threshold. Kasuk replied back in an attempt to defend his honor. Ho ho. And what is this minimum threshold of yours? Matsuda asks while crying tears of blood. Let's see. Kasuk suddenly stood up and looked at Aika. He walked towards the place where she is sitting and stopped beside her. Aika-chan here has my minimum requirements. Kasuk rudely pointed to her. Aika didn't know what to feel, she should be angry but she can't find that emotion. Instead, she is feeling a little bit happy. How? It's very obvious that Aika Kiryu doesn't have much to speak in terms of breast department. Matsuda stated the obvious, rudely. The two others nodded in agreement. I'll smack this perverted trio later with a wooden plank. Is what on Aika's mind. TCH, TCH, TCH. Kids, you still don't understand. Kasuk shook his head at the three's immaturity. What? The trio was obviously confused. It's the hips. It's this wonderful hips. Kasuk declared to the three. Not the boobs. Issei asked. That's why you're still kids, you don't know the wonders of the hips. Aika-chan might be a bit modest at the chest department. But her hips is the most exciting part of her. Kasuk preached at the three making them stupefied. Koneko is looking at them like she was looking at an unbearable trash heap. Aika, on the other hand, is burning red. She's too shy to face Kasuk. What's this? You're actually shy at this? Don't you often talk about our manhood sizes? Kasuk questioned her after he saw her state. Koneko looked at herself, then to Aika. She pours all her frustration onto the macarons in her hands. Aika noticed Koneko's frustration and wanted to put on her usual smug face, but strangely she can't seem to do it right now. The trio also saw Aika's reaction and they thought, damned Kasuk, another victim. Aika wouldn't mind talking about this, but she is too aware of Kasuk giving her a new experience as an innocent girl she thought she would never be. Kasuk-senpai, please die, twice over. Koneko snarled at him. Kasuk returned to his seat and wanted to change the subject. He asked Aika, ahem. Aika-chan, you mentioned that you want to ask me something, what is it? Aika was woken up when Kasuk called her out. She is still blushing hard but she chooses not to think of what happened earlier for now. Right, earlier this morning, a rumor is spreading around that you're blackmailing the Stuco president to do you sexual favors. What? The trio shouted again. There's just too many bombs around Kasuk today that they weren't able to keep up. Kasuk, you bastard. You got hold of Koneko-chan and you still want to sink your fangs on our lovely Stuco president. That's slander. Kasuk shouted back, I'm just blackmailing her to tease her. Ah. Is that so? The perverts conceded. That isn't any better. You're still blackmailing her. And you three. Why did you stop? The glasses girl said in disbelief. Well, it's Kasuk here we are talking about. We saw him blackmail other people before so we're used to it. And if it's anything not sexual, then we're fine with it. Motohama explained. This damned perverts. Aika gritted her teeth at the trio's attitude. Senpai, what material are you using? Koneko joined the conversation. Oh. Are you curious? Kasuk grinned at them and they all nodded like chickens pecking. Kasuk put down his tumbler bottle and put his hand under the blazer of his uniform. He pulled out a photo and showed it to them. It's this. This is. What's this? All of them looked confused as they looked at the photo. Truly, the photo has the Stuco president in it, but it's all censored except the embarrassed face. I coincidentally and fortunately saw our president in a secluded corner of the school cosplaying as a magical girl, Kasuk explained still with a large grin on his face. So you used your instant camera shot. Your fortune is unbelievable. Matsuda commented. That's really a thing. Aika followed up. Kasuk, why is censored? Kaishu's embarrassed face is a treat enough, but can't you show us the real thing? Issei is intently looking at the picture and said. Right, aren't we best friends? Show us the whole thing. Motohama can't wait any further. You can get the real thing, for a price of course. Kasuk did a money sign with his right hand. How much? The trio was about to attack Kasuk. Just 10,000 yen and dash, Kasuk revealed his price and the perverts didn't let him finish speaking. We'll take it. They all simultaneously pulled out a 10,000 yen bill and shoved it in front of Kasuk. And Shitori Kaishu's personal grudge, Kasuk finished his sentence and the perverts were frozen. They remembered the super strict president and shuddered. Those eyes of her can freeze the soul of any student and have her personal grudge. No, thanks. Too expensive, I'll pass. Issei is the first one to give up. We still value our lives more than a picture. Matsuda and Motohama agreed. Aika and Koneko sneered at them and continued eating the remaining macarons. Don't you have other pictures that won't our lives into danger? Issei still hasn't given up and asked. Now that you mentioned it, I do have one. Kasuk thought for a bit and said. Really? Show us. The pervert's enthusiasm returned. Hold on. Kasuk rummages his blazer again to look for something, and he took out another photo. Kaya. It was Aika who first reacted. The photo shows Aika who is cuddling a calico cat with a blissful expression that you never expect to see from her because of her usual attitude. Why do you have this? She grabbed Kasuk's collar and shook his while asking. Good fortune. Kasuk didn't really know what to say as it is another fortunate encounter. Hey, do we even need this? The trio started discussing among themselves. Right, it just Kiryu. But that face is really a rarity. Motohama fixed his glasses and said to the other two. You two do know that Kiryu has some strange fans, maybe we can resell this for 10,000 yen and upwards. Issei suddenly reminded of something. You're right, I personally knew some of them and we can easily fork out some cash from them. It's also our chance to take revenge for all those humiliations. Motohama agreed and proposed. So, even if we weren't able to sell it, it should be fine to just distribute it to everyone. Matsuda had this enlightened face. These bastards. Aika heard them clearly as they didn't try to conceal it. She gritted her teeth and promised to get back at them one way or another. Let's ask for the price first. Since it's just Kiryu, it shouldn't be too expensive, but we still have to make sure that there are no strings attached. Issei suggested to the two and they nodded in agreement. They all faced Kasuk who was still being grabbed by Aika and asked, how much is it? Kasuk thought for a while and a nasty grin appeared on his face. They couldn't tell the difference though, only Koneko noticed it. This guy is up to no good again. Koneko saw Kasuk looked at her and gave her a wink. She just sighed and thought, I only have to help him. Since this is a special occasion, this picture is the only copy that can be bought but I'll throw in another one as a bonus for the purchase. Kasuk for the third time rummages his blazer again and took out another photo. It is a photo of Aika being chased by a rabid dog while crying. What? Aika was speechless and started beating up Kasuk, but it has no effect whatsoever. If you're there, then you should have helped me, you demented bastard. Puhaha, the three idiots started laughing their asses off. We have to get this. How much? One of them asked. 60 yen. Kasuk named his price and all of them stopped moving. Printing price. My picture is that cheap? Aika asked in disbelief. She already stopped beating Kasuk as her hands are already hurting. This pervert is too stiff. Ahahaha, what are you talking about, Kiryu? That's just the price of the photo paper and ink. There is no price for your picture. Motohama laughed at her face. It's time for our revenge. We'll take it. Matsuda pulled out a 100 yen coin. I'm not letting you lot have it. 500 yen. Aika pulled money of her own. What? When did this become an auction? Issei asks and looked at Kasuk. 500 yen from this dear customer, any higher bid? Kasuk ignored him and said. Damn it. But it's still cheap for our revenge. 1,000 yen. Matsuda raised his hand. Crap, I only have 5,000 yen on me. Maybe they'll back off if I raise the price 5 times, just like those tips from the internet. I'll bid 5,000 yen. Aika raised her voice. 5,000 yen from this miss. Anyone else? Kasuk raised his fan. He is having fun now, I should do this more often. Kukuku, 5,005 yen. Aika was shocked at this bid. She turned around to the source of the bid and saw Motohama fixing glasses with a smile. Damn, he saw through me. He's strangely sharp at times like this. What to do now? 5,005 yen from this gentleman. Any more bids for our item today? Tuju-san, can you lend me some money? Aika turned to his last resort. She knew the three idiots won't let her bid any longer, and Kasuk is the one selling it, so she can only ask Koneko for help. I didn't bring any money on me, Koneko answered. All she needs is good food, and she can get it from either the club room or Kasuk's shop, so there's no need to bring any money. Aika was devastated at her answer and saw the trio's smug faces. She gritted her teeth as she wants to bash it to oblivion. Ever since she met Kasuk, more and more thoughts of violence started to rise from her mind. She couldn't win any minds game whenever Kasuk is around, and her thought process is slowly proceeding to the not-so-peaceful side. Can I pay later? Aika hasn't given up and turned to Kasuk. Nope. Ha ha ha, give it up, Aika Kiryu. Tomorrow, your weird fans will fantasize about you using these photos. Matsuda pointed at Aika and declared. Aika looked at the ground, still thinking of the way out while biting her thumb. Going once. Kasuk started the countdown. Koneko saw this and approached her side and whispered something to her ear. Aika looked shocked and conflicted at what Koneko suggested. Do I really have no choice? Koneko returned to her seat and watched the proceeding of the perverts with a deadpan expression. Going twice. Kasuk looked at Aika with a grin. Damn it, he's already expecting this. I fell for his trap. Aika was finally aware. The trio started celebrating and imagining the expression of various students who will see the photos. And Kasuk was about to announce, but Aika interrupted him. Ah geez. I don't care anymore. I'll cosplay for you. She shouted. Sold to Aika-chan here. Hence, the end of Daki Daki auction. What? What the hell, Kasuk? Of course, the trio protested. It's the buyout price. Nothing I can do. Kasuk shook his head. Bullshit. Aika sighed in relief when she got hold of her pictures. Issei saw this and commented, you do know that you may have stepped into deeper sh*t, right? Aika's face coagulated after hearing this. Chapter 43, The Helmet. An. Life Force, Key. Magic Power, Human, Mana. After the rowdy lunch with his friends, Kasuk said his farewells and went home, leaving them to their own devices. He went straight to the underground training facility under the candy store after changing into his usual outfit and taking out Benihime in her cane form. There he saw Yoruichi with her standard attire consists of a black, backless, sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants with a pair of lightweight brown shoes, which allow for stealth and easy use of flash step. She is sitting on a protruding rock 50 meters away from their Grim Reaper captives while eating her frozen yogurt. Kasuk approached her and asked, how are they? Sleeping like a baby. It looks like my interrogation took quite a toll on their minds. Yoruichi answered without turning around, do you want me to continue? Let's not. They're brainwashed to some extent. There's no use questioning them. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. Then what? Just kill them. They're hostile to the kids, you know. We better find out who is behind this, at least we won't be so blind. Yoruichi furrowed her brows at Kasuk's answer. Of course, only Koneko, who is like her little sister, and Issei, who technically grew up with her and she took some liking as she did with Ichigo, deserves her worries. I've developed a not-so-nice technique. I'll test it to them later. For now, I want to examine those helmets they are wearing. Kasuk's nasty grin returned. Why are you so careful about them? I can't feel anything aside from their power to conceal presence. Yoruichi sighed in relief as she knew she could leave this to Kasuk, who already have a plan. Yoruichi examined the helmets again and can't see anything else aside from their supposed use. She already saw countless artifacts and even used some of them due to Shihoin clan keeping a bunch of them, but that doesn't mean she knows the inner workings of the said item. You know, I'm very sensitive to the energies, and half of the energy within the helmet isn't being used. I'm sure that its use is not for something good, as they too don't have any idea about it. Kasuk gave the helmet another inspection from the outside. How are you going to examine it? Yoruichi crossed her arms and asked. I'll scan it with my spiritual power from a distance and try to see the inner workings of the helmet. Kasuk stopped going around the captives and prepared himself. Can't you remove it from them, first? I can't. If I'm the one who made it, and they are for my secret forces, the first thing I would do is to make countermeasures against it being stolen by the other party. Kasuk released the limiter that he places on himself to hide his spiritual power. To other people, it looks like he only has a bit of magic power. Yoruichi grabbed the small one, go to the entrance of the training ground. Yoruichi didn't say anything else and grabbed the small Grim Reaper and flash stepped towards the training ground's entrance. She also put up a barrier just to be sure. Kasuk grabbed the big guy and moved to the center. He then started concentrating his spiritual power and made a thin thread out of it. This thread slowly approached the sleeping Grim Reaper and it made contact with the helmet. Kasuk probed its outside and didn't see anything of importance, and he carefully penetrated the skin of the helmet. Once the thread went inside, Kasuk saw the complicated inner workings of the helmet and gained some enlightenment at how it hides presence with such effectiveness. But everything doesn't go smoothly as long as you're in the real world. After a few seconds of observation, a hidden mechanism in the helmet was triggered. This was noticed by Kasuk since all the energy reserves of the helmet started gathering in one spot. Crap. Kasuk's face cramped and he immediately released Benihime to her first form, Awaken. Benihime. The hidden blade in the cane took the form of a sleek, medium-sized sword. It has a crimson tassel dangles on the end of the hilt, which has a gentle decorative bend. Instead of a crossguard, there is a U-shaped decoration that covers the first 3 or 4 inches of blade, with a flower petal design right as it meets the string crossguard. It also has a red decorative string wrapped thrice around the hilt, with a 3-loop bow on one side and a folded paper decoration on the other. Benihime's blade is straight and slim, though somewhat short, with the tip ending in a slanted razor-like edge instead of being tapered to a point. Kasuk pointed Benihime towards the Grim Reaper, whose helmet is shining in ominous light. Chikasumi no Tate, Blood Mist Shield. A crimson hexagonal shield appeared in front of Kasuk. He also used Flash Step to jump backward, but before he could leave the area, a large white explosion with a radius of 100 meters engulfed the area. Kasuk. Yoruichi shouted his name in worry. She felt the force of the explosion and wanted to go to where he was, but she knew it would be useless and only put herself in danger. Kasuk is sturdy. He'll only get some injuries if he put enough defense. Yoruichi reassured herself. She tried finding where Kasuk is but failed due to the swirling and chaotic energies meshing together because of the explosion. A figure shoots out of the explosion and smashed to the wall, creating a small crater on it. Yoruichi saw this and Flash stepped towards it and saw Kasuk embedded in the wall. His clothes were in tatters and his hat is missing, and he is still holding onto Benihime. What was different, however, is the broken ivory mask on his face. His eyes are black and his irises were glowing green. Kasuk jumped down from the wall, his eyes returned to normal and the ivory mask disappeared entirely. Hey there Yoruichi, you got worried. Kasuk gave his trademarked grin. He saw her reaction and felt gratified deep inside his heart. Ever since they opened up with each other, they seemed to get worried about every little thing about each other, which was unthinkable in the past. But it's not a bad feeling. On the contrary, Kasuk feels immense satisfaction that a person he could call a lover worries about him. I should have opened up with her earlier in the past. Yoruichi pouted a bit and approached him. She then gave him a quick punch to his nose. Ow. Kasuk hastily covered his nose with his hands to nurse it. You can't hide your embarrassment by being violent, you know. Shut it. If you can speak nonsense, then you're fine. Yoruichi turned around and walked back to their remaining captive. Do they act like kids? Well, true. In terms of experience in romance, they almost have zero. A typical high school student who thinks nothing but socializing instead of his studies may have more experience in this regard than them. Why is this? Yoruichi grew up as the heir of a big and influential clan of the Siriidii, become a commander-in-chief of the stealth forces and also a captain of the 2nd Division of Godii 13. Of course, she wouldn't have any time or even allowed to fall in love. While Kasuk also followed the almost same track as Yoruichi, who is his childhood friend. He also got into researching and inventing things, throwing the notion of romance that could waste his time away. Until they were banished to the human world, although there was already a budding feeling, it couldn't bloom as Aizen's threat is still looming on their heads and they had to keep planning and searching on how to thwart Aizen's ambition. Even if they managed to take down Aizen, a hidden threat called Quincy's is still in the corner, and Kasuk was aware of it, shifting his focus on preparing for a big war. Yoruichi, who was given a heads up about the possible invasion of the Quincy's, also couldn't stay still and had to go back to her clan to prepare. You could say that even though they lived a long life, they were always fighting and couldn't have time for themselves as they have responsibilities on their shoulders they couldn't take off. But everything changes when they reincarnated to a different world. Without pressure from the peers or responsibilities to save the balance of the world, they felt liberated. So when they found each other, all feelings that were repressed gushed out. They fell in love for the first time. A few years has passed, though they progressed, they were still kids in the act of romance. They couldn't act like a reckless teenager as they are too old for that. Their mature mind stops them from giggling like idiots. But even then, tiny bits of a little girl from Yoruichi spills out sometimes, and Kasuk, who has an uncontrollable urge to tease other people, became worse when it comes to Yoruichi. So, what happened? Yoruichi looked at the destruction caused by that explosion. Everything 100 meters around the spot where the big guy Grim Reaper was previously on disappeared, leaving only bits of molten lava. A mechanism that activates its self-destruction feature triggers when an attempt to observe the helmet was detected. Kasuk used magic to repair his clothes and also materialized his favorite hat and fan. What a convenient skill. He thought. I assume the same thing would happen when we attempt to remove it from the owner. Yoruichi asked. Most probably. Kasuk removed the remaining dust from his body and replied. Then what now? I'll use my newly developed technique and see what I can get. I only got to test it in some lab rats but never in an intelligent being. If something were to me, smack me hard so that I can wake up. Kasuk approached the remaining Grim Reaper. Leave it to me. Yoruichi gave him a bright smile which froze Kasuk's smile. Nevertheless, Yoruichi is still worried about him when he said that she would need to wake him up. Well then, take some distance from me again, Kasuk warned Yoruichi again and grabbed the unconscious beside the crater that was created by the earlier explosion. He didn't want another accident to happen again, but it does not hurt to take some precautions. He put up multiple barriers and arranged a teleportation array under his feet so he can instantly teleport to Yoruichi's side no matter what happened. Yoruichi followed his instruction again, but this time, she is only 200 meters away from him instead of 1.5 kilometers from the entrance to Kasuk's current position. Kasuk held out his right hand, touched the chest of the Grim Reaper and took a deep breath. Soul search. He muttered with a serious look on his face. Kasuk Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, poured into the Grim Reaper, instantly waking up the sleeping beauty. A shrill screaming came from the Grim Reaper as his soul body is forcibly being torn up into pieces and converted to Ryoryoku, spiritual power, not that he knows any of that. He can only feel extreme pain which is originating from deep inside and also the faint feeling of being devoured by something. After a few moments, the helmet started to light up. Kasuk already expected this and teleported beside Yoruichi. Another explosion occurred, but this time, due to barriers placed, it only expanded to 30 meters in radius. Although it created more pool of molten lava than the first one. Yoruichi noticed Kasuk's haggard expression and asked, "Are you alright?" "Yeah, I already expected it to take a toll on my mind when I tried that to a sentient being." Kasuk just gave her a tired smile. "Let's go to the hot spring and take a break," Yoruichi suggested. "Good idea, let's go, but please carry me. My body is fine but I'm mentally tired of processing all those gibberish information. I also need some time to organize my thoughts." Kasuk agreed and he let his body fall into Yoruichi's bountiful bosom. Yoruichi sighed but smiled thereafter. "Good work." She whispered to Kasuk, who is already napping. She carefully adjusted position in Princess Carry and carefully moved his towards the hot spring in the training ground. The hot spring is the same one they had in their past secret training grounds. It uses spiritual power gathered by an array from the surroundings to heal wounds of the soul and body. A hot spring based on ki is also under construction to help Koneko's training. And Kasuk's goal is to create a hot spring with three-way healing using mana, ki, and spiritual power. On the northern side of the training ground, a complete copy of Whitebone Hell and Blood Pond Hell of the Qilin Palace also exist, although they don't use it very often as they would only dip in that when they are seriously wounded or undertaking an insane training regimen. Yoruichi laid Kasuk at the side of the hot spring and stripped him buck naked. She took a second glance at his junk and flicked it lightly. "Kasuk grimaced a bit in his sleep a bit. If this were any other situation, I wouldn't have let you off." Koneko's developing sadistic tendencies may have come from Yoruichi. Yoruichi also stripped herself and carried Kasuk to the pool of hot water. Even though he mentioned earlier that his body is fine, but she knew from her experience that Kasuk's threshold of fine is not the same as others by the long shot. He was able to defend himself from the first explosion, but his body still took some stress. He donned his hollow mask to increase the effect of arrow is evidence of this. His energy reserves also might be plenty, but deploying all of those barriers in quick succession and activating that unknown spell of him took a relatively large chunk of his Rietsu. Thus he still needs the healing effect of the hot spring. Yoruichi carried Kasuk to the side of the hot spring and entered from it. She first leaned on the rock after entering and adjust Kasuk's position so that she is hugging him from behind. Yoruichi submerged him until his shoulders and rest his head on her bosom. She stroked his head and smiled before saying, "Good night." She then entered a dream world of her own while Kasuk is in her arms. Chapter 44, The World. Kasuk woke up and saw a wooden ceiling. "Where am I?" "You've always wanted to say that, right?" A voice of a woman resounded beside him. Kasuk turned to his lower right and saw Yoruichi using his arms as pillows while naked with only a white blanket covering the both of them. Yep, he then proceeded to give her a light peck on her lips. Yoruichi tightened her hug before she sat up and stretched her arms while the blanket slid through her smooth skin. She then went down the bed and grabbed her clothes to get dressed. "How long have I been out?" Kasuk also sat up and went down the bed. He went straight to the closet and opened it. Inside the closet is his usual outfit in bulk numbers. He got one set and started getting dressed. It's 6 p.m. right now, so around 5 hours. Yoruichi put on her black panties and started working on the bra with the same design. "Help me hold my hair." Kasuk, who is already wearing his shihakusha, stopped what he was doing and went behind her and did what he was told. Kasuk thought for a while and asked, "You didn't do anything to me while I was out cold, right?" "Fufufu, I wonder." Yoruichi finished wearing her bra and proceeded to put on her orange outfit while giving Kasuk a teasing smile. "So you did nothing," Kasuk replied back. Based on Yoruichi's response, he was sure that she did nothing of sort. You're no fun." Yoruichi snorted and finished putting on her clothes. "You put on some underwear now, huh?" Kasuk lightly commented while he resumed dressing up. "I had to get used to it now." Yoruichi chuckled lightly. "But you still had the same clothes from back then, don't you want to wear something different as a change of pace?" Kasuk put on his hat as a final touch to his attire. "Maybe I should some other time. I don't have any other clothes with me." Yoruichi went out of the room and Kasuk followed her. They were on the second floor of the wooden lodge on the southern part of the secret training ground in an exclusive room reserved just for the only two of them. They reached the living room of the lodge and Yoruichi walked straight to the kitchen area just beside it to prepare some snacks and tea. "Let's go on a date some other time to buy you some clothes," Kasuk suddenly said behind her, which surprised her to stop what she is intending to do. "All right, you plan for it." Yoruichi turned around and gave him a warm bright smile. She then goes and get the tea and snacks and set it on the table in the living room. "Got it, but I don't think it'll be anytime soon as there are some things I need to prepare." Kasuk nodded and sat down to take a sip on the warm tea. "Because of what happened earlier?" Yoruichi did the same and asked curiously. She isn't mad that he would delay their date as they have all the time in the world they needed. On the contrary, she thinks that this kind of pace is just right for her as it isn't too busy just like her in his past life and not too slow to just laze around. "You're correct. I guess trouble will come looking for us no matter what we do." Kasuk smiled wryly, but thinking about it again, if he didn't reincarnate together with Yoruichi in this strange and troublesome world, they might not be able to get together. "Just what is that kitty you just used on that guy?" Yoruichi set down her cup of tea and grabbed some cookies to nibble as she remembers the screaming Grim Reaper before he exploded. "It is called Soul Search. Kasuk started explaining, "It's a technique I've developed these last few months. It uses the versatility of mana to expand the use of Riatsu outside of the usual offensive, defensive, healing, binding, and tracking." Kasuk sips his tea before continuing. "Soul Search, in particular, is a technique that uses the incompatibility of mana and Riatsu by pumping both of it to the target's soul. I use mana to guide the Riatsu and have it wreak havoc inside the soul body. The soul body will then disintegrate fast and use the chance for the mana to read the information that is spilling out while the soul body collapses." "What a nasty and merciless technique you've got there." Yoruichi interrupted Kasuk's explanation. "Ha, I did mention to you before that it isn't a nice technique." "Well, of course, there would be huge drawbacks. Aside from it only in the early phase of development, it poses danger to the user if he or she isn't strong enough, both mind and body, as it'll also wreak havoc on your body if not controlled properly and information may drown you making you forget about yourself entirely." Kasuk chuckled at Yoruichi's words and continued. "It's at times like this that you're very reckless, even more so than Ichigo. You won't ever change, huh?" Yoruichi looked at Kasuk's happy face and sighed. "That's just how I work." Kasuk shrugged his shoulders and resumed explaining, "Even if everything spills out from the soul, I can't read and retain everything. Most of it was lost in the process, so the information in my head ended up becoming gibberish most of the time." "And then? What did you get from that guy?" Yoruichi stopped thinking about the absurd technique he developed that may lead to his execution if they were in Siratii. Let's see. Kasuk went into deep thought for a few minutes before he spoke again, just a few seemingly important things. Yoruichi didn't interrupt him this time and just waited for him to speak while nibbling on her cookies. First, I was able to confirm that he is indeed working for an Olympian god called Hades. Gods, huh? I was really skeptical about their actual existence. It turns out that there are true gods in this world. Well, an actual definition exists, so the probability that they really exist in this world is big, no need to be surprised. This makes it more complicated. In our world, we only have the human world, soul society, and Hueco Mundo. Have I already explained to you how this world works? Just the basic information on human world, underworld, and dimensional gap. Then before we continue, let's have a short lesson. Kasuk took out a fan and a 4-foot by 6-foot whiteboard and hurriedly draw a simple illustration. Kasuk draws a large oblong encompassing most of the whiteboard, and inside it is small bubbles of different sizes. 3 bubbles are larger than the rest, and he wrote something inside them and connected the 2 bubbles at the side to the center bubble by 3 lines. The bubble on the left side is labeled as Underworld, the center bubble is Human World, and the last of the 3 big bubbles on the left is Heaven. The small bubbles are also labeled with some names. Realm of the Dead, Takamagara, Asgard, and Olympus, to only name a few. Kasuk also drew a line between these small bubbles and the Human World. Now then, to explain all of this, Kasuk pointed at the bubble containing the Human World. This is the space we are currently residing in. He then proceeded to point the Underworld and Heaven. This is where the so-called 3 factions resides. The devils and fallen angels in Underworld, and angels in Heaven. They are the strongest because they are the most populous of the bunch because of the large space they're living in, well, at least in the past. Note that the size of the bubbles here represents the size of that space. These 3 lines represent the strong connection of both Underworld and Heaven to the human world. Which is also why they can come and go more easily to human world than any other factions, making their forces more prevalent. The smaller spaces are also connected to the human world and to some other spaces. Although I don't know how these connections were made, and why are all of them connected to the human world. So these smaller bubbles are the spaces where the other gods resides? Yoruichi asked. Yes, and this large oblong here is the dimensional gap. So you mean to say that if we have a way to navigate in this dimensional gap, we could go anywhere? Correct, but that would be almost impossible as there are no concepts of distance and direction in dimensional gap. Almost. So you already have a plan for that? Yoruichi found the hidden meaning in Kasuk's words. Well, it's just a theory for now, so I would need more time to experiment and research this topic. To explain it, didn't I told you that all the mana in this world came from the dimensional gap that spills to various spaces? As for how and why, I don't know. But I think that we can navigate it if we can just pinpoint and study the flow of mana in dimensional gap, and I would need a bunch of equipment and time to do that. Kasuk excitedly explained. Ho ho. As expected of you. Anyway, you said mana, but where are all the other energy types coming from? Ahem, as I said before, ki, life force, came from every living thing, and Ryoryoku, spiritual power, came from everything with a soul. Demonic power, holy power, and other types all came from mana itself. So you could say that there are only 3 main energy types. Wait, mana. How? It has something to do with their physique and how their individual space accepts mana. Demonic power, for example, it came to be when a devil absorbs mana and his body automatically converts it demonic power that he can use, and the underworld itself converts some of the mana that came from the dimensional gap into demonic power. It's the same case for fallen angels, heaven, and all other that uses mana. Then how are those humans able to use holy power themselves? They convert it manually by themselves or making a contract with an angel to bestow them holy power, same case with humans using demonic power. Is that also why holy power is the bane of devils, as it counters the demonic power in their bodies, making it a neutral uncontrolled mana that destroys their bodies from the inside? Yes, it's also true in reverse if demonic power is stronger. That makes sense now. Last question. What is beyond the dimensional gap? I don't know. It's also one of the things I want to find out in this lifetime. Kasuk shrugged his shoulders again and smiled wryly. Looks like you'll be busy again. Yoruichi sighed at her impossible lover. Kasuk approached and hugged her while whispering to her ears, of course I won't cut the time that I could spend with you ever. If that's the case, then fine. Yoruichi smiled in relief. Kasuk sat down beside her and took another sip of his already cold tea. Now back on what I got on that Grim Reaper, the second is, they seem to need blood sacrifices for a certain ritual. As for what kind of blood sacrifice and what ritual it is, it's all gibberish, or he might not have known it in the first place. They are watching the kids, so maybe something related to that. Yoruichi contemplated on Kasuk's words. Maybe. That's why we have to prepare. But I honestly only have few ideas to prepare. We don't know their means other than their great stealth ability that we can't pinpoint unless they make a move. Kasuk furrowed his brows. All this time, he has been thinking of countermeasures, but the information he has on his hands is very negligible that they might as well be blind. I'll patrol the whole town when I'm free. That should decrease our chances of getting stabbed in the dark. Yoruichi suggested. Thanks for the hard work. Moving to the third and last point, they also have a second priority order, and that is to look for the human from the prophecy of some god. I also don't know the details, and I don't want to be sound conceited, but that could be us they're looking for. This is the reason why I said the trouble would come looking for us no matter what we do. Kasuk patted Yoruichi's head and returned to his serious expression. Prophecy. That's a thing. Sounds dubious and stupid. Yoruichi furrowed her brows. She couldn't believe it's something that predicts the future in the long run. Yawatch is the only one who can match this with his, the almighty, ability that could the future in all of its branches, although he has the power to alter the future itself, which made him a more terrifying enemy. I know, right? They would take precautions and even attack us for something so obscure, but we really don't know how the god's divinity works. It should also be based on mana, but I have no clue how it turns into a concept that gods use. Kasuk rubbed his chin and continued to think of ways to somehow evade this, but he seriously needs more time to research this topic. Then we can't do anything about that for now? Yoruichi asked. Nope, and probably suspects me now since I should just be an average human in their eyes and somehow, a low-class devil keeps powering up in my place. They'll probably place some sort of surveillance on me, directly or indirectly. I can deal with the direct surveillance, but indirect ones would be hard to even realize. What do you plan to do now? I guess I should shift some of my research time to sacred gears, it may help us in the future. That's pretty vague. Although I also couldn't think of anything else. Hence, we throw that problem to the of our minds for now. And for a bonus point, this guy is crushing hard on Hades' ill-gotten wife, Persephone. Ill-gotten wife? What is that supposed to mean? I also don't know, but it could be a piece of useful information, so I'm putting it out. Let's go up. Those girls are probably waiting for some time now. Kasuk cleaned up the table and the dishes before going out of the lodging with Yoruichi. I'll go out to do some patrolling. I want to know if they're going to send another team to after the missing one. Yoruichi went ahead of Kasuk. Okay, be careful. Kasuk reminded her and went up. I finished my work earlier than expected. I should be able to cook dinner today. Sakura opened the door of their house and said, I'm home. Kaneko's voice answered from the living room, welcome back. Sakura then takes off her shoes and went to the living room. I'll be cooking today, Cone Dash. She stopped when she saw the other people in the room. What is the Sitri princess doing here? Chapter 45, The Guests. What is the Sitri princess doing here? Sona saw Sakura entered the living room and greeted her. Good evening, ma'am. Excuse me for my intrusion. I am Sona Shitori, the student council president of the Kuo Academy. She bowed gracefully to Kasuk's mother. It took Sakura a few seconds to respond as she didn't what was happening. Good evening and welcome to our humble place. My name is Sakura Urahara, Kasuk's mother. May I know the reason for your visit? Please don't be too formal with me, I'm here for my personal business. I have an appointment with your son for this afternoon and he told me that Tuja-san here can lead me here. Sona reassured Sakura, but she is confused about why she is so nervous. After giving her a second look, she felt a little familiar to Sona, but can't remember where she had seen her. Sure, I'm sorry, but who are you? Sakura directed this question to the third person in the room, fidgeting. Good evening, ma'am. My name is Aika Kiryu, Yura, Kisukuin's classmate. I also have some business with him. Please excuse me for my intrusion. Aika, who arrived with Sona and Koneko because she was dragged along by the latter, flusteredly greeted Sakura. Welcome to you too, please take a seat, both of you. I'll prepare dinner for all of us. Thank you for your offer, but it's late so I have to go. I don't want to intrude too much. Sona bowed again, getting ready to leave. Now, Kaishu. Since you're already here, please join us for dinner. You too, Aika-chan. Kasuk's voice resounded behind Sakura. Unbeknownst to them, Kasuk is watching their interaction from the moment his mother entered the house. He also noticed Sakura's unnatural behavior but didn't say anything. If her mother didn't want to reveal anything, then he won't ever force her. Kasuk thinks that she probably already has some inkling that her son is not a normal human from the way she looks at him from time to time. Kasuk. Where have you been? It's not good to make guests wait. Sakura turned around and immediately berated her son. I'm truly sorry. I had something to do this afternoon but I didn't think it would hold me up for too long. Kasuk faced Sona and Aika and apologized sincerely, although, I didn't know Aika-chan would also be here. What a pleasant surprise. He sent a grin to Aika, who didn't know what to do. Ugh. Tuja-san dragged me here and I also want to get over it fast. Aika stopped fidgeting and stared at Kasuk like he owes her something. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then you two sit down first. I going to help mom make dinner. Kasuk offered the two a seat. No. You entertain your guest and I'll prepare the dinner with Koneko-chan. Sakura disagreed with Kasuk's words, enjoy your time. I going up to change first before I cook dinner. Koneko-chan, please prepare the veggies in the fridge for the time being. She then went up, leaving the four in the living room. Koneko stood up and went to the kitchen to do Sakura's instructions. She already helped out multiple times and even learned how to cook some dishes all by herself, a skill she didn't imagine that she would have. Left alone, Kasuk is feeling completely fine, but the two bespectacled beauties are feeling some awkwardness. Sona and Aika couldn't exactly refuse Sakura's invitation if she insisted so much. Aika, in particular, is feeling quite nervous as this is her first time coming to the house of a boy of her age. She always teases other girls about going to their crush's houses, but she didn't know that it would be this nerve-wracking. Is it supposed to be this hard? I always imagine myself coming to a boy's house or even room, but this feeling is a lot different from what I thought. Sona, on the other hand, thought that Koneko really became part of their family in just a week of staying here. Devils of high rankings are prideful individuals, and being in one such household, you need to hold some formalities even with your family members. Koneko came from a small family before the tragic past befalls onto her. She was adopted by the grimmory household and had a good upbringing. But maybe, all this time, she is craving for a familial love that she lost. Even now, she can see Koneko act more unreserved compared to all those years that she is with Rias and other peerage members. If Rias and her family were to see this, they probably feel shocked and jealous. This Kasuk Urahara is really something else. She smiled lightly as she thought of this. What shall we do while we wait for dinner? Kasuk sat down on the couch opposite them. Movie. Game. I'm going to finish some of my work for the student council. Sona fixed her glasses and took out her laptop and some files from her bag. Do you even rest? Kasuk's mouth was twitching at this sight of this overly hard-working girl. Although if Yoruichi is here, she would probably retort and say, you don't have the right to say that. You're even worse than her if you're too focused. Let me help then. Kasuk offered a helping hand and Aika just couldn't sit still. I'll also help. Thank you, but these files would only take 15 minutes to finish. I already finished the majority of them while waiting for you. Sona replied while she started writing a bunch of notes on the paper, and from the looks of it, 15 minutes is really enough for her. Then let's reduce that to 10 minutes. I and Aika could help you arrange a few things to make it easier for you. Kasuk suggested, and Sona didn't reject for the second time and just thanked them for their help. The three didn't say anything unrelated to what they were doing and just faithfully do the job. After 10 minutes or so, they did finish everything and Sona started packing everything back to her bag. It'll take some more time for the dinner to get ready and they already have nothing to do. Kasuk used this chance to let Aika relax more by talking about random things, and he was successful as Aika is back to her usual smug self, although she holds back because of Sona's presence. Sona also enjoys talking about random stuff and especially about girly stuff with Aika, as she didn't have many chances of doing so due to her position and heritage. Even though the two of them absolutely disqualifies as modern teenage girls in terms of knowledge, they still enjoyed each other's company. Kasuk, who is with them, also pitched some of his ideas from time to time, making the two glasses girls thought, why does this guy know so much about this? Although this enjoyable and relaxing time didn't last long, as Kasuk felt a presence that disrupted his train of thought. It is the same presence that both Kasuk and Yoruichi dub as the last boss. This time, however, it didn't go away and instead, it locked on its attention to Kasuk and everyone in the house. It didn't even try to hide its gaze. Kasuk's smile cramped, and this was noticed by the two beside him as he stopped in the middle of saying something. What happened? Sona furrowed her eyebrows. Kasuk didn't answer her and fell into deep contemplation with a very serious look on his face. What is it doing here? And why is it intently staring at this direction? Does it want something? I can't feel any hostility, but that could change anytime. For now, I should slowly activate the teleportation array placed on this house to get everyone into safety just in case. Yoruichi is also rushing here and will arrive in a few seconds. I should wait for her first before I decide my next step. Indeed, after a few seconds, Yoruichi in her cat form jumped in from the window, landing on the center table, startling the two girls at her sudden appearance. She looked at Kasuk's serious expression and turned her attention to the two girls with him with still astounded expression. Aika especially is feeling excited. She likes cuddling cats ever since she was a kid, and one of her small joys as she grows up, is this your cat? What a beautiful black fur, can I pet it? Sona, on the other hand, felt incredulous as her sight intersects with the cat. Am I just seeing things? Why do this cat's eyes give me pressure? Yoruichi then looked back to Kasuk, who is contemplating. What's the plan? She said in her distinct male voice while she is in her cat form. Both of the bespectacled beauties' expression froze. It spoke. Aika jumped into Kasuk's arms unconsciously and shouted horrifyingly. Chapter 46, The Lowly. Yoruichi's mouth twitched at the girl's action and said, settle down, little girl. I won't eat you. And I'm talking to Kasuk. An important matter came up. Are you a familiar? What important matter sprang up? Sona was also shocked but recovered easily as she already saw more amazing things than this. A talking familiar isn't exactly rare. Kaishu. What are you thinking, taking this so lightly? That's a talking kit, you know. Aika's hug on Kasuk subconsciously tightened. Aika-chan, for now, please get off me. You're strangling me. Kasuk finally voiced out his concern, and Aika finally realized what she is doing. She blushed and moved to the back of Kasuk, still not letting him go. Yoruichi ignored Aika for now and said to Kasuk after noticing the slight fluctuation on the array under their feet, "You're ready." "Yes," Kasuk replied and switched back his attention on the stalking last boss. "It's not doing anything. On the contrary, it seems curious. What is this all about? It already noticed me noticing her, so I can't pretend that she didn't exist. I wonder why is it giving me a childlike vibe? Is it the same age as her appearance say? And what the heck is that outfit? Yoruichi is here, and I can hold it back for a few seconds. The teleportation array will activate and teleport everyone here in just 1 second. I won't teleport everyone yet as it may agitate, but I could take the risk." Kasuk finished his train of thought and said to the two guests with a serious expression, "Please move to the dining table for a moment." What is happening? Aika is understandably confused, and Sona, after thinking for a while, trusted Kasuk on this one because of the feeling he is giving her now. It is different from the usual casual and somewhat lethargic demeanor he has. It's as if he is a soldier, ready to fight to the death with his opponents. "Kiryu-san, let's follow him for now." Aika nodded after being quiet for a few seconds, as this time, she can also see and feel Kasuk's seriousness, which is the first time she witnesses. They then moved to the dining table, taking a seat. "Mom, Koneko-chan." Kasuk called out to the two who are in the kitchen without standing up from his position. Koneko first came out and Sakura followed. "What is it? Did something happen?" She can tell the serious voice of her son and ask with concern. Koneko, due to being trained by Yoruichi, was finally able to feel that something outside is lurking, and a very strong one. She then tightened her fist, awaiting for Kasuk instruction. "Mom, please make another portion of the dinner." "No, actually, make 3 more portions." Kasuk told to her mom, making her confused. He then faced Koneko and said, "Koneko-chan, please be prepared to protect Mom." Sakura is even more confused now from her son's words. It's also the same for the two ladies sitting on the dining table. "Protect." Koneko looked at Kasuk for a while and then nodded. A pair of white cat ears appeared on her head, her eyes turned golden with slits, and a pair of tails from her behind. She is now in combat mode. This startled all 3 of them. Aika couldn't help but shout, "Cat ears and tails. What's going on? Am I actually dreaming?" Sona asked in a more composed tone, "Is it so serious that you have to reveal it to a normal human, like Aika and your mother?" Sakura looked at Kaneko's transformation and then switched her gaze towards his son with a serious look. 3 servings, right? Got it. I'll also whip up some delicious side dishes." She then turned around, trusting Kasuk. Koneko followed her back to the kitchen, still intending to help out. Aika faced Sona as she was also confused by her words. "Wait, a normal human like me?" But Sona just looked at her and smiled, reassuring her, "Don't worry about it for now. Let's just see what's going to happen for Kasuk to make such decisions." But what a surprise. I thought Tuju-san has some sort of trauma regarding her heritage, but to show it so decisively, Rias probably don't know anything about this. At the kitchen, Sakura is focusing on her task to make more additional food, while Koneko is fidgeting and stealing glances to her from time to time. "What is it, Koneko-chan?" I'm sorry for hiding this from you. I didn't mean any harm to you and Kasuk-senpai." Koneko faced her and bowed 90 degrees. She is quite nervous about how Sakura will react to her monster form, as this sort of appearance can scare humans pretty easily. She didn't want Sakura to hate her because she already thinks of her as her mother. A few seconds, which felt like a few hours for Koneko, has passed and Sakura is still looking at her silently. She was about to cry when a soft, gentle hand stroked her head. She looked up and saw Sakura smiling gently at her. "I know, but I want to hear more about it later." Koneko couldn't help but let her tears flow down. She jumped into Sakura's arm and snuggled herself into her bosom while sniffling. "I'm sorry, thank you." Sakura hugged her back and stroked her head for a bit and thought, what happened to her? She's craving for some warmth. Oh well, I don't mind having a daughter. Koneko-chan, let's continue cooking. Kasuk looks like he really needs this. Sakura separated from her and said. Koneko rubbed her eyes to wipe away her tears and Sakura helped her with that. Okay. She went back to her somewhat deadpan expression, but it's obvious to Sakura that she got something off her shoulder and became a lot cheerful. Cute. Yoruichi, please make sure that those 4 are safe. Kasuk smiled at Yoruichi and said. Ha. Fine, but whatever you're planning, prioritize your safety. Yoruichi sighed and jumped to the dining table, startling Aika again, who is sitting on the side. If this was a normal situation, I would be satisfied at your reaction. A talking cat can't be found in any normal situation at all. But he felt satisfied when people react to him talking. Should I say, like master, like cat? Aika retorted in her mind, but she isn't as scared as the first time. Can you tell me what's going on? Sona, who is with them, can't help but ask. She wants to analyze the situation, but there are too little context clues. We've got another visitor this evening, devil girl. And you better not use any magic, your safety is already assured anyway. Yoruichi replied to her. But Aika's mind became even more muddled. Devil. Magic. Is the cat sick in the head? Kasuk ignored the trio and finalized his plans. Okay, 3 escape routes secured in case a battle broke out. She's still staring straight here but seems to have any intention to make a move. I have to use this chance to get what she wants, or every time she stalks us, we would be panicking like this. Kasuk took a deep breath. Yoruichi saw this and warned the two, no matter what you see or happen, don't say anything. The two were confused, but before they could ask, Kasuk spoke loudly. Good evening, Mississippi. Since you're already here, why don't you join me for a cup of tea? When Kasuk said this, a young girl suddenly appeared in front of him with a small smile on her face. What? Aika retorted in her mind again while remembering Yoruichi's warning. Sona, on the other hand, furrowed her brows at this sight. Urahara picked up her presents, but I did not. And who is she? It is a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and black eyes. Her ears differ from a normal human's as they have pointed tips, although her long black hair makes this feature difficult to notice. Her dark gray eyes have reptilian slitted pupils. Her attire consists of a black gothic Lolita fashion and exposed front, with her nipples only being covered by cross-shaped black tape. That is some extreme outfit. Everyone who is looking thought. Why don't you sit down first? I'll prepare some cookies. Kasuk gathered his bearings and offered with a big smile on his face. Kasuk. I know she looks like a little girl, but her aura is far from that. What are you going to do if she starts rampaging because you treated her like a little girl? Yoruichi shouted in her mind, wanting to do facepalm, but stopped herself as she wants to see what would happen next. The little girl with an outrageous outfit tilted her head for a while and moved to Kasuk's opposite and sat down like she was told. Kasuk then generated a green magic circle to his front and his right hand went in. From outside's perspective, it looks like his hand was cut from the elbow down. At this sight, Aika finally stopped thinking altogether to preserve her sanity. Chapter 47, Cute Yet Scary Creature. When Kasuk pulled out his hand, he is holding a plate of chocolate chips cookies and set it down on the table. He also took out 2 cups of warm tea. The little girl looked at the plate and cup with confusion in her eyes. She picked up one cookie, examined it closely and asked Kasuk, "What is this?" Kasuk stopped sipping his tea and looked at the little girl. "You don't know cookies." The girl shook her head and stared at Kasuk. This girl's aura doesn't match her demeanor. She's acting way too innocent. This is too fake. Why is she acting like this? Is she thinking that I'm just a kid? Or is this by any chance her real self? Kasuk became confused at the way she's acting. He didn't know what is her motive in such an obvious act. He couldn't think of any reason on how could someone remain innocent when she amassed that kind of power. For now, however, Kasuk decided to play along to glean more clues about her. She shouldn't remain so calm if I do something unexpected and her act should fail, or at least some kind of reaction that contradicts her demeanor. Kasuk picked up a cookie himself and started eating it. The little girl tilted her head and said, "Food." Kasuk just nodded, already expecting this kind of response. The little girl took a bite from the cookie in her hand, and in an instant, a glint passes through her widened eyes as she nibbles her cookie. After she finished her first one, she grabbed another and nibbled it like before. She's too busy at her task of eliminating the cookies on the plate that she doesn't put any more attention to anyone in the house. Kasuk's mouth twitched as he didn't expect this kind of response. Isn't this too much? She's really not paying attention to us. She isn't afraid that I would sneak attack her. No matter how strong you are, you could never become invulnerable. And should she have some idea of what kind of power I'm hiding? After some time of silence, the cookies on the plate were no more. Kasuk saw a moment of disappointment in her eyes, but it immediately returned to normal. It is so brief that if Kasuk isn't watching closely, he would have missed it. The little girl went back at her previous action, staring at Kasuk. Kasuk decided on his next steps. He stood up, his left hand reached out to her until he touched her right cheek and rubbing it for a bit. "Some cookie left over on your cheek." Kasuk. Yoruichi couldn't help but retort again in her mind. She stood up in all fours, ready to move whatever happens. No reaction whatsoever. The hell is she? How long can you endure? Kasuk thought as he failed to notice anything different from her. She's still intently staring at him while he continues to rub her cheek. This continued for a few more moments until the little girl extended her left arm and opened her palm facing it upwards. Kasuk stopped for a while and stared at her hand, then looking back to her eyes. It's still tranquil, but mixed with a bit of anticipation. You want more? She nodded. Kasuk took back his hand, sat back down and sighed. He smiled wryly and asked his partner, Yoruichi, a creature like this really exist? Yoruichi went to his side and also looked at the little girl more closely. It's also my first time seeing someone like this. It's pretty cute, to be honest. I really haven't seen much of the world, Kasuk said to no one in particular. He then took another plate of cookies and he could see some excitement at the little girl's demeanor. She happily gobbled up everything. After she finished her second plate, she intended to ask for another one. Kasuk sighed and didn't think that someone of her caliber can be like this. That's enough for now. Dejection can be felt from her but didn't ask any further. Kasuk wanted to laugh at her reaction but he stopped himself and resumed speaking. We're having dinner soon. We can't spoil your appetite from eating too many cookies. Kasuk patted her head and just as he expected, she didn't react from it. Instead, she was more interested in his words, dinner. Kasuk already knew how he should reply to her, it's food. She then resumed staring at him but with a bit of anticipation. Aika noticed that the mood lightened a lot and asked, can someone please tell me what's going on? How did that little girl suddenly appeared in front of Kasuk and where did Kasuk pull out the plate of cookies and teacups? She has still many questions to ask but choose to ask these two first. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose and replied to her, the normal procedure is to erase your memory of this happening. Erase my memories? Aika felt horrified. If this is any other day, she would just laugh at them and think of them to have some screw loose and watch too much anime, but after witnessing what happened today, she just couldn't brush it off as a bad joke. This is what I would do to protect your normal life. But Urahara-kun may have a different opinion. Sona stood up and also inspected the little girl trying to see what made Kasuk and his cat so cautious. Kasuk. Aika looked at Kasuk in confusion. Sona also asked Kasuk, what do you want to do, Urahara-kun? Kasuk took back his hand from the little girl and rubbed his chin in contemplation. What do you want to do, Aika-chan? Memory erasure doesn't have any side effects. It's a magic that is taught to almost everyone on this side. What do you mean what? At least tell me what's going on. Aika is a bit dejected. She feels as if he is trying to push her away. Kasuk is one of the few friends she has and accepted her the way she is. Although he's a big pervert and the biggest troll in school, he never treated someone he considers a friend bad. He even helps them when they are in a pinch, although, always in a roundabout way that the one he helps can solve their problem on their own. And she is one of those he helped, but he doesn't seem to think anything about it. Aika is also slowly realizing her budding feelings for him and being pushed back without any explanation hurt her a little bit. If only he would trust me more. Is what on her mind? I guess I owe you some explanation. Let's talk while we're having dinner. Kasuk has a reason on why he didn't immediately decide to erase Aika's memories. It is because of the existence of the sacred gear inside her. It has been inactive all this time but now, on the little girl's visit, it suddenly reacted. The mysterious little girl also took a glance at her which surprised Kasuk as she's only been looking at him all this time. Aika accepted his words and used the time before dinner to organize her thoughts and calm down a little bit. If I don't like it, I can have my memories erased. But doing that, I'll never be able to close the distance with him. Dinner is ready. Sakura and Koneko, who is still in her Nikomata form, got out of the kitchen while bringing various appetizing dishes. They set it to the dining table and Sakura saw a little girl with a unique outfit. Who is she? Is she the one Kasuk is expecting? I wonder what's special about her that it forced Kasuk to reveal himself. Sakura read the mood well and set another set of various dishes on the center table of the living room. Ever since the food went out and its smell swept the whole room, the little girl locked her stare at it with curiosity. She followed the food with her line of sight and saw the woman who is carrying it put it in front of her. She didn't know what kind of food this is, but after tasting that first cookie, she is taken by its taste as she never had anything like it before. This is because she doesn't need sustenance called food and nobody actually offered her anything. The little girl looked back at Kasuk who has the same set of food as hers and waited. Kasuk noticed her gaze again and smiled. He picked up his chopsticks, used it to get a piece of fried chicken and put it in his mouth to eat it. The little girl got the idea and started imitating him, but using chopsticks proved to be a great challenge to an almighty being like her. Kasuk saw her frustration and picked up another fried chicken. He then offered the chicken by moving it to her mouth. She saw his actions and took a bite at the chicken. She doesn't mind the heat as it doesn't affect her at all. Kasuk saw some excitement at her deadpan expression and felt an urge to give her another pat. What's up with this cute yet scary creature? She finished her food and is looking forward to having another bite, and Kasuk didn't disappoint her. Chapter 48, Devils are the bad guys. Everyone who is sitting on the dining table saw their interaction and don't know what to say. Yoruichi who is on the couch approached the dining table, more specifically, Sakura and asked, Mom, can you prepare a cup of milk for me? Sakura was startled when somebody with a manly voice spoke to her and calling her mom. She panicked as she thought that she had another son she didn't know. She looked around and only saw girls looking at her with a weird expression and the black cat, who's been a family for a decade now. Yoruichi is also looking at her, who spoke just now. It's me, Yoruichi answered her. She really likes the expression on Sakura's face right now. Why Yoruichi? You can speak. The revelation just now is the most shocking of all the revelation for Sakura. Yes, Mom. Yoruichi wanted to laugh but stopped herself. Mom. Ahem. For how long have you been aware and can speak? Sakura shouted but recomposes herself and asked. It's rare but there are cases that animals who became self-aware may be able to speak. The exact reason is unknown, but it has a strong correlation with mana, that's what the scholars believe anyway. Since the first time I got here, Yoruichi answered. Sakura held her head and released a large sigh. Whatever, you said you want a cup of milk. Warm or cold? Warm please. As expected of the mother of that Kasuk, she sure can take it well. I have to do better. Aika can only think of that for now. Kasuk continued to feed the little girl while also taking a bite for himself from time to time. Now then, how should I explain this? Everyone on the dining table looked over at his direction, especially Aika and his mother, Sakura. For starters, let me ask something first. Mom, you know about the supernatural world, right? Kasuk faced his mother and asked in a casual tone. Sakura put down her chopsticks and sighed. So you really noticed? That's right, I know some things. How did you know anyway? Well, from the way you act, your aura and your heritage as a devil. Although I'm not sure how much devil's blood you have but I'm sure I'm your real son and a pure human. Kasuk looked up and thought for a while. Sakura's eyes widened in shock at Kasuk's words. Same with Aika and Sona while Yoruichi continues to relish her milk. How did you know? I'm very confident that I masked all of my devil's aura. Sakura stood up agitatedly. Even those high-ranking devils that she came across several times didn't realize anything wrong about her, yet her son, who she thought that didn't know much, was able to tell that she is a part devil. Oh. Well, you see, I'm very sensitive to auras around me. I don't really know how to explain it further. Kasuk is now playing around letting the little girl chase for the food. Wait. D-devils. You mean those bad guys? Auntie is a devil. Aika caught up and asked hastily. You got it wrong, Kiryu-san. It was Sona who disagreed with Aika's remarks. Devil is a race, and like humans, a person can be either good or evil. Aika kinda gets it, but still couldn't remove the image in her mind that devils are those who do atrocious things. Sona knew what she is talking about and sighed. Urahara-kun, please let me explain a few things to Kiryu-san here before you continue. Sure, go ahead, Kaisha-san. Kasuk smiled at her and kept playing with the little girl. The little girl is also starting to enjoy their little game of chase the food. Kiryu-san. I don't what is Urahara-kun is planning, letting you choose whether or not letting step in this world, but I'll explain to a few basic things to you for you to understand what we are talking about. Sona faced Aika while fixing her glasses. Aika imitated her and also fixed her glasses. Please. She gulped audibly. Sona then proceeded to lecture Aika about the three factions. It took 15 minutes for Sona to tell the basics and Aika is not slow enough to not understand it. The food is about to get cold so they ate as they talk. So you mean to say that angels propagandize that the devils and fallen angels are the bad guys to get the support of the humans for the Great War? Aika poses a question based on her understanding. Propagandize is a strong word. The devils of that time indeed want to destroy the world to create a new one based on their desires and the fallen angels want to remove the angels and take heaven for themselves. The angels just spread those words and it became the basis of what the normal humans believe today. Sona corrected Aika. What about now? After the Great War between the three factions, the Devil's population plummeted to dangerous levels and their leaders were all killed, but the supporters and loyal followers of those leaders still want to continue the war and that became the foundation for a revolution led by anti-Satan faction. The anti-Satan faction won the civil war, but the damages worsened the condition of the Devil Society and the chosen new leader established a new government. Noble houses still exist, but the highest position, which is the Devil King, is elected and won't be passed down to his or her descendants. The Devil King also has to leave his clan and take a new name. Aika is trying to digest everything she learned just now, so the so-called devils have a world and society of their own and I shouldn't judge them based on my pre-existing recognition of them. It's like seeing a bald man full of tattoos and thinking of him as an ex-convict when in fact he is one of the better people in the world. While Aika is deep in her thought, the rest finished eating their food and Sakura went back to the kitchen to serve some warm tea. Kasuk and the little girl also finished their food satisfied. Although her attention is now focused on Aika, which sent Kasuk into racking his brain for possibilities. Aika looked up and stared at Sona. May I ask another question? She gulped, waiting for a reply. Go on. Sona took a sip of the tea served for her. This is delicious. How did you know all of this? Aika focused her eyesight on her. Sona first looked at Kasuk and saw him nodded and lay her eyes back to Aika, because I'm a devil. From her back, a pair of bat-like wings appeared, which naturally shocked Aika. Kaishu, you're a devil. It took Aika a few seconds to ask this question. Yes, I'm a proud one. Sona just smiled at her question as she already expects it. Aika stared blankly at her wings for a few moments. She then hardened her expression and said, then how do you expect me to believe everything you just said? There might have been a grain of truth from what you said, but since you're a devil yourself, you could have a very biased opinion about your race that might not be true from an outside perspective. I don't even know if you're manipulating everyone here with the magic of yours for your own convenience. Although I'm very sorry if I'm wrong about everything, this is what I truly believe. Aika is very scared right now. If she's right, then Kasuk's family and her are in grave danger and there is nothing she can do about it, as she doesn't even know the limits of magic and the devil's other methods, but she at least wants to voice out her concern to disrupt Sona and find an opening to do something. Sona stood there blankly looking at her. When Aika saw this, she immediately prepares to make a move, but something hit her forehead before she can make her move. Aika crouched down in pain holding her forehead. She then looks at the source of the unknown object. Kasuk, what are you doing? Are you really controlled? Damn it. I'm correct after all. Ahahaha, I like your guts, but whatever you're thinking of doing, stop it. Kasuk smiled at her. Sona also finally recovered and smiled wryly. I can't refute everything you just said as I don't have any evidence to disprove you. Also, devils like you describe also exist. Although I don't have any persuasion power here, I can assure you I haven't cast even a single magic since stepping in this house. Aika calmed down. She thought about it again and understood that if she can control everyone in here, then she wouldn't even need to explain anything. But she's still wary of her. Great, that's the right response. Although even Kaisha wants to do just that, she won't be able to because of this little girl's presence. Kasuk nodded in satisfaction at Aika while patting the little girl. Chapter 49, Ophis. It was Sona's turn to be confused. What do you mean? You probably don't know, but I'm a high-class devil. Even though I don't specialize in mind control, someone on the same rank as me with that kind of skill can easily manipulate everyone here. It's not that I'm underestimating you, but... Although I'm surprised at your ability to distinguish auras at an unbelievable level, you're still a human and I can't feel any indicative feeling that you're very strong. It's also the same as that little girl. I don't know how she suddenly teleported here, but there are some humans with similar inborn abilities. If I were you, I wouldn't put my trust so much on my sensing abilities right now. Your instincts are screaming at you, right? Kasuk answered her with a serious tone. Sona stops and thinks again. Kasuk is right, even though she can't feel any pressure from the little girl, something inside her is telling her to be wary of the girl. Sona always trusted her judgment, but seeing Kasuk being serious for once, and also remembering his ability to sense aura, she heeded Kasuk's advice and focused on her instincts as a devil right now. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that she should trust Kasuk in this one. Who is she anyway? A friend of yours? Who knows? This is the first time I've seen her. I don't even know her name. Kasuk shrugged his shoulders and faced the little girl once again. Sona furrowed her brows again at his answer. He didn't know her, yet he taking her very cautiously earlier. Just what did he feel from her? The little girl already took back her sights from Aika and set it on him again. You can call me Kasuk. What is your name, little miss? Kasuk said to her while taking out another plate of cookies. She tilted her and said, Ophis. She then grabbed the cookies to nibble. She hadn't had enough of it. Ophis-chan, huh? What a cute name. Do you want to try this pudding? Kasuk took out a cold pudding and opened its lid. Ophis' eyes flashed. She now trusts Kasuk for giving her good food. Seeing that there is a new one, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Just where are you pulling out all of this stuff? And why do you have them? Aika stood up, still nursing her forehead, and asked while pouting. It's a separate space in stasis that I created using magic and it's very convenient. As for the sweets, they are for Koneko and Yoruichi's appeasement whenever I tease them too much. Kasuk replied while scooping the pudding with a teaspoon and feeding it to the excited little girl. While this is all happening, Sakura and Sona is both thinking of the same thing. Ophis. Ophis. Where have I heard it before? Then something flashed in their minds. I couldn't be right. At this time, they coincidentally saw each other's eyes and noticed the latter's expression. Miss Urahara, could you be thinking of the same thing as me? Sona first voiced out her concerns. If you're asking me that, then it looks like it. After all, not just anyone can have Ophis as her name, Sakura replied with a gulp. As for why Kasuk and Yoruichi didn't react to her name, it is because even though they have read the information about the Ouroboros dragon from Cleria's library, it's an obscure one and the name of the dragon was never mentioned. Then let's confirm it. Sona approached Kasuk and Sakura nodded at her. Sona wanted to ask the little girl directly, but when she saw her busy chewing and enjoying her pudding with great relish, Sona instead faced Kasuk and asked for a favor. Can you ask what her race is? Ah, sure. Kasuk scooped another serving of pudding and Office opened her mouth, but Kasuk stopped his hand in midair and asked, what is your race, Office-chan? When Sakura and Sona saw this, they shuddered and shouted simultaneously, what the heck are you doing? Eh? Just asking. Kasuk tilted his head at their reaction. Office saw his hand stopped when he asked a question. She figured out that she has to answer to eat the pudding, so she didn't hesitate and immediately said, dragon. Kasuk ignored them and focused his attention back to the little girl who was anticipating the pudding in his hand, a dragon. That's cool, here is your pudding, he then resumed feeding her. Why does it feel like you're training her like you would to a pet? Sona couldn't stop herself from retorting, but then she immediately remembered what she just said. Her thoughts halted and she faced Sakura. Miss Urahara, do you know any other dragon named Office? I only know one such dragon. How about you, Miss Sitris? Sakura can't take off her eyes from the little girl who is being played by her son. What a coincidence, I only know such one dragon too, Sona replied, also staring at Kasuk's antics. Aika also approached the group and asked, dragon. Those giant liz, I mean those legendary beings. Those also exist. There is a devil in front of you, so a dragon isn't that surprising. Yoruichi also finished her milk and joined the conversation. Aika thought for a bit and also approached Office, picked up a cookie and also started feeding her. Now that two people are feeding her, she also started chewing faster and happier. This is a dragon. I kinda want one. Aika cleaned her cheeks with her handkerchief while thinking such a thing. Sakura and Sona, who is watching from the side, have their backs drenched in cold sweat while watching them, but they didn't say anything as they don't know how would Office react. Is that really the Ouroboros dragon? Maybe we're wrong. Yoruichi noticed their nervous expression and asked, is there something wrong? Yoruichi-chan. Doesn't the name Office ring a bell to you? Sakura asked Yoruichi hesitantly. No, how about you, Kasuk? Yoruichi shook her head and asked her partner. Me. First time I've heard of it. It was unknown when Kasuk took out a bunch of different desserts for Office, and he and Aika are now competing who the little girl will choose to eat from by employing various methods to attract her attention. And surprisingly, Aika is taking the lead. Cool. So this is the rumored girl power. I'm no match for that. Aika finally regained her smug face and directed it to Kasuk in full glory. I finally won against this bastard. Meanwhile, Koneko, who is forgotten, is sneaking some cookies for herself, but Office noticed her, so Koneko has no choice to feed it back to the little girl cause she got scared at the pressure she is emitting. Office-chan, sharing your happiness with others can also make you happy. Kasuk said some nonsensical thing, but Office took it seriously as naive as she is. She looked again at Koneko and thought for a bit. Office then picked up a cookie and imitated what Kasuk was doing, putting the cookie in front of Kaneko's mouth. Koneko didn't think much of it and just took a bite. She smiled as she finally got her snack. Office has a strange feeling, but it isn't a bad one, so she continued feeding Koneko, trying to figure out what she is feeling. Now we have a strange situation where two perverts are competing to feed the gothic Lolita girl, while the Lolita is feeding a cat girl. Sakura and Sona, who is relatively normal and aware of who the little girl is, are speechless. Sona couldn't hold back anymore and asked Kasuk, Urahara-kun, do you know something about the Ouroboros dragon? Chapter 50, Her Interest. Ouroboros dragon. Isn't that the strongest existence along with Great Red or something? Kasuk absent-mindedly replied, but after thinking about it for a few seconds more, he finally gets what they are trying to tell him. Oh. Office-chan, are you also called the Ouroboros dragon? He stops his hand in midair again after asking the question, and Office already knew the drill, yes. And she displayed a magic circle in a form of two snakes eating each other, forming an infinity symbol. What? Both Sakura and Sona shouted at them unintentionally, which disrupt the cookie cycle. Both of them already suspected that it's really the Ouroboros dragon, but until they can get a piece of concrete evidence or the little girl claim that it's really the Ouroboros dragon, they don't want to believe at their assumptions until the end. But now, after being shown by that unique magic circle which matches the records of their respective clans and is only available for the Ouroboros dragons or those it blessed, they don't have any choice but to acknowledge the fact. Aika, who is enjoying her newfound power over Kasuk, was dissatisfied when the two interrupted them, but she isn't rude enough to rebuke her crush's mother and the student council president of her school, especially now that she knows that Sona is a devil. Although she wants to continue feeding Office, she is curious why the devil seems so scared of the little girl being the Ouroboros dragon. Why are so surprised? What is an Ouroboros dragon? She asked. It was Kasuk who answered her question. In the simplest term he can, the Ouroboros dragon is the strongest existence. In other words, she can reduce the whole town into rubbles with just a snap of her fingers. Maybe even rubbles won't be left behind. Aika was frozen and dropped the cookie she has on her hand. Her body moved like a machine that wasn't oiled for years as she slowly pointed to the little girl still waiting for her cookie with an incredulous expression. Her. She can do that. Ahahaha, no doubt. You see how serious I am earlier when I was inviting her over, right? Kasuk laughed and patted her shoulder. You crazy bastard. And you're treating her like a little girl. Wait, how old is she anyway? With the existence of magic, anti-aging magic should exist, right? Aika grabbed his clothes and started shaking it, again. Anti-aging magic does exist, but she isn't using one. Kasuk just let Aika do what she wants. It's pretty amusing to see her all flustered after all. Then Aika wanted to say that the little girl has the same appearance as her age if she isn't using any anti-aging magic, but Kasuk interrupted her. Concept of time doesn't exist for her, so if we want to quantify her age, it probably a few millenniums or even far back to the inception of the world. And a reminder for you, you've been treating her like a kid with me. Kasuk grinned at her as she knew what she is thinking about. Aika stopped grabbing Kasuk's clothes and slowly moved the center table to the side. She then proceeded to kneel down in front of Office doing a dejiza. I'm so sorry. Aika treated a supreme being that can destroy towns like a kid. That thought led to her current actions. In a way, that's also the right response. Kiryu-san is really amazing. If she had some ability or a sacred gear, I would have immediately invited her for my peerage. Sona commented at this sight while her mouth is twitching. She already recovered from her shock and started to gather information. If that really is the Ouroboros dragon, what is it doing here? And how can Kasuk invite her just like that? I also remembered that ever since coming in here, she only looked at two people and one animal, Urahara-kun, Kiryu-san, and the cat, Yoruichi. She didn't even take a glance at the rest of us with the exception of Tuju-san when she was lectured by Urahara-kun and started feeding her. Office tilted her head at Aika's action and remembered something. She said, don't mind. She can't remember where she learned of that phrase, but she knew it was used for those who are asking for forgiveness, and Aika has been feeding her great food with her combination tactics, which caused her to like her a bit. Aika looked up and she thought she saw an angel. She remembered all her interactions with her, albeit not that many, and thought she really is just a kid, and an angel. I'm healed. She stood up and hugged the unsuspecting Office while rubbing her cheeks against her. Thank you very much, hoo. She started to sound like an old man. This damn pervert. I also want to do that. Kasuk protested at the side. Stop it, you idiots. Sakura and Sona are in sync today. There's no harm done. Aika and Kasuk simultaneously said. The perverts are in great sync today too. Sona couldn't believe what she is seeing. Are these idiots looking to die? Well, maybe because they are idiots. But it looks like the Ouroboros dragon doesn't mind it, so we should be safe. As for Sakura, she couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. What is the Ouroboros dragon doing here anyway? Did you lure her here, Kasuk? I actually don't know why she's here. Kasuk rubbed his chin and asked Office again, so what are you doing here, Office-chan? While Aika is still groping her all over, she answered, I'm ever-changing. I can be anything. But you force change into others. We're similar, but different. Kasuk furrowed his brows at Office words. Is she talking about Beniheim's restructure? Did she saw through me even without revealing Beniheim? Should I say, as expected of the infinite dragon? What is she talking about, Kasuk? Sakura, as well as the rest, confused, except for his trusty cat partner. I'm not really sure. Maybe she's talking about my sacred gear. Kasuk feigned ignorance. You have a scared gear. And why would she be interested in it? Sakura was only mildly shocked at the revelation due to all surprising things that happened today. I don't really know anything about my sacred gear, maybe she knows more than me. Kasuk directed his sentence to Office, who is still restricted by Aika. She only tilted her head in response. Obviously, because Office doesn't know anything about Kasuk's sacred gear as he doesn't own one, hence, her confusion. But the rest took it as her not wanting to answer. Then, what about Kiryu-san? Sona also posed a question that was bugging her. She wanted to ask more about Kasuk's sacred gear, but Aika, who captured Office's attention even for a moment, is more interesting as she knew that she's just a normal human. Me. Aika separated from Office as she wanted to continue feeding her, asked. It's probably also about her sacred gear. Kasuk is the one who answered Sona's question and Office nodded in agreement. What? She has one. Sona was flabbergasted. She has a scared gear. And it even captured Office's attention. Do both of them have Longinus? No, I'm sure Kasuk doesn't have one as I already saw it in the past. But Kiryu-san. Kasuk smiled at Sona's reaction and said, I don't think it is a Longinus, but if you want to invite her over your side, you can't force her. He saw through her thoughts, making Sona smile wryly. I won't. That's just bad taste. Scared gear. Longinus. What are you talking about? Aika stopped her hand and asked, as this is about herself and she doesn't know the terms they are using. Sona is still deep in her thoughts, so Kasuk answered her instead, scared gear is a tool born with the humans to give them power. Just think of it that way. What can these tools do? All sorts of things. It can even develop into something unexpected. And I have something like that. Why don't I know about it? Aika asked again, now even more confused. It can be awakened in many ways, but most of the time, it is awakened due to some life-changing events of the host or with some outside help. Kasuk resumed feeding Ophis when he noticed that she is still anticipating for her cookie. Then can you help me awaken it? Aika is feeling a little bit excited as her inner Chuni is shouting inside her heart. I hope it's something related to fortune-telling. Kiryu-san, it's not something easy to do. I can. You can. Kasuk interrupted Sona in the middle of speaking, but his affirmation shocked her more than anger her, as there are very few ways to activate a scared gear through outside means. Most of it requires some complicated ritual to actually do. She didn't think Kasuk would have the ability to do it. Chapter 51, What It Means to Be in the Supernatural World. You can. Please do it. Aika is also surprised at Kasuk's answer. She was only joking when she asks that and would get a yes for an answer. I will do it if only can agree to what I have to say. Kasuk became serious when he said this, which made Aika quite nervous, but still intent on listening. Please tell me. First, activating your scared gear means stepping into this supernatural world. Basic memory erasure only affects ordinary people. Once the scared gear was awakened, it'll start gathering mana to support itself and the host. Although minuscule, it'll give the host some magic resistance which can deflect weak basic magics which mostly are only for ordinary people. We can still erase your memory, but we'll have to use stronger magic and your body will try to reject it, which may cause unknown side effects, and we don't want that happening to you. Second, stepping into the supernatural world means that you would be putting your life into danger. Aika shuddered when she heard of that and already wanted to back off, but Kasuk still not finished speaking. She can make her decision later anyway, so she decided to continue listening. If I would describe the current supernatural world, I would say that it's civil, but still a strength-based society. There are some politics, but if you're weak, you would just be fodder for the strong. Of course, there are ways to survive. After all, most of the denizens of the supernatural world are weak, not much stronger than a normal human. How? To go under someone's influence and protection. Devil citizens of the underworld are protected by their respective lords. Exorcists are protected by the church. Magicians are protected by the Magic Association. Those are just a few examples, but you know the idea. Kasuk stopped speaking to drink some tea. Then how are you surviving? Aika asked a very important question for herself. Me. I'm just hiding. No one is interested in me anyway. I'm just a plain old candy shop keeper after all. Kasuk suddenly took out a white fan out of nowhere and covered half of his face while laughing. Is that fine? Aren't you in danger too? Aika felt a bit worried about her crush. Yep, I have some aces hidden in case something not nice happens, but overall, I'm in a safe position. There is another way for a human mage of sacred gear user to go under an influence, and that is becoming a reincarnated devil under a high-class devil. Sona suggested another way to Aika, and this greatly surprised her. Reincarnated devil. You die and become a devil. In a way, it is. When you reincarnate as a devil, you'll change inside out. The advantage is your lifespan will greatly lengthen, same as a normal devil. If I remembered it right, it should be around 10,000 years. Kasuk affirmed. 10,000 years. That's one long life. Aika shouted, that advantage is big enough. Should I change? Almost no one reaches that age, as devils often die in battle or some sickness. Sona knew what she was thinking. She is interested as taking her in as a rook, as she truly have a sacred gear, but she doesn't want to entice her to become a devil just because of apparent advantage that almost no one can take advantage of. Die in battle. That's a given. The devils have a lot of enemies, including those families which oppose yours. The fertility rate of devils is very low, which is proportional to their long lifespan, so a lot of grudges can accumulate in just one generation. Joining them means stepping into the politics of these guys. You have to get used to an aristocratic life. And when a human reincarnated as a devil, they will always be a low class, and most of these guys hate low class. Another downside of becoming a devil is that they cannot go near / get involved with anything that has to do with the biblical God, as they will suffer nasty side effects like headaches, immense pain, and more. They are vulnerable to holy objects such as crucifixes, holy water, and the Bible, and can get killed easily by holy swords and sacred gears with divine properties. They are also susceptible to light, which significantly drains them of their energy once hit. But if you want to stay in the supernatural world relatively safe, becoming a devil under a good house isn't a bad choice. Kasuk narrated. Sounds like it sucks to be a devil, Aika commented. There are so many disadvantages of being a devil, that also why I didn't want to become one, Kasuk replied. Why do you sound like you could have become one? Aika asked. I tried inviting him to my peerage, but I failed miserably, Sona lamented as she remembers the stake they had in their chess match. I thought only high-class devils can turn someone into a devil. Aika-chan, our president here a real and bona fide Ojusama from a prince clan. What? A real Ojusama? This is my first time seeing one. Please shake my hands. Aika happily approaches Sona. Ahahaha, Aika-chan, you've got the wrong response this time. Although I can't say I hate it. Kasuk is laughing at Aika's antics. Sona thoughts were all over the place, shouldn't you become afraid of my position, or at least become awkward? The longer I come in contact with her, the stronger she resembles Kasuk. Did the Ouroboros dragon notice them because of this? No. That would be insane. Wake up Sona, you can't keep following their pace. Ehem, what is your decision Kiryu-san? If you want to reincarnate as a devil, I can take you in. Sona feigned a cough to gather their attention and fixed her glasses to get back her composure. Aika went into thinking mode, analyzing her options. Becoming a devil isn't a bad choice as Kasuk said if I can choose a good house. Kaisha-san, how do you take care of your servants? Aika asked Sona. I'm strict with them, especially on my peerage members. Sona didn't sound positive nor negative and described her relationship with her servant in just one sentence. Is that so? Kasuk-kun, what do you think of what she said? You're the best judge of a person of all the people I knew. I want your opinion on this one. Aika faced Kasuk this time and asked. Kasuk smiled at what she said and replied, she's telling the truth, and I can assure you that she means it in a good way. Although she's hiding some things, I think you can trust her. But if I really want to say something, you should rely on your own judgment this time as it'll change your whole life. Whether you regret it or thank yourself in the future, you will only have yourself to blame. I'm just giving you the choice here. My own judgment. Aika repeated what he said and take it to her heart, do I really want to step into this world? I'll only be putting myself in danger. Aside from a pretty boring life I have, I don't have any other complaints in my current life. So should I just take a step back here? Aika looked at Kasuk who was staring at her with his annoying grin and thought, I can never close our distance if I step back here, but is it really worth it? I can probably find another guy in the future as I'm still very young. I guess I should refuse his offer of awakening my sacred gear and just forget everything happened here. Wait. Sacred gear. Something flashed in Aika's mind and reviewed everything she heard today. Kasuk can activate my sacred gear, but that's just one way of awakening it. I can awaken it on my own just the same. If that happens, what will happen to me then? I may have no support or whatsoever that particular time and I'll be in deep sh*t. Since I'll forget everything today, that means I won't know anything when I accidentally activate my sacred gear and chances of someone chasing after is high if sacred gears are very rare. I need to confirm this first. Do I have a chance activating my sacred gear on my own? Aika asked them. Of course, that's always a possibility, Kasuk answered, looks like she already gets her situation, I wonder what she'll do next. Aika went back to her thoughts, so that's how it really is. Then it's a better choice to just step in today instead of finding myself at lost when the time comes. Becoming a devil then? I don't really want to quit being a human. And I still don't trust Kaishu enough to entrust my life to her. Then my only choice is. She suddenly shook her head, stop it Aika. Don't be reckless, it's not yet sure if I really awaken my sacred gear and might regret this decision. Aika's vision wandered to the three people on eating snacks. It was unknown when Sakura overcame her fear and approached Ophis and started feeding her enjoying herself, if I step back now, I won't be able to touch those cat ears and tail on Koneko. I'm really curious about it. If I step back now, I won't be able to hug Ophis-chan, my angel, anymore. Aika snapped her neck towards Kasuk's direction and declared, activate my sacred gear now. Kasuk's mouth twitches and said, why do I feel like the linchpin of your decision is very stupid? You're just imagining it. Chapter 52, Aika's decision. Ahem. So you decided to step in. Are you going to become a devil then? Kasuk ignored what just happened as he already what her decision would be. Well, he didn't know that her hesitation would disappear because of her inner old man. I don't want to become a devil. Aika replied after being silent for a moment. You just intend to awaken your sacred gear without looking for protection. Sona furrowed her brows at Aika's answer. No. Aika then looked towards Kasuk and said, please take me in. Kasuk then changes into his serious expression, tell me how you arrived at that decision. As you said, I'm just a normal human if not for this aforementioned sacred gear inside me, and you gave me an option of whether I awaken it or not. I would be able to continue my normal life if I refuse and forget all of this, but you also mentioned that I can awaken it on my own, wouldn't I just land in the same situation I am now? Or maybe even worse as I don't know anything about it. Aika answered. But I think that the chances of awakening it on your own are pretty slim that you don't have to worry about it. Aren't you scared that everything around you may change if you continue? Kasuk showed a mocking smile. He's making her understand that she could keep her normal life without much worry, that she's just overthinking it. That's exactly the point. I'm scared. I'm scared that I'll be in danger, but if I back down now, I might. No, I'm certain that I'll be in more danger later if I don't take this chance now. Aika clenched her teeth. Who? Overcoming the fear of change this decision will bring. How admirable. Yoruichi commented from the side. She has been listening to their conversation all this time. If that's the case, don't you think that becoming a devil under Kaishu is a good choice? Why chose me? Kasuk rubbed his chin waiting for her answer. It's really a good choice, however, I still don't want to leave my humanity behind. And no offense, I still can't trust Chitori Kaishu even if you tell me to. Aika looked at Sona and bowed down a bit to apologize. Oh. You're giving me your trust, then. Kasuk raised his brows and looked at Aika with surprise. Yes. A simple answer came from her, but it told a large amount of conviction. Kasuk stared at her eyes for a bit. He saw various emotions flashing through, but he knew she already finalized her decision. And you want me to take you in? Yes. That's indeed another choice. Kasuk stopped for a moment and stared at her more seriously, but what makes you think that I'll agree to that? Ugh. Of course, Aika didn't forget that Kasuk is this type of person. Even though he helps his friends, his efforts must be worth it. That's just how he is, a kind yet a selfish person. She already thought of some things to convince this guy, but she didn't know if she's going to be successful. If she can't convince him, then she'll ask Sona to reincarnate her into a devil, but, of course, after apologizing to her. Aika took a deep breath and said, I can help you with whatever odd jobs you have. I can find someone else better. Kasuk denied. You can hire me for your shop for free, Aika mentioned another reason. We are not hiring, I hate free labor, and that's just the same as the first one. Kasuk still denied her. Coup. Aika already expected that she would be denied, but Kasuk didn't even hesitate to refuse her. Why don't you offer your body? A pervert like him will instantly agree. Sona intervened and suggested to Aika. That won't work, Kaishu. You don't know him, but I can tell you that he'll refuse me outright and will be reprimanded about selling my body. Even though he's just a pervert. And I still want to keep my body for myself. Aika answered her. I'm sorry for what I just said, and what a conceited pervert. I agree. I can hear both of you, you know. I may be a pervert, but I'm a gentleman. Enough with that bullsh*t, pervert, let this girl continue what she has to say. Yoruichi stopped them from going off course. Oi, did you just say me being a gentleman is bullsh*t? Kasuk retorted. Stop going off topic, bullsh*t senpai. Koneko also joined in dissing Kasuk. Kasuk stopped speaking, opting for Aika to continue. This guy's place in their hierarchy is lower than I thought. Both Sona and Aika arrive in the same conclusion. Aika then resumed thinking of ways to persuade Kasuk, what else can I do? So I'm down with the last one. If I still can't get accepted, then I'll just have to accept Kaishu's offer. I'll let you study my sacred gear. Go on. Aika did a good pose inside her mind when she heard this. I know your innate curiosity about the things that interest you. You said Office-chan is a very strong being and she got interested in my sacred gear, wouldn't you be the same? Indeed. Aika is correct to say that Kasuk is interested in her sacred gear. All this while, Kasuk hasn't stopped inspecting Office, especially her soul, and Office didn't do any attempt to hide it. As he examines it more, Kasuk was shocked to see some resemblance to one of the souls sealed inside Aika's sacred gear with Office's own soul. With this, Kasuk became interested in their connection, and it is also probably the reason she took notice of Aika. He also wanted to know the identity of the other soul existing alongside the soul that resembles Office. Correct, I'm indeed interested in your sacred gear, but are you sure that you want me to study it? Kasuk gave out a smile which is tinged with cruelty. I can guarantee your life, but I can't guarantee anything else. Aika shuddered as this is the first time she saw Kasuk have that expression. If someone would ask me to guess who is the devil between Kaishu and Kasuk, 10 out 10 I will point him out. So, what is it? I can take you in and even train you to use your sacred gear if you're going to let me study it freely. Can I add one more condition? Aika hesitantly asks. You can, but whether I'll accept it or not is a different story. It's not that much. I want the safety of my parents. Kasuk stopped and thought for a while. I can do that easily if Aika doesn't accidentally oppose someone strong. But just to be sure, I'll hide Aika's abilities from others. I need to have another bet with Kaishu later. I guess that's fine. Aika sighed in relief after hearing this. It's one of she was most worried about. Chapter 53, The Bet. Now that is out of the way, Aika-chan, call your parents and tell them that you would have to stay the night here. There's still a lot of things that you need to know, and Koneko will help you into that. Kasuk sighed and gave his instructions to Aika. Stay the night. You wouldn't do anything unspeakable to me, right? Aika covered her not-so-modest chest and glared at Kasuk. Nope, not interested. Kasuk grinned at her. It's more annoying if you put it that way, Aika pouted and muttered in low voice. Kasuk and the rest, of course, heard her as Aika still don't know anything about their superhuman senses, but they still decided to ignore it. This time, however, Ophis suddenly stopped eating and stood up. Kasuk knew that she has to go and said with a smile, "You can come back for more sweets." What? What's going on? Ophis-chan is leaving. I haven't had enough of my affinium. Aika shouted like her suspicious dealer is leaving too few of her stuff. Ophis stared at Kasuk for a moment. Without saying anything, she disappeared from her position, leaving only some black particles that only stayed for a few seconds. Kasuk actively scanned his surroundings but didn't find anything out of place. She teleported outside of his perception. He wanted to put a tracker on her but decided against it as the advantages are too little than the disadvantages. So, what do we do now? Sona asked and looked at the clock. It's already 8 p.m. We'll have a pajama party. Kasuk declared, raising his fan in the air. Everyone didn't know how to react. Except for Yoruichi, he just probably wants to see everyone in their pajamas. And Kasuk didn't deny it, damn right. Is there a cure for his head? Aika asked everyone else blankly. Maybe we can try slamming his head to the wall repeatedly until he reaches enlightenment. Koneko and her overly violent suggestion. Nice. I like that idea. We can also try tying him up and dropping him under the ice caps of Antarctica. It'll let his head cool down, probably. And Yoruichi, whose suggestion isn't much better. I'm sorry that my son has some screws loose. As his mother, I should have tightened them a bit when he was young. Sakura couldn't look at her son's antics. These people are harsh. Kasuk can only say that. I'm sorry to break your fun, but I won't be joining you. After playing a chess match with him, I'm going home. Sona interrupted them and laid out her plans. Come on, Kaishu, I know that you won't be satisfied with just a match. You can use your magic to conjure your pajamas. Ho ho. Do you think that I'm going to play multiple matches with you tonight? Interesting, let me remind you that I only let my guard down the first time. I won't be defeated by those tips and tricks that you learned through internet tutorials. Sona for the first time researched tips and tricks to play chess on the internet and made a compilation of it inside her head. These tips and tricks can only win against those who let their guard down, and she won't be doing that this time around. She chuckled at the thought of finally getting back against the hateful pervert, though she didn't voice it out. I wonder what I should ask for a bet. She has a small smile on her face, already anticipating Kasuk's miserable expression. Due to Kasuk's constant teasing and annoyingness, and all these people who are on the receiving end of his pranks want to see him fell down from his pedestal. This is especially true for the girls present today. They are thinking of things that normally don't cross their minds. Well then, let's have a match. Kasuk took out a set of chessboards from his inventory and placed it on the center table of the living room. Before we begin, I'd like to discuss this time's bet. Sona sat down opposite of Kasuk and fixed her glasses. Sure, you can go ahead first. Kasuk readily agreed while he sets up the board. First is my photos in your holding and to swear to never spread or use it. Second, I'm taking back the right to wear a costume and be photographed in it that you got away with last time. Third and the last is for you to accept my invitation to become my knight. Sona stopped speaking and waited for Kasuk. I'm fine with that. My condition this time is, first, I want everything you witness and heard the moment you stepped into this house a secret. This became Kasuk's priority as he didn't want any information leak yet due to his knowledge still lacking. Sona's eyebrows furrowed at his first condition. But she understands where he is coming from, and it isn't an unreasonable condition, even more so that this is a devil contract binding. Second is information. And this is Kasuk's real intention after accepting Sona's rematch. Information. My clan has accumulated thousands of years of information, but if you're aiming for secrets and only those available for high-class devils, then I can't grant you wish. Though I'm not saying that I'll lose to you. Basic information is fine. Magic, senjutsu, yujitsu, and other techniques that are rarely available for public but pretty common for middle class and up. Also, information on common sense for your societies, angels and fallen angels included. That isn't much, so I guess that's fine. I believe that you already laid out everything you want. Sona thought for a bit and agreed, while the techniques and skills are the family's property, it isn't hard to access it if it's for middle class and below. As for information on common sense, it's publicly available in Underworld for visitors from other planes. One last thing. What is it? I want another voucher to photograph you while wearing a different costume. What dash? Grr. Fine. Sona gritted her teeth and replied, she already promised herself that she won't lose. So this bet is where Kasuk almost becomes a devil. Aika asked out loud while watching from the side. Kiryu-chan, call your parents first. They're probably worried about you. Sakura reminded her. Ah, I forgot. Thank you for the reminder, auntie, but please call me Aika. Aika thanked Kasuk's mother for the reminder and also used this chance to get close to her. She became gustier after the events she went through just now. Alright Aika-chan, just hurry up. Sakura easily agreed and urged her to make her call. I'll use your yard to make a quick call. Aika stood up and walked towards the exit. Why not just here? You My parents are probably going to scold me and I don't want any of you to hear it as it may become awkward. Aika explained, but her eyes were darting all over the place. Sakura noticed this and said, I'll speak with them for you and explain that you would be staying the night, that way, they won't scold you anymore, at least not as hard. It's fine, auntie. Even though they scold me often, they also dote on me. As long as I properly explain to them, they easily agree. Aika practically ran outside while saying this, leaving Sakura behind and not having a chance to say more. Chapter 54, Parents Who You Can Get Along With. Aika went out of the balcony and stepped on the yard. She took out her phone and dialed her house's phone. After a few seconds of ringing, the voice of a woman answered the phone. Aika, it's pretty late. Are you going home now? Want me to pick you up? Ah. Mama, I'm sorry that this is sudden, but I'm going to stay at my classmate's house for tonight. Aika nervously talks on the phone. Aika's mother was silent for a moment and then asked. Is it a boy's house? Aika wanted to lie here, but figured that it wouldn't do her any good if her lie was exposed. It is. And she immediately regretted that. From the other side of the phone, she heard her mother shouting, Papa. Our hopeless darling daughter got a boyfriend. Wrong. Aika blushed and shouted, but she remembered that there are other people inside. He isn't my boyfriend. She controlled her voice, but it was still pretty loud. From the other side, she heard her father shouting in the background, What? Honey. Ask her the address of her boyfriend. I want to make a quick visit now. By the way, have you seen my baseball bat? The one from our high school days, the nails on it has probably rusted, but it should do a fine job. Stop it, you idiotic father of mine. Aika couldn't help but shout again. This is the reason why she wants no one to listen to their conversation. That's right, Papa. You shouldn't disturb your daughter now. She's currently in his house and would stay a night. Her mother agreed to her, but for a different reason. What did you say away? Honey. Ask her the address now. Meanwhile, I'm going to take out my katana and harpoon from my weapon crate. Her father's voice became deeper as he started talking about his weapons. Aika knew that her father went to somewhere as she can hear some running footsteps going away. Mama. Stop, Dad. We're just having a sleepover. And I'm not alone here. An underclassman, and the student council president. So it's not what you think. Aika is panicking now because she knew her father wasn't joking. Although her father won't really hurt anyone, that doesn't mean he can't give psychological traumas. Both are girls. Her mother asked. Aika had a bad feeling but still answered, yes. A foursome. Damn, this guy is good. Are you sure that you want to give your virginity to him? I trust your judgment of people, but don't you think that's too much for your first time? Her mother asked her in a worried tone. Aika wanted to smash her head to the ground but she, fortunately, managed to hold it in. We won't have a foursome. So you have him all for yourself. Good going, girl. Aika's mother cheered from the other side. I'm not giving anyone my chastity. Aika cried out loud. The people from the inside probably heard her shouts but she doesn't care anymore. She can just tell them that her parents are messing with her and nobody will know their true colors just from her words. No need to be shy, sweetie. I also went through that. By the way, do you want my advice? Reality and the knowledge you have from your books can be quite different after all. And you need some protection. Want me to send my pills over? Gotta go. Your father is already chanting his war cry. No. Thank you. And goodbye. Aika lost her patience about end the call. But before she can do that, she heard her mother from the other side. Wait. Don't forget to introduce him to you. Aika looked up to the sky and sighed heavily. After calming herself down, she braced herself and think of excuses for the things she shouted earlier. What did I shout again? The dangerous ones are foursome and chastity. Both are troublesome, but I can just say that my parents messing with me by staying at a boy's house. Aika re-entered the house and saw their awkward expressions, well, except for Kasuk who has an annoying grin. But before she could explain herself, Kasuk's mother, Sakura asks her awkwardly, if you insist on doing that, you can use the shop. No one will bother you there. But you have to take those pills that your mother offered to you. You're still young after all. What? Aika then thought of something. Aren't these people either devil, cat girl, talking cat, and human magician? It couldn't be, right? A bad premonition overtook Aika and she asks, how soft can you hear? Kasuk's grin became larger and almost confirmed Aika's thoughts. Almost all of the denizens of the supernatural world have superhuman senses. Then, Aika gulped, still wishing that she was wrong. Everyone here can at least hear a mosquito flying from 10 meters away. What do you think is louder? A phone speaker or a mosquito flapping its tiny wings? Aika slowly covered her red face and suddenly knelt, UWAH. Kasuk still couldn't let her off. Now I know where that personality of yours came from. You are. Aika-chan. Should I prepare some tea? It seems like your parents are coming over. Sakura asked the downed Aika. Please don't. They won't. Kasuk hasn't had enough and continues to say, you shouldn't let your mother worry too much for your future, to the point that she is very happy at the thought of you having a boyfriend. Cut down on perverted things, will ya? Aika stopped crying at his words and uncovered her face, staring at Kasuk. It is the expression of someone who accepted despair and has a crazy glint in their eyes. If I can't find a husband to marry, I will grab your leg and never let go of it. You'll have to take care of me forever. He. Everyone else also looked at his direction. Kasuk didn't expect that a cornered Aika would act like this, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Yash, Shitori Kaishu. Let's do this. This match will change our destinies. Ah. He escaped. Sakura commented. Senpai, you was. Koneko followed up. As usual, you can't deal with those who are too straightforward. Yoruichi nodded knowingly. Man up and take responsibility. You shouldn't tease people so much in the first place. Sona has a word of her own. But all of this was ignored by Kasuk and just calmly drank his tea. Life is a mystery. And started talking nonsense. Chapter 55, The President is Too Intense at Night. Kasuk looked at the clock with weary eyes. He saw it was already 3 a.m. Say, Kaishu, haven't you had enough? Sona, who also has the same weary eyes, glared at Kasuk. Are you trying to impede my concentration? That won't work on me. I won't let you quit while you're ahead. I'm not just ahead of you, you couldn't even win. The score is now 9 o'clock and this is the 10th match. I want this the last one, as there's no merit for me any longer. Kasuk shook his head. Sona and Kasuk has been playing chess ever since Aika called her parents. And they have been at it until now. After Sona loses on the first match, they all change into pajamas after taking a bath. Koneko has her own cat print pajamas which she always wears. Sakura lent Aika floral print pajamas and Sona conjured a checkered print with her own magic. They then moved to Kasuk's room as it is pretty big. Sakura prepared 3 sets of futon mattresses for Koneko, Aika, and Sona and sets it aside. She knew that Kasuk won't do anything untoward to them even if they sleep in his room. After preparing the futons, she then proceeded to take out some snacks and make a tea to get along with it for them. This house has an unbelievable amount of snacks and teas. While Sona and Kasuk are focusing on their next game with new terms which are just some upgrades from Kasuk's previous conditions, Aika and Koneko are playing with Kasuk's game console while the latter explains a few things for the newcomer, Aika. Yoruichi, however, is already taking a nap on the top of Kasuk's bed. When Kasuk and Sona reached their 5th game, Sakura retired to her bed long before and let the youngsters do their thing. Koneko and Aika also started dozing off and they cleaned the plates of snacks and cups of tea before laying out 2 sets of futon to sleep. Sona is already biting her fingers at this point. And there's Northwest more bed in place as Sona is afraid that she would lose everything she has if she continues betting. She already lost all of her confidence before they decided, and the only thing left is tenacity and determination to beat Kasuk even just one time to redeem her broken pride. On the 10th game, Kasuk finally lost his patience and we're back at the beginning. I've been improving real time and the game is slowly becoming longer and longer. I can also see your movements quite freely now compared to the earlier games. I can't stop now. Sona's elegance disappeared and her strictness went up another level, although in a bad way. Now she doesn't want to stop playing until she wins one game. Kasuk already somehow expected this after their 5th game, that she would become a very stubborn person after losing so many times on the game she was very confident in. In their 6th game, Kasuk slowly changed his strategy to lower his level a bit. He also did the same thing in the 7th and 8th games. The 9th one is a game where Kasuk is almost at the same level as Sona. Sona is already very tired so she didn't notice what Kasuk is doing and got the wrong idea that she is improving very fast while playing with him. Kasuk thought that it's about time that he lay out the excuse that he thought of earlier. Kaishu, you're a high-class devil which is very active at night and superhuman specs. I'm just a human, remember. Even though I know a bit of magic, my physique is still that of a normal human and I won't be able to keep up with you if we keep playing like this. Are you fine with me losing to you just because your stamina is a lot greater than me? Kasuk didn't hesitate to use her own pride against her. He made his move and ended their game. Coup. Sona's thought process already slowed down due to tiredness, not just from playing chess, but the fatigue that kept accumulating working as student council president and planning that she is making to make her dreams come true is already taking a toll to her mind. She processed Kasuk's words and thought that it was true that she didn't want to win that way. I'm sorry. Let's rest for today. Why are you so fixated on the game chess anyways? Kasuk asked as he's a bit confused at her apparent obsession with the game. Well, it's something I have been playing as a kid and lately no one has been able to defeat me. Sona had a subtle blush of her face when she explained herself, no way in hell I can tell you the real reason. Kasuk smiled and just accepted her reason. He knew she's hiding something else, but it's like he has any right to dig in on her personal history, and Kasuk is not interested in doing so unless a situation calls for it. He collected the chessboard and pieces back to his inventory. He then took out 2 cups of milk and gave one to Sona, who is rubbing the space between her brows to ease some eye strain. What's this? You won't be able to sleep without calming down. Drink it, and you'll feel better. Kasuk drank his own cup of milk. Thank you. Sona slowly drank her milk. It's delicious. A small smile appeared on her face, though the weariness is still apparent. It seems that she's hiding her haggard face through some means, or she's just really good at controlling her facial expression, and that control slipped up just now. Kaishu, you shouldn't tire yourself so much like that. It won't do you any good. Kasuk started an idle talk. So you noticed, huh? I can't relax even if I want to. I have so many things to think about that it just occupies my mind. Problems that seem to have no solution unless I get on the top of the ladder, and things that I should do to climb that ladder. Sona smiled wryly. She felt a little better after letting out a bit of her pain. Kasuk didn't say anything and laid the last set of the futon mattress for Sona. She tried to stop him, but he manages to set it down within just a few seconds, and all she could do is thank him. Finish your milk, and here is some water. Lay down and give me your hand. Kasuk gave her some instruction, but Sona became defensive at this. What are you trying to do? Don't think that I won't fight back if you do anything funny to me. Come on now, I won't do something as tasteless as that. If you offer yourself though, that will be an entirely different story. Kasuk gave her a large grin, and Sona finally let her guard down and said, stop teasing me. I'm already tired. She then followed his instructions, laying down and lending her left hand to Kasuk. Well then, soul calmer. Kasuk used the kiddo that he used on Koneko when she was in an unstable state of mind. What's this? Sona is shocked at the strange energy flowing through her hand and spreading throughout her body. She wanted to take back her hand from Kasuk, but it felt like this energy is calming her nerves, which almost never happens. A little spell I created to calm your mind, just enjoy it and go to sleep. Is that so? Then I'll do just that. Sona soon fell asleep with a smile as her fatigued psyche is being healed by Kasuk's Rietsu and mana. Chapter 56, Plans. ZZZZ. Sona is sleeping peacefully on the futon mattress when the sunlight from the window hits her face. She slowly opened her eyes and saw an environment she doesn't usually sleep in. Where's this? Sona suddenly opened her eyes wide to look at her surroundings. Her mind finally woke up and remembered what happened last night. She looked at the clock on the wall and it says 10 a.m. I slept this late. She looked around again and saw 2 sets of futon mattresses properly set aside and Kasuk still in his dreams on his bed. I've let my guard down. I couldn't believe I would just fell asleep like that. Is it the milk? Did he put something in it? No, I remembered that strange spell he casts on me to forcefully calm me down. She looked at his happy sleeping face again and she couldn't help but smile too. Thank you. I really needed that rest. She then looked at herself and saw the disheveled pajamas she was wearing that can entice any man. She hurriedly covered herself with the blanket and looked around again, stopping her gaze at Kasuk. You're awake, right? She asked him while blushing. Kasuk didn't move and just continued sleeping with a contented face. Sona stared at him for a minute more and sighed in relief when she was sure that he was still sleeping. She fixed her beddings, cleaned herself and wore her school uniform again, all through the use of magic. She then looked back at Kasuk for one last time before exiting through the door to head downstairs. After Sona went downstairs, Kasuk suddenly opened his eyes and stretched to get up. Yoruichi, who was on his side all this time, also did the same. I thought for sure that you would tease her after seeing her like that, Yoruichi commented while she is yawning. It feels like I'll be stepping on a landmine if I do that. It's still early in the morning, I want some peace and quiet. Kasuk smiled and patted the black cat. Yoruichi just snorted at his words. It would be nice if it's always morning. He. Kasuk rubbed his nose a bit embarrassed. What's the plan for today? Kasuk stood up and went for the dresser to change to another set of his usual attire. Let's see. Let Koneko-chan help Aika feel some ki and you help her with some stamina training. Use the restorative hot spring if it's necessary. You won't awaken her sacred gear first. Yoruichi is a little confused as this is the whole point on why they allowed Aika to step into the supernatural world. I won't. Her sacred gear is a bit special, you see, and I want her foundations on an appropriate level before we release it for her. That way, she can take the training that I'm planning for later without any problems. I want to see a Shinigami with a sacred gear. I see, you want to see if the sacred gear will affect her Ryoryoku as it is a tool embedded to the soul of the host. Will the sacred gear appear alongside a Zanpakuto? Or will the Zanpakuto eat the sacred gear and vice versa? Good, it also piqued my interest. I'll help her polish her foundation so that she can take any trauma that could happen. Yoruichi is also feeling excited at the prospect of a new type of Shinigami being born with the combined mystery of this world and their former world. I'll be using Beniheim when that time comes, so please take note that my hollowified Ryatsu will also flow into her and remove the division between a Shinigami and hollow in her. Devise a training with that in mind. Can't we use my Zanpakuto? Yoruichi asked. We can, but your Zanpakuto is technically an unknown territory for us, you can't even control it yet and we don't know what it might do. An unknown variable is more dangerous than a known dangerous variable. Kasuk furrowed his brows in a bit of contemplation but still decided to use Beniheim as Yoruichi's Zanpakuto is too special for their own good. Ugh, I understand. What are you planning on doing then? Yoruichi conceded at his words and felt a little bit, no, a lot of frustration is already accumulating because of her Zanpakuto, Byako never listening to her. I want to finish separating my mana with my Ryoryoku and fusing it with ki today. Finish it today. Isn't that dangerous? You fused your mana with your Ryoryoku in a course of a few years and now you want to do it in just a day. I already have experience doing it, and fusing ki with Ryoryoku is a lot easier than with mana. And we don't exactly have that much time to do it slowly when those dickheads are looming. Yoruichi understood his point and had no choice but to agree, fine, but I have to be nearby when you attempt to do it. Thanks. Kasuk patted the black cat again before heading down to join the rest. Both of them went down and Kasuk used the bathroom first to wash first before going to the dining area to eat his breakfast. When they reached the living room beside the dining area, he can see that there's another guest this morning, and that is Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council. She is here to get the student council president, Sona Sitris. She was still in a state of shock when she heard that her master spent a night in someone else's house and a guy's on top of that. Every morning, Tsubaki picks up Sona to start their day every 7 a.m. Tsubaki arrived at Sona's place as usual but it was already 15 minutes late after their usual schedule so Tsubaki started knocking at her door, but there was no answer or whatsoever. Tsubaki knew that Sona would always wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning no matter how tired she was the day before and she would be out by 7 a.m. This schedule only changes unannounced when there was an emergency that she needs to attend, but Sona would always inform her queen of such changes so Tsubaki was confused at the turn of events. Tsubaki couldn't wait anymore so she opened the door of Sona's room. Even though Sona and Tsubaki are best friends, they still came from an aristocratic family and there are still etiquettes that must be observed. Sona is Tsubaki's master and she shouldn't head inside her room without permission. Tsubaki intruded her room knowing fully of that, but her master's condition is more important for her. Sona's room is a typical luxurious Western room with a king-size bed. The room is very tidy, as one would expect from a very strict honor student. Tsubaki inspected the whole room, but she failed to find Sona. She noticed that her bag of paperwork for the student council is not here. Tsubaki started to recall where she brought it yesterday and remembered that she would go to Kasuk Urahara's place for a chess rematch, bringing with her the bag that contains the paperwork. Did she not go home last night? Tsubaki reached this conclusion but shook her head in denial, no. That's impossible. This is the very strict Sona Sitris, she wouldn't do that. But no matter how much she denies it, the more this thoughts burrow in her mind. I'll have to contact her first. Tsubaki raised her hand in front of her and conjured a magic circle with Sitris clan's insignia. She is using a communication spell that works similar to modern phones. But even after waiting for a few minutes, there was no answer. What's happening? Is she unconscious? Did that Urahara did something to her? Chapter 57, Tsubaki's Dilemma, edited. Tsubaki started panicking and about to make a call to the Sitris clan and Sona's big sister, but she managed to calm herself and check things on her own before making any drastic measures. She immediately made her way towards Kasuk's place to check whether the president is there or not. If Kasuk has something to do with the president's disappearance, then she would have to make her move to secure all the information she needed. Tsubaki didn't have to find the Urahara household as she already knows where it is when Sona first instructed her to help Akino in investigating Kasuk. She reached the gates of the house and rang the doorbell. After a few seconds of waiting, the one who opened the door is Koneko. Koneko is wearing casual clothes when she opened the door. She already expected this but still shocked nevertheless, she really lives here, huh? To think that she of all people would get close to a human. Tsubaki bowed first for the greeting and formality and said, "Good morning, Tuja-san. I'm sorry for visiting early in the morning, but I would like to ask if you have any news about the Kaishu. It seems that she didn't go home yesterday. Do you happen to know where she might be?" Koneko stared at her for a few moments before saying, "Good morning, Shinrafuku Kaishu, Vice President. If you're looking for Kaishu, she's still upstairs. Please enter as you may have to wait for a while. Koneko invited her in. She doesn't know Sona's habit of waking up early even if she put an all-nighter the previous day, but she knew that Kasuk and Sona slept very late, so she thought that the both of them would need more sleep. Today is a day off anyway, so they can sleep as long as they want. She really stayed the night here. And still upstairs. What is she doing that I have to still wait for a while? Tsubaki is, of course, shocked as she didn't expect what she was thinking was true. She decided to accept her offer to come inside and see what's going on. However, she didn't enter without inspecting the whole house for a trace of magic and readied herself to fight if she needed to. She didn't think that Koneko, a fellow devil and a peerage member of Rias grimmory, would lie and prepare a trap, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. For all she knows, the Koneko in front of her might not be the real one. As she entered the house, she kept examining everything she passes through until they reached the living room. In there, she saw another two figures. It was Sakura and Aika who are having breakfast. Good morning. I'm sorry for interrupting your breakfast and intruding here. Tsubaki greeted them first. You are. This is the first time Sakura saw Tsubaki, so she asked. That's the vice president of the student council. Aika is the one who answered Sakura's question. Ah, Sitri princess queen. When Tsubaki heard this, she immediately overreacted by jumping back, taking out a naginata. A naginata consists of a wooden or metal pole with a curved single-edged blade on the end. It is similar to the Chinese guandao or the European glaive. Similar to the katana, naginata often have a round handguard between the blade and shaft, when mounted in a kashire. The 30 cm to 60 cm long naginata blade is forged in the same manner as traditional Japanese swords. The blade has a long tang that is inserted in the shaft. She also started contacting the Sitri clan for reinforcement. Tsubaki is already in a state of alert after Sona's apparent disappearance, so when a supposed normal human from her prior investigation referred Sona as a Sitri and identified her position, she assumed the worst and readied for combat. But she has still enough patience to ask, who are you? And where is the president? But after she uttered those words, heavy killing intent that almost made her blank out engulfed her instantly and disappeared just as fast. What was that? Am I too paranoid? Tsubaki looked around but didn't notice anything different. Upstairs, Kasuk and Yoruichi slightly opened their eyes, but closed it again, continuing their sleep. Aika jumped back due to the pressure the devil is emitting, but her thoughts are different. Seriously, everybody can learn that 4D pocket. I should ask Kasuk to teach it to me later. It looks really convenient. See, calm down. I understand your concerns, but the Sitri heiress is safe. She's currently sleeping upstairs. Sakura hurriedly shouted at her before she can hurt somebody. Fuku Kaishu, Kaishu is fine. I can lead you to her. Koneko followed up and reassured her. Tsubaki stopped her hostile behavior, but she didn't keep her weapon and calmly said, I'm sorry. The Kaishu always tells me her schedule and this unannounced outing is new to me. Please forgive, but I would have to be rude to you until I can confirm her safety. But Tsubaki's mind is anything but calm. Sona's still sleeping at this hour. That's almost impossible, as her body clock would wake her up regardless of her condition unless something unforeseen happened. Sakura, Aika, and Koneko all sighed in relief. Koneko gestured Tsubaki to come and follow her while the two remained seated and watched the two of them went upstairs. Sakura wishes that she won't attack Kasuk when she saw her master sleeping in the same room as him, albeit not in one place. She can only give her trust to Koneko if such a thing were to happen. Koneko and Tsubaki reached Kasuk's room on the second floor, but before Koneko opened the door, she gestured to Tsubaki, who was behind her, to keep quiet. She nodded, but her grip on her naginata strengthened. Koneko opened the door and let Tsubaki peek through the door, and she couldn't believe what she saw. There are two people sleeping in the room, one on the bed and one on the floor with a futon mattress. Tsubaki immediately ignored the person sleeping on the bed and focused her attention on Sona, who is happily snuggling on her blanket with a small smile on her face. Tsubaki thought that she looked like a very normal girl right now, free of any worries. She tried to confirm if she was seeing an illusion but failed. She then looked at Kasuk, who is also sleeping with a black cat on his side. Why would Sona sleep with a guy like him? Even if they were separated, it's still a boy's room. Tsubaki looked back at Sona and thought that it's nice to see Sona like this, as she accumulating quite a lot of fatigue. Tsubaki wanted to ask Koneko what happened and refrained herself in fear of waking Sona up from her long-awaited good sleep. She closed the door silently and gestured to Koneko to come down. She already kept the naginata in her hand and cancelled the call for the reinforcement. Chapter 58, Tsubaki's Dilemma Part 2. Tsubaki is bowing towards Sakura. I'm very sorry for my behavior just now. Please forgive for my rudeness. It's fine. We understand your concerns. Sakura held Tsubaki up. Thank you, but I'll tell Kaishu what I did just now to receive my due punishment. Tsubaki looked up and said sincerely. Strict and stubborn. They all thought. May you please tell me what happened yesterday? Tsubaki pleaded to Sakura while getting up. Sure, but we're having breakfast now, care to join us? Thank you for your offer, but I already had one before coming here. Then I'll prepare some tea for you, please grab a seat. Sakura went back to kitchen without waiting for her reply. Thank you. Tsubaki went to the living room and took a sit on the couch. She then noticed Sona's bag with files in it. Tsubaki didn't notice it earlier as she was too focused on looking for anything magical in nature. What a blunder, I shouldn't disregard normal things just because they are normal. Maybe I could have reacted better if I noticed it. Or maybe worse. Tsubaki already calmed herself down sufficiently before Sakura came out with tea on her hand. She expressed her gratitude again and started sipping on the tea to calm herself further and arrange what she knew on her head and concluded that Sona couldn't sleep this long without outside help or intervention. I should confirm this later. I hope it doesn't have any side effects. But based on her peaceful face, even if it had any side effect, it shouldn't be big that a healing magic couldn't fix. Sakura narrated what happened last night to Tsubaki, of course, without saying anything about Ophis. All of them already received a warning from Kasuk that just mentioning her existence would bring them loads of trouble for them. Just imagine how would others react if they knew that the strongest being in the world is visiting them for some cookies. They'll become the focus of attention of both good and bad fellows, which is fatal for them who knew very little. The president lost her chess match again. And she agreed to the pajama party that Urahara-san proposed. Tsubaki asked in disbelief. Sona Kaisha lose so bad at their first match that she wasn't able to accept it, but Kasuk-senpai told her that he won't play with her if she doesn't join the party. Koneko supplemented Sakura's words. Seriously. What Tsubaki is hearing right now seems like a fantasy to her. She lost so bad that the very strict president chose to follow his demands. How bad exactly is it? Tsubaki thought for a moment and asked, how many matches did they play? The president should have won at least once if they played 3 to 4 matches, right? We don't exactly know for sure as they've been at it until early morning. If we're to calculate with the time they spent, probably around 8 to 11 games. I woke up a bit when Kasuk-kun is trying to persuade her to stop. Aika answered her while mulling over things. How was their scores? Tsubaki's mouth is twitching while she imagined her master stubbornly refused to accept defeat. If I remember it right, Kasuk-kun totally destroyed Kaisha's confidence. Aika said while tilting her head to the right trying to rack her noggin. She didn't win even once. Not even once. Aika assured her with a smile. Tsubaki stayed silent and drank her tea to rearrange her thoughts and process the things she heard today. It is that surprising for her master to lose at the game of chess so badly that she couldn't admit defeat, as she is known in the underworld as a genius chess player that had lost to no one. Even the condition she set for her marriage is her defeat in chess. That testaments her confidence as a player. Yet an unknown human suddenly appeared and played with her like a child. Tsubaki sighed as she thought of how her master would deal with her supposed fiancé, but she brushed it aside for now and asked another question that is bugging her. How is the president sleeping until now? What do you mean how? Sakura asked in confusion as she refills the tea on Tsubaki's cup. Ah, I'm sorry for not clarifying it, but the president always wakes up 6 o'clock in the morning regardless of how her day went by or how tired she was the previous day. I just can't believe that she, who is thinking and planning a lot of things for her dreams, could sleep so peacefully right now. Tsubaki's smile became warm as she reminisced how hard-working is her master is just for the sake of the children of the lower class in the underworld to have a chance to achieve their own dreams. If not for her physique as a devil, she would have collapsed long ago. Sakura, Koneko, and Aika looked at each other. They can see how important Sona is to Tsubaki, which transcends the normal relationship of a master and servant just from that smile alone. Kasuk-senpai probably used a certain spell on her. Koneko answered her question. A certain spell? Yes, although I don't know its name, I already experienced it. It was when my mind is in a mess due to a certain news I received. When he used that spell, a strangely soothing energy flows throughout your body. It's not the type of spell that forcefully removes your emotions to calm you down, it's warm, a kind warmth and reassurance that everything would be okay. Koneko narrated her experience. Truthfully, she wanted to experience it again, she just can't ask Kasuk as there is real need right now for that spell. How do you feel afterwards? Please tell me in detail. Tsubaki fixed her glasses while intently listening to Koneko. If Kasuk really used the spell on her master, then she would need every information on it, as it may have disastrous effect if not addressed. She haven't heard Kasuk being particularly good at magic, so being cautious for Sona's safety is the right thing to do. In detail. I can't tell you that much, as I didn't notice any particular change in me even after using my senjutsu to scan my whole body. All I felt after waking up is feeling refreshed and my body in tip-top condition. Thank you for telling me. Tsubaki thought that she has to confirm it from Sona just to make sure, as she is still skeptical about a magic which affects the mind not having any side effect, especially for those with high magic resistance. Then one last thing, why can Kiryu-san listen to this conversation? And she seems to know a few things. As far as I know, Kiryu-san is just a normal human that came from a normal lineage. Tsubaki eyed Aika as she said this, which made Aika take a step back due to the pressure she is emitting. Due to my son's recklessness, he accidentally showed her his magic. Is that so? Then a simple memory erasure magic should suffice. My son has special ability that can feel the aura of others very precisely. He already knew about the existence of the sacred gear inside her, so she let her choose whether to stay or forget everything. Did you get an invitation from someone for you to choose that? I got an invitation from the president, but I didn't accept it. I trust Kasuk more than the president, so he has taken me under his wings. Aika looked at her straight by and answered her without cowering. Is Urahara-san part of an organization? I think, no. He did mention that he's by himself. Then you and him would be considered as a stray. Since you're acquainted with the president and Tuju-san here, the devils of this town won't do anything to you as long as you don't do anything that will jeopardize the safety of normal humans and devils alike. As for any other organization, it's better if you don't make contact in any of them. You're in for a hardship, but I wish you good luck as a former human and a fellow sacred. Tsubaki stopped speaking and sipped her tea, waiting for her master to wake up. Thank you. Chapter 59, An Affair. When Kasuk reached the living room, he saw another familiar face and greeted her. Isn't this the vice president? Good morning. Wait, it's still morning, right? He looked at the clock and confirmed that it's still morning, but not for long. Good morning, Urahara-san. I'm sorry for intruding this early in the morning. Tsubaki has a complicated expression when she looked and greeted Kasuk, but it's understandable due to what happened to her master. And good morning to you too, Kaisha-san. What's up with her? Kasuk also greeted Sona, who is eating her meal that is too late for breakfast, but also too early for lunch. Sona is directly looking away from Tsubaki while chewing her food. After seeing this, Kasuk looked back at Tsubaki and asked. What indeed? After greeting me one time, she hasn't looked at my direction ever since. Tsubaki is almost glaring at her master, her stare is putting an invisible pressure on her. Sona's shoulder twitched a bit, but she didn't say anything and continued on chewing her food silently, still looking away. Urahara-san, just what did you do? Tsubaki transferred her gaze towards Kasuk. Me. You can't blame me. Kasuk shook his head exaggeratedly and feigned a hurt expression. Huh? What do you mean? Tsubaki is confused at how Kasuk is acting and trying to think of a reason for his reaction. It's the president. She's too intense last night and didn't let me go until early in the morning. Kasuk cried out loud like he was a victim of a crime. What? This time, Sona finally reacted, whipped her head towards Kasuk along with Tsubaki and shouted at the same time with a very surprised face. What are you saying? You bastard. Sona slammed the table with both of her hands as she questions Kasuk for his very questionable statement. You don't remember? That went limp after you're done with me. Kasuk faked a cry and wiped it with his hand. PP President, why you ate him? So you already accepted him. To think that you would climb the stairway to adulthood just from a single visit. President. I'll support you no matter what your decision is. But you have to let the Lord Sitri, Lady Sitri, and Serafal-sama know about the apparent son-in-law of the clan. Wrong. It's his legs. He's talking about his legs that fell asleep when he sat for too long. Urahara, you bastard. What are you trying to say? Sona lost all her elegance and strictness as she shouts in defense. All that Kasuk can see is a little girl desperately trying to correct a misunderstanding because her crush might take it the wrong way, which is nice, and he couldn't stop himself from grinning. Kasuk returned to his usual my pace attitude with a grin still on his face. He sat down in front of Sona on the dining table. Kasuk looked at the prepared breakfast with a note saying, reheat it before eating. Koneko and Aika are with me to do a little shopping. We'll be back before lunch. Sakura. Kasuk noticed that the omiris is still warm and he looked in front of him to see the still fuming Sona. She probably did it expecting me to follow soon after she came down. His smile grew larger and said, what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't drag me in your games for too long. I can't keep up with a devil's stamina. As for the misunderstanding, you're on your own, I didn't spit a single lie after all. Sona is glaring at Kasuk while gritting her teeth like she wants to eat him alive. I'll one day get you for this. So you two aren't having an affair? Tsubaki asked blankly. No. This pervert isn't worth it. Sona threw her glacé to her and objected fiercely. This is some peace and quiet you just mentioned. Yoruichi jumped to the chair and commented. When I saw her acting all embarrassed and can't look at her queen, I couldn't help but poke fun of her. I'm satisfied now. Kasuk slowly eats his omiris in relish. The cat is talking. Tsubaki backed away in shock. That's a nice reaction, little girl, Yoruichi commented and approached the warm milk on the dining table and started drinking it. A familiar? Who is the master? Tsubaki inspected her closely as this is the first time she saw a small-scale familiar that can talk, and he can't feel any magical energies from her which confuses her more. It's this damned guy's familiar. Sona is still gritting her teeth but she resumed eating her omuris. I'll put it out there, but I'm not Kasuk's familiar. That there is my partner for life. Kasuk smiled gently at the cat who is trying to assert her dominance. Partner for life? Why are you talking about like he's your lover? Could it be that on top of being a gay you're also into bestiality? Sona looked at him in disgust as she reached this conclusion. Kasuk almost spat out the rice on his mouth but manages to stop himself, although because of that he was choking on food and had to grab a glass of water to relieve himself. What are you saying? Where are you learning these terms? Sona is gloating at his misfortune and wanted to laugh out loud because of her success in her revenge but stopped herself when she heard his last question. She just looked away with a bit of blush of her face. Seeing this, Kasuk said, you shouldn't go to that part of internet. He warned her. I did not deliberately go there. I just stumbled upon it. Sona tried to explain herself. Hey. What are you looking at before you stumbled upon it, I wonder? I'd like to exercise my right to remain silent. Sona didn't look at his eyes anymore and just continued eating her food. Although she could clearly feel the stare of disbelief from her queen, president. A few more excruciating minutes passed by as Sona hurriedly finished her food. After finishing her food, she stood up and took her plates to the kitchen sink. Please pass my gratitude to Miss Urahara for the meal and letting me stay the night. She said while trying to maintain her deadpan expression. Kasuk also hurriedly finished his food and took it to the kitchen sink. Sure, I'll pass it. Are you leaving? Yes, thank you very much for your hospitality. Sona bowed slightly to express her gratitude. You're welcome. I won't hold you back any longer as it looks like you still have a long day that awaits you. Kasuk smiled at her genuinely this time. Because he's not really a hard worker himself, and only do things that interest him, he really likes hard-working people like her and wouldn't mind to assist her in some things. Sona froze for a bit when she saw that smile as this is the first time she saw that kind of expression from him, all free from her usual casualness and my pace vibe. A very kind smile that is almost unbelievable for a person like him. She had a feeling that he's somehow complimenting her for all the hard work that she is doing and felt a warmth that is similar to the warmth she experienced yesterday. She feigned a cough to free herself from petrification caused by that smile, but she still can't hide the little blush she had with her deadpan face. Even though Kasuk can somehow understand the demeanor of other people, but that's only applicable for their motives and general intentions. As for the complicated feelings of a blooming maiden, he's a beginner at reading it and his natural aura and attitude that he unconsciously releases when he is very sincere isn't helping in any way. And miraculously, he's not aware of it. The only one who's aware of it is her partner who's silently watching from the sidelines, another one, Yoruichi was reminded of her student who holds some affection for him but never admitted it. And Kasuk never actually noticed it and just became confused at her actions, sometimes thinking on a different line of possibilities. Tsubaki, who is also silently watching from the side, took notice of Sona's reaction. As I thought, Sona doesn't actually hate him or she'll just disregard him. I wonder what attracted her to him. Chapter 60, The Black Beauty. After Sona and Tsubaki left, Kasuk and Yoruichi made their preliminary preparations for today's schedule before the three who are out shopping came back. Kasuk strengthened the barriers over the secret training ground not only for defense and containment ability but also for concealment. Concealment is of utmost importance since the Grim Reaper still occasionally roams around and both Kasuk and Yoruichi are having a hard time tracking them, even more so when they're unmoving. Yoruichi looked over the data that Kasuk has gathered from his research on ki and mana. She's also making the preparation to diffuse her Ryoryoku and mana and fuse her ki with Ryoryoku, but she wanted to wait for Kasuk's attempt before she tries it because Kasuk specializes in energy manipulation and his insights and experience would be a big help for her and will reduce the risk of something undesirable happening. The two busied themselves until the trio came back bringing with them some daily necessities, clothes, and some takeout food from a certain family restaurant just before lunch. We're home. Welcome back. Where are the Sitri princess and her queen? They went back to their business. They're busy fellows. They also asked me to pass their thanks for the hospitality. Kasuk answered his mother as she took the grocery bags from her and set it on the kitchen counter. Is that so? They should have stayed for lunch. Koneko-chan, Aika-chan, help me take out the food and set the table. Kasuk, stop what you're doing and wash your hands, we're having lunch. Yoruichi, Koen, I bought another set of the meal for you, but can you eat it? Kasuk took back the pendants on the table and put it inside his inventory space. Mom, you don't have to worry about that. Yoruichi, you can transform back. Are you sure? Yoruichi looked at him questionably. Even though it's fine to tell them the truth, they still have to prioritize hiding, at least until they were able to convert their energy source and practice soul ki-based Kidu. It's fine. I already put up a field that can hide us. Kasuk grinned at Yoruichi waiting for her reaction. A barrier? but why can't I feel anything? Wait, a field. Yoruichi looked around and felt nothing out of order. She then looked back at Kasuk and saw his annoying grin again. A sudden thought went through Yoruichi's mind and she looked around again in shock. Did you succeed? Yep. Well, in a way. Kasuk took out a black token with complicated inscriptions from his Haori and showed it to Yoruichi. This thing here can simulate how Aizen Sanpakuto uses Ryoryoku to mimic its hypnosis ability. Although it has some drawbacks. First is that it has to simulate the soul inside the Zanpakuto to simulate its ability, but doing that is almost impossible without cutting out a lot of things. Because of that, the ability is incomplete. This token here can produce hypnosis ability with range, time, and effectiveness limit. For the range, it's only capable of covering the entire house, the time limit is 2 hours and the token breaks apart, and the effectiveness is it only is capable of hiding the true appearance of few individuals. Even though I get what you're saying, in practice that should be impossible, or at least that's what I used to think before you took this out. Many people tried to do just that, even before the Siritii even established by Yamamoto, but no one succeeded no matter how much of a genius they are at that time. If we're still in Siritii, you would probably be invited as one of the royal guards. Yoruichi couldn't help but sigh at another crazy thing he invented. Really? I thought for sure that they might hunt me down instead. Yoruichi couldn't deny what he said, as that is a real possibility, but there's no point of thinking about any further because they are now living in a different world with different values. What are they talking about? Aika asks the other two after they set down the foods on the table. Who knows? But I at least want to understand the things they were saying. Why do they sound like they were a part of an organization in the past? And it doesn't seem like a good one. Sakura answered and wondered. Her son is only 17 years old this year and it's almost impossible for him to join an organization due to his young age, much less being a former member. She tried to remember if she noticed anything different from the past that may give her some clue, but all she could think of is that one time when he turned 7 and started acting like a perverted old man, his strange fascination to random things and adapting the black cat, which turns out to be a familiar. When her line of thought reached here, she suddenly remembered Kasuk's words just now. Wait, Kasuk, you said she can transform. Into what? A black panther or something so he can eat easier. Ha ha ha, no mom. Not a black panther, but a black beauty. Kasuk flashed a smile to his mother. Both Sakura and Aika were confused. What black beauty? Yoruichi is clearly a man. Wait, could Yoruichi be swinging that way? That's why Kasuk describes him as a beauty. Could it be that he also swing, dash? Before they could finish their ridiculous thoughts, Yoruichi suddenly exploded to a puff of smoke. All of them backed away due to this, and both Sakura and Aika has confused expression. What's happening? Aika asks all of them. Yoruichi-san is returning back to her normal appearance. Koneko answered her question and also prepared something on her hand. Unknown to them, Koneko is already holding a Harrison ***. N, a giant paper fan, usually made in a closed fashion. It is most traditionally used as part of a Menzai act, in which the straight man, Tsukomi, smacks the funny men, Boke, in response to their jokes or idiocy. When the smoke disperses, a naked, slender and well-endowed woman of average height with dark skin, golden irises, and black waist-length hair appeared behind the smoke, which remains. Greetings, Mom. This is the first time we met while I'm in my normal form. Yoruichi greeted the master of the house first, calling her Mom when in this form is more embarrassing than I imagined. While the two people who don't know anything were dumbfounded at Yoruichi's appearance, a sound of something cutting through the air was heard, followed by a loud smack, pack. My eyes. Koneko-chan. What the hell was that for? They saw Kasuk rolling on the ground while covering his eyes and crying like a baby. The two were dumbfounded yet again. What happened? Because you were staring at her butt again. You don't even conceal your gaze. Koneko answered Kasuk's cries as she looks at him with derision as she grips the Harrison. Koneko then looked at Yoruichi and said, Yoruichi-san, you forgot your clothes again. You can't greet auntie while looking like that. Oh, you're right. I forgot it again. Yoruichi looked down on her body and snapped her fingers. Clothes suddenly appeared on her body, which consist of her usual attire. Chapter 61, Mother and Son. Ahem. Once again, nice to meet you, Mom. Yoruichi and the rest were sitting on the dining table to eat their lunch. She once again greeted Sakura. Nice to meet you too. I didn't really expect that this is your real appearance, and by the way, why are you calling me Mom? Sakura is inspecting Yoruichi and already guessed her relationship with her son, but still chose to ask just to make sure. As you probably already noticed, I'm Kasuk's partner, girlfriend, or lover. Whatever you call it. Yoruichi smiled as she declares their relationship. Kasuk at the side didn't say anything and only eat his lunch. You're the mystery girlfriend? Aika asks in a scrutinizing tone. You already knew about me. Yoruichi asks in mild surprise. Kasuk is also surprised as he can't remember giving it away himself. Yes. I just guessed it though, but I didn't think that I would be correct as I can't imagine Kasuk-kun being together with anyone just looking at his personality that scares the girls away. Yoruichi then glances at Koneko who is stealing glances from her and Sakura. She then somehow understood how Aika guessed it. She then looked back at Aika and said, "Good perception, but for you to notice that means that you're also giving this an abnormal amount of attention. I wonder why that is." She chuckled as Aika looked away from with indistinct blush on her face. Sakura also understood what's going on since she's always with Koneko whenever she's at home and things like this can be easily noticed by fellow women. She guessed that Aika is also in the same breath as Koneko in term of affection when Aika guessed the existence of a girlfriend just from how Koneko acts. Although it's not love, it's still a good bud for future development if things go as they are or a strong catalyst push it to the last step. Well then, let's eat all this food first before we move to the heavy stuff. Sakura clapped her hands and urged them to finish their meal so that they can talk about all the stuff that happened. Sakura is looking at the four of them and a thought entered her mind, what's this harem? And I don't think that my idiotic son is aware of it as he's only looking at Yoruichi and ignoring the other two in terms of romantic feelings. Well, whatever. Harems aren't exactly rare so I'll just leave him be and see how he's going to deal with this as he realizes the current situation. The important thing, for now, is to know how Kasuk gained the knowledge to use magic and how strong he is exactly. Yoruichi might know more things as she's already a cat when she joined us all those years ago and might be the reason Kasuk entered the supernatural world. She only said a few words to Kasuk, but it's packed with the strictness that you could find from a parent when she caught her son doing something dangerous. Start talking. Kasuk already prepared what he should tell to her mother. As much as he hates it to tell a lie to his mother, Kasuk doesn't want Sakura to know the fact that he has the memory of his past life. He doesn't know how she would react or what conclusion she would reach, but Kasuk knows that it'll forever change their relationship. For Kasuk however, with the time they spent together, the care he received from her and the love of a parent that she gave to him, no matter how you twist it, she will forever be his mother no matter what happens. Yoruichi also has the same line of thought, even though Sakura is not her birth parent and she's just a measly cat in her eyes, she experienced what is it like to have a normal family with her help. So instead of treating her as mother-in-law, Yoruichi sees Sakura as her real mother. I'll start the story when I met Yoruichi in the park, and that was 10 years ago. She was already in her cat form when I met her when she talked to me in the park when there's no one around. I'll skip how I reacted when I saw a talking cat, but Yoruichi has some magic knowledge and she messed up her transformation magic and stuck at being a cat. Yoruichi pleaded me to help her get back to normal by reading some books regarding magic to revert the spell that was on her. That day, I also brought her back home and we adopted her. I hid the fact that she could talk as I naively thought that people who saw a talking cat might do some crazy experiments on her like what I read at some novels at that time. You didn't trust me back then? No, of course, that's not the case. I just that we decided that we should be the only ones who knew of this. Okay, go on. I studied this book about magic and successfully casts the elementary spells listed on it, but it isn't enough to undo the magic on Yoruichi, so we went to her hiding place to find more books about magic. And over the years, I was able to learn how to dispel Yoruichi's curse and teach her how to control such a spell. She already got used to being a cat so most of the time she's in that form. As time passed on, it became harder and harder to tell the truth about me, but I also discovered my hidden talent at scanning the surroundings aura and I also became more proficient on magic. Where are these books now? We decided to burn it after memorizing everything on it as it could be dangerous if someone else were to find that book in our possession. Can you tell me some verses from the book that you memorized? Kasuk then proceeds to recite some of the pages from the books from Cleria's library. Is that all? Yes. Sakura and Kasuk stared at each other for a few moments. Sakura's mind is processing her son's story and concluded that he's lying. His story doesn't really match up from my memories of him and it's also full of holes that can't be explained. It's obvious that he's also aware of this, then why is he telling such a lame story? Is it his way of saying that there are things that he can't tell? This son of mine sure likes to play with words. I'll just ask him directly and be done with it. Are you still hiding something? Kasuk stopped for a while and saw that his mother wants a serious answer from this one. He smiled and said, yes. Ha. You do know how contradictory that answer of yours from your earlier story, right? Kasuk just kept smiling and didn't answer back. Whatever, you're a big boy now and you know how to take care of yourself. I trust you because regardless of how idiotic you act, you're strange mature in serious situations. Sakura stood up and about to leave. I still have some work to do, so I'll be leaving you to your own devices. Take care, Mom. Kasuk also stood up and followed her towards the door. The others also followed and say their farewells. When Sakura was about to exit through the door, she stopped and looked at everyone who came to see her off. Kasuk, you took them in, so take responsibility and don't ever leave them in danger. She then approached Kasuk and hugged him. I love you, son. I will take care of them. Love you too, Mom. Be careful on your way. Kasuk returned the hug. If there's something you can't deal, or if you ever need help, Tell me about it and I'll do something to help you. Sakura separated from him and left, but not until leaving these words. I'll remember that. Chapter 62, An Idiot. After sending off Sakura, Kasuk and the rest re-entered the house. The token imitating Kyuka Suigetsu is still active, but not for long. Kasuk urges them to hurry back inside so that they can start what they have to do for today. I need to explain something to you two first. Kasuk looked seriously at the two residents of this world. He then continued, I want the two of you to know that I and Yoruichi may have unknowingly attracted the attention of some hostile being. It may become dangerous staying with me, but I can somewhat assure your safety. Although you still have to decide if you want to continue this. Kasuk then focused his attention on Koneko. Koneko-chan, I already promised that I'll help you reconcile with your sister, and I do that when the right time comes, but you can choose not to come anymore and avoid this danger that I brought to you. Kasuk knew that the hidden enemies already took notice of Koneko, but if she back out now, it'll reduce the risk of her getting targeted, as she still has the support of the grimmory household and the host of the Red Dragon Emperor, which is bound to attract more attention from others. With that, the hidden enemies will think twice if it's worth it to risk revealing themselves for someone who doesn't have much interaction to their target. Kasuk and Yoruichi also plan to protect Koneko from the shadows if she chooses to turn around now, but Koneko didn't even hesitate and exclaimed, Are you looking down on me, senpai? I will not turn my back against you and Yoruichi. You already did so much for me that I don't know if I'll be able to repay everything in the future. Putting aside my reconciliation with Nei-sama, I still want to learn a lot of things from Yoruichi-san. So don't throw me away. Even if you do so, I'll shamelessly cling on you. Ha ha ha. Good answer. Girls these days really need more guts, although you're still lacking in muscles, we can work on that. Yoruichi crossed her arms and praised Koneko's resolution. Stop turning her into a muscle head. She's not like you, who have experience in political affairs from childhood and thus can think critically in all situations. Kasuk lightly reprimanded Yoruichi with her attitude. You don't have to be worried about that, I also teach her how to respond and think properly in most situations, although she really needs more experience with people, just interacting with you will give her enough edge not to get fooled by any random people. Yoruichi just returned a sneer to him, and Kasuk doesn't have a comeback to that. Well, whatever, I trust your judgment. How about you, Aika-chan? You can still erase your memories of this and live a normal life. This is the final warning for you. Kasuk transferred his attention to Aika, who's listening to their conversation intently. I don't know how dangerous is this danger you're talking about, but I already made my decision. Don't try to talk me out of it, I want in. Aika gave Kasuk her usual smug smile and answered like Koneko, without any hesitation. You're stupid, but you also have guts. But I'm sure you'll regret it later, as I'll be the one training you in your fundamentals, and it won't be a pretty sight from outside perspective. Do you still want to continue? Yoruichi released a bit of her pressure to Aika while asking her. Aika suddenly felt like she's deep underwater and had trouble breathing. Adding to that is Yoruichi's smiling yet threatening expression. Her resolution crumbled, but she still chose to answer before she completely changes her mind, as she knew that she was just testing her, I'm sure. Yoruichi didn't say anything else after hearing Aika's answer and just continued to release her pressure for one more minute. Seeing that she still hasn't changed her mind even after enduring it with a crumpled face, she smiled normally and released Aika from her pressure. Aika is heavily breathing and drenched with cold sweat. Yoruichi thought that she would look at her with a horrified expression, but contrary to her expectation, Aika looked at her with admiration. Wow. Will I be able to do that too? Yoruichi is dumbfounded and pleasantly surprised. She turned her head towards Kasuk, who was flashing his grin to her. Amazing, right? Yoruichi nodded at him and commented, an idiot. Nevertheless, an amazing idiot. Hey. Why the sudden insult? Aika protested from the side. Koneko, who also felt Yoruichi's pressure, albeit weaker since she's not the target, also looked at Aika in amazement. Kasuk didn't answer her question but instead asked a question himself. Aika-chan, what do you think is needed to become a full-fledged warrior and become one of the major players in a world where strength is at utmost importance? Talent. Wrong. Talent can be defeated by hard work, and potential can even be improved with the right guidance. But what truly separates those normal fighters and really exceptional ones is idiocy. You're saying those strong guys are idiots? In a way, yes. Strong people are eccentrics in their own right. Normal people could never try what those on the top capable of doing. But remember that to become truly strong, you'll have to risk your life to become strong, and not everyone has that courage. That's why there are a lot more normal people than the strong ones. It's also because potentially powerful people die with their reckless affair. Well, there are exceptions to this, and those are who are born powerful and didn't have to work as hard. But there are also problems with those beings, which is they can't improve further, most of the time. They tend to underestimate their opponents with low background and ended up being killed by the same idiot because he or she didn't expect the idiot to do something that would end his life any moment just to defeat his opponent. And those idiots include you too. This guy would recklessly experiment on things and would even use his own body to confirm his research. Think about it, if this guy is not a genius, he would have killed himself long ago. Yoruichi patted Kasuk's back while saying her piece. And this girl would recklessly challenge strong guys without much thought. A big battle junkie in short. Though we know someone else who is a bigger battle junkie than her. That guy would catch a blade with his bare body just to give his opponent a handicap. Kasuk also commented on Yoruichi's behavior and ended up remembering Kenpachi's Araki. Both Aika and Koneko were dumbfounded at Kasuk's statement and both exclaimed, "That's not just idiotic. It's just plain brain dead." Ahahaha. You might be right, but the point here is Aika-chan have the right ingredient to become strong, given that she won't give up. Koneko looked downcast and said, "I don't have that kind of quality." Don't worry, Koneko-chan. Although not as big as Aika here, you also have what it takes. Don't you want to challenge your sister who is an SS rank wanted criminal just by yourself? After reaching that goal, we can work to thrash those on top of Underworld who put a bounty on your sister. Yoruichi patted Kaneko's head in consolement and also suggested something crazy. Kaneko's eyes lit up and said, "Good idea." Consenting to that crazy idea. Chapter 63, Accessories. After confirming their decisions one last time, Kasuk took out two pendants that has a silver chain and blue gem embedded on a teardrop-shaped silver gem holder. He sets it on the table in front of Koneko and Aika. These two pendants will be for you two and will be the point of entry for both of you to the training grounds from now on. Training grounds. Aika picked up one of the pendants, pretty. Koneko also did and thought the same thing. It's somewhere you can break loose without minding your surroundings. We'll get into that later, so let me first explain its functions. Kasuk answered Aika's question as she fiddles with the pendant. Wait. Where's mine? Yoruichi glared at Kasuk and pinched his side. Ow ow ow. Of course, I can't forget yours. Kasuk then took a golden ring with complicated yet mesmerizing inscriptions. The pitch-black complicated lines created a very beautiful sight that will grab the attention of any women if they stare long enough. Even though Yoruichi doesn't have any knowledge about the aesthetics of an accessory, she couldn't take her eyes off the ring. Yoruichi gazed at it for one more minute before reaching out her right hand towards Kasuk, urging him to put it in her. Kasuk didn't disappoint her and put it on her ring finger gently. Yoruichi took back her hand and stared at it for a few more minutes with a gentle smile on her face. She then saw the other two girls with envious and jealous. Yoruichi doesn't know if they were envious of how beautiful the ring is or something else, but she displayed the smuggest expression she can, which easily infuriated Aika. What's this discrimination? I also want something like that. Although the pendant is very pretty and, thank you for giving it to me, still. I also want a pretty ring. Aika protested after she saw Yoruichi's smug face. Koneko also nodded at her words while intently staring at Kasuk. It's not discrimination. It's a distinction. It's obvious that my lover will get something special. Kasuk explained himself. From this, Yoruichi's smile grew bigger. She's enjoying the envious and jealous gaze of the two. Maybe it's something innate to a woman to become proud when in this kind of situation. I also want that kind of distinction. Aika blurted out loudly. The other two girls were shocked as they didn't expect her to declare it so suddenly. Instead of being discouraged, when Aika saw Yoruichi's blissful expression and Kasuk's gentle smile directed towards his lover, something exploded inside her mind and she suddenly gained the courage to say her statement out loud. It was unknown whether it was due to her eccentricities or something else, but it's no doubt that her feelings were amplified when she felt like she was being challenged. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yoruichi slightly regretted her actions. It doesn't really matter. This would have come sooner or later. It just came a little bit earlier. Koneko also felt something stirring inside her, but it was not enough to give the courage like Aika's. She only pouted her mouth at Yoruichi's provocation and admired Aika. Kasuk's thought also halted for a short while when he heard Aika, ahem. You're free to try whatever you want, but I'll tell you now, it'll be futile. Oomph. We'll see. Aika just snorted at Kasuk's words. Kasuk chose to ignore her words as saying more would just push her more, so he went back to the topic. Anyways, the primary function of these pendants and ring is to teleport you to the secret training ground, as we can't enter it anymore in just one place as it'll put suspicion to whatever eyes that may be watching us. Of course there are restrictions to reduce some of the security issues. First, only you can activate the teleportation function. I registered your mana signatures and some other variables in it to distinguish your identity from others. Even if someone else wanted to copy your mana signatures to activate it, it'll be useless and will just send a backlash of destructive mana to the one who attempted it. Second is due to the overly complicated magic formula, it can only be activated when space is stable, meaning, no other space magic should be used in that area for about 24 hours. You also cannot activate it when there's someone else 10 meters near you, as their mana will disrupt the magic formula. Why is the magic formula unnecessarily complicated? Koneko interrupted Kasuk's explanation. She has some knowledge of magic because Akino and Rias would sometimes lecture her and Kiba about it, so they can deal with it and its user to some extent. This magic formula consists of 5 magic circles, all teleporting the target to different locations. And one of these circles will teleport you towards the training ground. Koneko continues to ask. Of course not. That would be too easy for someone who knows how to decode magic circles to know the target location. These 5 circles actually compose the 6th circle, which is hidden all across these circles. If someone were to decode it one by one, they could never find the existence of the 6th circle, and even if they found it by accident, they wouldn't know how to interpret it, as these 5 circles can generate more than 1,000 combinations and the 6th circle is hidden among those. It'll take some years or some decades for someone to pinpoint the exact location of this magic formula leads. Too bad, I would have probably changed how it works by that time. And they also have to search 2 random overseas locations, 2 random local locations, and a random place in the underworld if they try to track it. Bahaha. As expected of you. If it was a secret, you always go overboard. And Koneko-chan, don't ask him how his sh*ts work anymore, or else he won't stop speaking. He really likes to explain things, especially to his opponents, just to annoy them or see their surprised expression. Yoruichi held her forehead in surrender and warned Koneko. I can understand his logic, but that should be impossible in practice, at least for my knowledge. Koneko nodded and said. So his nonsense actually works? Aika asks, but no one answered her question, as it might provoke Kasuk to explain again. You lot are no fun. Kasuk was dissatisfied at their reaction but still continued what he has to say. Well, anyway, no one 10 meters within if you want to teleport. The third is you can only use it twice a day due to mana consumption. It'll take 20 hours to charge it fully. Can't you make it faster? Yoruichi asks the question this time. I can, but it'll disrupt the flow of mana in the surrounding and you'll only end up attracting someone's attention, which is what we don't want at this point in time. Makes sense. And the last one, you two can't teleport to the training ground if either I or Yoruichi aren't present inside. What? Why? Even though Aika doesn't know what this training ground looks like for them to be so secretive, she doesn't understand why they needed to be inside just to go in. Is there something dangerous inside? She peeked at Kaneko's reaction, but she also has the same confusion. It's because we can't let you train unsupervised. Kasuk looked at them seriously. The techniques and skills that we are teaching you aren't the common ones and is dangerous to the user without proper guidance. It can even damage your soul if you're not careful, which is tricky to heal. That's why I also advise Koneko not to practice outside of the training ground. Aika knew that he was being careful with their well-being and she nodded at him with the same serious expression. Good. Now another reminder. Don't ever think that this is a means to escape. I'll make something different for that purpose in the future. I want a ring. I'll make some hair clips. Che. Stingy. Chapter 64, Training, Start. Since Aika-chan still doesn't know how to use magic, we'll have to use our original path to reach the training ground. Kasuk stood up and is getting ready to leave. Do I have to prepare something? Aika also stood up to follow Kasuk. Nothing really. Just make another call to your parents that you'll be coming home late tonight. Kasuk reminded her that she haven't called her parents since last night. I already did when you were still sleeping. I asked Auntie to speak with them so that I wouldn't have to deal with them. Aika remembered what happened earlier and couldn't help but avert her gaze from Kasuk. Did I miss something fun again? Kasuk noticed Aika's hesitation and he asked Koneko, who should have also woken up early. Her mother kept selling her daughter to Auntie, Koneko commented simply. Kasuk and Yoruichi imagined Sakura's expression while she avoids or divert the topic but was futile and ended up listening to Aika's mother's sales talk with an awkward expression. If your mother really wants to hold her grandson, you should probably start looking for a good man now. Hell no. Already found him. Even Aika is dumbfounded at her newfound courage, but she didn't hate it. With this, she can express herself more and do a lot of things she's previously afraid of. Unbeknown to everyone, not even Kasuk, inside Aika's inner world, 2 eggs are circling each other. Both of them have the same dull gray color until Ophis visited them yesterday and one of the eggs started to have black spots. If an intelligent dragon were to see Aika's behavior now, they'll be reminded of a dragon desiring of something. Kasuk didn't pursue what Aika just said as he would just dig deeper for himself. I'm starting to regret accepting her now, but it's not like I can take back words anymore as I already promised her, and I'm more interested in her becoming a Shinigami than her behavior. I'll get used to it in the future and by then, she might just give up. Too bad. He didn't know that when a dragon decided on something, it'll hard to change its mind, especially if it's regarding its desires. Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do. Kasuk walked out of the living room and Yoruichi transformed back to her cat form. The ring automatically adjusted itself to fit into her front right paw. Yoruichi then jumped to Kasuk's shoulder while he's leaving. Aika and Koneko wore their pendants and followed the two moving towards the candy shop. They went through the original path Kasuk has prepared, but that would only be for today as he can't feel the existence of the Grim Reapers roaming around even after some active scanning. When they reached the underground training area, Aika was gobsmacked at what she saw. Did you find this place or build it yourself? Built it myself, of course. I wouldn't find someone else to do this easy stuff. Easy stuff, you say? How the hell did you build something like this? With magic, obviously, Kasuk replied to her question. Magic is amazing. How long did it take to dig out all of this stuff? Aika is looking around the bleak scenery and couldn't help but admire it, as she would never think that they underground if she comes here normally. One day. One day. Teach me magic. I'll become rich through construction. Aika thought that even though Kasuk used magic and made things easier to dig, she still underestimated the power of magic. Koneko wasn't as shocked with the revelation, but still, a bit surprised nevertheless, as from what she heard, places like this made through the magic that is used for raiding games arena take several days to complete, and with the cooperation of multiple strong devils. To do this everything on his own in just one day has to be a big achievement. Well then, Yoruichi already knows how to train you too. I have something I have to accomplish, so I won't be joining you guys now. Kasuk faced them and said. You're leaving. Aika couldn't help but become nervous, as truthfully, in this group, she's only close to Kasuk. Don't worry about it. You'll only have one thought, or we start training and that awkwardness of yours will disappear. Yoruichi patted her shoulder in mock consolation. I'll achieve Zen and my training will become more effective. Aika nervously looked at Yoruichi and asked, but she has a very bad feeling about it. Yes, it'll improve your training efficiency and you'll only be able to think, if I don't run, I'm going to die. Yoruichi's smile grew weaker as Aika started to tremble. Aika tried to get away from Yoruichi's clutches but failed. Kasuk. Save me. But when she looked back, Kasuk is already nowhere to be found. He escaped. Aika-senpai. Koneko caught Aika's attention and she said, give up. As she shook her head. No-oh. She howled to the air. Ha ha ha. Since you've got the energy, let's start. And for starters, strip. Yoruichi laughed out loud at her misery and taken it as her being energetic. Yoruichi also instantly stripped her down to underwear. Kya. Aika crouched down when her body suddenly felt airy and noticed that she was already naked. I should have known. Since she's his lover, she should also be a pervert. Well then, run. Yoruichi released her Riatsu, which is incomparable from earlier, and pressed it on Aika. I'm going to die. Aika's pupils shrank and she started breathing heavily. She suddenly remembered Yoruichi's words. Run. Like some hypnotic words, Aika stood up like a newborn deer, but she was able to stand stably. Run. She then started to walk away from Yoruichi, already forgetting that she's only wearing her cute pink underwear. Run. Her walk started to speed up until it was already a jogging speed. If I don't run, I'm going to die. Her jogging pace turned into a full-blown sprint. I should have just continued my normal life. Aika slightly regretted her decision last night and earlier. After she thought that she was able to outrun Yoruichi, she slowly slows down. But before she could go back to her jogging pace, a bolt of a sudden lightning struck down just behind her, creating a large boom and almost ruptured Aika's eardrums. Strangely though, she could still hear Yoruichi's voice clearly. If you don't take this seriously, you might just really die. Kasuk already warned you about it last night. We wouldn't be half-ass with our methods if you chose to follow us. Then another lightning struck beside her, which scared the sh*t out of her, adding the pressure caused by Yoruichi's Riatsu. She's about to break into tears. But it surprised Yoruichi again when she managed to stop herself from bawling. This lass really have a big potential. Although Aika was able to stop herself from crying, she's still shouting at the top of her lungs. Nuu. Chapter 65, Senjutsu. Yoruichi is continuously applying pressure on Aika's body while she ran half-naked across the training ground. She wasn't just pressurizing Aika, she's also using a healing kiddo that restores her stamina and repairs muscle tissues so she can keep running. Yoruichi is not just training her stamina and muscle strength, she's giving Aika a close-to-death experience so that she can get used to it, that she won't freeze in face of a real life-or-death battle that she may encounter later. Although she won't push it to the point that Aika would be totally indifferent to the concept of death, as that would create more problems for herself. Yoruichi is also laying the groundwork for Aika to not to have any emotional distress and continue her top mental condition when in a fight or flight situation, even if her clothing was accidentally stripped. In other words, if there is a danger and she has to choose the most optimal and efficient movement for her to either evade, defend, or attack, she can let go of her shame of being naked. In short, Yoruichi is trying to make her not mind being an exhibitionist during a fight. Yoruichi only planned to this for 3 hours as she didn't want to overtax her mind, and she still has to learn how to sense mana and ki later, but she plans to extend this time every time her stamina improves. As Yoruichi pressed her Riatsu and sent some lightning strikes to Aika's vicinity, she faced Koneko. As for you, we'll continue what we are trying to do last time. Sit down and meditate. Gather all the ki you can and make it stay as long as possible inside your body while circulating it. Koneko sat down after laying down a mantle on the hard floor and releasing her true form. She followed Yoruichi's instruction and started gathering ki from her surroundings. It was easy for her at first, but it became harder and harder as the time passed because she's being saturated by ki and her body is starting to scream in pain due to a large amount of pressure building up inside her. After reaching the point if she continues taking in ki, she would explode and die in the process. She stopped and waited for Yoruichi's next instructions. Good. Now, even though you've taken all this ki, it isn't yours and it won't follow your commands aside from letting it circulate and move it around your body. Your next exercise is to locate and separate your original ki from ki that came from the outside. Yoruichi instructed next. I could have done that while outside ki is still in the low levels. Koneko thought, which Yoruichi somehow guessed through looking at Kaneko's expression. Indeed, you can do this easier if it's done earlier. But what you need is practice for energy manipulation. This will be a good exercise for you to control your inner ki and outer ki simultaneously regardless of how much of it is in your body. So that's how is it? Koneko nodded while her eyes still closed. You'll probably need a lot of time to get used to it, but I want you to at least do it within a few seconds until we move to the next lesson, which is taming that wild horse called outer ki for your own use. Yoruichi already did some research on senjutsu through Cleria's library. The information is limited but she and Kasuk understood the gist of it. Senjutsu is the power to control the flow of life energy or ki in living beings. Using it, one can strengthen both their internal and external bodies or even cause vegetation around them to bloom or wither. Senjutsu users are able to sense the ki and auras of others, thus letting them track targets from faraway distances. Through disrupting the ki of their opponent's ki or severing it, it is possible to cause direct damage to their spirit, and using this as an attack could result in killing their opponent. As such, there are very few ways to defend against senjutsu. The most basic method of learning senjutsu is through meditation by concentrating on their state of mind and to quietly release their own or inner ki as well as to sense the natural or outer ki of their surroundings. It is also the best way to develop one's skills in senjutsu. But Yoruichi and Kasuk were confused as to why senjutsu users are only utilizing their inner ki strengthen their bodies and to somehow control outer ki from the outside and not taking it in for their use. Both Yoruichi and Kasuk experimented with it and surprised at their findings. Using outer ki directly will cause the user to lose control of themselves and enter a berserk state. Now the two of them knew why nobody tries it, or maybe someone else had done it but lose any form of rationality from too much use. But Kasuk isn't discouraged, on the contrary, he felt ecstatic as the berserk state from using the outer ki is very similar to when a Shinigami or a hollow remove the boundaries on their Ryatsu and gaining the power of each other. Notably in Shinigami's case where they have to control their inner hollows to make full use of its power. Although the berserk state is a cause for concern, it wasn't able to stop Yoruichi and Kasuk to pass this method to Koneko as they will help her control it. It's a small price compared to the power she will gain, and Koneko trusted both of them, so she accepted and agreed on learning it when Kasuk proposed it to her. The senjutsu skill that Koneko will learn is to draw the outer ki inside of them, blending it with their own inner ki. This adds a new dimension of power to the practitioner's ki, resulting in the creation of a more powerful ki that is very close to nature. After 3 hours has passed, Yoruichi stopped tormenting Aika, and Aika regained her bearing. Remembering the traumatic experience earlier, she started shouting obscenities which dumbfounded both Yoruichi and Koneko, making the former laugh out loud. As Yoruichi is teaching Aika how to sense mana and ki, and Koneko has some success with her training, all of them felt a sudden pressure that came from the distance. Yoruichi snapped her head towards the place where a massive amount of Ryatsu was being released. She knew that something has gone wrong. Kasuk. Chapter 66, Benihime. Going back in time, Kasuk left Yoruichi and the rest to do his own thing. He went to the center of the training ground where there is a wide clearing. Kasuk looked around and took out 6 black poles. They are 3 meters tall and 1 inch thick. There are also various inscriptions along its surface which gives it a mysterious feeling. Kasuk drove the poles to the ground one by one with only 1 meter left on the surface. After he was done, the poles created a hexagonal shape with 3 meters distance from the adjacent poles. He then went to the center and touched the ground with his palms to release his Ryatsu. 6 Ryatsu strands were formed and it traveled through the ground towards the 6 poles, lighting up the inscriptions on it with a blue hue. From the poles, a line of light ascended 10 meters. Those lines connected to each adjacent line and a thin film of the blue transparent screen on top and in between the lines, creating a hexacylindrical barrier. Kasuk put up this barrier just in case something undesirable happens, as it'll stop the shock generated from the inside to the outside surroundings. It was also made so that Yoruichi can power it up with her Ryatsu from the outside, essentially trapping him inside the barrier. This will do. Kasuk then proceeds to sit cross-legged and took out Benihime in her cane form, placing it on his lap. Closing his eyes, he meditates for 10 minutes to empty his mind before focusing his attention on his energy reserves, which are a mixture of his Ryoryoku and mana with ki on the side not interacting with the two. Kasuk willed the mixture to stop circulating and pulled it at the center of his body. He inspected it for a while to see anything different from the past but didn't find any changes aside from its volume, which increased several folds compared to his childhood. If compared to his Ryuryoku in his past life, it's thrice as large, so he can already fully activated the Hogyoku if he wants to, but if compared to Aizen's, it wouldn't even reach half. Although Kasuk will also reach his level eventually as the Hogyoku keeps nourishing his Ryuryoku as time goes by in its half-awake state. Having examined it enough, Kasuk then proceeds to separate it bit by bit. Separating it is like unmixing a mixed paint. So it's almost impossible to do it with an insane amount of control like Kasuk and Yoruichi has. Although they couldn't have mixed it in the first place without that much control to their energy. As he is doing this, Kasuk can feel his physical body weakening with the soul body separating from it. It took him about 3 hours to finish the whole process. When he was done, his physical body is just as strong as a middle-class devil, but that is still without using his ki, although he won't be able to use most of his Shinigami abilities. He didn't wait for any further and started fusing his Ryuryoku and ki. As he expected, it's a lot easier and less complicated to fuse the two as they are very compatible, though it still needed the same amount of control as before. Everything is going smoothly. Kasuk even entered a trance state of mind and is automatically completing the task. At this rate, he can completely fuse the two in another 3 hours, but that didn't happen as he was suddenly pulled to his inner world, although thanks to his trance, his body is still doing the work without his intervention. Kasuk opened his eyes and immediately saw a familiar Japanese castle. The castle is a flatland castle very similar to Matsumoto Castle in Nagano Prefecture, but instead of the black exterior, it's sporting a blood-red exterior, and if it appears in the real world, it would be dubbed as a blood castle. He didn't look at it for long and turned his attention to the surroundings. It's still the same, a world with no visible end and in perpetual sunset. The ground is submerged under 3 inches deep crimson water. There are no other features aside from the castle. Kasuk sighed and spoke out loud, "Beneheim-chan, can't you let me do my thing in peace?" A beautiful voice replied to his query, "This is a good chance. I just can't let it go." Kasuk turned around and saw a woman with pale white skin, black eyes, and hair braided and arranged in loops on her head, wearing a red kimono with a black sash that complements her beauty greatly. This is Beneheim. But Kasuk didn't care about her appearance and more interested at what she wants to do, a chance for what? She chuckled and answered his question, "Fufufu. You should already know. Want to kill me again?" Kasuk said in an exasperated voice. "Yep. And Beneheim's smile grew larger. She then took out a sleek, medium-sized sword and slashed it towards Kasuk. Kasuk parried it with the same sword. They exchanged few more sword strikes with sounds of metals clashing so loud that you wouldn't expect it coming from swords striking each other. On their last clash, both of them fired off a destructive crimson-colored energy blast that created a large explosion, sending both of them away from each other. Strangely enough, there was no damage on the ground and the explosion only splashed some amount of crimson water around. One of my biggest regrets after unlocking my hollow powers is that you became more unreasonable and radical in your ways. Kasuk adjusted his stance, aiming his blade towards Beneheim. Kasuk can't use much of his abilities as although fusing his Ryuryoku and ki doesn't need his full attention, he still needs to dedicate some of it for its completion. As for why he didn't stop the process yet, it's because he would need all of his focus to safely stop, or else, his body might just explode and die. But he knew Beneheim wouldn't give him a chance to stop. Kasuk really wished that Beneheim won't interfere with the fusing as she didn't do so when the first time he did it. Kasuk also didn't want to fight her because he can only do so with skills, and planning ahead is almost useless as he can't use any items or Kidu. Every time they battle, it's always a close call for him. I'll have to thank you for that. It really feels like I gained freedom. Beneheim replied to him happily. Chapter 67, The Fight. Loud clashes of metals and explosion rang throughout the world submerged in blood like water. Kasuk and Beneheim have been battling for about an hour now and there's yet clear winner from the two. It really feels like fighting my own doppelganger. I'm better when it comes to energy manipulation, but she can always use her blade more versatile than me. Kasuk thought to himself as he takes a breather to analyze his situation, I hate fights like this. He added in his mind. What? Thinking of a way out again? Beneheim smiled at him and spoke. Isn't that obvious? You know that I'm not a big fan of situations like this. Kasuk refocused on Beneheim, are you trying to kill me for progress again? Yep. If only you would use that head of yours to reach that state. Beneheim dashed towards Kasuk and resumed slashing at him. Kasuk continued to parry and return her attacks, progress. What a vague word. Isn't it about time you tell me what you want? After being sent flying away by Kasuk's parry, Beneheim flipped in the air and reoriented herself and sent waves and waves of crimson-colored energy to Kasuk, attempting to drown him with her attacks, you should already know. Kasuk used flash steps to repeatedly dodge the crimson-colored destructions. The most stupid thing to do is to guess what a woman wants. You see me as a woman. How funny. Beneheim didn't let up even after she landed on the ground. It's true that I shaped you with my soul, but you're still a separate entity from me. If you took the form of a woman, then you're a woman, as simple as that. Kasuk used flash step to close their distance and the two engage in another sword fight. Heh. Fair enough. Since you didn't want to guess, let me ask you this. What is the most important thing for you? Of course, this is disregarding other people. Beniheim's sword dance is so graceful that her sword is like another finger in her hand as opposed to Kasuk's very practical sword style that leaves his opponents in distress because of his apparent precognition. That would obviously self-preservation. Kasuk spoke in between their clashes as he thinks and calculate the way to end this battle without exposing himself to danger. Are you kidding me? That only comes as second. You would even use your own body to pursue knowledge. Beniheim tried to pierce Kasuk's head with her sword. Kasuk tilted his head to the side to dodge and do a counterattack, but he felt something wrong. From the tip of Beniheim's sword, a crimson-colored energy blade in the shape of a scythe suddenly extended. Beniheim pulled her sword back and tried to lop off Kasuk's head. Kasuk was able to dodge by ducking and flipping forward to drop an axe kick on her. Beniheim blocked it with her arm, but another leg came towards her stomach. She managed to block it with her sword but was sent flying away again. That was close. I didn't know she can do that. She really has some tricks on her sleeves. Kasuk has cold sweat flowing down on his back. Beniheim-chan, teach me that one. It looks cool and convenient. Since you already saw it once, you can learn it yourself. Beniheim landed gracefully at the distance and didn't continue attacking. Kasuk smiled and said, "You're right." Kasuk relaxed for a bit to recover his mental fortitude. So, what does it have to do with what you want in my pursuit of knowledge? As you said, you shaped me with your soul and I inherited that trait from you. But instead of knowledge, I only want the next level. Beniheim also didn't move and just talk. I see. But you know that I won't be able to achieve that just by myself. Kasuk is already sure of what she really wants. Fufufu. I'm helping you right now. By pushing you to the brink of death, you may be able to show it to me. Beniheim slowly walks towards Kasuk. Kasuk mouths twitches and asks, I do need your help with that, but don't you have any other way? And besides, if you successfully kill me, then you would also perish. Beniheim nodded in agreement. Right, if I kill you, I'll also disappear. But as I just said, I'm like you and only put my self-preservation second. If you can pull out my true blade with this, then I would be happy. Although if you fail and die, I can just call it bad luck. And I don't have any other way than to do this. You don't actively pursue it after all. Kasuk let out a derisive laugh. How radical. And readied his sword for another clash. Are you sure that you still want to waste time? Beniheim slowly sped up her walking pace, turning it into a run. What do you mean? Kasuk's expression turned serious as he has a bad feeling taking over him. As we are fighting, the hollow, you are also rampaging. Beniheim is just 15 meters away from Kasuk now. Your precious cat is already quite beaten up. When Kasuk heard this, his mind went blank for an instant and an unquenchable rage filled him. Kasuk didn't say anything else, used flash step to close the distance between him and Beniheim. Beniheim already expected that he would lose his cool at her statement, so she slashes down her sword even before Kasuk appeared in front of her. But what she didn't expect is that he wouldn't make any effort to dodge and just let the sword cleave from his right shoulder to his solar plexus. Because of this unexpected outcome, Beniheim blanked out for a moment, but that moment is enough for Kasuk to pierce her heart. Beniheim stared at Beniheim, that is impaling her with a complicated expression. You've changed. To think that you would resolve yourself to die just because someone else is in danger of being killed. I couldn't have expected it from someone as unfeeling as you. It's a welcome change. I regret nothing. Kasuk replied with a tranquil smile. Beniheim also smiled at him and closed her eyes. Is that so? To be perfectly honest, I'm jealous. You don't have to. You'll be connected to me forever even if you want it or not. You have a point. At this time, Beniheim is slowly turning into ash starting from her feet. Remember this, if you don't actively reach that state, I won't stop doing this. At least propose a plan for me. Before she completely disappeared, she left such words. I have to rush my research on sacred gears. Kasuk has such thoughts before the entire world collapsed and he returned to his body. Chapter 68, The Rampaging Kasuk. Yoruichi suddenly Kasuk's rampaging Riatsu and knew something just went wrong. Koneko and Aika also felt something very oppressive is pressuring them. What is that? Yoruichi-san. Are you still pressuring me? Aika cried out loud and looked at Yoruichi. Koneko stayed silent and also looked at Yoruichi. She guessed something was wrong from seeing Yoruichi's facial expression. You two leave the training grounds now. Yoruichi didn't look at them, continued to confirm the Riatsu Kasuk is releasing, no doubt. This is a hollow's Riatsu. No. Something happened to Kasuk-senpai, right? Please take me with you. Koneko shook her head in refusal and raised her voice towards Yoruichi. What? Kasuk. Did something happen to Kasuk? What is it? Are you going somewhere? If that's the case, please also take me with you. Aika reacted at Kaneko's words and looked back and forth between Koneko and Yoruichi. If something really happened to Kasuk, she naively thought that maybe she could be some help. No, it's too dangerous. Kasuk probably lost control of his powers and on a rampage spree. Yoruichi didn't want to take both of them, but she's also conflicted as she wants to show them someone who lost control of themselves due to their powers, especially the both of them are bound to go through it too. It's Kasuk-senpai we are talking about here. He probably already predicted this and set some necessary safety precautions. Koneko reminded Yoruichi of Kasuk's personality. She also really wants to see how someone loses control of themselves, as there might be some truth to her big sister's rampage due to the use of senjutsu even if it is for her little sister's protection. Koneko thought that her mind was clouded at that time and she could have made a better decision for both of them. Although because of that, she met Rias, her peerage, and Kasuk, along with Yoruichi who is helping her gain strength, so she regrets nothing. Yoruichi might have been too worried about Kasuk and didn't think of that. She gets hold of herself and said, fine. But be ready to use those pendants to get out of here when things get dicey. And both of you can only watch from the distance. Am I clear? Yes, Koneko affirmed. Aika is fidgeting while watching them converse. After they were done, she immediately suggested, shouldn't we hurry? If I can do something to help, I'll do it. You can't do anything as you are now. Be a good girl and follow Kaneko's lead. Also, remember that you may also experience what is happening to Kasuk right now, and you can't back out anymore. Aika swallowed her saliva and she heard what Yoruichi said. Yoruichi then proceeds to put the two of them on her shoulder and used flash step to arrive on an elevated rock 50 meters away from the barrier Kasuk put up earlier. Yoruichi then left the two of them there and approached the barrier to strengthen it further. Aika and Koneko saw Kasuk's current state behind a hexagonal barrier and was shocked. Kasuk is howling to the air with his arms wide open, but this isn't what shocked Aika and Koneko, it's the white matter that's slowly enveloping his whole face and is forming a bone-like mask. Kasuk's eyes also turned strange as his sclera turned pitch black and his pupils turned it a glowing green color. But what worries them the most is the big hole in the middle of his chest where another batch of white matter comes from and slowly consuming Kasuk. What's this? Aika asked Koneko who is beside her clutching the pendant they received from him earlier. Aika is feeling overwhelmed as this is the most supernatural thing she saw since yesterday. Is he turning into a monster? Yoruichi-san said that I will also go through this. I so wanna quit. But is he in pain? He started banging the floor now. I don't know. It's also my first time seeing Kasuk-senpai like this. Koneko replied to Aika's question, but she is also asking herself, how can he stay alive even with that giant hole in his chest? Please be safe, senpai. I still want to learn a lot of things from you. And you still have to help me spank that big sister of mine if I'm still weaker than her when we meet. They can all feel minute shaking throughout the training ground as Kasuk smashes the floor with his fist like a baby throwing a tantrum. Since the floor or ground inside the barrier is also strengthened by the barrier, there are only shallow potholes created with Kasuk's monstrous tantrum. Aika and Koneko saw Yoruichi do some kind of gesture on the surface of the barrier and a small entrance opened allowing her to come in. The barrier won't hold up for too long if he keeps rampaging like that. I have to divert his attention to me so he won't damage the barrier any further. Yoruichi slowly walks towards Kasuk's position and pointed her index finger to Kasuk to cast a Kidu, Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudu number 61, Rikujukuru, 6 rods of prison light. 6 thin, but wide beams of light appeared around the rampaging Kasuk and slammed his midsection holding him in place. Even though only his midsection was hit, he can't move his whole body and what he can only do is howl and shake. But Yoruichi knew that this wouldn't last long and she continued casting while pointing her palm towards the immobilized Kasuk, Bakuda number 62, High Apparankin, 100-step fence. From Yoruichi's palm, a rod formed of energy is thrown towards Kasuk before it disintegrates into numerous short rods which impaled his limbs making it harder for him to move and sealing him further. Yoruichi wasn't satisfied so she used another Kidu, Bakuda number 63, Sajusabaku, Ethereal Binding Chain. Yoruichi closes her hand into a fist and calls forth yellow energy, taking a form of very thick rope, which binds the upper body of Kasuk. Aika and Koneko who are watching from the distance are awestruck. That's magic. That's so cool. Aika's eyes were shining forgetting the current situation. That's indeed magic. But like Kasuk-senpai's, Yoruichi's magic is also weird. Koneko commented when she saw Yoruichi's binding spells. Weird. How weird? I've seen others cast magic and each spell is accompanied by a magic circle which defines its logic. I never saw magic which doesn't need a magic circle aside from those simplest of spells, innate magic or bloodline magic. But what they are doing isn't any of those, I'm pretty sure. I don't really understand, but we'll also learn it right. Yes. Kasuk-senpai already taught me some but I still can't do it. Look. Yoruichi-san isn't done yet. Aika interrupted Koneko's contemplation as she saw Yoruichi's new movements. Yoruichi clasps her hands and started reciting another kidu, walls of iron sand, 5 small yellow orbs with skinny tails emerge from between her clasped hands, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. The orbs move above Yoruichi's head before forming a circle of 5. Raising her clasped hands above their head, Yoruichi slams them downward, sending the orbs into the ground, standing upright, silent to the end. As a bright light is generated in the sky above Kasuk, 5 tall and thick pillars, which are connected to each other by chains appeared, Bakuda number 75, Gochuteken, 5-pillared iron weights. Pinning Kasuk to the ground. Chapter 69, The Rampaging Kasuk Part 2. Did she just drop 5 gigantic pillars on Kasuk? Is she trying to turn him into paste? Aika is gobsmacked at the turn of events. She is worried that Kasuk was killed with that move just now. Kasuk-senpai is very sturdy. I think she's just trying to stop him from moving. Koneko saw through Yoruichi's intention, but she's still pretty worried about her senpai that hasn't moved for a while now. Both of them are very nervous at Kasuk's situation and wants to approach the barrier as there are no movements from both Yoruichi and Kasuk. But as they are about to leave their position, Yoruichi suddenly kicked the ground and jumped back to gain some distance from Kasuk. Aika and Koneko were confused at Yoruichi's reaction but chose to stay silent and watch unmoving. After a few seconds since Yoruichi moved back, the 5 giant pillars that are pinning Kasuk to the ground suddenly started shaking. The first few seconds were just minute movements, but after a minute or two, the pillars started to crack and shake more fiercely. Soon after, the pillars were sent upwards with Kasuk's roar disintegrating it in the process. TCH. Yoruichi clicked her tongue, but she already expected this to happen, though not as fast. I knew that my kiddo won't seal him for long, but this is still too short. Sealing isn't easy for me without my artifacts from my clan. I would just be wasting my Riatsu if I repeatedly do that, and he kept getting stronger as time passes by. Is the fusion of Ki and Ryoryoku still ongoing and strengthening him? I guess I can only trade blows with him. Kasuk's appearance is already mostly covered by the white matter, which doubled his size and made him look like a bodybuilder. A lizard-like tail appeared behind him along with spikes protruding from various parts of his body. Dark green tattoos also started appearing all over his body, originating from the hole in his chest. His overall appearance would instantly think that he's a monster that came out of a fantasy book. The only way to distinguish him is his light blonde hair and his usual attire that is already mostly destroyed. Aika and Koneko felt scared at Kasuk's appearance. Although his physical appearance isn't the stuff of the nightmares, the very aura he is exuding right now terrifying, especially to Aika, who isn't used to these things. She already sat down, trembling, and couldn't speak. Koneko is faring better, but she also couldn't move from her place. Koneko bit her lips and trail of blood flowed down from her mouth, but she was able to regain her composure, even if it's just a little bit. She clutches her pendant and went behind Aika, who is about to lose her consciousness, injecting a bit of her ki to calm Aika. Although it isn't as effective Kasuk's spell, it's still very much needed for Aika's current state. Aika looked behind her, having calmed down a bit, and saw Koneko's determined expression and the trail of blood from biting her lips. Aika woke up from that sight. This isn't good. Inside Aika's inner world, the black spotted egg suddenly rotated rapidly, giving off strange energy that helped to calm Aika's mind further. Aika thought that it was just Koneko's ki that helped her calm down. Thank you. She stood up and dusted herself, putting her hand on the pendant. After she's done, is that Kasuk? Is he going to be all right? Koneko returned her attention to the 2 figures that started to trade blows, shaking the barrier along with the whole training ground. This is the first time she saw Yoruichi wore a very serious expression and knew that Kasuk isn't in a good position. I don't know, but Yoruichi will do something about it, as it looks like this isn't the first time she saw something like this. Are they really the same age as us? How can Yoruichi-san take that aura coming from Kasuk in a stride? I don't know how it feels when you're in front lines of a bloody war, but maybe it's almost the same from the terrifying aura that makes you think you're about to die that Kasuk is emitting. Aika's hands are still trembling even though she recovered and asked a bunch of questions that Koneko can't answer. She can't even comment on the flashy battle happening in front of her as she kept thinking about Kasuk's pressure. All I can say is that they couldn't have attained that kind of power by just peacefully leaving. Koneko shook her head and stared at Yoruichi's figure, who's flashing in and out of existence, and Kasuk wildly swing his sword while roaring. Yoruichi is maneuvering around Kasuk and sending out kicks and punches on Kasuk's body, but the most it can do is leave some cracks on his ivory body, which instantly regenerates. This won't do. His body is too sturdy that I can't leave any long-lasting damage. His Riatsu is also on the rise, which increases his defense further. Although I'm doing a good job buying time, if I can't stop his momentum, he would sooner or later overpower me. I have to somehow disable him, maybe to the point of almost death. He'll recover easily anyway. Shunko, lightning. Yoruichi, her orange overshirt disintegrates, leaving only her black, backless, sleeveless undershirt and lightning dancing around her. She raised her Riatsu further, forming a pair of lightning wings generated from her back. Aika and Koneko were, of course, awestruck at Yoruichi's sudden outburst. So cool, Aika muttered absent-mindedly and Koneko nodded in agreement and balled her fist, I'll able to do something similar in the future. Yoruichi didn't wait further and rushed towards Kasuk and jumped upwards, positioning him just below her, Ryoyukin, Thunder King fist. She sent a series of ultra-high-speed punches clad in lightning delivered using both of her arms. The ground was completely destroyed, leaving Kasuk underneath it. The barrier is also mostly destroyed and Yoruichi retreated to repair the barrier. She deactivated Shunko and took a deep breath while repairing the cracks on the barrier. Yoruichi never let her focus leave Kasuk, but she still underestimated him, as while she was busy repairing the barrier, Kasuk suddenly used Sonido to appear beside her without waiting for his wounds to heal. Kasuk's body is cracking all over and half of his mask was destroyed, revealing his face devoid of any emotion other than rage. Yoruichi was able to react in time and used Takatsu, single bone, a Hakuda technique to hit him in his abdomen, sending him away with the almost destroyed stomach. But Yoruichi felt something wrong when she landed her punch, and she was right. Kasuk used a variant of Sonido, Gemellos Sonido, sound twins, creating clone-like afterimages, and Yoruichi precisely hit Kasuk's afterimage and the real him is already behind her, blasting her with crimson-colored energy, leaving a large wound behind her and sending her away like a meteor. Before Yoruichi hit the wall of the restored barrier, however, Kasuk appeared in front of her again with another use of Sonido and grabbed her neck. Yoruichi grimaced in pain and tried to pry open his hand, but with no avail. She couldn't gather her Ryatsu as she still felt groggy from the blast earlier. She saw that Kasuk started charging her dark green Siro, hollow flash, from his mouth. I'm going to die if that hits me. Chapter 70, The Rampaging Kasuk Part 3. Yoruichi-san. Aika and Koneko shouted, seeing Yoruichi in grave danger. They weren't able to keep up with the sudden switch in the situation. Koneko used her mostly complete flash step towards the barrier. Seeing Koneko disappearing from her side and appearing halfway the distance from the barrier, Aika ran with all her might to catch up. Koneko couldn't use flash step in quick successions, so she ran the rest of the distance, reaching the barrier. She already returned to her true form with a pair of white cat ears and 2 white tails. Koneko put up the stance she learned from Yoruichi and used all her might with ki to punch the wall of the barrier, but the barrier only shook a little, with most of her force disappearing with the ripples on the surface. Koneko didn't give up and kept repeating what she is doing to the point that the veins in her thin arms are about to explode due to overexerting herself. Aika also reached the barrier after some time, but she didn't know what to do. She wanted to stop Koneko from obviously hurting herself, but she knew that what she is doing is their only chance of opening this wall without assistance from both Kasuk and Yoruichi. Yoruichi saw what they are doing and was angry. You blasted fools. Stop messing around and escape now. She's still trying to pry open Kasuk's hand while also trying to control her Ryatsu, but would still take some time. It is unknown whether she can escape from his grasp before being blasted by a supercharged Siro. No. I can't leave you nor Kasuk-senpai behind. Koneko adamantly refused and kept punching the transparent wall while gritting her teeth. Some of the veins in her arms were already ruptured and the blood splashes around as she swings her tiny fists. Aika, who didn't know what to do, decided to drag Koneko away after seeing the relatively undamaged barrier and her almost broken arms. Tuju-san. Stop. Let's leave. We can't do anything. We'll only hold back Yoruichi-san. And we still have to warn Sakura-san about what's happening. We're under the ground of the candy shop, remember? Aika hugged Kaneko's waist and tried to drag her back but failed to even move the hulking cat. Koneko. Listen to Aika and leave. You can't break the barrier with just the 2 of you. I can survive, but after he's done with me, you 2 wouldn't even have a chance to activate your pendants. Yoruichi was able to focus to activate her Shunko partially, but that is still not enough to let her escape. Koneko still wouldn't budge. She opts to stay silent and just continued bashing the barrier while her tears are flowing down her face. It is unknown whether it's from pain or desperation. Yoruichi is kicking Kasuk's head to somehow change the trajectory of the Siro, but it was like a statue that wouldn't budge. Until finally, the hollowified Kasuk finished charging his ball of pure destruction. All of them noticed this change. Yoruichi-san. Both Aika and Koneko shouted on top of their lungs. Kasuk tightened his hand on Yoruichi's neck. Yoruichi grimaced in pain and reached out her arm towards Kasuk. Ki, Sudaku. At the last moment, before Kasuk's Siro discharge, a trace of rationality returned to his eyes. Understanding the situation at hand, Kasuk turned his head slightly to the right. The wave of destruction just passes 1 centimeter to the left of Yoruichi's head. The beam of dark green light hit the walls of the training ground in no time and instantly went through it. The Siro punched a large hole 100 meters across through many barriers, protecting the training grounds from outside interferences like they weren't even there. What's only left is the molten lava from the rock wall and the scenery outside of the training ground, which is a mix of colors that would be impossible to find in the real world. Aika and Koneko were shocked at the enormous destruction that the laser from Kasuk did. Koneko was in even more shock as she saw the scenery behind and muttered loudly, the dimensional gap. But her focus didn't stay too long from that and she ran towards the hole that was created after Kasuk's attack. She couldn't use Flash Step anymore as her ki reserves are almost depleted. Yoruichi-san. Kasuk-senpai. Aika also followed Koneko but not as fast as her. She's still staring vigilantly at Kasuk and trying to gauge the danger before approaching. The oppressive aura that's coming from him has completely disappeared, and the ivory-like material that's covering his entire body is slowly disintegrating. Is it safe now? Yoruichi is staring straight to Kasuk's eyes as he slowly let go of her neck. The hole in his chest closed and his bulky body is slowly dropping to the ground and reducing to ashes. Yoruichi finally saw his whole face filled with complicated emotions. I'm sorry. Are Kasuk's first words addressed to Yoruichi after he regained his sanity. Seeing her in a bad shape and the mark around her neck where his hand is formerly gripping, Kasuk approached and hugged her softly, taking care not to worsen the wound on her back. Partially activating the Hugyoku, Kasuk let her borrow some of his regeneration ability. He learned to this after years of studying the Hugyoku and precisely controlling the strange energy coming from it. I'm sorry. He repeated his words and whispered it to Yoruichi's left ear. His voice contained self-loathing, worrying, dejected and loving tones. Kasuk ignored the other two who are calling out to him in worry and solely focused on Yoruichi and sharing his regenerative ability. Yoruichi returned his hug and also whispered to his right ear, "It's okay. Welcome back." Her voice, contrary to Kasuk's, contains relief and gladness, but also like Kasuk's, a loving tone. Ah. I'm back. Kasuk closed his eyes and fell asleep, but he kept the Hugyoku activated and didn't separate from Yoruichi. He's even more tired than both Yoruichi and Koneko as his mind is also damaged from Beneheim's last attack. Kasuk's body is also a mess. Even though he successfully fused his ki and Ryoryoku, it looks like a dumpster and needs fixing, but he can't do that now. Yoruichi laid him down to her lap and just let him sleep. She could have brought him to the healing hot spring, but she didn't know how it would affect him at his current situation, so Yoruichi opts to not move him any further and just wait for him to heal sufficiently. Chapter 71, Another Visitor. Seeing the peaceful look of both Yoruichi and the sleeping Kasuk on her lap, Aika and Koneko slowly approached them. How are you and Kasuk-senpai, Yoruichi-san? Koneko crouched down to examine Kasuk and Yoruichi, especially the large wound on her back. We got a new member that can heal. Do you want me to call her? She continued. It's fine. Take a closer look. Yoruichi didn't look at her and just caresses Kasuk's pale blonde hair with a gentle smile on her face. I'll have to scold them later. If they're in Onmitsukido, stealth force, they would have been kicked out with heavy punishments. Aika and Koneko followed her words and looked at her at the large wound on her back. The edges of the wound are slowly moving inside, leaving only pure and unblemished skin. It's healing so fast. Aika shouted in disbelief and a few seconds later, sighed in relief along with Koneko. I guess everything is settled. They sat down near Yoruichi and Kasuk and waited for him to wake up. Once Yoruichi regained her full control of her Riatsu, she took out 4 throwing knives with complicated inscriptions on their handles. The 2 spectators were disturbed again as they thought something has come up again. Yoruichi ignored the 2's questioning gaze as she charges the knives with her Riatsu. When the knives are fully charged, without looking back, she threw them towards the hole on the wall of the training ground that Kasuk created with his Siro, which unknowingly expanded to 150 meters across the short time they weren't looking. The dimensional gap is slowly eating the training ground from the outside because of the barriers being broken, although not entirely, as they're still keeping the whole training ground from disintegrating. The knives are traveling together at very fast speeds, and halfway through their destination, they separated into 4 different directions and hit 4 corners around the hole. A line of light connected them and conjuring another transparent wall of light, covering the entire hole and effectively stopping it from getting bigger. Amazing. There are so many tricks that you know. Anyways, why does the outside look like a kaleidoscope world? Is that a barrier too? Aika was awestruck and voiced out her curiosity. That's not a barrier. That's the dimensional gap. Koneko was the one who answered her question and asks another one to Yoruichi, whose wound is almost fully healed. The training ground is in dimensional gap. Yoruichi looked at them for the first time and nodded at Koneko. You're right. This place is in dimensional gap. Since young, Kasuk goes overboard with his secrets. He gave you a false impression that this is underground, as he calls this, the secret underground training ground, but in reality, he stabilized a piece of space inside the dimensional gap to serve as location of this place and placed various barriers to hide its existence, as he doesn't know if some other being is traveling within this gap, but he assumed that there is. Well, it's not like anyone can find this place, as according to Kasuk, the dimensional gap space's rules are messed up and the only thing working properly is the temporal dimension. You have to deliberately look for this place to find it. Koneko looked down on contemplation, but Aika didn't understand what they are talking about, obviously. Wait, what is this dimensional gap? You can think of it as space separating many worlds where the supernatural things in a normal human's point of view reside. Yoruichi answered her question patiently. This free time can serve as lecture time for Aika. Many worlds where supernatural things reside. You mean those devils and angels have their own worlds? Yes. They are called Underworld 4 devils and fallen angels and Heavens 4 angels. These two are the largest worlds as they exceed Earth in size for who knows how many times. That's according to some books that are available to us. Kasuk can't confirm this and wants more records of this topic. That's where the bet with the Stuko president comes in. She's an Ojusama after all and would have access to certain topics that aren't available for the public. That makes sense. I thought that those beings were just blending with humans to live. It's amazing that they haven't invaded the Earth yet if they have this kind of power. Aika looked back at the hole that Kasuk created and muttered. It's not like they don't want to, it's just that there are too many factions that would fight for it and will only end up destroying themselves and the Earth in the process. They don't want that to happen as Earth is a very special existence because all other worlds are somehow connected to it as serves as the transport hub for them. And we don't know why that is the case. But we're sure of one thing, outer space doesn't exist in any other worlds. Outer space. Only Earth has access to the universe. That pretty cool. So, have you gone to anywhere besides the Earth for you to know all of this? Yep. We sneaked to the underworld to have some fun in the past. Yoruichi's smile grew bigger as she remembers the past. Please take me with you to play if you're going there again. One more thing, what do you mean when you said that the space rules and dimensional gap are messed up? It means that direction doesn't exist. You can move around but you don't know which way is left, right, up and down as you can't designate anything as a point of reference. Distance is also non-existent because you can travel as far as you can but still not move from your place. It's hard for me to imagine how that works. Can I try going there? Aika faced the hole and asks. If you want to disintegrate to nothing, then you're free to try. That place is more merciless than outer space. Aika scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm just joking. Aika continued to ask more questions and Yoruichi patiently answered her and sometimes Koneko would chime in. 15 minutes into their discussions, Yoruichi's eyes suddenly grew wide open and Kasuk was woken up from his stupor and hurriedly got up. The both of them stared at the hole that leads to dimensional gap. Aika and Koneko were both happy that Kasuk already woke up but saw something wrong at their expression as they have a very serious one that they don't often have. Both of them also stared at the hole to see what's going on and what they saw scared the hell out of Aika again. A giant flying Liz. Aika exclaimed but Koneko was able to shut her mouth with her hands before she completed her sentence. Chapter 72, A Cute Dragon. A giant flying Liz. Aika-senpai, shut up for a moment, Koneko whispered to her ear as she covers her mouth. Yoruichi and Kasuk turned their heads on Aika with their mouths twitching but didn't say anything. They then refocused their attention to the gigantic red dragon that is flying to their position. The dragon is a massive red western dragon with a horn on his snout and has 2 sets of wings. His overall length measures around 100 meters. Hey, Kasuk. Yoruichi opened her mouth and asks. Are the boss encounters this common? Just last night, a dragon in a form of gothic Lolita that can be regarded as the strongest we've ever seen visited us. Now we caught the attention of another one of the same level. Are we really that eye-catchy for these guys? Yoruichi asks in an exasperated voice. She also wants to do a facepalm but stopped herself as she can't lose focus now. Maybe our power system is just that eccentric for them. Or maybe it caught sight of my Zero and got curious. Anyways, Koneko, Aika, when I say leave, teleport back to shop with your pendants. I and Yoruichi will also follow behind but don't move, for now, it isn't hostile yet. Kasuk answered Yoruichi's question with more of his questions and gave instructions to Koneko and Aika. Koneko already separated from Aika and they nodded silently while also staring at the big dragon. The red dragon approaches the hole and stared at the 4 of them. Kasuk and Yoruichi increased their vigilance as the dragon's gaze passed through them. The dragon kept staring at them for a minute and 2 when Kasuk noticed something. Due to its large size and reptilian eyes, he couldn't easily pinpoint its focus in a short amount of time, but now he's sure that most of its attention is on Kasuk and Aika. It's understandable if it's just me or Yoruichi, but Aika. Wait. Aika also caught Opha's attention, maybe it's related to her sacred gear too. Damn it, my senses are still in mess and I can't gauge the dragon's soul accurately. And it isn't even trying to hide it either. The dragon saw Kasuk's expression something change in its eyes. If not for his very powerful observation skills, Kasuk wouldn't have noticed it. It's gloating. What did you just say? Yoruichi thought that she heard him wrong as his words don't match the situation at all. I said that it's gloating while looking at me. No, more like it is showing off. I also can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Its demeanor also doesn't match its appearance and power level like Opha's-chan. Kasuk unconsciously rubbed his eyes, but what he saw didn't change, seriously. It looks cool. Aika muttered, but that level of volume is enough for the dragon to hear. Kasuk noticed the subtle action of raising its chin a little. Oh. It likes your compliment. Really? Aika also felt a bit shocked. Tough on the outside but cute in the inside. Yoruichi couldn't help but say. Hey. Kasuk felt helpless after hearing his partner and is getting ready to escape. I hope it doesn't follow us to the human world. The dragon also heard her and snorted. The snort took a form of a large shockwave that broke the temporary barrier the Yoruichi put up with 4 knives and almost lifted all of them into the air. Kasuk was about to give his signal to escape but halted as he saw the dragon ignore Yoruichi and didn't have any further action. Now the dragon is just staring at Aika and it's unknown what it is thinking, although only Kasuk can tell this and Yoruichi to some extent. Aika can also somehow tell that the red dragon is staring at her as she suddenly left something squirming inside her and lock eyes with it. Kasuk's mind is trying to calculate the things he could do and gain and just chose to wait and see. Another few seconds of silence prevailed and the tension increased. The silence was broken when Kasuk, Yoruichi, and Koneko noticed a ball of red light 10 centimeters across suddenly manifested in front of its snout. The ball of light suddenly shoots out and traveled to Aika's direction. Koneko and Yoruichi wanted to block it for her but Kasuk stopped them. Both of them were flabbergasted at Kasuk and looked at him smiling. They decided to just trust him. Aika wasn't able to react and the red ball of light hit her, disappearing inside her. She panics and touched all over her body but didn't notice any change. What the hell was that? Kasuk also inspected her but didn't notice anything different aside from a subtle change in her aura, and his senses which aren't working properly isn't helping either. I'll have to thoroughly examine her later to see what exactly is that ball of energy. I'll probably have my answers instantly if I start with her sacred gear. Kasuk returned his attention to the dragon, who was seemingly satisfied and turned around with a small snort and slowly flew away. A portal appeared in front of it leading to another part of the dimension gap and went through it, ignoring the stares of the rest. And before long, the portal disappeared along with it. Why does it feel that it wants a cool exit? Yoruichi learned from her previous experience and only spoke up after it surely left. What a coincidence, I also feel the same. Kasuk agreed with her. Are all great beings this childish? Yoruichi faced Kasuk and asked. If you ask me that, who should I ask? And are you suggesting that there are more of them out there? If that's the case, it's a mystery why the worlds are still existing. Kasuk stretched his body as it's still sore from earlier events and wanted to rest early. Koneko-chan, Aika-chan, you two return for now. We'll follow you after we're done here. We still have to fix that hole or this training ground would disappear and that would be a shame. Kasuk returned to his nonchalant self and made them sigh in relief. Koneko and Aika nodded at him and activated the pendants to return to the shop. Now then, it'll take an hour or two to fix everything. Yoruichi, help me by supplying Ryatsu as I can't use mine properly yet. Kasuk started walking towards the hole while thinking of the ways to fix the broken barriers. Yoruichi skipped towards him and followed behind him. You have to treat me later after you're all fixed up. Chapter 73, Time to Mess with Supernaturals. Kasuk and Yoruichi spent an hour to fix everything. The barriers are now renewed with some additional security, including restricting the spatial fluctuation and some concealing formations. The additional features are probably useless to the massive red dragon as it already found this place, and teleporting the training ground to some other point in dimensional gap would also be a useless effort as the dragon seems to know how to navigate in dimensional gap with relative ease, and that would only increase their visibility for others that can detect spatial fluctuation. It's for those who are also thriving inside the dimensional gap that may have been alerted and will probably look into it. Are we done with everything? Kasuk asks as he yawns. I think so. Yoruichi looked around to check one last time. How long have I been sleeping anyway? Just about 15 minutes. By the way, that's the worst uncontrolled holification you've ever had. What happened? As always, it's Benihime. She wants her Shinichi, True Blade, and she'll keep attacking me whenever I'm weakened or in some kind breakthrough just to push me forward. And when I'm fusing my Ryuryoku with my ki, my strength is an all-time low as I have to manipulate it precisely that I can't do anything else. Kasuk looked at Benihime in her cane form while contemplating. Shinichi. Isn't that Bankai's final release, old term and just the same thing? Yoruichi also gazed at Kasuk's Zanpakuto. She thought that they really have the most problematic Zanpakutos in the history of Soul Society. Hers wouldn't listen to her, and would only lend its strength depending on its mood, so she practiced her Akuta, hand-to-hand combat, as much as she could, not relying on her once-in-a-while power. Well, Byako is already special to begin with, as it is a spirit that descended on her Zanpakuto when she received her Asachi. In Kasuk's case, Benihime inherited too much of Kasuk's personality and would always help Kasuk to strengthen him and herself to the point that it's more important than Kasuk's own safety, contrary to most Zanpakuto that wants to protect its partner Shinigami. That's what I thought too, but Benihime is sure that it is something different and wants me to achieve that. If that's the case, until you achieve it, you'll keep losing control whenever you weaken or your hollow side became too strong. What's your plan? I have some ideas, but I'll have to test it first before proposing a deal with Benihime. For now, I want to forge an Asachi for her and your Byako, as they're just mana construct in their current form and won't improve much. Sacred gear, is it? Correct. But I would need more data. Aika's sacred gear is a good fortune for us. I see, so that's why you accepted her so readily even though you just want to see a Shinigami wielding a sacred gear. You could have done that by injecting your Riatsu to her and throwing her to Sona. Yoruichi muttered loudly and Kasuk just smiled at her thoughts. If only I can talk to someone who knows many things about the sacred gears, or maybe the creator himself. That would be great. I don't think that's easy if you don't get out there. That's why I'll start meddling with those devils at school after I stabilize my Riatsuki in a week or two. They have the highest status in this town and the two of them are the little sisters of two devil kings. If someone would know a substantial amount of information on sacred gear, that would be someone on the higher-ups of a faction. Kasuk has a nasty smile on his face when he said this. Meddle. Do you mean to annoy them? Could you just do something good for them and they might pay you back? Yoruichi scratched her head. Yoruichi, this is something I learned from experience. To catch someone's attention, you would have more chance if you annoy them rather than get their goodwill. And we don't have to get their goodwill, I want to strike an equal deal with them. That theory sounds like a kid bullying their crush for attention. Ahahaha. It's effective nevertheless. Tried and tested by me. This is also why no one wants to deal with you back in Siritii even though you're a captain. Yoruichi shook her head and sighed. Kasuk ignored Yoruichi's statement and continued speaking, and besides, it's about time we flex some of our muscles to the world. I think we're ready to draw some attention. Right. Even though we'll get involved in some politics that we really hate, showing that we can fight a bit will make them think twice before dealing with us. But standing in the limelight will also make others attack us easier from the shadows. Yoruichi closed her arms and voiced out her concerns. We can plan and do some precautionary measures for that, but we'll have to share that limelight with someone else somehow. How about Issei? Kasuk suggested. That perverted kid that is even somehow worse than you. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. That kid has just some cliché taste. Kasuk blurted. Why are you competing with him? Anyways, Issei's sacred gear seems to be a Longinus and has an unimaginable amount of potential. And sacred gears respond to their host's desire to level up. He can go and split some attention for us with his perverted antics as a plus. This Longinus are really cheating. As long as you want it, you can get stronger. It's really some nonsensical equipment. I want to meet its maker. How did he come up with it, I wonder? And its elaborated system that automatically goes with human reincarnation. To think that what would push you to reveal yourself is Benihime. And here I thought that you would want to live in obscurity for another decade or two. Nothing I can do. Benihime will keep pestering if I don't do something, and something is already brewing in the shadows that will probably affect us. So, for now, we'll take it slow and I'll pester that overly serious Stuco president and see what happens. Kasuk shrugged his shoulders at Yoruichi's comment. Don't annoy her too much that she would want to stab you, Yoruichi warned him. That's the point. I won't get anything great if I act the nice guy. Whatever, let's go. Koneko and Aika are still waiting for us at the shop. After those two calm down, the scene earlier will probably haunt both of them. I already told them that they might experience it in the future. Yoruichi started fiddling with her ring. You told them? I have to prepare an explanation that won't traumatize them too much, or else it might become a disadvantage for them when they reach that point. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. You should also explain to them that power isn't easily attainable without much hardship. I don't care if they're geniuses. I'll push them harder so they won't become conceited. Yoruichi then activated the teleportation spell on the ring, bringing Kasuk with her, who's still thinking of what to say. Chapter 74, Another Discussion Part 1. Kasuk and Yoruichi appeared inside the room where the mock elevator is in. They saw that Koneko and Aika are still waiting for them. Senpai. Kasuk-kun. Koneko and Aika approached the two of them, but hesitation could be felt from their movements. They calmed down and started thinking a lot of things. Kasuk and Yoruichi simultaneously thought. Let's go back to the house for now. I'll talk there. Kasuk ignored their apparent hesitation and fear and walked towards the exit along with Yoruichi. Koneko and Aika looked at each other and hurriedly followed them. It's already late afternoon outside, and once they reached the Urahara household, Kasuk urges the two of them to sit down on the couch while Yoruichi went straight to the kitchen to prepare some beverages and some snacks. Kasuk also sat down on the couch but didn't speak and just stared at the two of them, who are looking at the ground, though they would sneak some peeks from time to time. Yoruichi arrives with cups of tea and snacks. That's enough for them, but she doubts that the two girls would have a mood to sip some freshly made tea. She sat down beside Kasuk and stayed quiet. Kasuk took a sip of his cup of tea and let out a large sigh. Where should I start? Aika and Koneko looked up, waiting for him to speak. Are you scared of my form earlier? Kasuk started with a question. They looked at each other and with some hesitation, nodded. Well, that's normal and you should be. Because in the future, if you continue your training under us, you'd probably experience something similar. Kasuk narrowed his eyes and told them in a very serious tone. Can't you do something so we wouldn't experience that? Aika meekly raised her voice. We can probably do something so you won't have to experience that. Then. Both of them looked up with hope in their eyes. When they remembered how Kasuk rampaged earlier, they didn't want to experience it themselves. They thought if something goes wrong, they wouldn't be able to come out of that madness. But it'll take some time for you to get stronger. Months, years, or even decades if we take it slow. Both of them stayed silent after hearing this, especially Koneko, as she wants to get stronger as soon as possible so that she could take on her big sister. As for Aika, she's contemplating if she wants to get stronger fast, is it worth the risk? She kept questioning herself but couldn't find the right answer. Let me explain first why we have to experience that before you make your decisions. I train in all facets of a certain power system. Meaning, I train in both the positive and negative sides of that system. The advantage is, I'll have access to both sides' power, making me stronger than those who trained in only one side. The disadvantage is, it creates a conflict within me, and if I can't contain or restrain it, I'll fall into madness like what you saw earlier, and there's a chance that I wouldn't wake up forever and would just try to destroy everything around me. That's what happens if I failed to control my power or upset the balance between two sides. Kasuk saw them make difficult faces and laughed a bit. What's so funny? Is this still a joke for you? Aika pouted and complained, and Koneko agreed with her by nodding and glaring at Kasuk. Nah, I'm just appreciating your funny faces. Why are you still nonchalant, senpai? You almost killed Yoruichi back there. Koneko continued glaring at Kasuk with more intensity. Yoruichi is certainly in danger back then, but she could survive that. Kasuk's smile didn't disappear at her words. Truthfully, Yoruichi has multiple ways to escape, but all of them would disregard Aika and Koneko's safety, which she was about to do if Kasuk didn't wake up in time. She could have escaped using her ring and leave the two alone with the hollowified Kasuk, which would spell their doom if they couldn't activate their pendants in time. She could also have punctured the Zero, and its damage would spread out and not a concentrated one. She would only get hurt, but the two spectators would have died. Right. These two idiots didn't believe that I would be just fine. You only made it harder for me. In our lessons, I will properly ingrain in your thick heads how important prompt decisions are. Especially you. Koneko. What you did earlier is just a futile effort. Yoruichi stood up and suddenly reprimanded the two. But no buts. Koneko wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yoruichi. You're still too weak to worry about me. I'm sorry. Seeing the fuming expression on Yoruichi's face, Koneko's head dropped down and apologized. That's enough, Yoruichi. She's still a kid, and you know that she's strangely affectionate of the she deemed comrades. We can't push our militaristic view on her, and especially on Aika, who is just a normal person until yesterday. Kasuk spoke up and patted Koneko to console her. Ooh. You're right. I'm sorry. I think of her as my disciple, so I forgot for a moment that she isn't from the same organization as me. I just remembered how I would scold Sui Phone when she did something wrong. Yoruichi let out a big breath to calm down and also apologized to Koneko. Please don't apologize. It's really my fault, and I also dragged Aika-senpai to danger by not listening to you. Even though I guess that you have a way to survive, I just couldn't leave after seeing you and Kasuk-senpai like that. Seeing that she knows her fault and admitted her mistakes, Yoruichi smiled slightly and shoved Kasuk's hand away to pat her herself. It's fine. I know your personality and knew how you would act, but I'm pushing my ideals in you too much. But we have to fix that attitude in the future. Yoruichi gently consoles Koneko, but her last sentence has a trace of strictness to it. Koneko has a complicated expression when she heard the last thing she said. Yoruichi guessed what she's thinking and continued speaking. I'm not telling you to disregard your comrades if you ever encounter a situation like that again. I'm going to teach you how to plan and decide properly without your emotions intervening with your logic. That way, you'll also have a larger chance to turn your situation. Koneko finally understood her and nodded. A trace determination appeared in her eyes and she faced Kasuk. Senpai, I want to get stronger faster. If I'm strong enough, I would have a lesser chance of dealing with a situation like that. Koneko thought as she declares her decision to Kasuk. Going back to the main topic, finally. Kasuk already finished his cup of tea before they even finished talking. It seems that Koneko wouldn't change her mind anymore. How about you, Aika-chan? Kasuk stared at Koneko for a while and assumed as such, so he turned his head towards Aika, who's still in deep contemplation. Let me hear what you're about to say first. She said. Sure. Chapter 75, Another Discussion Part 2, Chunny Names. Did I mention that I lose control when I can't control both sides of my power or upset the balance between them? Kasuk rubbed his chin and asked. You did, Aika answered him. Kasuk nodded and continued saying, but I'm very confident at my control skills and losing control shouldn't happen to me. Aika is now even more confused. Then why? Because of this partner of mine. Kasuk materialized Benihime in her cane form. Is that a sacred gear? Aika looked closely at the cane. How does he use it? Smash heads with it. How fitting for him. Are you thinking something rude? Kasuk's mouth twitches as he asks. Do you bash heads with that? Aika honestly asked him. Dash, even Yoruichi spat out some of her tea she is drinking. Kasuk's hand flashed, taking out and taking back the blade in a flash that Aika wasn't able to see, but he left a bit of blade out of the cane for Aika to see. Aika thought that he only took out a bit of his blade for her viewing, but suddenly, her pink-rimmed glasses fell off her face and split into two pieces. My glasses. She cradles the broken pieces of glasses in her arms. She then glared and shouted at Kasuk after understanding what just happened. Damn you, Kasuk. You just killed half of me. I hope the goddess of glasses smite you. Now. Calm down. Here. I fixed it for you. Yoruichi reached out to her glasses and fixed it with magic while trying to calm her down. Thank you. May the goddess of glasses bless you. Aika gave Yoruichi her sincerest gratitude for what she has done. No. Please don't bless me with bad eyesight. Yoruichi retorted. Kasuk acted like he had done nothing and continued explaining, this blade's name is Benihime and she's a bit different from Sacred Gears. She also has her own thoughts. She's the main reason I lose control of myself every time. Aika pouted a bit at how Kasuk acted like nothing, but she nevertheless listened carefully. This hidden sword. Why? Well, we would always fight. And every time we do that, this body rampages. Kasuk shrugged his shoulders and refuses to explain more. Are all Sacred Gears have thoughts of their own? No, very few actually possess a being inside it. Does mine have it? Yes. Then I would also lose control of myself even if I balance my powers properly. Normally, you only have to convince the one residing it and you wouldn't even need to fight. This girl here is a special case. So you would only lose control of yourself once until you convince it. Is that so? Aika took her cup of tea for the first time and drank it. Then please continue as you've planned. She set down the cup and expressed her decision to Kasuk and Yoruichi. So readily. I thought you would hesitate more. Yoruichi stared at her intently and thought, she's really different. It's not as risky as you made it be and you're probably trying to scare us so we wouldn't let our guard down even if we gained enough strength. And you also probably won't let us take unnecessary risks. If you want us to accomplish something, surely, you'll only let us do so if we can actually do it. Aika expressed what she thought. Good. You can use your brain a little bit better than others. You could assist Kasuk in many things in the future. Yoruichi praised her. You really trust me that much? Kasuk asks. Yes, I'm betting my all and giving you all my trust. So don't do anything ridiculous like throwing me away. I probably won't be able to recover from that. Aika grinned at him. You really are an idiot. Kasuk shook his head at her response. Is that all? Kasuk, however, wants to know more. There's one last thing. Aika did a fake cough before continuing. She looked at everyone else, and finally, rest her gaze on Kasuk. If Koneko is doing it, why shouldn't I? Besides, I don't want to be left behind and just watch you back getting further and further away. I at least want to walk just a few steps behind everyone else and if possible, side by side. If I'm going to step into this dangerous world, I want to do my best, along with some trusty companions. Aika slowly stood up, placed her hands on her hips and put on her signature smug face as she finishes her words. Great. Ha ha ha. Kasuk also stood up and pulled out his white fan and waved it around. You really can't start your great adventure without some lively companions. From now on, you'll be part of my greatest organization, the Urahara Shop. And he declared. You can't be serious. What's up with that name? That's just the name of your shop. Do you really like it that much? Change it. Change it to something cool like Mugen Legion, Armageddon Dominator, Dragon Gene, or maybe Hellflame Reverie, Hollow Ronin, and Devil Arms Merchant are good too. Aika instantly protested and suggested names of her own. Where the hell are you getting these names? By the way, I like Devil Arms Merchant. Wait. No. I won't change it. We'll be known today as members of Urahara Shouten and forever. Kasuk was taken aback at Aika's sudden outburst and almost agreed to her, but managed to hold himself just in time. Who cares about some stupid name? Finish this up, Kasuk. Yoruichi interfered before the topic goes in the wrong tangent again. It's important. Kasuk and Aika shouted at the same time. Then we'll just discuss this next time. And Kasuk, don't get so worked up. Your body is still aching, right? Yoruichi shouted back in even more vigor, stopping the two. Aching. Koneko, who's silently listening to the side, spoke up. This idiot hasn't recovered from what happened earlier and needs to rest. So we shouldn't take this long. Yoruichi explained Kasuk's state to Koneko, making her worry again. Do you really not want me to call our new member who is a healer? Koneko asks for confirmation again. No need. I just need a good long sleep. Kasuk patted her head again to reassure her. Seeing her nod, Kasuk sat back down on the sofa to finish this meeting. Now that I have you two's consent with the training that I plan for you to do, I don't need to feel guilty. Guilty? What do you mean? Aika is confused yet again. What the hell is this idiot up to again? What I mean is, regardless of your answers just now, I would have pushed on training you the way I want it. In short, you'll still lose control of yourself at least once even if you refused. Kasuk has a nasty grin on his face again. Then why did you still ask us? Aika really doesn't know how this idiot's brain works. At least you knew something instead of being in the dark the whole time. Kasuk is now forcing his logic on them, and Aika and Koneko can't answer back for how ridiculous his reason is. Are we really in good hands? Chapter 76, The Rumors. They ended their discussion and Aika went home without staying for dinner, with the reason being, my mom is fine with it, but my dad will probably storm this whole place with his old overly customized and beloved nail-spiked baseball bat. He's too old for that. Her dad sounds like a very fun person. I'd like to meet him at least one time. Kasuk commented. You also can't underestimate her mother, who manages to tame a guy like her dad, Yoruichi added. For the next few days, Kasuk peacefully spent his time on school while recuperating and stabilizing his Ryoryokuki. He only needs a few more days to recover his raw power. Kasuk's research time is also focused on Ryoryokuki-based Kidu and successfully converted up to level 90. After he's done with Kidu, he'll practice a bit of his hollow transformation to make sure nothing is amiss with this new kind of power source. And if no problem came up, Kasuk will have a talk to Beniheim to propose some of his ideas to reach her true blade state. Then he'll focus on sacred gears and some of his free time on the Hogyoku, which now only have a few cracks in it. Kasuk doesn't know when will it fully recover, as its recovery rate varies from time to time. Sona, on the other hand, couldn't have a very quiet time with Kasuk's peaceful days. Sona kept losing and losing to him, not just in the game of chess. She asks for a game of Go and Shogi but still couldn't win. Sona kept hounding Kasuk for games to the point that rumors of Kasuk blackmailing the Stuco president to become his servant became so pronounced that everyone on the school already knew of it, and still adding flavor to the rumor like Sona is pregnant with Kasuk child and won't take responsibility. Sona's peerage members were, of course, outraged at this rumor. They set out to quell the fire that is already very hard to put out. They also asked their master of what's going on, but she wouldn't give them an answer. They asked Tsubaki, who is her right hand, but only let out a few words. She wants to win against him or else her future is only with him. Her words shook the members and even Rias group when they heard about it, and they let their imaginations run wild with all sorts of fantasies drilling into their minds. The most affected of these words was Saji Genchuru, Sona's newest servant and her pawn. Saji is a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He wears the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, albeit without the blazer, and his sleeves are rolled up. He is the possessor of the dragon-type sacred gear known as Absorption Line, the main reason Sona took him in. Saji's most admired person is Sona, so when he heard the ambiguous relationship between his master and the top pervert in the school's history, he challenged him to a duel. Saji and the rest of the peerage already knew that Kasuk is an inhabitant of the supernatural world, and they also heard from Tsubaki that Sona even tried inviting him to become her servant. When Saji proposed a duel, Sona and Tsubaki were not around to supervise him as they returned to Underworld for some quick business that needs her presence, and his fellow members didn't stop him. On the contrary, they seemed to support it. They also want to know what's the deal with this guy who came out of nowhere. Urahara Kisuke. I challenge you to a duel. Saji invited Kasuk to the old school building to say such. There are already quite a few people who want to spectate. In the front seat are Sona's peerage members and, surprisingly, all of Rias group, including the new transfer student who entered the school a few days ago, Asia Argento. She's quite close with Issei, and apparently, she's also living with him now, making Issei gloat at both Motohama and Matsuda. Aika is also quite close to Asia and kept suggesting sexual stuff that can end up corrupting the innocent maiden. And what do I get if I win? Kasuk ignored the spectators and crossed his arms, asking Saji of the stakes. But what caught the audience's attention is the black cat silently sitting on his head. President, why are we watching them fight? Issei, who only knows about Kasuk and Saji being a normal people along with the rest of the student council members, asks Rias. He wanted to ask Kasuk why he brought Yoru to school, but he's more curious about what's happening and didn't want to interrupt them. Asia also has the same confused expression and opened her ears to listen. Kasuk is one of the people who welcomed her kindly and wants to know the reason, but more importantly, she wants to stop the fight because someone might get hurt. We haven't introduced each other's new members yet, so it's understandable that you don't know about them, Rias answered Issei with a smile on her face, also anticipating the fight. Her focus is especially on Kasuk, this anomalous guy. New members? Issei and Asia simultaneously ask. Sona Kaishu is a high-class devil-like Bucho, and her peerage is all of the student council members. Their newest member is that Genchuru Saji, a pawn like you. Aquino replied to the question this time. They are also devils. I didn't know that we this many devils at school. Issei and exclaimed, and Asia also has a similar expression. Issei thought of something and asked again, so Kasuk is a devil too? He didn't know how he would react to this as one of his best friends turns out to be a devil. No, you're wrong. As far as we are concerned, he is a human. Rias narrowed her eyes and said. A human? Then why is a devil asking him out for a duel? Issei is already prepared to intervene but wants to know more about the situation, so he kept asking. Because of the rumors about Sona and him, I presume, Akino replied. Her attention is also on Kasuk, trying to glean more about him. Then we should stop this. Kasuk would only get hurt. He may be sturdy, but that's about it. I'm sure he won't fare great against magic. Issei is about to go between them, but Koneko grabbed his shirt's collar, dropping him to the floor. I never said that he's a normal human. We only discovered him not long before we found you. Remember Kaneko's instant acceleration technique? Someone close to him taught her that, am I correct, Koneko? Rias explained and asks for confirmation with Koneko. Yes, Bucho. Koneko replied simply, but inside, she wanted to laugh. That person who is close to him is really close to him right now. She's sitting on his head. There's something like that. Now Issei gave up the idea of intervening as he too wants to know more about his, now, mysterious friend. Only Asia wants to stop the upcoming fight, but everyone ignored her. Chapter 77, The Duel. If I win, I want you to stay away from Kaishu. Saji pointed at Kasuk, who's still nonchalant about everything, which pisses him off. If I win? Kasuk asks. He wants to yawn but stopped himself as that would be rude and will aggravate the young man more. I will stop getting in your way, Saji said in all seriousness, but he's confident that he'll win. After all, the opponent is just a human with nameless sacred gear. And if I refuse? I won't stop pestering you. Saji clenched his fist and teeth to declare. That certainly is annoying. Let's do it. When and where do you want to go? Kasuk imagined his days being annoyed by the young man whenever he's with Sona and didn't like it one bit. I'll welcome you if you're a pretty girl. Let's do it now. As for where? Saji was about the place he thought of earlier when Rias suddenly interrupted him. There's a clearing in the forest near here. You can use that space if you put up appropriate barriers. Rias pointed outside the window where the direction of the clearing is. It's the same place where Koneko sparred with Yudo and defeated him cleanly. Thank you, Rias-sama. We'll take your offer. Saji thinks that place is more suitable than what he planned earlier. You don't mind us watching, no? Rias asks Saji and the rest of Sona's peerage. Please look after us and become our referee, Rias-sama. I don't want him going after his words, so please take appropriate measures to enforce the bet. I can do that. Follow us, we'll lead you to that place. Rias turned around to exit the building along with her servants. The rest and Kasuk also followed them until they reached a relatively large clearing in the forest beside the old school building. Rias invited the two to the center and spoke. If Saji wins, Urahara will stop any form of contact with Sona Sitri, and if Urahara wins, Saji won't give Urahara troubles regarding Sona anymore. The first one to admit defeat or become incapable of fighting loses. Is there any objection? No, Saji answered first and equipped his sacred gear, absorption line, on his right hand. It has the appearance of a small black bracer in the form of a small and cute black chameleon-like lizard with violet eyes and a deformed face that appears on the user's hand. I have. Kasuk raised his arm in objection, however. You don't agree with the terms? Rias gave Kasuk a questioning look. Kasuk, in return, just sneered, don't look at me like that. It's your fault, all right. I know both of you are devils and the leaders are quite close too, but you shouldn't give such obvious favorability. Rias narrowed her eyes and asks in a deep voice, what do you mean? You know what I mean. Change the terms now. Kasuk also stared at her. If he backs down now from a spoiled little girl's stare, Yoruichi, who's in his head, wouldn't stop laughing about it and will tease him for a long while. The two of them had a staring contest with the rest not understanding what's happening. Akino-san, what's Kasuk is talking about? And why the mood suddenly became heavy? Issei asks Akino, who is also wearing a serious expression. It's Ria's fault this time. She underestimated Urahara-kun. Akino replied briefly, making them even more confused. Rias was the first one to remove her gaze and briefly apologizes, I'm sorry. I'm changing the terms. If Urahara wins, Saji won't give Urahara any trouble for any given matter. Are you fine with this? Kasuk returned to his nonchalant smile and agreed, yep. Everyone now understood why Kasuk strongly disagreed with Rias' terms. If Kasuk were to win with the terms earlier, Saji can still pester him as long as the reason isn't Sona. They all looked at her with differing expressions, but Rias already expected this when he exposed her little wordplay. Rias ignored the rest and just continued her job as the referee. If there are no other questions, you can start now. Saji returned to himself after Rias' go signal. He shook his head to focus on his duel and already planned his move. I'll grab him anywhere with my line and swing him around with my strengthened physique as a devil until he admits defeat and or lose consciousness. Even with his sword-type sacred gear shouldn't be able to cut my line. Yoruichi jumped down and went to Kaneko's direction, jumping on her head instead. They thought that it was one strange cat but didn't ponder more as their attention is on the upcoming fight. Saji pointed his sacred gear towards and from the head of the chameleon, a tongue-like line shoots out of its mouth and headed straight for Kasuk. Kasuk's smile didn't disappear nor even move until the line is only a few centimeters away from his waist. Everyone thought that if he's caught, the chances of him winning are almost nil, except for Koneko of course. The line wraps around Kasuk and Saji already celebrated, I won. He then prepares to pull the line to smash him around until he admits defeat. With his newfound strength as a devil, he can easily lift a grown man. But the moment he pulled the line, he didn't feel any feedback that should be present with Kasuk's weight. He then noticed that Kasuk already disappeared with his line still wrapping around the air. Saji felt something wrong and looked below him. There he saw Kasuk crouching down looking up to him with the same smile he had since earlier. Before Saji could complete what he was about to say, Kasuk's palm suddenly shoots out from below and hit him square to the solar plexus. The force lifted Saji 3 meters off the ground and he dropped 2 meters away from Kasuk, who is already standing idly. When Saji touched the ground, he winced in pain for a bit, his eyes already rolled to the back of his head and fell unconscious with his mouth frothing. If examined closely, Saji isn't breathing. Saji! Everyone from Sona's peerage rushed towards him and checked him. But to their dismay, he isn't breathing. All of them lose their minds and very dumbfounded. They were just talking to him happily a moment ago, yet he abruptly died now. One of them reacted particularly violent and rushed towards Kasuk. Chapter 78, Warning. Ruruko Nimura is a first-year high school student at Ko Academy and one of Sona Sitris' pawns. Ruruko by chance happened to learn about Sona and her peerage being devils and willingly asked to be reincarnated into her peerage. Sona did so and she joined the student council in the process. Ruruko is a short girl with brown hair and long twin ponytails and green eyes. She wears a pair of green clips in her hair and she also wears striped green stockings. Ruruko has a crush on Genturu Saji, and her crush on him began when he started giving lots of help once he started doing student council work. She has a hot-headed wanting to solve problems through violence, rather than negotiation. So when she inspected that Saji isn't breathing after taking Kasuk's attack, she already jumped into a conclusion. Brandishing her fist, she rushed towards Kasuk with hate-filled expression, "You bastard." Kasuk dodged by sidestepping and took out his cane. Ruruko wanted to turn around to rush to him again, but just as she turned around, the tip of Kasuk's cane hit her forehead with enough force for her lay down on the ground with her back. Kasuk flipped forward, landing near Ruruko's head, suspending the tip of his cane just a few millimeters away from her face. Ruruko tried to stand up but found her whole body pinned to the ground. "I can't move." She looked up towards Kasuk, who is now wearing a blank expression, looking down on her, and fear finally began to creep on her as she notices strange energy coming from his cane. It feels like a sharp sword is about to drop to her face, killing her in the process. Kasuk just used a zanjutsu technique called Shitonegashi, cushion return, which aims to subdue an opponent and immobilize them on the ground using coercion alone. Kasuk suspends the tip of his cane millimeters from his opponent's face after he has already struck them down. Ruruko. When Sona's peerage members saw that Ruruko is now in danger, they all took out their respective weapons and most of them rushed towards Kasuk to help Ruruko, but they stopped their steps when an unexpected person went in between them. Koneko. Rias, Akino, and Issei shouted as they wake up from their stupor. In just a few seconds, a lot of things happened that they weren't even able to react properly. What's the meaning of this? Tuju Koneko. We know that you're very close to him, but we won't let him go for killing Saji and taking Ruruko as a hostage. Even if you're from Rias-sama's peerage. Without Sona and Tsubaki, Momo Hanakai is acting as their current leader. She is a second-year high school student at Ko Academy and one of Sona's bishops. And she's fuming with anger as one of her precious comrades is not breathing after getting hit by Kasuk's palm, and another one is being pinned to the ground by the same assailant with a fearful expression on her face. She's also panicking because she doesn't know how she would explain this to Sona. And now one of Rias' peerage members blocked their way to save Ruruko. She almost lost her mind. Koneko. What are you doing? Rias shouted and about to drag her away. Please calm down, all of you. Genturu-senpai isn't dead. He isn't even hurt that much. Koneko spoke with her deadpan expression and slowly walked through the group and towards Saji, who's unconscious. She ignored everyone's stares and used the coercion technique that Yoruichi taught her that pressures those around her by using her aura alone. Everyone in Rias' group is also dumbfounded at Kaneko's pressure. What the heck? And they all have the same thoughts. Koneko reached the fainted Saji and crouched down. Tsubasa Yura, Who's left behind to guard Saji wanted to block her but can't move from her spot due to the unknown pressure she is releasing. What are you doing? Koneko ignored her and raised her left arm. She brought it down, slapping Saji's chest. After that, Saji coughed out and regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion and noticed everyone's dumbfounded expression looking at him. What's happening? Koneko stood up and walked away while saying, you lost. Saji heard her and it all came back to him now. He took one strike to the solar plexus from Kasuk's palm and was launched into the air. Before he hits the ground, he already fainted. I lost. Saji let out a big sigh and became frustrated with his own weakness. Saji-senpai. It was unknown when Kasuk lets go of Ruruko and she rushed to the awakened Saji, hugging him while crying. Ruruko-chan. What's happening? Saji doesn't know what to do and looked around to look for help and try to understand the situation, but he noticed that everyone still has the same dumbfounded expression. Really? What's happening? Kasuk, who's being silent all this while suddenly spoke up. Well then, grimmory-san. Please enforce the bet we had just now. They all looked at him with complicated expression while he dusts his school uniform. It took Rias a while to reply to him. I will certainly do that. Yoruichi jumped to Kasuk's head again. Since we're done here, I'll be taking my leave if you don't mind. Momo Hanakai wanted to stop him and apologize for what happened earlier but didn't know what to say, so she hesitated. As she was about to call out to him, Kasuk suddenly stopped walking and turned around to face all of them. Right, I forgot to say. Kasuk looked at everyone before smiling. Since I'm already revealing myself like this, I don't want any more snooping around my house or my shop. And no more investigating those around me. Kasuk then focused his sights on Rias and Aquino. I let you do so earlier because you're just worried about Koneko-chan and no real harm was done, but I won't permit it anymore. My house cat is getting restless, you know. Rias and Aquino narrowed their eyes and thought, isn't he getting too full of himself just because he can fight a bit better than the rest? Rias opened her mouth and said, and what if we don't listen to you? You probably don't know, but I'm the supervisor of this town and someone dangerous as you can't go off my radar. Kasuk's smile grew deeper and said, I don't care if you're the supervisor, the mayor, or the Devil King's little sister, but I already gave my word, so please don't disregard it so readily. As he finished his words, a sudden pressure enveloped them except for Issei, Asia, and Koneko, and they almost dropped to the ground. All I can tell you is that you wouldn't like it very much. Chapter 79, Warning Part 2. All I can tell you is that you wouldn't like it very much. What is this? What did he do? All of them started panicking and Yuto was able to take out his sword, but that's all he can do as he can't move from his position. He's doing his best just to keep standing up. Kasuk only maintained the pressure for a few seconds and let them go. They'll probably take my warning seriously now. After he lets them go, all of them were panting hard and cold sweat drenched their backs. Issei and Asia were confused when they all went quiet for a few seconds before panting hard and sweating bullets. Bucho. Aquino-san. Kiba. What happened to all of you? They didn't answer Issei's question and just continued staring at Kasuk with apparent fear in their eyes. Saji is also panicking. I challenged someone like that. Just that pressure is enough to make me admit defeat. Of course, there are exceptions. Everyone is not allowed to come without permission except for Koneko-chan, Issei, Asia-chan, Sona Kaishu, and Tsubaki Fukukeichu. Kasuk included Asia and Tsubaki for free access. Asia, because he really likes the innocent and kind her that can't even scheme against her enemies. She's a refreshing and a welcome person for Kasuk and Yoruichi who came from a world full of wars. Tsubaki is included because she's been a big help for Kasuk and very thankful for her for reigning in the almost uncontrolled Sona. Who knew that the overly serious student council president is such a child that hates losing? How much she hates losing. It's to the point that she completely ignored the rumors around and just kept looking for Kasuk if she has free time. And why not lose on purpose? Kasuk pride won't allow it. If not for Tsubaki's periodic reminder of Sona's schedule, Sona would have another all-nighter with Kasuk. Tsubaki became one of the regular guests of Urahara household, mostly to pick up Sona. Alright, I already said what I want. I'll be taking my leave now for real. Have a good day. Kasuk, with Yoruichi on his head, turned around disappeared among the foliage with no one stopping him. Nobody spoke as they are still trying to process what just happened and how can Kasuk pressure them like that. Even the three who are not affected by the pressure stayed silent because of the heavy mood in the air. The silence was broken by the new arrivals. What are you all doing here? And Saji, Ruruko, what are you doing on the ground? Stand up. You're dirtying your uniforms. The newcomers were Sona and Tsubaki who came from the opposite direction where Kasuk left. Rias woke up from her stupor and turned around. Sona. Rias, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Sona commented on her appearance. After some more inspection, Sona and Tsubaki both noticed that all of them don't look good and like they just saw something terrifying, except for the three. Issei and Asia are still confused about why are they all making that face, and Koneko is sighing, putting her palm on her head. Rias, tell me everything happened. Sona approached Rias with Tsubaki behind and fixed her glasses, putting on a very serious expression. Just what happened to them? Rias took a deep breath and calmed herself, shaking off the lingering feeling of fear. She starts telling Sona everything from the moment Saji challenged Kasuk to a duel until Kasuk pressuring and warning them before taking his leave just now. She also told Sona her attempt to trick Kasuk with the bet. Ha! Sona held her head and let out a large sigh. Saji, I'll be talking to you alone later. All of you, return to the stucco room for now. I'll be there after I talk more with Rias. And Momo, Ruruko, you'll be coming with me and Tsubaki later to Kasukuin's place. Yes, Bucho. They're still out of it, but they followed her instruction and left first. Ruruko helped Saji to walk as he's still feeling weak all over. But before he left, he looked at Sona and clenched his fist. Seeing them left, Sona urges Rias to continue. Koneko, can you tell us what magic he used earlier? It seems that you also know how to use it. Rias faced Koneko, who is already waiting for her questioning. It's a technique that utilizes your own aura to pressure your enemies, Koneko explained briefly. Technique that utilizes aura. Senjutsu? Akino asks in shock. A human that trains in senjutsu? Rias muttered. Bucho, is there something wrong with human training in senjutsu? Yuto asks as he wants to train in it too. He's now a reincarnated devil, but he's a former human too. He wanted to know what's wrong for a human to learn it. I don't know much, but senjutsu is different from magic and sorcery, with the biggest difference is that it stresses the importance of chakra, their aura, the great original power that flows in one's spirit, i.e. their life force, and turning it into a constant current. Senjutsu is a power that is similar yet different from the magic of devils and the light power of angels. Despite it being incapable of matching the direct destructive power of magic or light, senjutsu makes use of the unknown parts hidden in plants, animals, and people. For example, if one learns senjutsu, it is stated that they excel at reading the flow of someone's aura, thus letting them grasp their movements from a far distance to a certain degree. Senjutsu, however, has a fatal flaw, as while it lets the user read and handle spirit power, it could also take in the malice and ill will that flows in the world. Therefore, if an amateur used it in an incorrect manner, then the malice will end up corrupting the user. All those you can use and practice senjutsu has to be very close to nature and can meditate for long periods of time. Humans aren't known for those traits, and it's easier for them to use magic. Koneko can naturally use senjutsu because of her lineage as a Nikomata. Rias ended her long explanation. Yuto thought that he wanted to try learning it and see what he could get out of it. Sona didn't speak, but her mind is running for all sorts of possibilities. Senjutsu. Although I don't know his real fighting ability, if he can really use senjutsu well, he can contend against adult middle-class devils and not lose. But there should be more than that, as he caught the attention of Ophis. Someone who forces change on others. I wonder what that means. Wait, Rias. There's something more important than that. Akino interrupted them and asks Koneko, Koneko-chan, you can already use senjutsu. Yes, Koneko answered without hesitation and simultaneously reverting to her Nikomata form with a pair of white cat ears and 2 white tails. What? Cat ears? Asia and Issei shouted at the same time. You already got over your trauma. Rias was dumbfounded yet again. She didn't know that the servant that's always with her already surmounted her fear of her origins and is freely using it. What did that guy do? How can you? Does it have something to do with that guy? Akino asks Koneko with a slightly agitated voice. She's also someone like Koneko, struggling with her identity and kept denying her other half. Even though she didn't want to acknowledge her own origin, she also wants to know what changed Koneko's mind. Chapter 80, The Maid. How can you? Does it have something to do with that guy? Yes. Kasuk-senpai helped me face reality. Koneko smiles brightly as she admits it. Rias and her group are now amazed because Koneko always had this deadpan expression as her default, and it's very difficult to get some other expression from her due to her trauma. Especially that smile that looks like it came from the bottom of her heart. Is that really Koneko-chan? Issei muttered, but no one answered him as they also have the same question in their heads. They didn't know that she would change this much by just spending some weeks with an unknown guy that suddenly became a mysterious person. Rias especially, she's more willing to believe that Kasuk used some kind of magic to manipulate Koneko's mind, as even she can't make Koneko open up with her with the years they were together. What did he say exactly? Akino was also affected by her smile and calmed down. Many. But I guess there is one that made me lose all hesitation of using senjutsu. Koneko looked up in contemplation and suddenly remembered that one thing Kasuk said. He said that, if you're afraid of your power or just plainly hate to use it, that's fine. You can just do what's most comfortable you're with. But remember this, with the reluctance to use the power that's within you, you might regret that you'll lose something more important in the future. After all, being comfortable doesn't equate to being safe. That's just how is it in the world we live in. Akino understood what she said, but still can't accept it as she's been denying her other half since her childhood and it isn't easy for her just suddenly change minds. Alright, let's stop there for now. We'll discuss this later. For now, I want to know how we should act around him. Sona, you're very friendly with him. What do you think we should do? Rias knew that they won't go anywhere if they talk about their traumas now, so she immediately changes the topic when she got the chance. Sona stayed silent for a minute before answering Rias, do not provoke him for now. I don't know much about him, but I knew from his personality that he isn't joking this time. From all the time I spent with him, I at least can tell that he has a ton of secrets that may or may not threaten us. Isn't it too dangerous to leave him alone? Rias couldn't help but shudder every time she remembers the pressure he released earlier. Even my brother can't release that kind of pressure. It's probably only a coercion technique. I'll be keeping an eye on him, so you don't have to worry. You only need to think about your own problem for now. You still don't know how to get out of it, right? I'll be fine. I can surely think of something. Rias made an ugly face. Akino knew what they're talking about and didn't have any change in expression. But the rest of her peerage members were confused. Is that so? Good luck then. I'll be coming to Kasuk's place to apologize for what just happened. Any message you want to send? Sona sighed and moved on. Please send my apologies for what happened earlier. But tell him I don't regret doing it. Rias turned around to leave with nothing more to say. Akino and the rest followed her towards the old school building. I will, Sona answered her and turned towards the new school building with Tsubaki in tow. Going back in time a bit earlier, Kasuk is walking along an animal trail to exit the forest, but after reaching 100 meters away from the clearing, he suddenly stopped and spoke out loud, Devil-san, if you're looking for directions, I'm happy to assist. Waiting for a minute and two in silence, someone went out from the tree's shadow, a woman. The newcomer is a beautiful young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down which ends in twin braids and red eyes. She is wearing a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headband over her head with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. I'm not exactly looking for direction, I'm just a bit curious about you. The maid answered. I'm flattered. It's my honor to catch the interest of a beautiful woman such as you. May I know how can I serve you? Kasuk is still speaking nonchalantly. The maid narrowed her eyes and released her own pressure to Kasuk and the cat on top of his head using her demonic power. Although it's a pressure, it doesn't affect anything physical and just stresses the psyche of the target. She's looking down on us. Should we strike back? Yoruichi sent a telepathic message to Kasuk. No. Although she's really looking down on us, she isn't hostile and she's just testing us. Just ignore it, she'll let up after a few seconds if there is no change in my countenance. We successfully caught their attention, but we can't reveal all our cards yet as we still know almost next to nothing about them. We can't start a proper conversation in that manner. 4. I'll become a mysterious but with limited threat kind of youth in their eyes. Kasuk replied back and explained the situation to Yoruichi. Just as Kasuk expected, the maid stopped pressuring him after failing to draw any changes from his expression or demeanor. It's either he already saw a real battlefield or he's just really good at hiding what he's thinking. I confirmed that he's just a 17 to 18 years old kid, so the former is very unlikely. Rias also didn't take note of any abilities until this late, so more evidence points to the latter, but I still can't make my conclusion here until I observe more. Now that you're done testing me, mind telling me what you really want? Kasuk asks her while she's still contemplating on possibilities of his identity. The maid looked at him and said, I just have a few questions that I hope you can answer. I don't have any obligation to answer you, but I'll think about it after hearing it. Shoot away. Chapter 81, Graphia Lucifuge. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Graphia Lucifuge, head maid of the grimmory household. The maid introduced herself without being overly courteous. Urahara Kasuk, just a student and a humble store owner of a candy shop. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kasuk did the same. Urahara. Graphia muttered under her breath, but it didn't escape Kasuk hearing. Kasuk didn't react to it outwardly, but in his mind, he's confused. She's familiar with my surname. Urahara isn't exactly a common surname. A coincidence? I have to look into it later, chances are, it's related to my mother. I'm fine with her not telling me anything if she's not ready yet, but that doesn't stop me from investigating. Urahara-kun, was it? Do you mind telling me what you did to Rias and the rest? Graphia continued speaking, rousing Kasuk from his thoughts. It's a senjutsu technique that I coincidentally learned in the past, Kasuk answered her without any hesitation. Oh. Senjutsu? Can you do it on me? I wanted to know why they made such a terrified face. Sure. Well then, excuse me. Kasuk manipulated the remaining pure ki in his body to imitate what his Rias did earlier to the young devils. Although the pressure is the same, it doesn't affect the soul of the target, which is the most dangerous of all. Ki pressure doesn't also come close with Rias when it comes to intensity on the higher levels. Ki pressure can only affect an individual so much, wherein Rias pressure, with high enough level, you can even disintegrate any weak opponents just by coming in contact with it. Kasuk used the same intensity that he used on Rias group and Stuko members, but to Grafia, she wasn't affected that much, and that's exactly Kasuk wants to do. It's really a pressure using ki. In Rias level, they would really be scared of it, but that's all there is to it. This level wouldn't even hurt or affect them as long as they can ignore the fear effect. Since it's Senjutsu, that explains why he could find me. I didn't really try to hide either. Grafia thought as she inspects the ki in her surroundings. As you can see, it can only be used as bluff up to those who are maybe twice as strong as me. And it totally has no effect or whatsoever for very strong individuals, just like you right now. Kasuk explained to her. Bluffing can be useful in a lot of things. It can even save your life. She commented and nodded as Kasuk lifted the pressure. Why did you use it on them? Are showing my capability, they'll probably run another in-depth investigation on me. I allowed them once, but not twice. And that redhead looks like someone who wouldn't listen to someone like me, so I had to scare them a little bit. I see. Grafia didn't say anything else, but there is slight contempt in her eyes. Hey, Kasuk. I want to scratch her face. Yoruichi sent another telepathic message with an annoyed tone. The smile in Kasuk's face didn't disappear, but she replied to Yoruichi, so do I. If my Bankai is released, Benihime would immediately cut her up to pieces without me doing or commanding her. But endure it. In her perspective, I'm just a lowly human with a bit of skill in Senjutsu, and I'm acting all high and mighty in front of her and even threatened the heiress of their household. She's already being kind by not forcing me to answer her questions. One last thing, have you noticed anything strange these past few weeks? If these devils in school are not anything strange, then I do not. I'm too busy being a good student and tending to my shop to notice anything different. Oh right, I remembered, some nights ago, there's a huge ruckus near the abandoned church, although I didn't really check it since it looked dangerous. Kasuk answered immediately to not raise too much suspicion on her side. She's probably talking about that night when the grimmory heiress almost died. I did make it flashy because of Yoruichi's request, but I doubt they'll trace it to me. Grafia stayed silent while coming up with a decision. I can't tell if he's telling the truth or not, as answered so readily. It's either he grabbed it from his memory of that day or prepared an answer long before. If it's the former, then there isn't much cause for concern and maybe I can help Rias take him in her peerage. A human Senjutsu practitioner is truly rare after all. If it's the latter, what does it have to do with him? I highly doubt that he's the one who cast that blue beam of light to save Rias and her queen. He's too weak for that. I've been scanning his mana and ki, but it's at most on the level of a young middle-class devil. I should look more into him when I get some free time. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be taking my leave. Grafia didn't wait for Kasuk to reply and immediately used teleportation magic, disappearing in the motes of light. Kasuk, Yoruichi spoke up. I want a situation where I can display my smuggest face to her. Don't worry. A situation like that is bound to happen. Kasuk resumed walking, intending to go home. If Sona returns today, based on her personality, she'll probably bring some of her members to apologize for what happened earlier after hearing about it. I'm going to buy some groceries first. You go first. Koneko and especially Aika are probably waiting for you to enter the training grounds. Kasuk grabbed Yoruichi from his head and set her on the ground. One of the prices he got from Sona is in used classrooms where only he, Koneko, Aika and both Rias and Sona's peerage can enter or allowed to enter. These rooms serve as teleportation spots for both of the trainees and also return points. Aika would still always come to Kasuk's house after the training to take some lectures from both Yoruichi and Koneko about the common sense in the supernatural world. Due to this, Aika and Sona, who's always disturbing Kasuk, became good friends and would sometimes help Aika with her studies, both as a normal student and devil. Okay. Don't forget my pudding, yogurt, ice cream vanilla flavor, and some fresh milk. Yoruichi ran to another direction after reminding Kasuk of her snacks. Got it. Chapter 82, Inventory and Possibilities. It took Kasuk 2 hours to get everything he needs and the sun is already setting by the time he reached home. I'm home. Kasuk shouted tiredly and noticed that his mother is already home with her shoes on the shoe rack. How are those housewives have so much energy? They almost squeezed me to death. I shouldn't shop for a while to recover my wounds. Welcome back. Sakura took a peek at Kasuk while she is wearing her apron. She noticed the big plastic bags that he's carrying and asks, groceries? And there's a lot. Any guest coming tonight? Well, probably. Please make at least 10 servings for tonight. Kasuk took off his shoes and carried the bags of groceries, setting it down on the dining table before taking out everything in it. Probably. I can cook for more, but what if they didn't come? The food will be wasted. Sakura asks as she helps Kasuk sort the ingredients for the dinner. I can take it inside my separate space for food. Just like what you saw when Ophis visited last time. Kasuk beamed a smile towards his mother like he was bragging. That magic of yours is really strange. How did you learn it? I doubt there are books pertaining to stopping time inside an enclosed space. In the past, Sakura is some sort of researcher as well. Although space and time magic isn't her forte, she knew how hard it is to manipulate the two, especially time, as there are no other people she knew who were able to stop it completely. I said it's a time stasis for simplicity's sake, but stopping or separating time from space itself is impossible, or maybe possible, I just don't know how to do it yet. I added a rule where the energy transfer or entropy in the space I created moves slowly, 1,000 times slower to be exact, so it has the same effect of slowing time. But any more and the mana requirement goes too high that the dimensional gap around it can't provide it. It's possible to stop the time of the target itself and not space, but doing so increases the complexity and energy consumption that it's not very practical. Maybe for some emergency thing, but not for everyday use. Kasuk narrated to his mother as he finishes sorting the ingredients for dinner. Sakura stopped her hands and her mouth agape. Did you know that a lot of geniuses in history tried to manipulate time but is only capable of accelerating or slowing it for a few times? It's either they thought that space and time are a separate thing and tried manipulating it individually, or they used the slowing and accelerating effect on the space itself, which is difficult. And I can't believe that I'm the only one who discovered this. There are probably a few guys who were hiding their research results for their own gain, or maybe the higher-ups of each faction are trying to hide it. It's not exactly a very good magic to spread to the public because even though it's very hard to perform without proper and in-depth knowledge, it's more dangerous than spaces without time manipulation, as you can do some devastating things with it, like carrying an already activated large-scale destruction magic that needs a lot of time to cast to drop it in some important city or place. Kasuk kept talking, ignoring his mother's shock. That's a possibility, but I doubt that anyone can insert an already activated magic inside an artificial space and taking it out. Although some research on it is probably happening right now, as it is a very good ace to have. I knew that you're smart, but I didn't think that you're such a genius. Maybe you could even take the world with that head of yours. Sakura's mouth is twitching as she replies and jokes to Kasuk. And the thought of someone might be developing the magic that's capable of storing ritual class destruction spell gave her shivers. What the hell? Isn't that too likely? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about, Mom? I'm just a handsome and humble candy store owner. Taking over the world. Too much trouble. I'd rather read some random novel on the internet. Kasuk went up to change from his uniform to his usual attire plus the hat and wooden sandals. Sakura just shook her head at her son's attitude, but she's feeling proud of his achievements. I hope you can see this, Ryota. I've been observing him more lately and I knew he's also a researcher at heart, but I can't see any indication that he's taking the path I took in the past. If he goes beyond to the point of doing anything just for knowledge, then I'll stop him myself, even if it kills me. But I doubt that would happen, as he has people who can accompany him on his journey, which is something I don't have that time before I met you. He went down and saw his mother is already starting to prepare dinner. Mom, I'm going to Aika and Koneko's place and see how are they doing. We'll return before dinner. Be careful, and who are you expecting again? Sakura busied herself and asked without turning around. Sona and some of her peerage members. I got into an argument with them. Kasuk casually explained before going to the door. What? Is that fine? And why are they coming over if you had just a fight with them? Sakura turned around in shock and chased him to the door. It's not my fault, and knowing Sona's personality, she's probably coming to apologize. Kasuk opened it and exited. I see. Sakura sighed in relief as she too knew how is Sona's attitude because she's been coming here almost every day and gets a chance to interact with her. I gotta go. Bye. Don't forget to bring Aika home for dinner. Kasuk didn't answer her and just waved his hand before closing the door. He checked his surroundings and entered his candy shop across the street and went directly to the training ground. What welcomed him is Aika's wailing while Yoruichi is chasing her and grazing Aika with her attacks, while in her white underwear. Aika noticed Kasuk's arrival and ran towards him. Wawa. Kasuk. Save me. Yoruichi is more unreasonable today. She did mind her attire when Kasuk saw it the first time and crouched to cover her body in embarrassment, but she was mercilessly hit by Yoruichi's lightning by doing so, and that didn't feel too good. Over the time, she stopped minding Kasuk's stare at her underwear because she got used to it, and being hit by Yoruichi hurts like hell. Although she makes sure to only wear cute lingerie so as not to embarrass herself further. She's still probably pissed at what happened earlier. Kasuk used another flash step and arrived at Koneko's position, ignoring Aika. Kasuk, you bastard. Chapter 83, Power Collector. Kasuk ignored Aika's curses towards him and inspected how Koneko is faring. Koneko-chan, how are you doing? Koneko heard him but didn't answer him as she's concentrating very hard on melding her inner ki with the outer ki she gathered. But every time a substantial amount of ki have fused, she would lose control of it and the outer ki would escape outside. Kasuk didn't mind her not responding and went to the center of the training ground where 3 arrays were arranged 30 meters apart from each other. Each of these arrays is elevated 1 meter from the ground using a cleanly cut rock. The inscriptions on the rock are faintly glowing with various colors. Floating on top of each rock are rotating cubes in the size of basketball giving off different colors of light. These cubes are the ones Kasuk has been working on these past few days. They are purified ki, mana, and ryoryoku which the array below them filters and gathers. This purified energy forms can be useful for a lot of things he is planning to do in the future. It can also be fused with the food so he can get a similar effect when Kiryo Hikifun cooks or Ryatsu-rich food that can help trainees develop further, but without using any of Kasuk's energy reserves. It can be said that he created something ridiculous as he just essentially created an unlimited power generator. It can only gather so much and the rest would start to disperse back to the atmosphere. I also have to do something with the waste it creates. Looks like my initial estimate of only 10% of each energy type can be injected into the body without much repercussions. The temporary strengthening effect should be enormous but strains the body. If I want something permanent without side effects, then I have to take it slowly for the body to adapt. With this, the foundation training of both Koneko and Aika should speed up considerably and it can also help Yoruichi train the next level of her Shunko. Kasuk muttered under his breath while he plans his future schedule. I have to halt my study on sacred gears for a while due to the lack of data. I didn't think that even the books that should contain information that is not known to the public which I won from the bet wouldn't even contain a bit of information on how these sacred gears works. I have to wait for Aika to mature or some sacred gear user that would want to kill me. After contemplating for a bit more and inspecting the array one last time, Kasuk turned around to go back. He saw that Aika is still being chased around by Yoruichi's lightning and swearing which can get her banned in any TV stations. Koneko is also still sitting crossed legs while meditating with furrowed brows. He waited for a good timing before shouting at them, "Dinner time." F***CK. Finally. With a jump, Aika evaded Yoruichi's last big attack. Koneko opened her eyes and silently stood up with a dejected expression. Kasuk ignored Aika's brass actions and just patted Kaneko's head to cheer her up a bit. "Hey. What's up with this difference in treatment?" Aika asked displeased as she put her clothes back on. "Sorry. I just have this really strong urge to ignore you." Kasuk blankly answered her. "What does that mean? It's you who made me like this. Take responsibility and take me too while you're at it." Aika immediately protested. "Yoruichi is the one who turned you like that. Go ask her to make you her concubine or something." Kasuk didn't wait for Aika's comeback and directly faced Yoruichi with furrowed brows. "Isn't her change a bit too much?" Aika was about to say something, but when she heard Kasuk's words, she stops herself to listen as she feels like it's something important. Aika herself noticed the fast change in her disposition and wanted to know more about it. "That's what I think too. There's probably something happening that we can't see. And we know what's to blame." Yoruichi touched her chin and said, "The giant *SS dragon from before?" Aika muttered. "Right. It's the biggest possibility, but since we don't know what exactly did it do to you we can't just point that way without any hard evidence. I already examined you before, but aside from the unique aura that the red dragon left on you, I didn't see anything else." Kasuk also rubbed his chin in contemplation. "What should I do?" Aika asks. After thinking about it more, she's afraid that she'll become someone who isn't herself. Kasuk grinned at her and asks, "What do you think of this change?" Aika felt a bit annoyed at his grin, but thought to herself, "What do I think of this change?" She reminisces all her experiences since the day the supernatural world opened to her. Aika noticed that she started to behave differently when she saw the ring that Kasuk gifted to Yoruichi. After thinking for some more, is it really different? No. I would have acted like that, but only in my fantasies. I didn't change and just became more open. Aika opened her eyes wide in realization and saw that Kasuk is still grinning at her. She returned a grin and said, "I don't hate it." "Ha ha ha. Is that so? But let me tell you this just in case you started to doubt yourself again. It's completely impossible for someone else to change another person's personality or psyche. At least that's what I know from all of my experiences." Kasuk patted Aika's shoulder as he reassures her, "And if it's my honest opinion, I like this aggressive you more than the plain old pervert you." Aika's eyes twinkled at his words, "Really? Then marry me." Kasuk, without hesitation, answered her with the biggest smile she had ever seen, "Hell nah. TCH. Yoruichi suddenly grabbed and hugged her from behind, resting her head on Kasuk's shoulder. "Stop flirting with my hubby and let's go. The food might get cold. Just a bit more." "No." Chapter 84, Unexpected Guest. Kasuk went home with the 3 in tow. It's already dark outside and there is almost no one on the streets as this is the outskirts of the town. As they near the house, all of them felt other presences, other Sona, Tsubaki, and Sakura, even Aika, 3 other people. Good. Looks like your detection skills are now a little bit better. But Kasuk, why is that one here? Yoruichi is already in her cat form leading the way. She praised Aika's improvement, but she's confused at the unexpected person present. I also don't know. Koneko-chan, do you have any idea? Kasuk is also confused and turned to Koneko for some answers. I'm sorry, senpai. Without reverting to my Nikomata form, it's still hard for me to distinguish an individual person from the distance. Who came? Koneko shook her head. Akino Haimjima, Yoruichi replied. Akino-senpai. Koneko is also confused but remembered what they just talked about earlier and her origins that she can't accept according to her master, Rias. You mean the top 2 most beautiful student of Kuo Academy? Why is she here? Aika, who's curious, asks. Aika-chan, how many devils do you think is currently attending the Kuo Academy? Kasuk turned his face to Aika. 5, I guess. Aika touched her lower lip with her finger and answered after thinking for a little bit. Wrong, it's 15. What? That many? And here I thought they're very rare. Wait, are you trying to say that this student with the biggest rack is a devil? So that explains her unnaturally big chest. Aika commented on the wrong thing, again. That's your concern. And by the way, those are natural without any enhancement from magic. Kasuk did a facepalm at Aika's words. What? Natural. That's inhuman. I thought for sure that it's a fake. She's a devil, remember. So being a devil gives you a natural advantage for the endowment. Should I reincarnate as one? It's true that the demonic power inside their body can move according to their unconscious desire and somehow grant it as long as it isn't ridiculous and only simple things like physical growth. Kasuk recalled some information about the devils he managed to uncover. Do you think Sona Kaishu will still reincarnate me after this long? Aika asks hopefully. I think she would. She still has some space for her peerage and she's not that choosy with her servants. Then. Before Aika can finish her sentence, Kasuk continued speaking, after you become her servant, we'll have to stop training you and you would have to spend most of your time with her to learn things as a devil. Kasuk, please take care of me forever. Aika threw out the idea of becoming a devil for just physical appearance enhancement and used this chance to attack Kasuk again. Kasuk stopped speaking and ignored her. TCH. Koneko-chan, do you know why she's here? Yoruichi knew that Kasuk wouldn't speak any further and did the questioning to Koneko when she noticed that she has some changes in her expression. I'm not sure. But earlier, they asked me how I can use senjutsu again and I told them that Kasuk-senpai helped me overcome my trauma and fears. Akino-senpai is probably curious about senpai since she has a similar fear of her origin. But I don't think she would admit it and just tell you that she's there to apologize in Bucho's place. Aika wanted to ask Koneko about her trauma but figured that this isn't the right time for that. She knows that even though she said that she overcame it, it should be still hard for her to tell others about it. What? Another traumatized person among your group? Nope. Not gonna help. I'm not bored enough to do that. I'm not really familiar with her and I don't have any intention of getting close to her. Kasuk opened his mouth again after he heard Koneko speak. What if she intends to get close to you? Yoruichi asks. I just have to piss her off so much that she wouldn't like seeing my face. And coincidentally, it's one of my fortes. Kasuk did a fist pump. That's your biggest forte, Aika added. Anyways, let's just see what she's up to. I doubt she'll make any move outside observing today. Kasuk increased his pace, and in just a few minutes, they reached the Urahara household and entered it. We're home. They simultaneously said. Welcome back. Change your clothes first. We're about to have dinner. Sakura's voice came from the living room where the guests are. Koneko and Aika went to Sakura's room to change from their school uniforms, while Kasuk and Yoruichi went straight to the living room to greet the guests. The people inside the living room all gathered their attention to Kasuk when he entered the room. Good evening, schoolmates. Sona Kaishu, you brought them here for what reason? The one who came, in addition to the regular visitors Sona and Tsubaki, are Momo Hakanai who led the group earlier in Sona and Tsubaki's absence, Ruroku Nimura, the first one who overreacted and attacked him when they thought Saji died, and Akino Haimjima, Rias queen, which shouldn't have any reason to come here. Akino Haimjima is a third-year high school student at Kuo Academy. She is Rias Grimmory's queen as well as her best friend. Akino is one of Kuo Academy's 2 great ladies alongside Rias. Akino is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Aside from Sona and Tsubaki, all of them have a trace of fear in their eyes after remembering the scary pressure that Kasuk lets them experience. Good evening, Kasuk-kun, you should already know. I heard from Sakura-san that you even bought groceries for tonight's dinner because you're expecting some guests. Everyone stood up, but Sona is the only one who spoke. I did expect you and some of your peerage members because I'm somewhat familiar with your overly serious personality. But I did not expect her to come. Kasuk smiled and eyed Akino, who has the same smile as him. I asked Sona Kaishu to take me with her to visit this place and apologize for what happened in Rias' place. Akino was a bit shaken when Kasuk stared at her but managed to hide it by saying her prepared line. I guess that's fine. Kasuk then proceeds to ignore her, which didn't bode well with Akino. Chapter 85, Apologies. Kasuk, do you have another set of table and chairs? Sakura came out of the kitchen while wearing an apron, carrying with her the hot pipping food and setting it to the table. Kasuk took out a table and extra chairs from his inventory and placing it on the space between the dining area and living area. You really do have one. You just have everything inside that pocket of yours, don't you? Sona was agape with all the random things inside Kasuk's pocket dimension that he kept putting out for various purposes these past few days. Tsubaki gave up on thinking about it and just turned to Sakura and following her inside the kitchen. Please let me help. Tsubaki tied her hair up into a ponytail. Thanks. Sakura smiled at her and continued readying the dinner. The first-time comers and Akino were all dumbfounded at how Tsubaki seems to be so familiar with helping out. Akino called out to her and asks, Tsubaki, have you always done this? Tsubaki turned around with a wry smile on her face. Kaishu and I always intrudes and helping out is the least I can do. They looked at Sona and turned in the opposite direction. Kaishu, you shouldn't let Fukukeichu work too much. Kasuk grinned and commented. I tried helping out, you know. Sona's head snapped towards Kasuk's direction and defended herself. But you're too clumsy. Even Yoruichi's paws has more dexterity more than you. Kasuk's words were like a sharp knife that went through Sona's pride. Sona pouted with a bit of blush on her face and didn't say anything else. The rest of the guests are dumbfounded yet again. They're this close. That president who's always frowning can make a face like that. Akino is in more shock because she knew her since she was young through her best friend, and Akino is pretty sure that only her sister can pull out an expression like that from her. I wonder how Rias would react if she were to see this. Even someone like Sona was able to open up to him with just a few days of interacting. After a few moments of silence, Momo and Ruruko looked at each other and then faced Kasuk. Urahara-san. Urahara-senpai. Kasuk knew what they were about to say and put on his deadpan expression while staring at them. They got nervous at his gaze, but they still continued by bowing down. We're very sorry for what happened. Sona returned to her normal expression and also stared at them. She wanted to punish them but figured that they should apologize first and hear Kasuk's opinion in this matter. Although Saji, the instigator of all of this, would get at least 500 magical spanks. Meanwhile, the rest of Sona's peerage members are in the stucco room reminiscing what happened earlier. Saji, while staring blankly at the wall, suddenly felt a chill crawl on his back. I'm a dead meat. Even though Kasuk isn't releasing the same pressure earlier, Momo and Ruruko can feel his gaze pressing down on them. They're probably just overthinking it but can't help but fear for themselves, and their backs are now drenched with cold sweat, but they didn't get up and just waited for him to speak. Kasuk continued staring at them for a few more seconds before wearing a large smile. Get up. I don't mind it that much. Although you two easily jumped into conclusions because of your poor observation skills, I still think that your response is very understandable. But I want to say something. If something like that were to happen again, revenge shouldn't be the first thing in your mind but to revive the down person. They both looked up to him and didn't know how to respond to a sudden change of mood. He even gave them advice. Although that's annoying under any circumstances, they really should have tried helping Saji first before confronting him. Both of them sighed in relief and noticed that Sona already had a smile on her face. Why does it feel like she became such a good wife? Such thoughts flashed in their minds, including Akino, but they discarded it as fast as it came. Thank you. We'll remember it. Momo and Ruruko said at the same time. They both stepped back and Akino stepped in with both of her hands in front of her. She has a neutral expression and bowed slightly. We're also sorry for what Riasbucho tried to do. Please do find it inside you to forgive us. Without even thinking for a bit, Kasuk instantly replied the moment she finished speaking, okay. He then proceeds to call out to Aika and Koneko, who just arrived in the living room. Yo, Koneko-chan, Aika-chan, both of you look cute today. Akino didn't feel well after the blatant disregard and gritted her teeth a bit, hiding it behind her forced smile. Sona also furrowed her brows when she noticed this. What is this annoying bastard planning to do again? Koneko and Aika didn't saw Akino's expression because her back is facing towards them. Koneko smiled when she heard him and Aika felt incredulous. Why are you on the attack today? Not that I hate it. Tell me more. Ruruko and Momo also noticed this but ignored it as they didn't want to have anything to do with it and just busied them playing with the black cat loitering around by carrying it and pressing its soft paws. Before things get out of control due to awkwardness, Sakura and Tsubaki finished setting up everything on the table and Sakura called out, everyone, find a seat. Dinner is ready. Sona is the first one who responded by approaching Sakura. Thank you for the trouble, Sakura-san. But you shouldn't have prepared anything as we didn't plan to stay long. It's fine. And Kasuk already bought everything, and I just had to cook it. Sakura smiled at her. What do you mean? It's cooking harder rather than shopping for ingredients. Sona tilted her head in confusion because cooking for her is like formulating very hard magic while shopping is just taking off the items from the shelves. Sakura's smile grew bigger and said to her, really? Why don't you ask him? Sona turned around and saw Kasuk wearing a very serious expression. Kaishu, if you want to experience real war, go shop for ingredients for sale with a bunch of housewives. Kasuk shuddered as he talks about his experience earlier. Is this the same guy who just scared us to death? He's scared of the housewives. The newcomers all thought. Even Tsubaki and Sona has similar thoughts. But they truly don't know the horrors of rush hour sales shopping. Aika, Koneko, and Yoruichi all saw how Kasuk battled the housewives in the past and nodded sagely. Chapter 86, Lowly Dragon, Hunting for Food Again. After eating the sumptuous dinner and cleaning up the table, everyone is lazing around while drinking their preferred beverages and sitting on either couch or wooden chair. Kasuk also took out various sweets for dessert which were enjoyed by everyone. Sona was about to say her thanks and goodbye but stopped herself after she saw Kasuk sports a large grin suddenly. Kasuk suddenly took out another plate of cookies and placed it on top of his hand. It can't be, right? Sona thought as a certain little girl in gothic Lolita fashion emerges in her mind. And just as she thought, Ophis, still in her gothic Lolita fashion, appeared with motes of dark purple lights. Everyone is shocked, though differently, except for Kasuk and Yoruichi. Sakura and Koneko are still concerned about the danger of her presence. She is, after all, the legendary Ouroboros dragon that is said the strongest in the world. But they still can approach and play with her. Sona is acting like the first time she met Ophis, her movements became rigid and cold sweat started to appear. Why is she here again? Sona is doing everything to stay calm but Tsubaki still noticed her out-of-sort expression. Tsubaki looked back and forth between the little girl and Sona and wondering why Sona's face kept twitching minutely from time to time. Tsubaki's interest in the unknown little girl spiked up. Who is she? A relative of Urahara. She teleported here without using any magic circle. How did she do that? And why are they allowing her to wear something like that? Urahara Kisuk's interest. Didn't think he would drop so low. I have to warn the president about her security around him. Akino, Momo, and Ruruko are also a bit curious, but that's all. They were also questioning how she could teleport without the use of a magic circle, but the world is big and all sorts of abilities aside from magic floats around that are hard to explain. Ophis looked around and saw that all seats are taken, so she opts for an alternative by walking towards Kasuk and sitting on his lap. Kasuk's smile grew bigger when she did this and started feeding her with cookies on his hand. Aika, who is sitting beside Kasuk, saw Ophis sat and started munching on the cookie in Kasuk's hand and immediately protested, no fair, I also wanted to do that. Come here, Ophis-chan. This Nei-san will feed you something better. Oi Kasuk, take out the rest. Ophis ignored Aika for now as she's still enjoying the sweet taste in her mouth. Tsubaki can't contain her curiosity anymore and asks Sona, who almost turned into stone in her seat, Kaishu. Who's she? I know her, but you should ask Kasuk if you want to know about her more. Don't ask why I can't answer, and I also suggest to just ignore her. Sona is now regretting not leaving early. If she knew that Ophis would be coming today, she would have postponed this apology trip. Now all of those who saw her for the first time today are shocked at Sona's response, which isn't like her at all. After inspecting her closely, they all notice that Sona's back is already drenched in sweat and it seems that all her attention is on the cute little girl with a weird attire munching happily on her cookie. Urahara-kun, can you tell us who is this little girl? Tsubaki didn't follow Sona's advice as her curiosity currently piqued. Akino, Momo, and Ruruko are also listening intently as this might be something important. Let's see, how should I explain this? For starters, her name is Ophis. Kasuk didn't even look at them and focused on feeding the little glutton. Ophis. Her surname. Tsubaki continued asking. No surname, just Ophis. Someone who doesn't have a surname. Chances are she has a troublesome past, so better not dig into it deeper. Tsubaki thought to herself, how are you related? And what is she doing here this late at night? Wouldn't those who are taking care of her be very worried? We are not related in any way. I don't know who's taking care of her, but she would sometimes come here to get some share of sweets. I can't think of anything to ask for me not to go deeper. Why did the president have that kind of reaction? If I were to choose one, it's fear. Tsubaki stopped asking questions as it seems like Kasuk didn't really want to tell her anything. Tsubaki thought that she should just ask Sona later to get some answers. When Ophis finished the cookies on Kasuk's plate, Sona found the courage to say what she wants to say all this time. Kasuk, Sakura-san. Thank you for your hospitality. Since we have accomplished what we ought to do, we would like to say our goodbyes. Leave. I'll bring something next time as thanks. Sona hurriedly stood up and urging the rest of the guests to stand up too. But too bad for her, since this night would become one of her most unforgettable memories. Kasuk looked up and was about to reply, but he felt some disturbance on Ophi's aura. He looked at her again and saw that she's staring at Aika and remembered the strange energy the red dragon planted on her a few nights ago. Ophis finished the cookies but still unsatisfied, so she looked for the next target that would feed her and remembered that there is another one who can. She switches her vision to the plate of cookies on Aika's hand but notices something weird on the person holding her favorite food. She then transferred her attention to Aika and her eyes opened a little bit, but this small action is a testament to her shocked feeling as there is almost nothing that can draw her attention. Ophis noticed the energy of her hated nemesis resting inside Aika's sacred gear and she pouted. Like a child who doesn't want to be outdone by her hated playmate, she suddenly conjured a black snake made of pure energy from her and it flew towards Aika's chest, disappearing inside it. Even Kasuk was shocked at her actions. Although he could have stopped Ophis many times before the black snake even reached Aika, his curiosity is greater and really wanted to know what would happen. If the energy she sent to Aika has only negative effects on her, Kasuk would immediately use his Bankai to remove that energy from her. Everyone stopped moving and put all of their attention to Aika, and Aika herself is blankly staring at her chest. A few seconds after the black snake entered Aika, a sudden heartbeat was heard. It wasn't loud, but strangely enough, everyone heard it clearly and it's accompanied by the regal aura of a dragon. This heartbeat resounded throughout the whole town and adjacent parts of the next towns. All denizens of the supernatural world, whether they are hiding in the town, peacefully enjoying their lives or just coincidentally passing by, all heard the heartbeat with its aura that spread everywhere, instantly making it very hard for someone even with highest skills in detection to pinpoint where it came from, but it's only a matter of time before they find it. Kasuk! Yoruichi shouted, rousing everyone from their stupor, and the newcomers had another shock. The cat talked. At the same time, Yoruichi called him. Kasuk tapped his foot to activate a multi-layered barrier to stop the aura from spreading to outside. Chapter 87, Graphia's Frustration. In the forest around the abandoned church, Graphia Lucifuge is standing at the starting point where Kasuk casts his Kiddu. The terrain already returned to its former appearance with the help of magic. Graphia has been coming to this place multiple times to inspect it because she wants to look something else other than her initial findings. Graphia is checking the lingering mana that the beam left. She has done this already several times but still can't believe the result of her investigation. The attack composes two types of energies, half is mana and the other half is soul power. Who the hell is insane enough to use his or her own soul to fuel a magic attack? I can only think of it as a suicidal spell that brings down the opponent with him. Just after inspecting the place again, Graphia suddenly heard a heartbeat. It is soft but very clear, then a sudden wave of oppressive dragon aura came from nowhere and disappeared just as fast. What? Graphia exclaimed and looked around to find its source but failed. She flew up to get a vantage view of the whole town. There she saw all sorts of beings flying up and looked around the town. Did they also hear that heartbeat? So it encompasses the whole town. How strange, I felt that it's only beside me. And that aura. A dragon's. But the only thing qualified as a dragon in this town is the boosted gear. I have to check him. Graphia flew across the sky while hiding her aura. She landed on the roof of the Haidu residence and took a peek inside using magic. Graphia saw that Issei Haidu and Asia Argento are looking around confused. She focuses her attention on Issei's left arm where the boosted gear resides. She didn't notice anything out of place, but just to make sure, she scanned it with her demonic power. Graphia still couldn't find anything, but after a few more seconds of inspecting, something tugged on her demonic power and an archaic voice entered her mind. Little devil, what is your purpose? Graphia was shocked and was about to disconnect her power, but before that happens, the voice resounded in her mind again. Don't panic. I meant no harm. Something came up, that's why I decided to talk to you. Graphia stopped her intended action but still stayed vigilant. She didn't speak out loud but she replied using her thoughts. Are you one of the two legendary heavenly dragons? Yes. Excuses me for my rudeness. A very brief dragon's aura spread throughout the town and you and your host are the only ones I know capable of producing something like that. So I inspected it immediately. I'm sorry if I disturbed your rest. Graphia spoke formally after the voice confirmed its identity. Were you able to hear the heartbeat? Yes. It came just before I felt the aura. So it really wasn't my imagination. The archaic voice softly muttered. It wasn't you, sir? Graphia asks. Ha. I guess I can tell you about it. It let out a huge sigh and then continued speaking. There were actually two heartbeats that resounded at the same time, and the aura that followed it signifies the birth of two dragons. Two dragons, but shouldn't be any other dragon present here. That's also one of the mysteries, as two should have felt something if a dragon is nearby. Graphia didn't speak further and just waited for the archaic voice to continue. But really, How strange. Little devil, do you know how dragons are born? Grafia tried to recall the information from the books about the dragons and now also find it strange. There should be a beat every 1 minute with a total of 3 beats. The first beat is the weakest and the last beat is the strongest. A few minutes has already passed, but there is only a single beat. And the aura suddenly disappeared. Someone must have blocked it after it spreads for the first time. Phew. Such a shame. Witnessing the birth of a dragon should be a fine experience. Grafia sighed, not understanding the archaic voice's dilemma. You're making light of this situation. What do you mean, sir? A dragon's birth is accompanied by their first 3 heartbeats, but how loud it determines its natural potential. A normal dragon's beats can't be heard without listening to it intently. A superior dragon's first beat can be heard 1 meter around it and the third beat can be heard 10 meters around it. Now imagine the potential of these 2 dragons' first heartbeat. If my guesses are right, the second beat would resound throughout the whole country and the last one would be heard throughout the human world. Grafia was speechless at its words. It took 1 whole minute before she could respond again. How strong are those dragons when fully mature? In her mind, she's calculating how would the current underworld be disrupted by these dragons. From the way he speaks about it, these 2 dragons should be on the same level as them, the heavenly dragons. A birth of heavenly dragons in flesh and blood, how will it affect the current threat of the world? The archaic voice guessed what she is thinking and said, no. Those 2 aren't on the same level as both Albion and me. After hearing this, Grafia sighed in relief as she and her husband don't want additional variables to these turbulent times where war can easily break out. Seeing her reaction, the archaic voice laughed out loud, ah. Grafia was shocked at his laugh and thinking if she did something worth laughing. Dragons are really strange, especially the strong ones. The archaic voice is still snickering at her, but Grafia didn't mind it, because, even though it's currently sealed, this dragon is a lot stronger than her in its heyday. Little devil, I forgot to tell you something. The voice calmed itself and spoke again. What is it, sir? The auras that accompanied those heartbeats can only remind of both Great Red and Ouroboros dragon. I don't know if they are their spawn or what, but 1,000 years or less to the future, we may have 2 additional overlords of this world. How mysterious, someone would actually hide the birth of these 2. The archaic voice then released Grafia's demonic power and went back to inactivity. What? Grafia then notices that she was already disconnected from the voice. She tried inserting her demonic power to Issei's left arm again. Please answer. Sir. Damn it. She gave up after a few minutes because she knew that the dragon won't answer any further questions. Grafia took off and flew around the town while hiding her aura. She kept scanning every building she could find to at least get some clues to the new dragon's whereabouts and the mysterious guy who actually went and tried hiding it. What is this guy planning? Why would he hide those 2 dragons that can be on par with those legendary beings? Is he trying to take over the world? Such questions kept rising up from her mind as she searches the whole town. She eventually reached the Urahara household and candy shop. Grafia noticed that Sona, her servants, Rias servants, the boy she encountered earlier and 2 other humans. One of the human women is somewhat familiar to her, but she couldn't think about it now. What are they doing here? They are just having a lively conversation. I can ask Rias about it later. This isn't the time to observe them. I have to look for more clues. Grafia then scanned the whole house and shop 1 time before moving to the next one. After searching for the whole night, she found nothing and felt frustrated. She immediately returned to Underworld and reported to her husband what just happened in the dragon within the boosted gear's words. Chapter 88, Sacred Gear Awakening. Kasuk. Along with Yoruichi's shout, Kasuk taps his right foot to activate the multi-layered barrier he previously set up just in case something like this happens. He also activated the token which imitates Kyuka Soijetsu's hypnosis ability to hide the fact that a barrier is active around the house to the outside. After seeing a barrier being activated and a very strong concealment type 1 at that, the guests became a bit defensive, especially Akino. Sona and the rest of her peerage members took a stance to either attack or defend themselves. They also activated the demonic power in their body to strengthen their defense. Meanwhile, Akino directly transforms into her Shinto priestess clothing and conjured several magic circles crackling with lightning and hovered it around to attack or defend in her command. As they are readying, Yoruichi's voice resounded again. This time, however, her voice sounds a little pissed and with pressure even worse than what Kasuk released earlier. Nobody move. They were all forced to sit back down, destroying their resistance. Even more, pressure came to Akino since she's the one who took it far. All the magic circles she conjured were destroyed by the pressure and she almost lost her consciousness after sitting down. If she didn't go to the toilet earlier, she would have soiled her skirt and the chair she is sitting on. Akino is desperately gasping for air and already bit her lower lip just to stay awake. Although she is very scared and feels like a god of death is breathing down on her neck, she still looked at where the deathly pressure is coming from. What is that cat? Sona and her peerage members are faring better, but they also felt that a god of death is standing behind them and was about to bring down his scythe. Sona also looked at the cat. Yoruichi is capable of something like this. What is he? Is this the same pressure that Kasuk used at them earlier? If it is, what the hell is Kasuk? Tsubaki is also thinking of the same thing, but she's still trying to rouse her demonic power to at least defend Sona if something were to happen. Momo and Ruruko are now questioning their life choices as they were in the worse situation now than earlier. Why did this happen again? And now it's coming from the cat we were just playing with. Both of them wanted to cry. After a minute which felt like a very long time for these guests, Kasuk's voice resounded, "That's enough, Yoruichi. You would have also done the same thing if you're in their position." Yoruichi removed the pressure, albeit not completely. Although the pressure is not scaring them anymore, it still restricts their movement and can't cast magic. They all sighed in relief, most notably is Akino. She's been trying very hard to stay awake and now she could rest easier with this. Although she never dared to do anything that might aggravate either Kasuk or the cat. Wait. Yoruichi. Isn't that the name of the lady who is teaching Koneko how to fight that we are looking for all this time? But that's a male cat. Sona gathered her bearings, but she didn't confront Yoruichi. She instead turned to Kasuk who is watching Aika intently as she grabs her chest and struggles to breathe with a very red face. What's happening? And what do you plan to do with us? If you don't want any of this going out, I can promise you and even sign a stronger contract to enforce it. But you have to let us leave. Koneko and Sakura also turned to Kasuk and also wondering why he isn't doing anything at alleviating Aika's pain. The two of them are very worried about her well-being and they would shoot a concerned look towards Ophis who started all of this. Kasuk didn't look away from Aika but he answered Sona, "I don't know what Ophis did, but it looks like Aika's sacred gear is about to awaken." Sona and everyone's eyes went wide open. Sona asks in a stuttering voice, "This is SS Sacred Gear's awakening. That can't be. Awakening someone's sacred gear isn't this exaggerated even when compared to the Longinus? Isn't this more like a very strong dragon waking from its slumber?" Sona knew what a dragon aura feels like as she already went to the Valley of the Dragons in the underworld when she's still young. And even Tannen's aura, a former dragon now an ultimate class reincarnated devil, isn't as impressive as the dragon aura that Aika is releasing, albeit a lot weaker than Tannen's. She then remembered that the one who started this all is the Ouroboros dragon standing beside Kasuk also silently watching Aika. She understood that this over-the-top awakening has something to do with her and didn't question it further. Sona didn't wait for Kasuk's answer and asks another important question. "I know that you don't want us to get involved with this as it may have something to do with your secrets. Can't you just let us leave? I swear in my name and power that not a single soul outside of this house would know about this." Sona also didn't want to get involved as it has something to do with the Ouroboros dragon. It's too dangerous for them. Although she is also worried about Kasuk, she has to prioritize her servant's safety. "Even if I wanted to let you leave, I can't, because I already locked the space around us just to contain the aura Aika is releasing." Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. "Then what do you plan to do? We honestly don't want to get involved with this." Sona still hopes that he would let them go. After Sona spoke, however, another heartbeat was heard and it was a lot stronger than the first one. The concealment barrier that Kasuk placed creaks as the aura multiplied many times over. Kasuk looked around and looked back to Aika who's still building up the aura and concluded that the barrier won't be enough to stop the next heartbeat. Kasuk looked at her for the first time and grinned. All of Sona's hope was dashed after seeing that expression. This bastard. Damn it. I just have to grit my teeth and get over this mess. I'll have you pay for this one day, Kasuk. She glared at Kasuk without voicing out her thoughts but he understood her. Ahahaha. Alright, let's move to a better location. Kasuk took out his fan and waved it around. Are you serious, Kasuk? Yoruichi asks unsure of his decision. Yep. Kasuk then clapped his hands and a large magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. After a few seconds, all of them were teleported away. Chapter 89, Sacred Gear Awakening Part 2. After Kasuk taps the floor with his foot and activating the barriers he placed in the past. He started thinking of things that could happen. I was able to stop the aura from getting out but a wisp of it got away. Those guys are probably panicking out there if that heartbeat traveled far. Kasuk felt the disturbance in mana inside the room but ignored it as he knew that Yoruichi would do something about it. Nobody move. He let her release her pressure for a whole minute before speaking up. That's enough, Yoruichi. You would have also done the same thing if you're in their position. You've scared them enough. He added internally. Kasuk knew that she actually had fun pressuring these devils as frustration is starting to build up inside her. This is actually the best time to convert her into a Shinigami, but what should I do with these guys? Kasuk started contemplating his possible moves from this point on. Since I already locked the space, teleporting them outside will open up the barrier for a bit and those people outside might be able to pinpoint the source of aura towards here. I don't want to attract too much attention because of this as it looks like it's related to Ophis and that big asterisk SS dragon. It's impossible for the people of power in this world to not know about them. What's happening? And what do you plan to do with us? If you don't want any of this going out, I can promise you and even sign a stronger contract to enforce it. But you have to let us leave. Kasuk heard Sona's voice from the side and answered her blankly as he's still calculating things and weighing the pros and cons of the situation. I don't know what Ophis did, but it looks like Aika's sacred gear is about to awaken. This is SS Sacred Gear's awakening. That can't be. Awakening someone's sacred gear isn't this exaggerated even when compared to the Longinus. Isn't this more like a very strong dragon waking from its slumber? I know, right? This is amazing. Kasuk wanted to laugh but stopped himself. I know that you don't want us to get involved with this as it may have something to do with your secrets. Can't you just let us leave? I swear in my name and power that not a single soul outside of this house would know about this. Even if I wanted to let you leave, I can't, because I already locked the space around us just to contain the aura Aika is releasing. Kasuk rubbed his chin and started thinking of what he should do now. Should I just drag them to this mess? Then what do you plan to do? We honestly don't want to get involved with this. Kasuk looked at her for the first time and grinned. It's decided. Let's drag them in. I could show them some things and let them sign a stronger secrecy contract. Even if they broke it, it's fine since I'll have more maneuvering ability in the future's diplomatic talks. If they don't break it, I can scare them and the way they would act would give those higher than them some clues that something is wrong with me and I can use that hesitation for a lot of things too. Ahahaha. Alright, let's move to a better location. Kasuk took out his fan and waved it around. Are you serious, Kasuk? Yoruichi asks, unsure of his decision. Yep. Kasuk then clapped his hands and a large magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. After a few seconds, all of them were teleported away. They all reappeared inside the secret training ground, and the first-timers went agape again. Where are we? Sona asks blankly. Somewhere we won't be disturbed. Oh right, before we leave this place, we'll have to sign a secrecy contract. Kasuk took out his cane and taps the floor with it, sending his Rias towards the existing barrier, strengthening it. When Sona saw him took out his sacred gear, and sending a weird pulse of energy towards the ground, she became warier. Didn't we already signed one not long ago? We could just update its terms and both agree on it. I want a new and stronger contract. Sona furrowed her brows at his words. You know that a stronger binding contract isn't ideal even for a devil like me. There is just no merit for us. You can discuss the new terms among yourselves after we're done with everything here. Of course, I have to agree to it. Sona nodded at him. I got it. We're going to watch for now. What else do we have to do? Nothing else. Yoruichi here will set a barrier here, just don't step out of it. Kasuk then pointed to the black cat sitting on the ground. They finally remembered the scary feline again and shuddered. He's going to leave us with this cat. What if we get eaten? Yoruichi eyed Kasuk for a few seconds before letting out a large sigh. Whatever. Will you make it flashy? Kasuk grinned and replied, it's going to be flashy whether we like it or not. I like that. The black feline replied, showing her fangs. Yoruichi suddenly exploded into smokes which startled everyone except for Sakura and Koneko, who knew of her true form. From the smokes, a slender and well-endowed woman of average height appeared. She has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair. Her hair is waist-length and kept in a ponytail with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face. She's currently wearing her backless, sleeveless tight-fitting undershirt and tight-fitting black stretch pants. Akino silently reacted, that's her. Sona and the rest were dumbfounded. Where did this beauty come from? And that cat with manly voice is actually a she. Sona then remembered Kasuk's words last time, this one here is my partner. She even joked about him being gay and have a weird fetish. But after seeing this form of hers, she suddenly felt a tinge of jealousy. What the hell are you thinking, me? He's only a fiancé candidate. Although Sona didn't know how weird it is to consider him a fiancé candidate because beating her in a game of chess is just one of the conditions to become a candidate. Yoruichi is enjoying their shocked stares when she notices Sona's look. God damn it. Another one. Why does this always happen when I tried to show off? Chapter 90, just some standard stamina training. After Yoruichi transformed, Aika spoke for the first time. Ugh. Kasuk, please stop ogling on her legs and do something to help me. My whole body is in pain and I think I might explode or something. Ever since the energy in the form of a black snake that came from Ophis entered her body, she felt that she became bloated and her whole body is on fire. She didn't have the time to speak as she is concentrating on controlling the rampaging energies inside her body. Aika is using the method that Koneko and Yoruichi taught her to control ki. Although it isn't ki, it can still alleviate some pain. But her control skills are not enough to tame the dragons inside her, and ever so slightly, she keeps losing control some parts her body. When the second heartbeat resounded, she panics greatly as her situation became worse because, although she is standing, she can't move her limbs at all and the bloated feeling is so great that she wanted to vomit but can't. Aika couldn't even discern her surroundings as she keeps focusing on controlling herself. Aika then looked at Kasuk, who was watching Yoruichi transform, and got pissed, so she called out to him. He knows that she's in danger and she has already given all of her trust to him, yet he's still in the mood to appreciate some legs. Kasuk looked at her and smiled. It's not your imagination. If you didn't go through that insane training of Yoruichi, you would have already exploded into pieces. That's not a laughing matter. Do something. Aika clenched her teeth and glared at Kasuk. Now isn't the time yet. Endure it for as long as possible. I'll make my move once you can't take it anymore. Kasuk reassured her. Aika went silent and nodded. She then stopped paying attention to everything and just quietly endured her aching body and the bloated feeling. Yoruichi nodded in satisfaction when she saw this. That's why it's worth teaching her. Out of curiosity, Sona asks Yoruichi after calming herself down, what kind of training did she go through? Just a standard stamina and control training. Yoruichi answered energetically. Kasuk wouldn't call it insane without reason. It couldn't have been just some basic training. Sona immediately retorted, and she has a point. But it's really just a stamina and control training. Hey Kasuk, back me up. Aika would just run around here all day while dodging Yoruichi's magic. But with a twist. What twist? It's Yoruichi's turn to flash a bad grin. She had to run under this pressure. Yoruichi repeated what she did earlier, but twice as strong. These past few days, Yoruichi kept increasing the pressure that Aika had to endure to make sure she won't be able to tell that she's adapting to her pressure and killing intent. When the stronger pressure descended for another round today, they all buckled up and collapsed to the floor. Momo and Ruruko directly lose consciousness while Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino hang on, but they can't breathe and their minds stop thinking of anything other than death due to sheer fear. Yoruichi relieved of the pressure after 3 seconds. Don't relieve your frustration on them. Look, you scared them too much. What if it became a trauma? Kasuk slightly reprimanded Yoruichi and released a kiddo that soothes the mind, which was repeatedly stressed tonight. If they can't think properly even before the main event happens, then they're just useless audience that accepts everything it sees. All of them slowly recovered and was able to think properly again. Momo and Ruruko didn't wake up, but they both had a very peaceful face. They were relieved of their nightmare. Kasuk took out enough chairs for all of them, and Sakura assisted Sona and Tsubaki to sit down to calm themselves further. Koneko helped Akino stand up and sit down on one of the chairs. All of them looked at Yoruichi with a complicated expression. Most are fear, but there is also some resentment. But they knew that they couldn't mess with her. Akino is panicking because they are totally unknown people with unknown intentions and they have this kind of power. She suddenly remembered Koneko is also training under them and learned some amazing techniques. Koneko-chan, do you also do your stamina training like that? Akino's question caught the attention of even Sona and Tsubaki. They all thought that there is something special to Aika, that's why she was able to endure that, and if it is the same Koneko they knew from before, she couldn't have endured it too. And Koneko answered like it wasn't a big deal. I got used to it. What? You can get used to that. Aren't you just going to die if you try to endure it? They are putting your life into danger. Akino shouted as hold on to her. Koneko is her precious underclassman and she treated her like a sister better than Rias, and the fact she goes through the kind of training which she can't even endure for a few seconds worries her greatly. Due to this, she found the courage to confront the two which can end her life even without touching her. Please stop putting Koneko into danger. Akino-senpai, you don't have to worry about me. But they warned me multiple times that their training regimen can put my life into danger and I can't be half-ass about it. Then I accepted knowing it. Since I already made my resolve, I can't stop now. Besides, Yoruichi-san is just messing with you. Messing with us? What do you mean? Akino became confused at her words. Yoruichi will only apply the appropriate pressure that both I and Aika-senpai can endure and continue our training. At first, the pressure is only as strong or even weaker than what Kasuk-senpai did earlier. And as time goes on, the pressure increases and now accompanied by killing intent. What Yoruichi-san did earlier is the only pressure that I and Aika-senpai can endure now. Koneko explained the whole thing. The 3 recipients of the pressure finally understood it and they all looked at Yoruichi, who had both of her hands on her head while watching them. Yoruichi's eyes widened a bit and then looked away and whistled like it was none of her business. Weho. They wanted to say something, but before they could open their mouths, the third heartbeat resounded with almost drowning aura of a dragon. They focused their attention back to Aika. Kasuk. Kasuk-san. Kasuk-sama. I can't take it anymore. Please do something. I'm going to explode. Aika opened her eyes and shouted towards Kasuk. So it seems, Kasuk replied. Damn you. Stop being so nonchalant. I'm dying here. Save me. All right. I'm coming. Hurry up and get your nasty A*S here, Kasuk-sama. Kasuk suddenly took out Benihime from its sheath and stabbed Aika in the chest. The color of a Shinigami's Ryoryoku is red. Everyone except for Yoruichi is dumbfounded. Koneko shouted at him, "Kasuk-senpai. What are you doing?" Even his mother is panicking. "Kasuk. Stop it." Ophis, who was watching Aika silently from the start, had her eyes opened wide as she suddenly felt an aura which she never felt before. Kasuk poured the same amount of Ryatsuki as the dragon aura, wreaking havoc inside her body to offset it. After inserting the appropriate amount and kickstarting her transformation, he suddenly kicked her to the stomach, sending her flying and smashing to the nearby large boulder. Chapter 91, The Impossible Game. After smashing Aika to the boulder about 50 meters away, Kasuk continued by generating a burst of crackling yellow energy in his palm and uses this energy to draw an inverted yellow triangle, which generates solidified energy in the shape of smaller triangles from its 3 points. Bakudu number 30 Shidatsu Sansen, beak-piercing triple beam. The smaller triangles fire and hit Aika, pinning her against the surface of the boulder in 3 places in the shape of a perfect triangle and immobilizing them. Aika at this point already loses her consciousness, but her attire is slowly changing into something that is very familiar for both Kasuk and Yoruichi, a shihakusho, garment of dead souls, although some white matter is also slowly oozing out from the orifices of her head and a big hole appeared on her chest, signifying her simultaneous transformation into Shinigami and Hollow. Just as Kasuk expected, her soul and body are changing from the fundamental level to adapt to the use of Ryatsuki when introduced to his own Ryatsuki by creating a pseudo-seketsu, binding chain, that a Shinigami has to boost the Ryoryoku, spiritual power, and connecting to Hakusui, soul sleep, which is the source of Ryoryoku. However, the process of creating a pseudo-seketsu also introduced the encroachment to the soul. If she can't become a Shinigami, she'll turn into a Hollow. Those from this world can't become a Shinigami or a Hollow without the help of a fellow Shinigami with sufficient skills, so the 3 of them could be considered unique existences from the world's perspective. There are also some changes in other aspects, like being removed from the reincarnation system that was set in place. Whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage for Aika is unknown. When Aika fell unconscious, she entered her inner world and opened her eyes for the first time in it. She looked around and saw where in every direction there is a mix of iridescent colors. Just looking at them makes her dizzy, but she's familiar where she is. Isn't this the dimensional gap that Yoruichi is talking about? What am I doing here? She looked below, although she can feel that she is stepping on something. It is still an empty space with kaleidoscopic colors at the distance. What am I supposed to do here? And it doesn't look like I'm dying as Yoruichi described. Ugh, my head hurts. Aika then remembered what happened before she awoke here, right? That damned Kasuk stabbed me in the chest. Strange, where is the wound? She touched her chest and even removed her clothing to check the hole Kasuk opened for her. While she's checking her state, Aika suddenly heard an explosion behind her. She immediately turned around and shouted, "What now?" Aika saw 2 silhouettes clashing against each other, a red and black silhouette. As she is trying to figure out what those outlines are, Aika noticed that they are approaching her position and each of their clashes shockwave brush past her face. She can now clearly see the outlines after enough time has passed. They are 2 little girls and both of them are wearing a cloak cape. The first one is a little girl around the age of 10 with red shoulder-length hair which waves around giving her a very wild feeling, 2 crimson-red straight short horns on her head pointing backward which is complementing her hair, and red-blood reptilian eyes with golden slits that are full of vigor and energy. She is wearing a cape with the same color as her hair. The second one is also a little girl around the same age as the first one but shorter in height. She has a black waist-length straight hair and only a pair of obsidian horns which is similar to the first girl and also complements her hair greatly. Opposite of the lively girl, her eyes which are jet black reptilian eyes with golden slits are apathetic and lethargic. She is also wearing a cape that matches her hair. Both of them are very cute in Aika's opinion, but they kept glaring at each other like they were each other's most hated enemies. She also felt a strange connection to them, so she called out. Either way, Aika doesn't know what to do in this strange world. Fighting is bad, you know. Why don't the 2 of you get along? Both stopped glaring at each other and looked at her direction and shouted at the same time, "Mother." Aika needed a few seconds to process the kid's words and started fuming, "I'm not your mother. It's impossible for me to have kids as big as you. And more importantly, I'm a virgin. But you're my mother." Both of them now looked dejected. Aika panicked as she didn't want to see them dejected. Strangely enough, okay. Don't make that face. How did I become your mother in the first place? Both of them tilted their heads in confusion. You don't know. Aika sighed as she easily understood what they meant. She thought that she should ask Kasuk later about these 2. Aika looked at them again and asks, "Anyways, what are your names?" Both of them answered at the same time again, but Aika wasn't able to hear it. As Aika is trying to recall what they just said, the 2 little girls started shouting at each other, "That's my name. And isn't yours?" And they started clashing again. "Stop." Aika hurriedly stopped them and they listened to her, although their auras are still fluctuating. "Why are you fighting?" Are you siblings if both of you are calling me mother? And why can't I hear your names? Can you repeat it again? You can't hear my name. The little girls tilted their heads again. Strange, there is weird knowledge inside my head. They continued speaking. Mother, you have to look for your own power before this world collapse or you'll turn into a monster. Then both of them suddenly disappeared. What? Aika was startled at their last words and tried looking for them again for another confirmation of what they just said. If I can't find my own power, I'll become a monster. She then suddenly recalled Kasuk's appearance when he's rampaging. It can't be, right? She then noticed a movement above her head and looked up. The iridescent world is slowly being consumed by a black hole and from it, thousands upon thousands of boxes fell. Aika then gets what she has to do. You're telling me that I have to look for my power among these boxes before that black hole consumes all. Impossible. I can't open them all even if you give me decades. Damn it. Who designed this impossible game? I want to sue them. Chapter 92, Just a Chance. After pinning Aika to the boulder, Koneko and Sakura wanted to rush towards Kasuk to stop him from doing anything further. But just as they take their first steps, Yoruichi blocked their way. Yoruichi. Sakura furrowed her brows as she said her name. You're misunderstanding things here, Mom. Kasuk isn't trying to hurt Aika-chan. Yoruichi calmly said. Then what is he doing? Sakura didn't back off and continued to ask. He's giving her the chance to control her abilities and increasing her latent potential, Yoruichi explained. A chance. Sakura's brows furrowed deeper. Yes, just a chance. Yoruichi nodded. What if she failed? Sakura's voice is now growing colder. She'll turn into a monster that can't think. But Yoruichi continued to look at her eyes and spoke calmly. Then what are you planning to do if that were to happen? Sakura's aura is now flaring up, and some of her demonic powers are also leaking out. Confine her somewhere until Kasuk finds a way to reverse her transformation. And if that is not possible, then we'll kill her ourselves. As if she didn't notice her change, Yoruichi stated their plan without hesitation. You. Sakura was shocked at her words as she didn't think they are capable of initiating this kind of plan and can become so cold-hearted when it fails. Obviously, the onlookers are also shocked by her words. Akino is especially worried about Koneko. Are they going to do something similar to her? No. This won't do. I have to stop her from coming here. Yoruichi ignored their reaction and smiled. You misunderstand again. We wouldn't proceed to do this if Aika is in real danger. Although all of what I said is true, chances of that happening are very minimal. Sakura looked at her eyes and can't tell if she's lying, but she can at least tell that Yoruichi is very confident with her words. Sakura sighed after a few seconds of contemplating. I'll trust you too this time. Don't mess it up and put Aika in danger. Let's go, Koneko-chan. We'll watch from the sidelines. Yoruichi's smile grew bigger and answered, we won't mess up. She then turned around and pulled out 4 knives with inscriptions and threw it to the 4 corners of their location, encapsulating her and the rest inside a transparent blue barrier. This is? Sona asks in wonderment. A barrier just in case a battle broke out. Yoruichi found a seat and took it, taking out her yogurt to watch the upcoming show. Everyone saw this and returned their attention to Aika, who is still pinned in the boulder, but she's already trying to escape while letting animal-like growls. The white matter already formed a half-bone mask on her face while the iris of her eyes turned golden with black sclera. What's happening to her? It was Akino who asked this time. Well. To make it easier to understand, that's her power going out of control. If she can't control it before she completes her transformation, that will become permanent. Yoruichi answered her despite not liking her very much. Outside the barrier, Kasuk is intently staring at Aika and her changes. He is constantly scanning her with his soul and see how will her sacred gear affect the formation of her Zanpakuto. And Kasuk was intrigued at what happened. Aika's sacred gear absorbed the Zanpakuto while it is forming and went to its place to become the Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Her sacred gear even helped her fuse her physical body and soul body to help facilitate and adapt to the Riatsuki mixture. When Kasuk saw this, he felt cheated, just like that. What the hell am I doing with my time? Kasuk continued watching, and just as he expected, the Riatsuki consumed all the dragonic aura to strengthen itself. Inside the barrier, Ophis is also watching this unfold, although not as much as Kasuk. She can only see that there are some unknown changes to the sacred gear, that it is now using some kind of energy that she is not familiar with. Ophis had another shock today when she noticed that the strange energy is slowly consuming the dragonic aura, which includes her energy, until it completely disappeared. She tried looking for her snake and control it but failed. Ophis looked at Kasuk and became curious about the man himself for the first time, as he is the instigator of this event. When the dragonic aura inside Aika was fully consumed, her hollow side completely took over, covering her upper body with white matter together with the newly forming Shahakusho. Gra. Aika roared and successfully shook off her bindings, dropping herself to the ground. What is that? Sona shouted. Akino and Sakura also has the same question running in their minds. Sona-chan. Have you ever heard of a human transforming like this? Sakura asks. Never heard of it. Akino-san, what about you? Sona passed the question towards the last conscious outsider. I've studied a lot of things on various topics to help Rias, but I've also never heard of it. Tsubaki-san, do you know something? Akino then turned to Tsubaki. I would have to disappoint all of you, but if it is about that, you should ask these two. Tsubaki then pointed to Yoruichi, who is happily eating her 5th cup of yogurt, and Koneko, who is watching worriedly. Both of them looked at Tsubaki but didn't say anything. Sakura and Sona sighed as they won't be getting anything from them. Kasuk finally made his move and held his palms away from himself, with their arms extended out to the sides, before clasping his hands together, with the fingers intertwined intricately. Bakudo number 99, Kin, Prohibition. An invisible force swiped Aika's arms towards her back, and several black spiritual fabrics tied it up and impaling it with iron shafts. Due to the sudden movement and strangely heavy fabrics and shafts, Aika fell to the ground groaning. But she didn't give up and tried to stand up again. Kasuk knew that it wouldn't take long before she breaks it, so he continued. He slammed his fingers into the ground and released white spiritual energy. Bakudo number 99 Bankin, Full Prohibition, Prologue, Halting Wraps. White spiritual fabrics appeared around Aika and covered her from head to toe as she shouts towards Kasuk. Refrain, Serial 100 bolts. Several metal bolts suddenly appeared in front of Kasuk and launched towards Aika, impaling different parts of her body. Chapter 93, Names. Aika is now laying on her back watching the world decay. She already opened 100 or so boxes but found nothing. What the hell is this? Isn't there some sort of clue? Aika muttered, blankly staring at the black hole. Are going to give up. Aika suddenly heard two contrasting voices of the little girls who disappeared earlier. Aika looked up and saw them standing 5 meters away from each other. I guess I shouldn't. I don't want to become like that. Aika stood up and proceeded to open boxes again and again. Are you just going to ignore father's advice? The two spoke behind her. Father. Aika tilted her head in confusion. The only figure that comes to her mind that these two are calling father is the bastard who threw her in this situation. She wanted to ask the little girls who are they referring as father, but she suddenly remembered Kasuk's words as he stabs her in the chest. Get the red string. Aika looked around and found no red string. All of these are boxes. How useless. She then recalled Yoruichi's lesson in training regarding detection. If it's my power, I should be able to detect it, right? Yosh, let's do it. But as she scans the boxes according to Yoruichi's method, all of them felt the same to her and nothing seems to be different in all those boxes. She's getting frustrated as the world is now about to disappear when suddenly she noticed a bunch of white strings coming from the boxes. Aika was enlightened. She focused her detection skills on those strings and they became more apparent. As she is doing this, a red string is sticking out like a sore thumb, and she understood what Kasuk meant. Aika pulled it along with the box it is attached and opened it. She saw a hilt of a Japanese sword and questioned if the whole sword is here or just the hilt because of the box's size. Hurry. Pull it out, the little girls shouted at her. Aika put her hands on the handle and pulled it, but it stuck, so she has to use all her might to pull it. Hurry. Hurry. The world is about to collapse. Ugh. No. Aika used all her strength to pull it one last time and she succeeded, pulling out a 2-meter-long nodachi. The moment she pulled it out, her attire suddenly changed into a shihakusho and the world instantly returned to its former appearance. Wait. I'm not going to attend some funeral now, do I? When can I get out? She commented as she inspected her new attire. Congratulations, mother. Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Adern M. Somnium, Everlasting Dream. The two of them spoke the same time again, but when they heard each other's name again, they started another war by throwing red and black balls of energy against each other, creating large amounts of explosions. Stop. Aika shouted at the two ballistic little girls and they stopped. Why are you fighting? Aren't you two siblings? She took my name. They pointed at each other as they explained their reason. Although I somehow understand what that name means, but why are you fighting over such a lame name? Because it's my name. Who gave you that name? They looked at each other and then looked back to Aika, shrugging their shoulders. I don't know. Aika stayed silent for a moment before making her decision. Come here, you two. Both of them approached her with a confused look and waited for her to speak. I somehow knew that name is very important, but I really think that it sounds lame. Since you two have the same name, don't fight over it. Aika patted both of their heads, but they look unsatisfied. They don't want to agree to her. But it's going to be annoying differentiating you two with the same name, so I'm giving you two a new one. Aika continued. A new one? You want to discard my name? The two of them didn't feel well and was about to send Aika back outside and never let her use their name again. Of course not. I know how important that name to you too if you're both fighting for it. Since the two of you consider me as your mother, I'll give you additional names so the two of you will have a different set. Aika explained. Aika faced the red-haired little girl and said, "You will be Akane, brilliant red." She then faced the black-haired little girl, "And you will be Kagaya, bright night." Akane and Kagaya looked at each other and smiled. They turned to Aika and exclaimed, "We like it." For the first time, the two acknowledged each other. Great. Aika is happy that they stopped fighting as she has a feeling that she has to resolve it. After they accepted their new names, Aika felt light as a strange power started to course inside her body. Mother. Show father our true selves. Aika then loses consciousness as she returns to the outside world. She still wanted to know who are they referring to as father and why, but she subconsciously knew it and just let herself be taken by the flow towards outside. What is that spell? It looks lackluster, but somehow, I feel that I won't be able to make any move if the cloth binds me, not to mention those bolts. Sona furrowed her brows as she inspected Kasuk's magic. It's not from any popular system. It's not even using a magic circle. How does that work? Akino muttered, which was heard by all of them. There are too many unknowns. All we know is that he's an expert in space magic, and everything else is unknown. Where did it come from? From some ancient practitioners. And how did he learn it? For now, I have to remember every detail to search for information about it later. Sona thought as she looks at Yoruichi. Sakura was also thinking of the same thing, more or less. She didn't expect that her son is hiding something this big and didn't know what to think of it. We should have a proper talk later. But I doubt that he'll tell me everything just like the first time. I have to remind him that he shouldn't go too far in towards the dark side, or else, he'll regret it. I should at least that much as his mother, even though I knew that I'm not doing a very good job in it. Are you going to do the final song? You might end up killing her. Yoruichi suddenly spoke after seeing Kasuk still not taking back his Ryatsuki. I'm not, but just in case. Kasuk then suddenly smiled at Aika's change in the aura. Looks like she succeeded. After inspecting closely, his smile suddenly froze, and she did it all the way. Damn. That's cheating. She's way worse than that strawberry. Chapter 94, Twin Fong Dimension Piercer. Are you going to do the final song? You might end up killing her. Yoruichi suddenly spoke after seeing Kasuk still not taking back his Ryatsuki. Aika, who already transformed most of herself into a hollow and bounded by the spiritual fabric and iron shafts, suddenly stopped struggling. I'm not, but just in case. Kasuk then suddenly smiled at Aika's change in the aura. Looks like she succeeded. After inspecting closely, his smile suddenly froze, and she did it all the way. Damn. That's cheating. She's way worse than that strawberry. Yoruichi also saw this and hurriedly stood up and ran towards the barrier to strengthen it. The onlookers are confused at their sudden reaction when Aika stopped moving, when suddenly a geyser of intertwining black and red energy suddenly erupted from her, rupturing her bindings. The hollowified Aika stood up and howled at the sky, releasing her Ryatsuki as pressure. Yoruichi's barrier creaked, but aside from that, nothing else happened to it. What? Did she fail? And what the hell is that monster? Tsubaki shouted in fear as her pressure is somewhat reaching inside the barrier despite blocking most of it. Sakura looked at Yoruichi and asks, when will you stop this? If this continues, Aika won't be able to go back. Relax. Kasuk said it, right? She succeeded. Yoruichi replied calmly. Succeeded? That monster. Sona is also feeling scared. Yoruichi didn't speak any longer as they will see the result. The hollowified Aika suddenly froze and the geyser of energy receded, making everything and everyone quiet. Her bloated ivory body full of spikes cracked all over and slowly disintegrated, leaving the human Aika behind. Aika is now wearing a shihakusho and a 2-meter-long nodachi on her back. Aside from that, she also wearing a skull mask with lines of red and black tattoos and 2 small horns on its forehead, which seems her former hollowified self left behind. All of them watched and waited for her next move. Aika suddenly stretched her arms upwards and shouted in delight, but her voice became a mix of her own voice and something else, making it scary. I finally returned. What the heck, my voice? And what is this mask? Cool. Wait, my voice returned to normal. I got a free mask with a voice changer. Sweet. Aika kept removing her mask and putting it on again while testing her voice. Kasuk and Yoruichi didn't know what to say. This girl is way too energetic for someone who is just about to lose herself. Sona and the rest didn't move from their positions, but they examined Aika's appearance. Sona's attention is specifically drawn to her mask and eyes, which is still hollowified. What happened to her eyes? Aika heard her comment and asks, eyes? Sona nodded in response. Tsubaki took out a small mirror from her pocket and was about to throw it to her, but she remembered the barrier is still in place. Yoruichi noticed what she wants to do and removed the barrier as it is not needed anymore and urged Tsubaki to pass the mirror to Aika. Tsubaki threw it with some force due to Aika's distance, but Aika didn't have any problems catching it. Taking a peek in the mirror, she exclaimed, "Thank you." "What?" "Hey, Kasuk. What happened to me?" Instead of answering her, Kasuk asks a question, "Can you unsummon the mask?" "Oh, it disappeared, and my eyes returned to normal." Aika inspected herself again. "How does it feel?" Kasuk continued asking her. "Feels great. But although I'm feeling light, it's harder to move." Aika hopped around and tested her body. "That's only natural as you're still not used to it. Some training can help you fix that." Kasuk smiled at her actions. Aika stopped what she's doing and stared at Kasuk. "Kasuk, I'm still feeling very bloated and I just knew a way to release all of this pent-up energy." She then gave him the brightest smile she could. Kasuk knew what she is planning to do and felt intrigued. "Oh. Looks like you're very confident. Try me." Yoruichi reactivated the barrier because she felt that Aika is underestimating the excess Ryatsuki in her system and wants to release all of them. All of them are once again confused at their actions as they thought that everything is already over. "Okay. Here I go." Aika pulled out the long nodachi from her back and held it in front of her. She took a deep breath and muttered, "Adernam somnium." As she muttered those words, black and red Ryatsuki started swirling around her and her nodachi suddenly shone the same light as her Ryatsuki. After a second, it split into two different smaller double-edged curved swords around 70 centimeters each. The first one has a red edge and black body while the second has the same color but inverted. The onlookers reacted when Aika uttered those words which caught the attention of Yoruichi and Kasuk. "Adernam somnium. Isn't that the last sacred gear? Does Aika have that?" But according to the records, it is a set of dull gray twin dagger which only gives the host some boost on speed and physical strength. Akino commented. "You're right. It said that it is the biblical god's latest and last creation. It's unknown why he stopped making sacred gears, but it's a popular belief that biblical god failed at his last creation and stopped working on sacred gears. Adernam somnium is a strange sacred gear that acts like a Longinus despite its apparent power that couldn't even hurt middle-class devils." Sona followed up. "Then the only possibilities are that's not the real Adernam somnium or it mutated in some way or another in Kiryu-san's hand." Tsubaki said something of her own while fixing her glasses. They stayed silent after Tsubaki spoke up and continued to watch the situation. Although because of Yoruichi's barrier, they still haven't realized the gravity of the aura Aika is gathering. Kasuk pointed her palm towards Aika and readied himself to block whatever she sends on his way. Aika's smile grew bigger realizing this and raised her arms which are holding the swords, for the name of this move. Let's go with that." She took a deep breath and subconsciously gathered all the Ryatsuki within and outside of her and channeled it towards the sword. "Twin Fong Dimension Piercer." As she shouted, Aika first swung her left sword downwards towards right forming red crescent energy in front of her and swung her right sword in the same manner just the opposite side forming black crescent energy which overlaps with the first one crosswise and sending it towards Kasuk's direction with extremely fast speeds. Kasuk is shocked, not because of its speed and also not because of its strength as it is still within his calculation. What caught his off guard is the sudden stagnation of space itself around him which made him put some effort just to move about. Interesting. As the cross-shaped wave about to hit him, Kasuk muttered, "Milan Escudo," and a small fluctuating green hexagonal shield in front of his palm. Milan Escudo is a kit developed by Aizen in the past and Kasuk knew how useful it is in many situations and recreated it. Milan Escudo is a stack of approximately 1 million Escudo, shield, kit that can block even the most powerful attacks. The downside is, you can't stack Escudo while in battle as it needs concentration from the user to do. And it also takes some time to stack it. It took Kasuk quite a hefty time to stack his shield and he also had to convert it to Ryatsuki from Ryatsu mana. When the cross-shaped wave hit the small shield, the black and red energy engulfed Kasuk whole covering his whole body. When Aika saw this, she became worried. "Kasuk." Just as she was controlling the energy from afar, which she isn't very good at yet, the energy suddenly swirled and slowly gathering towards the Escudo which already expanded to 3 meters wide, sending the energies back to Aika. "What?" Aika hurriedly ducked to the ground as she saw her attack being returned to her. Chapter 95, A Lovable Candy Storekeeper. Aika's attack went past just above her head and all the way towards the wall gouging out the bleak terrain and drilling a hole in the wall continuing until unknown depths. Aika stood up and looked at the destruction she caused. The hell? That's stronger than I thought it would. She was finally reminded that her head almost disappeared from her neck due to her own attack. She turned around and saw his teasing smile and immediately protested, "Kasuk. I know that I'm at fault for doing that without even thinking and I'm sorry, but couldn't you have just sent it sideways instead of in my direction? You almost fried my hair." "Ha ha ha, but you're fine. Kasuk laughed at her and praised himself inwardly for teleporting the whole training ground to a backup location which is an actual underground somewhere unknown before coming here. If not, it'll be revealed to these people where the actual location of this training ground most of the time, and he didn't want that, as this training ground could be their oasis when there is an emergency. The fewer the people who knew where this place is located, the better. As Aika was about to continue complaining, she suddenly stopped and dropped down to the ground without even muttering a word and completely losing consciousness. Her twin swords reverted back to its former form, a 2-meter-long nodachi, and her shihakusho receded and was replaced by her casual attire. Well, that's to be expected. You used everything in that one shot. Kasuk then turned around. Koneko-chan, take care of Aika here. She's fine, just exhausted. Yoruichi took down the barrier again and looked back at the guests. They are all frozen in place and had their mouths open in shock, including Sakura. Koneko nodded and ran towards Aika's position and carried her back in a princess carry. Kasuk also returned while thinking. She actually destroyed about 100,000 shields with just that much Riatsu ki. Looks like that strike has multiple special nature in it. I can slowly figure that one out. Kasuk took out a sheet and laid it on the ground, prompting Koneko to lay her down. Kasuk stopped walking as he almost forgot the little girl who started all of this. He turned around and saw that she is following while intently staring at him. What is she thinking, I wonder? Oh well, she'll get bored after some time and leave me alone. I can't really do anything to her and it doesn't look like she plans to do anything else. He wanted to discuss the terms with Sona's group, but he notices that they are still staring at the sleeping Aika. Agape. Excuse me. I want to discuss the terms now. I also want to go home and take a dip in the bath as soon as possible. Kasuk. Do you really have to discuss terms with them? Just force them not to say anything or erase their memories. Why do you have to go and give yourself some trouble? Yoruichi suddenly sent him a telepathic message questioning his decision. If I force them not to speak, we'll just provoke their caretakers as we have to send them back. And we can't erase their memories as I want to take advantage of that fact. This will also stop them from messing around with us, especially the grimmory group. Even though that Rias is taking care of our little friend Issei, I can tell that she's a spoiled brat and continue what she wants to do even if it is dangerous because of pride. Kasuk replied. Then it's useless even if she knows that we're dangerous for her. On the contrary, she might get us to involve even more. That's where her queen comes in. This Akino is the careful type of person. Rias would probably listen to her not to mess with us even if she can't tell her everything. This Akino will probably give some false report just to protect her spoiled master. I see. Then what about Sona? Yoruichi furrowed her brows. We need a connection to the underworld and Sona-chan fits the bill. You also know that she has a good head on her shoulders, although a bit prideful, but not as much as that redhead. She's the complete opposite of that brat, and our choices are only Sona and Rias. Since we also get along with her pretty well, the choice is already obvious. And lastly, I just love teasing her. How big is the last criterion? Yoruichi sighed, already expecting his answer. About 90%. That is so like you. If you gotta do something, you might as well find a way to enjoy it. Kasuk grinned. It took some seconds for Sona and the rest to react after Kasuk spoke. Kasuk. What the hell is she? A human, obviously, Kasuk answered blandly. Cool. I know that she's a human and formerly a normal one at that. How is she capable of doing that in just a matter of days of training under you? Sona pointed at the large hole created by Aika's attack. Tsubaki and Akino also has the same question. She's a bit special, you see. But as for special she is, you don't need to know. We should discuss the terms now. Sona took a deep breath and calmed herself down. I'm sorry, Kasuk-kun. If possible, I want a few things before we proceed to our talks. I don't want to be into many disadvantages. The fact that someone like you is hiding in this little town we are overlooking is big news for us. And I also want to establish a friendly connection between us. Kasuk smiled and said, sure thing, but I won't promise you that I would answer everything, but I can at least assure you that I won't lie. Ask away. Sona stood up and said, thank you. That's enough. First thing, what happened to Aika-san back then? Sona knew that Kasuk won't answer her if she asks him, how, so she instead changes the question a little bit to try her luck. Kasuk understood her train of thought, so he stopped for a bit to think of his answer. That's what happens when the soul is corrupted. Corrupted? How is the soul being corrupted? Sona asks a follow-up question, but this time Kasuk didn't answer her and just stayed silent. Ha. Fine. So that transformation is like an evil spirit being born. Sona immediately gave up her previous question and moved on the next now. Yes. A simple answer from Kasuk, but that's enough for Sona since after they left, she has a lead where to investigate first. Evil spirits, huh? There is not much information about them, but there should be enough if I ask for the help of my parents. Sona asks more questions regarding Aika and what she has done these past few days, but Kasuk didn't give any substantial answers. One last thing. Aika's last attack is comparable to the peak firepower of a strong mature high-class devil up to weak ultimate class devil. That's very surprising considering that she's just a normal human a few days ago, but what surprises me more is how were you able to casually return her attack? Urahara Kisuke, what are you? Due to Aika's very surprising attack, Tsubaki and Akino almost forgot that Kasuk received it and deflected it back. They shuddered at the thought that they've been ignoring someone so strong that they would need the two peerages to work together just to defeat him. Akino is the most affected as she and her master offended him on multiple occasions. Kasuk's smile grew bigger at her question and used his prepared answer, "These days, I'm just a lovable candy storekeeper." Chapter 96, Deal. These days, I'm just a lovable candy storekeeper. Sona stared at him and Kasuk knew those stares means that she's pleading for more answers. Ha! It isn't as easy as you thought, you know. Kasuk then lifted his right hand and opened his palm. A fluctuating hexagonal green small shield appeared on top of his palm. The spell is called Million Escudo. Kasuk then lifted his left arm and pointed it sideways. A green hexagonal transparent shield 1.5 meter wide appeared in front of his palm, and this is called Escudo. Even you can easily destroy it and breach it. Million Escudo is a stack of this Escudos and took me a few years to stack 1 million of it. And Aika just destroyed a year worth of effort. Kasuk explained. Although he didn't explain that he only stack Escudo in his free time when he's bored and nothing else to do, any Sona and the rest misunderstood it as he works very hard to complete this self-protection spell because Kasuk made a pained expression when he explained it. What a strange spell, like the rest of your magic. I doubt you'll explain how it works further, so I'll stop here. Sona fixed her glasses and continued, Kasuk-kun, you're strong. If you can do the same thing for an offensive spell, you'll be able to contend against an ultimate class devil, but that's only if you have a single opponent. If you're besieged by multiple enemies, you'll have a hard time getting away. So please do be careful and don't make too many enemies. Sona didn't say all of these to threaten Kasuk, but to assure the two, namely Tsubaki and Akino, that he isn't as dangerous as it seems. Truthfully, she didn't know how strong Kasuk really is, but she needs to establish a friendly connection with him, and if the two behind her are too scared to come in contact with him, that would only make it difficult for her. Kasuk knew her intentions and played along with her as that is also his goal. You're right, Kaisha-chan. I can only fight after stacking my spells, so I'll be doomed if I run out of ammo. Kasuk took out his fan and covered his face as he laughs. Akino and Tsubaki visibly sighed in relief due to Sona and Kasuk's words, although Kasuk thought that they are too naive to easily believe that ruse. Moving on, let's discuss the terms now. I presume that you need us to keep quiet of what we witness here. Sona pushes forward the conversation. Yep. What do you want in exchange for that? Become my knight. Sona expressed her intention strongly. Kasuk's smile didn't break and smiled, no can do, Kaishu. And you know that I wouldn't agree with that. Tsubaki and Akino were shocked at Sona's first proposal, but after thinking about it again, someone like Kasuk is very welcome in any peerage of high-class devils. Then help me one time. Sona immediately changes her condition since she's just trying her luck on him. Regarding what? Kasuk furrowed his brows. I don't have anything in particular right now, but I would like your assistance in the future. I won't do anything. That's fine. You can decide whether you want to accept my request or not when the time comes. Just that. That's everything. Knowing more about you today is enough for me. Sona gave him a beautiful smile. Can I think of it as you trying to get on my good side? Kasuk reached out his right towards Sona. Feel free to. Sona smiled and shook his hand, sealing the deal. Sona then turned to Akino, it's your turn. Akino nodded at her and faced Kasuk, please become Rias knight. Akino, contrary to Sona's casual demeanor, bowed down in front of him. I have no intention of becoming a devil and going under someone. Since she's asking nicely, Kasuk answered her. Akino stood back up with a wry smile, I just wanted to try my luck. Since you're so close to Koneko, then maybe you'll agree. I'm sorry if I offended you. Akino's attitude towards Kasuk turned around, but Kasuk can still see a bit of wariness from her eyes, which he commended mentally. Akino returned to her serious expression and said, well then, with my real condition. I want you to stop Koneko from coming here and training her. Akino-senpai. Koneko reacted greatly at her words as she didn't want to cut her connection with Kasuk. Koneko-chan, you can still live and hang out in his place and I don't have the right to stop you from doing so. But regarding him training you, I would like you to stop. It's too dangerous. Look what just happened. Akino turned to Koneko and gently explained. But I still have a lot to learn from both of them. Koneko looked down dejected. Inside, she's feeling fear from witnessing 2 instances of transformation. What if I can't overcome it? Will Kasuk-senpai and Yoruichi-san confine or kill me? What if I hurt those who are important to me because I lose control of myself? What if Various what-ifs went through her mind, cementing the already festering fear inside her. If you want to get stronger, I'll ask Rias to look for someone more suitable for your skills, like someone from Kyoto's yokai faction. With Rias' connection, it's very possible. Koneko wanted to say something but can't find her words. And besides, from today's events, I'm sorry to be rude, but they are the type of people that would even risk their lives just to gain power. Do you really desperately need power? That question of hers reminded Koneko of what she is doing her. Earlier, she's feeling confused at Akino's sudden declaration of stopping her from coming here. And since she has been a big sister for a big part of her life, she ended up listening to her words and almost following her because it's always like this, and both her and Rias just wanted what's best for her. But isn't it about time for her to decide for what she wants regardless of their opinions? But what about her fear? She remembered the scene where Kasuk loses control and hurt Yoruichi. That time, Kasuk could forego his concerns because there is someone he could trust with his life, and that's exactly Koneko is looking for. Her comrades are good, especially her master, since she took great care of her regardless of her origin. But deep inside, Koneko knew that Rias also fears her a little due to some possibilities of losing control of herself, so she couldn't let go of everything and just trust anyone. That's why she didn't open up with anyone. She too wanted a kind of relationship like Kasuk and Yoruichi's relationship. Maybe if she follows them more, she'll know more about it and find one for herself. Kasuk and Yoruichi already gave her a chance to become independent from them and do things on her own will. Even though she is slowly becoming dependent on them, she wanted to learn more so that one day, she can return their goodwill and more. Of course, she not being rebellious, it's just that she knew that she couldn't keep up this way forever and has to take a step forward for herself. With a resolute look, Koneko faced Akino. Akino-senpai, please take back your condition. I won't stop coming here even if you hinder me. But you might turn into a monster if you follow them. Akino said askance. That's fine. They already warned me about it before then, even trained me for real, and I already agreed to it. Koneko is reprimanding herself inwardly as she already made her resolution, but she allowed Akino's words to sway her. I can't be hesitating at every step I take. Why are you doing this? To take back my sister. Sister? What do you mean? But your sister is dash. Before Akino could finish her sentence, Kasuk suddenly interrupted her. That's enough. Here is my answer. No. But dash. If she doesn't agree, then I'll do the same. Just propose another one. We can't be here forever. Kasuk interrupted her one more time, but this time, with more force, shutting her up. Akino took a step back and decided not to pursue it any further. She'll have more chance of persuading Koneko at a later time. She stayed silent for a while before opening her mouth again. I have two conditions. Two, huh? Go ahead. First is I want you to help the grimmory peerage when they are in danger one time. Okay. Kasuk agreed easily as he would help them anyway if they're in deep shit because of Koneko, Asia, and Issei. The second one is, allow me to watch while you train Koneko. Kasuk didn't answer immediately and stared at her. A trace of fear and worry is still in her eyes. You can't reveal anything regarding your time here. Akino sighed in relief. I accept, and thank you. She extended her hand for a handshake and Kasuk accepted it. Chapter 97, Engagement. After sealing the deal with magic, all of the guests went home and retired for the night. Sakura called Aika's parents and informed them that she's already sleeping and won't be able to go home for tonight. Of course, this created a new wave of misunderstandings, but Sakura already gave up correcting them as they wouldn't listen anyway. Office also left a few minutes after the guests left. Nobody knows what is she thinking as she kept staring without a word at Kasuk. Sakura and Koneko accompanied Aika to sleep as they are already too tired from today's events even though they didn't do much. Kasuk and Yoruichi, who is back to her cat form, returned to their room and also planning to retire for today. Laying beside Kasuk, Yoruichi asks, that strike from Aika is pretty strong, can she keep doing that? Nope. What she used as fuel for that is the Ryatsuki that I injected her to stimulate and transform her energy source and both the energies of those two dragons. Her potential is big, but currently, she's weaker than all of official Shinigamis or maybe even weaker than the students of the academy. She doesn't know any swordplay or Kidu, she doesn't even have the mindset of a fighter. All she knows is some basic energy control. With that said, I'll leave her training for you. She could be our hidden ace in the future. Kasuk slowly muttered as he went to sleep. I'll leave her Zenjutsu training to you. Yoruichi also closed her eyes and slipped into dreamland while feeling Kasuk warmth. The next day, Akino went to the clubroom early in the morning. She wasn't able to report yesterday to Rias since she was not available last night and had to do something. Akino entered through the door and saw Rias sitting on the desk with a crumpled face. It seems that she didn't notice Akino entering, so she called her out. Good morning, Rias. Are you okay? Did something happen? Rias looked up and saw the concerned look on Akino's face and made a wry smile. Right. But I'll tell you after I hear your report. What happened last night? It seems that you took longer than expected. Akino inadvertently made a complicated expression, nothing, really. I asked Sona Kaishu to take me with her to apologize for what happened and she allowed me. After that, we reached his place and we had to wait for a while since he's out. When he returned, he's already with Koneko and another second-year student named Kiryu Aika. Sona Kaishu apologized first and we followed suit and he accepted it. Then what seems to be the problem? Rias furrowed her brows at Akino's expression. Just a few things. First is Sona Kaishu and Tsubaki Fukukeichu is very close to the Urahara household to the point that Tsubaki got used to helping with the house chores. What? Rias didn't know what to think of it. How did that happen? I also don't know the full story, but from their words, it seems that Sona Kaishu kept bothering Urahara Kisuke that Tsubaki has to chores because she's feeling guilty. Rias' mouth is twitching after hearing this. Really, how did that happen? She decided not to ask further as it's better to hear it from the person herself. What else? I mentioned about a second-year student named Kiryu Aika and investigated her a bit last night when you're not around and found that she's only a normal person, but in Urahara's house, she seems to know about the existence of the supernatural world and also quite close to Sona Kaishu and Tsubaki. A normal person. Yet Sona didn't erase her memories. On top of that, she's pretty close to her. Is that everything? Akino wanted to say more, but she's already under a contract to keep what happened on the underground space a secret, so she just nodded. That's really strange. And all of this is happening around Urahara Kisuke and Sona. I have to set up a meeting with her sometime later. Anything else? Akino took a deep breath and said, one last thing. Urahara Kisuke, we can't underestimate him. Sona Kaishu already formed a friendly relation with him. I suggest that we do the same. Why? Ria stared intently at Akino as she knew that she wouldn't do something just because a friend or an acquaintance is also doing it. He's too mysterious. He's giving me a very dangerous vibe and I don't know why. Because it seems that he doesn't view you and me favorably, extending a friendly relation seems unlikely, but please, don't antagonize him. Akino pleaded with a serious expression. Something happened that you can't mention. Rias continued staring at her without a change in her expression. Akino didn't answer and just looked out of the window. Fine. We won't antagonize him any further. But what about Koneko? We can't just leave her to him. Rias rested on her chair as she let out a large sigh. She trusted her best friend and queen. Don't worry about it. Urahara Kisuke permitted me to watch over Koneko while he trained her when I asked him, although he won't allow anyone else aside from me because he said that he doesn't want more people watching them. Akino sighed in relief at Rias' decision. How about I ask him too? Rias asks. And Akino shook her head immediately. I doubt that he'll agree. Between you and me, it seems like he doesn't like you more. Well, I don't like him either. HMMFP, Rias snorted at Akino's words. How about you? What happened? When Akino asked this, Rias' expression turned downcast. It's about my engagement. Akino's expression turned serious and asks, engagement? Is it with the Phoenix clan? Didn't they promise you that they won't proceed with the talk until you graduated high school? They did. But the detestable third son of Phoenix wants it to happen now. And the elders of both families also couldn't wait any longer. Rias gritted her teeth in frustration. What about Surzek-sama? Did he try to stop this? He didn't. On the contrary, it seems that he also wanted to proceed with these arrangements. Rias slapped her right hand down to the table. But Akino is confused. If she only receives the news, then there is no reason to be out all night. What did you do last night? Rias looked away and muttered, too. Say. What? I didn't hear you. This time, Rias spoke in a louder voice. I tried to give my virginity to Issei. You what? Then right now, you're... Akino didn't doubt her as she knew that Rias might really do something like that. Rias gets what she's trying to say and refuted her, no. Graphia stopped me at the last moment. So she can find you all night? Yes. Then what's going to happen now? It seems that Riser Phoenix will come later and will try to persuade me. Chapter 98, Porn Magazine. Early morning, after coming to school, Issei dragged Kasuk along with Asia in a secluded corner of the hallway where there are only a few students passing by. Kasuk, why didn't you tell me? Issei made a serious expression along with Asia as he whispered to him. What are you talking about? Kasuk immediately feigned ignorance. You know what I'm talking about. We're friends, aren't we? You can trust me, you know. Issei raised his voice, but it's still trying to whisper. Kasuk stared at him and made a serious expression. You're right, we're friends. I should have told you long ago. He then patted Issei's right shoulder. Issei stayed quiet and waited for his confession. That day, it was me who put in those superfine super chili powder on you three's porn magazines. Kasuk made a pained expression as he confesses. That's not what I was talking about. Wait. It was you. You bastard. We three almost became eunuch that day. Issei didn't care anymore about the clamor he is making and threw a punch towards the already grinning Kasuk. Kasuk easily dodges it by shifting his body to the side a little bit. Then don't just leave those things lying around for everyone to see. Kasuk kept dodging Issei's attack. From the side, Asia suddenly raised her voice, what are you two talking about? Both of them stopped moving at Asia's question and Kasuk suddenly started explaining, you see Asia-chan, when a boy reached a certain age, he would always want to comfort himself if he got hold of a porn magazine. And coincidentally, it's also Issei's second favorite thing after boobs. Damn you. Stop talking. Issei resumed attacking him with greater vigor and Kasuk also resumed dodging, now making annoying laughs. What's a porn magazine? Asia asks as she tilted her head to the side. Both of them, once again, stopped what they are doing and they gave Asia an incredulous look. After being stunned for a moment, Kasuk's grin grew wider. Before Issei could react, Kasuk suddenly took out a porn magazine out of nowhere and threw it away. Quick, Asia-chan. That's a porn magazine. Get it before Issei does. He won't let you see his second most favorite thing in the world if he gets it first. Issei finally reacted to his words, like hell, I would let you. And dashed towards the flying porn magazine. Since Kasuk threw it some force, it flew across the hallway and only landing 70 meters away from their original position. It took Issei a few moments before he could secure the porn magazine. Inside his mind, he's celebrating, I did it. I protected Asia-chan's innocence. But after he turned around, expecting Asia to follow him to take a peek on this porn magazine, despair overtook him. Kasuk is nowhere to be found and Asia didn't actually move from her position and is now holding the same copy of porn magazine in Issei's hand while reading it with flushed face, awawawa. How could that fit? That's impossible. Kasuk threw the first magazine to distract Issei and handed the second copy to Asia after he took the bait. After doing all of that, he ran away to escape. Kasuk, you bastard. Issei's howl was heard throughout the building and they started to gather attention and most of them are curious at what Asia is reading as she has a very flushed face. Realizing the situation, Issei hurriedly snatched the porn magazine from Asia's hands which already stopped moving because of too much information that she didn't know possible and tucked it under his clothes. Asia-chan. Forget what's inside this book. It isn't for you. Let go back to the room, the class is about to start. We can't be late. Issei decided to become a good student to dodge the issue and dragged Asia back to the classroom. They returned to the room while avoiding the gaze of onlookers. When they entered they both saw Kasuk grinning at them from his seat. Damn you, Kasuk. Issei clenched his fist and glared at him. Classmate Issei, the class is about to start. How about you sit down and review some notes to prepare for the class? Kasuk replied as such and ignored them altogether. Issei sighed and returned to his own seat. He knew that Kasuk won't be talking about the things he wants to know. But he knows for sure that he's a friend, a good friend. That's enough for him. Issei looked around and saw that there are 3 downed students, namely Matsuda, Motohama, and Aika. He understood the reason for Matsuda and Motohama's deflated mood but he's confused at what can make this rowdy perverted glasses quiet. Kasuk also noticed this but he only knew Aika's condition and not the other 2. What happened to you two? Did a monster suck out your soul? He directly asked the 2 perverts. Both of them slowly turned their heads towards Kasuk and cried out loud, Kasuk. Why didn't you go with us? Huh? Go where? Kasuk tilted his head in wonderment. To the mixer, Issei has prepared. Both of them continue to cry as they shake and grab Kasuk's uniform. Mixer. Ah, that one with Miltan. As I said, I'm busy yesterday. What happened? Kasuk asks while inwardly, I just had a very bad feeling seeing Issei smile so I didn't risk it. That bastard Issei set us up to a bodybuilder. And even worse, the big guy likes cosplaying as magical girl. The perverts let out all their grievance to Kasuk. Kasuk sighed in relief, good thing I missed it. I can't imagine that nightmare. Then you just have to escape, right? That's what we planned. But it was all thwarted when a wave of them suddenly appeared behind us. It was our worst nightmare. A wave of them. Lucky me. Kasuk wiped his cold sweat forming on his forehead. No matter how strong Kasuk is, he can't handle that kind of psychological attacks. Lucky you. Comfort us, you bastard. Comfort you. I'm sure you'll get better if you beat him up. Kasuk then proceeds to point his finger towards Issei who is silently trying to escape from the room. The perverts followed the direction Kasuk is pointing and saw the primary criminal for their suffering, Issei. So you're here. Die for our sake. Bastard. Motohama and Matsuda then chased him out of the classroom after Issei started running away. What a rowdy bunch. Kasuk commented as he chuckles. You don't have the right to say that. Ugh. Aika, while diving on her desk, quietly retorted. Her whole body is sore from yesterday's events and the demonic cat didn't allow her to skip classes. Chapter 99, The Chosen Hero, Sona. The school went by without any further incident, but Kasuk knew that it wouldn't be long before someone bothers him. After the classes ended, Kasuk exited through the window leaving only a letter on his desk. The teacher tried to reprimand him but Kasuk ignored him and went on his way to have some fun. The teacher just shook his head in resignation because he can't really do anything against him as he is one of the top students of the school although a bit eccentric. After a few minutes when the teacher left the classroom, as Kasuk expected, the one who will bother him came. Sona stopped at the door and peeked inside. Noticing that Kasuk is not inside she asks one of the remaining students, namely Issei, Hayata-kun, do you know where did Urahara go? Issei, Asia, and Aika are also confused at why Kasuk exited through the window and only leaving a note on his table, Kaishu. I don't know where he went. He just suddenly jumped through the window. When the class ended leaving only a piece of paper. Issei pointed at where he went through. Sona suddenly had a bad feeling so she immediately approached Kasuk's desk and read the note on it. Legend says that there exist magical treasures so powerful that they can change the world scattered throughout the continent. Due to some undesirable coincidence, the Demon King, me, managed to get hold of some of these magical treasures, cosplay photos, that can plunge the world, the school, into disorder, social. The Demon King spread these treasures throughout the world and is waiting for the right time to activate it. You are the chosen hero, Sona, to stop the Demon King's evil plan. You would have to go through a series of quests and riddles to gather all the treasures and seal it for all eternity. Dear hero, please defeat the Demon King and save the world from the impending disaster. You're our only hope. Ding the hero Sona found some clues to the whereabouts of the first treasure, maid cosplay. Please proceed to the gymnasium for your first quest. Main quest. You have to find all treasures before others find it. Sona tore the paper into many pieces before jumping through the window and running towards the gymnasium direction while shouting, Kasuk. I'll skin you alive. That day, many students would see the student council president walking briskly around the whole school with a glare and occasional cursing under a breath. They all thought the same, who will die today? Late in the afternoon, when most of the students went home already, Kasuk is looking around to find the final destination of Sona's quest. He found the teacher's lounge a suitable place, but when he's about to place Sona's picture, he suddenly felt an aura of a devil that he haven't encountered suddenly appear at the old school building. Specifically, the Occult Research Club's room. Is something happening? Koneko-chan is also there including that not-so-pleasant maid. Yash, change of plans. Kasuk scraped the paper he is holding and used flash step to go back to the previous room and change some things on the handwritten note that is posted under the table of the room. Kasuk then went to the old building and stopped outside while carefully hiding his aura. He went around it and the window of the Occult Research Club room entered his vision. He looked around before deciding a spot and set up a magic circle with displacement function. Kasuk then used flash step to enter through the window sitting on one of the chairs and enjoying the drama that is currently ensuing. The president is worried about something. Must be trouble in the house of grimmory. Kiba Yuto replied to Issei when he asks about Rias' strange behavior these past few days. Issei, Asia, and Yuto are walking through the hallway of the old school building. They got a summon from the Queen Akino Himejima that they have an important meeting today. You think Akino-san would know what's going on? Issei continued to ask. Akino-san is the president's confidant. Of course, she would know. Issei scratched his head and thought, I know it's not right to pry, but I have to wonder about last night. It's not like I can tell anyone about it, though. As they are nearing the door of the clubroom, Yuto suddenly stopped and muttered, This is the first time I've felt this presence. What's up? Issei turned his head to Yuto in wonderment while opening the door. Inside the room, with the addition of the members of the grimmory peerage, a maid is standing beside Rias, that's the maid who stopped us yesterday. The maid turned her gaze at them and Asia hid behind Issei due to the presence of someone unknown and is looking for security. Issei patted her head to comfort her, it's okay. Great, everyone's here. Before we get to the club business, we need to talk. Rias announced when the last three entered the room. Milady, shall I begin? The maid, Graphia spoke as she asks for permission to do the announcement. Rias raised her hand towards her to stop her. She then took a deep breath and said, the truth is, as it happens dash. But before she could speak further, an orange magic circle suddenly appeared in the middle of the room bringing with it surges of fire and wind. That's the crest of Phoenix. Yuto commented as a man appeared inside the circle. Long time no see, human world. The man snorted as he walks out of the circle. The man is a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, just one button short, giving a slight view to his chest. I've come for you, dear Rias. Chapter 100, Riser Phoenix. I've come for you, my dear Rias. The gaudy man approached Rias in a very casual manner. He then put his arm over Rias' shoulders and continued speaking. The date's also been decided. The sooner the better, I say. Rias immediately shook him off and exclaimed, get off me. Riser. Oh. Ha ha ha, you're so easily flustered, Rias. The man Rias called Riser just laughed at her reaction. Watching all of these happening in front of him, Issei didn't like it and he confronted the newcomer. Hey. You. Stop being rude to Bucho. I mean, what kind of guy treats a lady like that? Riser transferred his attention to Issei and glared at him. Huh? Who the heck are you? I'm Hayate Issei, a pawn serving under Rias Grimmory-sama. Issei introduced himself with great vigor. Oh. Is that right? But Riser just replied to him with a deadpan expression. His interest in Issei disappeared. Issei also didn't like that, so he asks, who are you, anyway? TCH. After clicking his tongue, he faced Rias. Huh? You haven't told your servants about me, Rias. I mean, is there anyone who doesn't know who I am? Or did you revive this one? I didn't tell them because there is no need. Oomph. Rias snorted at his words. Oh dear. As hard on me as ever, huh? Ha ha ha. Riser was pissed at her attitude, but he didn't show it, and it's pretty obvious that his laugh is fake. Grafia noticed that every member of Rias' peerage except for Akino are confused at the appearance of the men, so he introduced him instead of Rias. This is Riser Phoenix-sama. He is a high-class pure-blooded devil and the third son of the venerable house of Phoenix. And he is to be groomed to the heir of the Grimmory house. Issei didn't quite get her words, so he confirmed again. Huh? Groom? Isn't Bucho the heir of the Grimmory household? Yes. He is engaged to Lady Rias. Grafia changed her words for Issei to easier to understand it. EHHH. Except for Akino and Koneko, the three remaining members reacted the same to the revelation. Rias looked away as she didn't really want to acknowledge it, but Riser continued to pester her. Enough. Riser, I've already said, I won't marry you. Riser didn't immediately retort to her. He walked over the sofa and sat down. But isn't your family already at their wits' end over this? Grafia prepared a cup of tea for him and set it down on the table in front of him. They worry too much. As the successor, I should be free to choose my own husband. Rias won't back down as her future is in line. They are all in such a hurry. I was promised freedom up until the time I began college in the human world. She muttered as she shot a glacé to Grafia, but she ignored it. Riser picked up the cup of tea and smelled it for a bit before speaking. Surzex and your parents are worried about the survival of your family line. We lost many purebloods in the three-way war between God, fallen angels, and devils. And several houses were driven to extinction. Rias paused for a bit and took a sip of his tea before continuing. So it's only natural for the name-bearing purebloods to join together to preserve our house and bloodlines, no? Surely you understand why children born to high-class purebloods are so valuable. Revived devils just like your servants have been filling the ranks as of late, but that hardly does anything to strengthen the positions of our esteemed pureblood families. New blood is good, but we can't very well allow the pureblood to all die off, can we? Your brother Surzex-sama already left your house. That leaves you, Rias, the only successor of the Grimmory household. As more of so-called 72 pillars fall, you must see that the future of all devils is tied to our impending marriage. Riser then stopped speaking and continued to enjoy his tea. Issei almost knew nothing, so he asks Yuto, who is beside him, 72 pillars, what are those? Yuto looked at him and answered, long ago, there were 72 rank-holding clans that prided themselves on their power, but most were eradicated during the three-way war. The distinguished house of Grimmory and Phoenix are two of the small number that survived. Issei touched his chin, looking worried. I got pissed when I heard about this engagement, but it looks like the situation in the underworld is pretty complex. Rias stayed silent for a while before speaking. I won't let my house fall to ruin. I plan to bring a son-in-law into the fold eventually. Riser liked what she said and he stood up, approached her again and pointed to himself all confident. Well then, marry M-. But before he could finish his words, Rias snorted at him and said, but I won't marry you. The one I'll marry will be of my own choosing. As a member of a reputable family, I have at least that much right. She then turned her back to him. This angered Riser greatly, who is already prideful. TCH, I too bear the reputation of House Phoenix. I won't have it sullied. Riser's aura suddenly flared up and Rias was forced to look at him again with a furrowed brows. Though I came all this way just to meet with you, I don't much care for the human world. Wings of flame sprouted from his back, generating unbearable heat. The wind and flame of this realm are foul. To a devil who commands wind and flame, it's intolerable. I will take you back to the devil realm, even if I have to incinerate every last one of your servants. From the side, Asia cowered behind Issei and commented, those flames, just a touch, and we'd be burned to ashes. Rias faced him and didn't back down from his threat, just try it, if you think you can, Riser. Graphia, who's been silently watching all of this unfold, flared up her demonic power, putting pressure on all those present in the room. Milady, Riser-sama, please calm yourselves. I will not be able to stand by idly should you take this any further. And for the sake of Surzek-sama's honor, I would not hold back. She then glared at both of them. Riser and Rias stopped what they are doing as they felt her seriousness in those words. They didn't want to take on the one who is known as the so-called strongest queen. Riser took back his wings and Rias stepped back a bit to calm herself. Riser is about to speak again and he was interrupted by a cup of tea hitting its plater strangely resounded throughout the room and was followed by the voice of a young man full of casualness who shouldn't be in the room. Phew. That was scary. I almost spat out my tea. Everyone looked over in shock, except for a certain white-haired little girl, to where the voice came from, and the young man continued speaking. Oh hey, good day to all of you and I'm sorry for intruding. I know it's not my right to speak, but I have a suggestion. How about you do this rating game of yours that I hear so much about to resolve your issue?